The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our offering tonight, the celebrated dinner at 8, is, among other things, an object lesson for the overwhelming number of people who believe that dinner, preferably to be called supper, and primarily a meal to be eaten at the close of day for the purpose of sustenance against hunger, is to be shared, except on rare occasions, only with the members of their intimate family. George S. Kaufman and Edna Ferber, however, setting their play in the semi-rarefied atmosphere of the semi-upper circles of New York society, have preferred to deal with dinner as an almost unimportant part of a weird social proceeding that has come to be known as a dinner party. Actually, we're never shown the dinner in Dinner at 8. But we are shown the highly involved maneuverings necessary to bring the Dinner at 8 dinner party into existence, along with the colorful incidents and the intertwining lives of those who finally participate in it, including Mr. Larry Renault, the once so great film star who made the greatest appearance of his life in the long run by not appearing at all at the dinner party at which he would have been at least a featured player. Our guest stars tonight are 3. Marjorie Rambeau, Hedda Hopper, and Lucille Ball. Miss Hopper, of course, was a distinguished actress before ever she branched out into her present combination career of acting and columning. Miss Lucille Ball is the beautiful and talented young lady whose position in Hollywood is becoming increasingly more important. And Marjorie Rambeau, certainly one of the first talents of the theater, is now carving out for herself a new career in motion pictures, recently cemented by her thoroughly brilliant performance in Primrose Pack. But before tonight's story, Dinner at 8, Mr. Ernest Chappell has a seasonal reminder for the ladies. Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. And that reminder is this: whether you at your house have dinner at 8 or supper at 6, I hope you're not forgetting the good health rule: hot soup for cold days. Certainly these February days are real soup weather, and there's just nothing more heartwarming than piping hot plates of vegetable soup, the good old-fashioned homey kind. Now, Campbell's vegetable soup is just that kind, and that's why more and more women are giving up making vegetable soup and turning to Campbell's. You see, you can tell instantly that Campbell's vegetable soup is made the good old-fashioned home way. You can tell it in the deep flavor of the rich, slow-simmered beef stock. You can tell it in the taste of the garden vegetables, 15 different vegetables all told. And most of all, you can tell it by the way everybody all around the table enjoys this stout, nourishing vegetable soup of Campbell's. So my cold weather reminder is this: serve Campbell's vegetable soup just once, and I believe your family will enjoy it so much that they'll suggest you let Campbell's make your vegetable soup for you from then on. You will try it, won't you? And now, Orson Welles in Dinner at 8 with Hedda Hopper, Marjorie Rambeau, and Lucille Ball.
Hello? Is this Dr. Talbot's home? This is Miss Jordan, Miss Oliver Jordan. Oh, hello, Lucy. This is Millicent. How are you, darling? Listen, Lucy, dear, I'm giving a little dinner for Lord and Lady Ferncliff. You know they're on here from England. I want you and the doctor to come. A week from tonight, Friday. I'm only asking a few people whom I know they'd like. I'm inviting you informally like this because the time's so short, and anyway, it's only a small dinner. Yes, that's right. Friday the 23rd at 8 o'clock. Oh, that'll be fine. Goodbye. Oh, Gustav.
Yes, madame.
Mr. Jordan and I will be out to dinner. I don't know about Miss Paul. I'll have to ask her.
Hello, darling. You're up early.
Hey, Gustav, you must see that my coffee's warmer than this.
Very good, madame.
We could have had breakfast together if I'd known, unless you think people might talk.
You'll be home early, won't you, dear?
The way business is, I might just as well not leave home at all.
Oh, Oliver, did I tell you I've got the Ferncliffs?
What?
Lord and Lady Ferncliff, they get in this morning on the Aquitania. I sent them a radio last night, and they're coming to dinner Friday. Wasn't that bright of me?
Yes, if you want the Ferncliffs.
Oh, just a small dinner. What do you think? 10's a nice number.
Oh, fascinating number.
Of course, it's terribly short notice. I thought I'd ask the Talbots, the Doctor and Lucy, the Ferncliffs, and you and I. That's 6. And your precious Carlotta Van.
Carlotta?
Would you like me to ask her?
I haven't seen her since she came back.
Now, let me see. I'll need just one more couple and an extra man. I think maybe
Look here, dear. If you're looking for another couple, I wish you'd ask Dan Packard and his wife.
Ask that woman to my house with the Ferncliffs?
Millicent, dear, believe me, I wouldn't ask this if it weren't important to me. You know that. Pack has become a big man the last year or so. I don't want to go into details, but it's very important.
Oh, Oliver.
Morning.
Good morning,
What are
Paula.
you doing lolling about in boudoirs? What's become of the shipping business?
Yeah, what
I won't
indeed?
be home for dinner, Mother.
Paula, what about this afternoon?
I've got to go to the office.
Paula, where will we meet?
Millicent, you will invite the package, won't you?
Oh, well, if it's as important as you say.
Believe me, it is.
Oh, well.
Thanks. Drop you, Paula?
Walking.
Paula?
Yes, Mother.
Paula, I'm lunching at the Colony, but I can meet you.
Oh, Mother, I can't meet you this afternoon. I simply can't.
Well, for a girl that's being married in 3 months, you're certainly casual. When do you expect to get things? If Ernest had any idea what...
Ernest says I'm a flawless fiancé.
Oh, by the way, what was all that about last night?
What?
Ernest called up this morning in a perfect dither. When you weren't up, he asked to talk to me.
Oh, yes?
Did I know how you were feeling, and were you any better? He said he brought you home at 10 last night with a terrible headache.
Oh, yes, I did have, but I'm quite all right now.
I distinctly heard you come in at 4 this morning.
Well, I went out again. I took 3 aspirin and my headache vanished, and there it was only 11 o'clock, and Liz called up and said there was a marvelous party going on. So I went out again.
Well, I hope you've got charm enough to explain that to Ernest. Where was the party?
Oh, around. We went over to 21.
21, always 21.
Hello, Aunt Hattie.
Someday I'm going to find out what goes on at 20, yes, and at 22, too.
Mother, I've just got to run.
Oh, all right, but I insist that tomorrow you'll take...
All right, tomorrow. Bye, Mother. Bye, Aunt Hattie.
Bye.
Did the Ferncliffs accept?
Oh, I got their cable this morning.
How many are you having?
Only 10. 10's a good number. Oliver insists upon asking those packets, those awful packets. Oh, some business thing or other. Oh, he's bad enough, but his wife, she's his second wife, years younger. Nobody knows where she came from. Of course, with his money.
Nobody marries for money anymore, Millicent, because there isn't any.
Well, there's one good thing. I've got the Talbots. Oh, but what am I going to do about Carlotta Van?
When did she come back to America?
A few days ago, I ran into her at the Colony, of course. I think she's poisonous. Oh, but I've got to have her here sometime. When I think of the way she behaved that summer at Antibes, you'd think a woman that had been on the stage as long as she had, a woman of her age. Oh, but I've simply got to have her.
Have her by all means if you're sure you don't like her. She just fits in.
I don't suppose that packet woman will be up at this hour. Oh, dear, when I think of that voice. Hello? Could I speak to Mrs. Packett, please? This is Mrs. Oliver Jordan. Is Miss Packett up yet?
Well, I've got to run, Millie. If you're not at those 14th Street sales by 10, you might as well be dead. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Miss Packett? Oh, how do you do, Miss Packett? This is Miss Oliver Jordan. Yes, Mrs. Oliver Jordan. Mrs. Packett, Mr. Jordan and I are giving a small dinner for Lord and Lady Ferncliff, 2 very dear friends of ours, and I'd like... I'm so pleased. You see, I've been meaning for quite a while... Excuse me. Please excuse me, but don't you want to know the date? It's a week from tonight, Friday, the 23rd. Dinner at 8.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Jordan. Oh, goodbye. Tina. Tina!
Yes, Miss Packard?
Oh, what time is it now?
4:30.
Oh, when a person has to lie in bed like this, a person forgets all about the time. What did Dr. Talbot say? Is he coming right away?
Well, he asked were there any symptoms, and I said no, I didn't think so. So he said, all right, then, sometime this afternoon.
Sometime this afternoon. Nobody cares what happens to a person around here. Get me that other box of candy, the big one.
Yeah.
Not that big one, you dope, the other big one.
Yes, Miss Packard.
I used to like candy wrapped in different colors. You didn't know what was in each color until you bit into it. Now I know what's in each color. Just as bad as if it weren't wrapped at all. It's worse. You have to take this paper off. Get me the other box, Tina.
Yes, Miss Packard.
And leave this one here, too. You take a big piece like this. It looks like it's filled with cream. You bite into it. And what is it? Nuts.
Jordan, yes, Mr. Fawcett. Just a minute.
Young woman, where's Mr. Jordan?
I'm sorry, have you an appointment?
I don't need an appointment. I'm Carlotta Vance.
If you'll sit down, madam, I'll tell him you're here.
And don't call me madam.
Hey, you can't go in there.
No,
Oliver, darling.
Carlotta,
where
this
you
is a
go.
surprise. Excuse me just a minute, dear.
look
This is pretty
splendid.
important. Once again, Fosdick, the Castilian isn't sailing tomorrow. There's no use sending her out when she hasn't got enough cargo to keep her down in the water. She can go next week.
Ducky.
I don't care about the Santa Clara. She'll have to wait, too.
Ducky, you're handsome
I
as
don't
ever.
care if no Jordan boat has missed a sailing in 60 years. They're going to miss them now.
What distinguished gray at the temples. Oh, Oliver, you do look sweet.
Excuse me, Fosdick. I'll have to call you later.
Look.
Lotta, well, you're looking marvelous.
Do I? Really? Did I?
Sit down. Let me look at you. What are you doing over here?
I'm trying to mend the shattered fortune.
You picked a good day for it, and the right part of town, too. If you look out at the window, you can see all our financiers sitting on those benches. Now, come on. Who did you come all the way down to the battery to see? Not me.
Well, not to deceive you, I came down to see a Mr. Nosy Pants that calls himself a customs inspector. Why shouldn't I own 6 fur coats?
Perfectly reasonable.
And then, having straightened out Mr. United States Customs Inspector Gestapo, what did I cite but the Jordan line? And I says to myself, maybe the old gent is in. And here you are.
I'm delighted, Carlotta. But why really did you...
Oliver, darling, I'm as flat as a mill pond. I haven't assumed...
Oh, come now, Carlotta. How about all those gilt-edged securities? And your theater?
My theater.
Why, that theater alone ought to bring you enough to live on.
That's my chief reason for coming over, to try to get rid of that rat trap.
Oh, what's the matter with it?
May I take you for a stroll down 42nd Street and a little look at the Carlotta Vance Theater? It's between the Flea Circus and a chili bowl. It's had 6 weeks of booking in the last 2 years. Special matinees of a Greek actress named Maria Coriopanus playing Sophocles, How Are You, in the original Greek. That filled a long-felt want. 5 months later, they sucked in a little gem entitled Papa Love Mama. 3 days. This season, they haven't taken the lock off the door. It's now known as the Spider's Rendezvous, but you can't collect rent from them. You know, when he gave me that theater, I thought it was a pretty magnificent thing of the old boy. I wish now I'd taken a sandwich.
Oh, now, Carlotta, you always exaggerate. I'll bet you're just rolling in wealth.
The kind of wealth that I have, that isn't worth a nickel today. What have I got? Railroad, oil, cotton? That's what they gave you in my day. I could only take what they had.
Well, I wish there was something I could do to straighten your tangle out for you. I don't think any of my friends needs a theater now. But as far as your stocks are concerned, those things are certainly good. So's your Jordan stock. You're not thinking of selling that?
Well, I don't know. Should I?
Much rather you wouldn't just at this time. We've been hit as everybody else has. If you sold it now, I'm afraid you wouldn't get what it's worth.
Well, I'd expect to do something on it. You wouldn't want to buy it back yourself, would you?
I'd like to, but it'd be pretty difficult just now.
I've always thought of you as having all the money in the world.
Yeah, I thought so, too, for a few years. Why, when I was a young man...
You were so sweet, dear Oliver, and so serious and respectable. I was very fond of you, dear.
I was very much in love with you, Carlotta.
I was something, wasn't I? Remember, they named everything after me. Cigars, racehorses, perfume, battleships. I'll never forget the day you were 21, Oliver, and you asked me to marry you.
What a young fool you must have thought me.
I thought it was sweet of you. I even went home and wept a little. They didn't often ask me to marry them.
Yes?
Mr. Packard is here now, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, send him right in. You won't mind, Carlotta. Dan Packard, quite a fellow. Big Western stuff. Used to be a miner.
Oh, I'm just going.
What's the well, man, that's birdcage? Hey, Jordan, what kind of a... I beg your pardon.
Lotta, this is Dan Packard, Miss Carlotta Vance.
How do you do?
Carlotta Vance. Wait a minute, you don't... Well, I knew you. I saw you,
Yes, I know. I know what you're going to say. You saw me when you were a little boy. Well, I say you're a liar.
Way back when I was a punk in Montana, a bunch of us rode 40 miles into Butte just to see you. Sutton's Opera House. What was that piece you was in? You wore pants, I remember.
Yes, well, we had to have something more than just talent to be an actress in those days. Nice to have seen you, Mr. Packard. I'll be running along before you remember seeing me in a bath.
I'll call you, Carlotta. Look here, you're dining with us next week. Friday, isn't it?
Am I?
Of course you are. So are you, Dan. But I'll see you before that, Carlotta.
Well, righto. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lochinvar.
What'd she call me?
Sit down, Dan. How have you been?
I can only stay a minute. I'm running down to Washington, 5:30. Got to drop up home, pick up a bag. Bunch of us going down. The president needs a little straightening out, looks like.
Dan, the reason I asked you to come in, I want to put up something to you.
Sure, go right ahead.
It's about the Jordan line. We find ourselves facing, it's like this.
Go on. What's bothering you? Kind of up against it?
Well, you probably know about our business. We're strictly freight carriers. New York, Southern Coast, Havana, Port-au-Prince. I needn't tell you what's happened to trade down there. Of course, it isn't going to last forever. But what I want to know is, if it does take a little longer than we figure, would you be in a position, you and your associates, to sort of tide us over?
To tell you the truth, Jordan, I don't think you got much to offer. Best thing you
Now,
can
just
do
a minute, Packard. The Jordan line is one of the best known in the shipping world.
I know
Our
that.
boats have traveled the ocean for a century. We started with clipper ships, and we're not going to stop now.
I'll tell you what I'll do. You get together some figures on this thing, and you do that balance sheets, assets, total tonnage, what the boats cost when built, list of stockholders. How about that? Pretty widely held?
No, it's held quite closely. Half a dozen people in all.
Well, let me have a list of them.
All right. You understand, Packard. This is confidential.
Sure. I just want a list.
And it's got to be
You
quick.
give me that dope, and I'll let you have an answer in 48 hours.
That's very kind of you.
I'll do what I can for you, Jordan. Everything I can. So long.
It's Mr. Packard.
Hello?
Don't I know it?
Hey, You in bed again? What's the matter?
I don't feel good. And take off your hat when you come into my bedroom. Anyway, tip it.
Look at me, never sick a day in my life. I go out and do things. Tina,
Yes, Mr.
tell
Packer.
Charles to pack me for overnight.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Packer.
sir, I go out and do things.
That's because you're an extrovert and I'm an introvert.
What?
Dr. Talbot says you're an extrovert and I'm an introvert, and that's why I have to be quiet a good deal and have time to reflect in.
Reflective? What do you got to reflect about? I got to think and act at the same time. That's what... You know why I'm going to Washington tonight? Because the president wants to consult me about the affairs of the nation. That's why.
What's the matter with him?
Everything's the matter with him. That's why he's standing for me. And I'll tell you something else if you want to know. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if he offered me a cabinet job. And what do you know about that?
Oh, there was a dinner in New York once, and all the girls got candies full of diamonds.
Well, we ought to be married to some of the guys that I see. You learn to appreciate. Well, I went into an office this afternoon. Fellow begged me. It turns out he can't even keep a little business going. I juggle 50 things, and he can't handle one. Here's the blow-off. I've been trying to get hold of just his kind of layout for the past 2 years, and the sap hands it to me. Only he don't know it. Going to send me a full list of stockholders. I buy up what I need, and it's all over but the shooting. Little Dan Parker owns the best shipping line between here and the tropics, and Mr. Oliver Jordan is out on his ear.
Oh, we're going there for dinner next Friday, and I'm
Yeah.
going to wear my new
Well,
paint.
what?
Mrs. Oliver Jordan called me up, and they're giving a swell dinner, and we're invited.
Well, we're not going.
Oh, yes, we are.
He's a sucker. That's his funeral. Business is business. I can't go walking into the man's house
Presidents
eating...
in Washington and all those rummies, but you can't go anywhere with me.
We're not going.
Once in our life, we get asked to a classy house, and I got a new dress that'll knock their eye out, and we're going.
We are not going.
We are so, you big crook. You pull a dirty deal, and it ruins my social chances. Well, you can't get away with it.
Oh, go lay down.
I won't.
We're not going, and that's all there is to it.
Oh, Danny, please, Danny.
No, we're
Kitty
not
wants
going.
to go. Kitty wants to see
No,
all the
it's-
great big lords and
No.
ladies in the beautiful house. Danny Winnie, it's for Lord Ferncliff and Lady
Look,
Ferncliff.
Ferncliff.
Yeah, please, Danny Winnie.
What'd you say?
It's for Lord and Lady Ferncliff from
Ferncliff.
England. They're an English lord and lady.
You know who it is, don't you? He's one of the richest men in England.
Is that rich?
I've been trying to meet him for years.
See, and I did
Ferncliff.
it.
You know
for
what
him.
I'll do? I'll buy up that Jordan stock through dummies. I'll use Baldridge and Whitestone. Fellas like that, keep my name out of it.
Out of what?
Out of getting control of his line, I told you.
You did not. You never tell me anything.
All right, all
Dr.
right.
Talbot's
I
here,
gotta be
Mrs.
going.
Thacker.
Ferncliff, what a break. Bye, kitten. Tell Charles to meet me with my bag and be at the office at 11 o'clock. So long, kitten.
Goodbye. Tina, quick. Get me the other jacket with the feathers.
Yes, Miss Packard.
And get my pearls out of the case and clear those things off the bed. Fix it up a little. Give me that atomizer. Oh, give me that book, the big one.
Where is it?
Look around. It fell down. Hurry up. It's there someplace.
Is this it? Murder, Macy's windowed house?
No. The one Dr. Talbot gave me. It's a big, thick one. It says aspects of the adult mind.
I got it. It was under the marabou hot water bag.
Give it to me. All right. Now, get out.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Dr. Talbot.
Thank you, Tina. Well, hello. What's all this?
Hello, Doctor.
Let's have your pulse.
Wayne, you don't ever come anymore unless I send for you.
Well, I'm very busy, Kitty. You know how busy I am.
Oh, but I'm so lonely, Wayne.
You've got to develop your inner resources. Did you read that book?
I tried, but just to read, a girl could go crazy.
Yeah, you've got to take it easy.
You're tired of me.
No, I'm not, dear, but I'm
Well, then
very...
put your arms around me. You can let go of my wrist.
Yes, I guess so. No sense taking your pulse now.
Nonsense, Hattie. A cup of tea will be good for you. And me, too. What's this, I wonder?
It's watercress, Millie, with mayonnaise. The two things I hate most in the world, together.
Oh, I'm simply dead.
Mrs. Johnson.
Yes, Gustav.
Mr. Townsend phoned. He regrets very much that he cannot come to dinner on Friday the 23rd. He will be out of town.
Oh, well, Hattie, I've got to begin all over again. I bet if I called one man this morning, I called 10. Would you believe it? There just isn't an extra man in all New York.
Wait a minute. Oh, it's you.
Who'd you expect, the Chase National Bank?
You're pretty fresh for a bellboy. Where have you been so long?
I come as quick as I could. You're so particular with that 20-year-old stuff, I had to go several places.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's my change?
I told you I had to go to a new place. Cost $50 more.
Who told you to go to a new place?
Nobody did. Then you can go out and buy your own liquor from now on. Excuse me, miss.
Oh. Hello, Miss Jordan. Close the door, boy.
Okay.
Right you are, Mr. Renault. It is Mr. Renault, isn't it? Mr. Renault, the great motion picture actor.
You crazy little fool.
Kiss me, Mr. Renault.
Now, Hattie, who can I get? Oh, I'd love to have somebody exciting. That is, if it fit in with the Ferncliffs.
Nothing exciting fits in with the Ferncliffs. Get somebody that'll go with Carlotta. Give her a little fun. Get her an actor or something.
An actor? Let me see.
I know, a movie star.
Oh, I don't know any movie stars.
What about Larry Renault?
Was he still in town?
He was yesterday.
How do you know?
I read it in Lenny Lyon's column.
Oh, it's a marvelous idea. We met him 3 years ago and on TV. He was simply a sensation.
I read 2 interviews with him yesterday. He was wearing a black moire lounging robe with a white monogram, and he's staying at the Dura Plaza.
I'll put him next to Carlotta and then give her Dr. Talbot on the other side.
Yeah, see if you can get him first, and then let nature take its course.
Oh, Larry, do you love me?
You know I do.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. Oh, Larry, darling, let's go somewhere tonight, you and I. Let's get a car and drive up the river and have dinner.
Huh? You crazy little fool. Tonight's the night I'm having dinner at your mother's, don't you know that?
Oh, Larry. You know, if she ever finds out I know you... Oh, Larry, don't go.
I have to.
Larry,
What?
will you promise me something?
What?
Don't drink tonight. At Mother's
Now,
around.
Paula, don't get maternal.
I know, but I want them to see you at your best.
A man can take a drink or two and
That's
still...
just it, Larry. If you take one, you'll always take another.
No,
and then...
stop it, Paul. I won't
All
have
right,
you...
my darling. Don't let's quarrel. Please don't let's. What about the play? Larry, when do you start
Right.
rehearsal? Monday?
I think so. I just had a call from Max Kane. He's coming right over. I suppose everything's settled. We have a drink?
No.
Well, here's to us. Yeah, I suppose the show's all right. Max seems to think so anyway. You know how these agents are. They run you practically. He may be right a season on the legitimate before I go back to pictures. Let them see me. They like that sort of thing.
It's such a romantic part. I think you'll be more...
Sure, the only thing I've read that I thought was worth doing. The play's not much, but the part is very interesting. It's practically the only male part in the play.
There's that beach
It doesn't
comb.
amount to anything. He has one little scene, and I dominate that.
Oh, Larry. You know, it's so funny. Less than a month ago, I thought I was in love with Ernest. You were just one of those $1 million movie stars. Only a month ago. But that was another person, a very young person.
Hey, Paula. Listen to me. I want to tell you something.
I know. Ernest is just the sort of young man I ought to marry.
That's right.
You're the sort the girls are always warned against. Well, I don't care a hoot what people say. I know your life is different from mine. I know all the things you've been. I know all the times you've been married.
But I'm still married.
You think I could still love Ernest after all this? After all we've been to each other?
Paula.
Oh, Larry.
You don't know anything about me.
All right. Tell me you murdered a man in Alaska.
That's what I mean. You're not even grown up. You're a kid of 19. You're 19, and I'm 40. Almost 40.
Darling, I hate college boys.
Oh, darling, it isn't your age. It's everything. You never know anything but Park Avenue and Butlers and Pierre's.
That's not true. I've got a job. I go to work every day.
It's the fashion to have a job in your crowd. You don't know what it means to be up against it, to be fighting him every second, to pull yourself up hand over hand and have him waiting up there with a knife to cut the rope. Well, I'm not through yet. I'll show them if they think I've finished.
But, Larry, what's that got to do with it? What's that got to do with our love?
Love. Love. You want to know the truth? I love you. Yeah, as much as I can love any woman. But at my age, it isn't real love anymore. There's been too many. I've been in love 100 times. I've had 3 wives. Would you like to know about my 3 wives? Well, there was Violet. She was a vaudeville hooker and still is. I bet she hasn't changed her act in 20 years. Rooming houses and dirty kimonos and fried egg sandwiches. It was that kind of a marriage. We used to fight like wildcats. And I broke into pictures and I left her. Then there was Edith. She was crazy about my profile, always talking about it. She was society. Pity like you, Paula. Funny, I never thought of that before. Anyhow, we were happy for about 6 months. And Hollywood got her. Parties, drinks. Pretty rough in those days. And one night, you know the rest of it. On a car loan. Drunk. Over the cliff.
You were really in love with her, weren't you, Larry?
As for Diana, well, you know Diana. She's at the top of the heap now. She's the biggest draw of any woman in pictures. Ambitious. I never saw a woman like her. Anything to get on and knife me to get there. Always saying someday she'd be bigger than I was. And now, well, there they are, the 3 of them. Pretty picture, isn't it? I won't tell you about the others. They swarmed on me, every kind and age and description. Paula, listen to me.
Larry, I love you. Don't you see that nothing else matters in the whole world?
Paula, don't say that.
Larry, it's no use. Nothing you can say will make any difference.
Paula.
I'm going to tell them now, tonight.
Paula, you mustn't.
I'm going to tell
You
everybody.
can't do a thing like that. I won't let you understand. I won't let you smash up your
I'll
life.
smash it up if I
What
want
it
to. I'm
amounts
going
to.
straight home and tell Mother and Dad. And tonight I'm going to tell Ernest.
That's my agent, that Mac. Paula, I want you to promise
No.
me. Paula, you've got to promise.
My mind is made up, Larry. It's no use.
All right.
Hey, don't you ever get up?
You, know Mr. Kane, Miss Jordan?
Oh, sure. How's the little lady?
I'm splendid. You?
Top of the bottle.
I'll telephone you, Larry, later.
Please think of what I said.
And my button?
No, I was just saying goodbye.
Pearls in your oysters.
Goodbye, Larry.
Goodbye.
Well, how's the great profile? Been out today or just sticking around here?
No, I wasn't feeling well. I slept kind of late. I'm going out to dinner.
What's that straight whiskey you're drinking? Cocktail?
If you want to call it that.
All right, no offense. It's none of my business. Only why didn't you go up to McDermott's and get a workout every day?
I'm all right.
Take some of that blubber off
Once
you.
I get into rehearsal, I'll get in shape.
Yeah, just keep on with the drinks that size. That'll fix you.
What's up? You see Bauman? I thought maybe he might come up with you.
Bauman? No, he didn't come up. Look, Larry, I got a little disappointing news for you, kind of.
What's the matter?
Well, I go in there this afternoon. He's sitting there. A face like a gargoyle. I start talking to him about the play, and what does he do? He says he's got to go south next month. He's sick. He can't do the play.
Well, he's got to do it. Everything's settled.
Well, it was talked over, but it wasn't really. You see, Larry, unless you got it down in black and
What are you
white...
talking about?
Well, and then sometimes
Don't
that's...
take it away from me. He's not the only producer, the cheap crook.
Oh, sure. Bauman's no good.
That's right.
That's how we got where he is. But look, that ain't the point. What does he do? He goes and turns the play over to Joe Stengel.
Joe Stengel.
Yeah.
Stengel. I rather like the idea of going with Stengel, you know, Max. They tell me he's quite a character. He
Yeah.
understands I'm to be starred, of course, and then...
Well,
there'll
that's
be my,
just it.
What?
Look, Larry, I don't want you to blame me for this. I've been plugging for you for months.
What are you trying to tell me?
Now, don't go up in the air about it, because there's sure to be something
You
else.
mean I'm out, you double... You mean I'm out?
Larry, could I help it?
Help it, why, you dirty little
Oh, now, wait a
swine.
minute. Hold on. All right. I'm a this, I'm a that. But there wasn't anything I could do to stop it. It was all done before I knew anything about
It's
it.
your business to know. That's what you're hired for. Who's going to play the part?
Cecil Bellamy.
Cecil Bellamy. That piffle English. Why, he's English in the first place.
Well, the part says English Explorer.
All right, I can be English. I can be as English as anybody. I've waited for this play for 6 weeks. I've had a million things I've turned down. You know that.
Sure you could. And you didn't get him yet, Larry.
Only what?
Well, you've been away a long time, see? And you know the public. Besides, there's a bunch of them want to work on the stage again. Them picture names.
Chimes. You're not going to compare me with a...
No, not with them. Look, but you see, you're not a talking name.
I was in talkies. I made some of the first talking pictures that were made.
Yeah, I remember, but the trouble is they forget. See, they forget overnight. You gotta get to work again. Go out there and act. Let them see you.
That's the way they want it. That's the vehicle.
Well, now don't jump down my throat again. But I got an idea.
What kind of an idea?
Well, I was thinking about this play again. You know, Larry, I never said anything, but I never did think that was such a hard part for you. Do you know the part that I would be crazy to play if I was an actor?
What?
The beachcomber.
Peachcomber.
Yeah.
You're asking me to go on and play a part that is... Get out of here. Go on. Get out. Get out,
Larry.
you miserable... Get out!
Larry,
Get out before
please.
I kick
I
you
know, but
out!
don't make a mistake.
Wait a minute.
All right.
What makes you think the other part isn't right for me?
Well, it's no good. They'll get tired of him. But the other fella comes on once. But a once, that's a once. He goes off. They keep waiting for him to come back, and he never does. Oh, Larry, what a part.
Of course, his one scene is very gratifying.
It's the high spot of the show. You know what'll happen? At the finish, this, what's his name?
Cecil Bellamy.
Yeah, that mug there. He'll be trying to take bow, see? You know what'll happen? They'll be yelling, Renault,
Yeah,
Renault.
of course, I'd be featured.
Maybe it'd be smart not to. You know, you
but
should
I'd get
sneak
my
up on
regular
them.
salary. I mean, what Bauman was going to give me.
But you can't think of this as salary. Suppose you only get two... look, I'll tell you what. It's 4:45. I'll run right down to Stengel's office, fix up an appointment to get you to see him before
Hold
he
on.
leaves there.
Wait a
I'll
minute. He mustn't think I'm after this part. Make Stengel come to me.
Larry, it isn't done that way. You're the actor.
I'm Larry Renault. I don't go to managers with my hat in my hand. They'd expect me to come for nothing. Comes up here, sees the
Larry,
luxurious...
look, you know, you don't make things very easy for me, bringing managers to actors. Well, maybe he'll do it as a favor to me. Who knows? You know, I used to be Joe's office boy. Look, how long are you going to be here?
Oh, a long time. I'm not dining till 8.
Well, if I can do it, I'm good. But look, Larry, darling, if he comes up here, you want to watch your step. We can't afford to let this part get away from us.
Ah, Max, I must say you've got a funny slant on this whole thing. It's not I that can't afford, it's Stingle.
Sure. Yeah, well, goodbye. See you
Goodbye,
later.
Max.
Yeah?
Here's a funny thing. I wonder if you could let me have $5 a taxi fare. I didn't get out the bank. I'm going this dinner. What do you think? I've got 17 cents.
Yeah, I see.
Very funny.
But look, I only got enough to get back to the office.
Max.
I'll bring it to you when I come back. When I come back, Larry. Everything will be all right when I come back.
Carlotta, dear.
I just popped in. I thought Oliver might be home.
Well, if there's anything I could tell him for you.
No, it's business.
These just came, madame.
Oh, how lovely. Talisman roses, Carlotta.
Exquisite. It's my favorite rose. Aren't you going to read the card? That's more important than the flowers, I always think.
From the Ferncliffs. Lord and Lady Ferncliff. Oh, how thoughtful of them.
Not Stinky. Flowers from Stinky?
Stinky?
Yes, Stinky Ferncliff. All his friends call him Stinky.
Oh, I didn't know you even knew them.
I think of Stinky loosening up for flowers. Why, nobody in London will believe it. Once he dropped a shilling down the grating and he made them dig up Piccadilly to get at it.
How amusing.
Hello, dear.
Hello, darling. Carlotta wants to talk to you, Oliver. I'll be tactful and vanish.
What's the matter, Carlotta? Something wrong?
Oliver, Ducky, you won't be cross with Carlotta, will you? I told the man I want to ask you first, but he said it had to be today. There was some sort of meeting, so... Well, and then I got sort of worried about it.
What are you trying to tell me?
Well, Oliver, sweet. Poor Carlotta was so stony broken. It was such a chance, so I sold my Jordan stock. I hope you don't mind.
Who'd you sell it to?
His name was, he was really quite a sweet fellow, such a charming manner. The name's right here on the check, Mr. Baldridge, James K. Baldridge.
Baldridge, eh? Somebody bought the Jordan stock from the Satterley sisters this afternoon. Only it was a fellow by the name of Whitestone bought theirs.
Your stock must really be worthwhile if all these people want to buy it. I do hope I haven't caused you any trouble, Oliver.
No.
I'll answer it, dear. It's probably for me. See you later, Carlotta.
No, Oliver, you shouldn't take business so serious.
Right. Smile, dear. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Jordan. Lord Ferncliff's secretary? Yes. Yes. What's that? Oh, but you must be... Oh, but they can't. Oh, but they can't go to Florida. They're coming here to dinner. Oh, but it's not possible. I'm giving the dinner for them. They've gone. When? Oh, but people don't do things like that. But letting me know at this hour. Oh, I don't care how sudden it was. You should have let... Well, all I can say is I never heard of such a thing in all my life. Never.
Mother.
What do you want?
Mother, I must talk to you.
What?
It's about Ernest and me. I must talk to you. I can't...
Oh, Paul, don't bother me now. For pity's sake, don't bother me. I don't want to listen
Mother,
to
you
you.
don't understand. This is terribly important.
Donna, shut up. Shut up, I tell you. Let me think.
Listen, dear.
Huh?
Do you think if I don't come down to dinner, I'm feeling pretty rotten. If I could just go to bed.
What's that you're saying?
I say I'm feeling pretty rotten, and I'm up against a business thing that... If,
Dad, that's a shame.
Business thing. At a time like this, you talk about a business thing and feeling rotten. Oh, this is a nice time for you to say you're feeling rotten. You come to me with your... And you whimpering about Ernest. Some little lovers' quarrel. I'm expected to listen to Ernest and business and headaches when I'm half out of my mind. Do you know what's happened to me? I've had the most dreadful day that any woman ever had. Lucy Talbot suddenly found out she was so ill she couldn't come, but Wayne Talbot is coming anyway. So I had to bribe Hattie to come, and it's costing me half my wardrobe to get her to come and eat my dinner. And the dinner's gone wrong. Only you wouldn't care about that. But if you think getting crab meat when you've ordered lobster and that Vance woman coming in, and now, on top of everything, do you know what's happened? The Ferncliffs aren't coming to dinner. They call up at this hour, those miserable cockneys. They call up and say they've gone to Florida. Florida! And who can I get at this hour? Nobody. I've only got 8 people. 8 people. 8 people isn't a dinner party, and you come to me with your idiotic little... I'm the one who ought to be in bed. I'm the one who's in trouble. You don't know what trouble is.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Dinner at 8 with Hedda Hopper, Marjorie Rambo, and Lucille Ball. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we will resume our presentation of Dinner at 8. See that your child gets a quart of milk a day. So counsels the doctor. Yet many a mother of growing children I know finds that easier said than done. So tonight, I have a pleasant and practical suggestion for every mother listening. Have you tried soup as a means of giving your child more of the milk he needs? Let me tell you about 4 soups in particular that mothers everywhere are choosing for this. They are Campbell's tomato soup, Campbell's pea soup, Campbell's celery soup, and Campbell's asparagus soup. Nearly every youngster likes these soups, and when you prepare any one of them as a cream soup by adding milk instead of water, your child gets the double benefit of the good vegetable nourishment of the soup and the high nutritional value of the milk. Now, let me repeat the Campbell soups I mentioned before. They are tomato, pea, celery, and asparagus. I wish I had the time to describe each soup to you, but I urge you to serve them in turn and find out for yourself how good they are for both the children and the grown-ups in your family, especially when prepared with milk. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Dinner at 8 with Hedda Hopper, Marjorie Rambeau, and Lucille Ball.
Hello? What time is it? Time! What time is it? 7:45. Thank you. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Renault. Yes, I got it. Your man brought it up to me. Listen, my good fellow, I'm not accustomed to being done for hotel bills. I'm a very busy man. My secretary usually attends these things in California at the moment. You get your money, you get it when it suits my convenience. Come in, the door's open.
Liberty Hall, huh?
Where have you been? You're late. I told you I was
Take
waiting.
it easy. I brought up Mr. Stengel. Meet Larry Renault. Mr. Stengel?
How are you, Mr. Stengel?
Mr. Renault?
Forgive my formal attire, Mr. Stengel. I just finished dressing. It's a frightful bore.
Mr. Renault's
but,
got a date with some of his Park Avenue friends. Those big picture people, they're pretty social, you know.
Yes, I've heard.
Well, wait. Sit down, Mr. Stengel. Don't you want to take your coat off?
Oh, sure he does. Take off your coat, Mr. Stengel.
We've got a minute.
Yeah, Larry, suppose we get right down to brass tacks, huh?
All right, my good fellow. Well, Stengel, you're going to produce this play, hmm? You want me to act in it?
Well, I'm...
Well, this is just getting acquainted, Larry. You see, he's crazy to play the part, Mr.
Just
Stengel.
a minute. Let's get this straight. I understand, Mr. Kane here, that you wanted to know if you'd be willing to portray the beachcomber in this thing.
Wait a
That you
minute,
wanted
that's
me.
No, gentlemen, what's the difference? Which one is? He wants to do it, and you want him to do it, so what's the difference?
A lot of difference.
Larry, please.
In the first place, if I decide to accept this part, and I don't say I will, it'll have to be built up.
There's an actor for you. No matter how good the part is, right away they want it built up.
Built up. The fellow's got one scene, they find him dead on the beach. This ain't a spiritualism play.
No? Well, you're forgetting one thing, Stengel. Don't forget I'm Larry Renault.
Larry, please.
Shut up. Now listen, Stengel. I'm a name. And I know it, and so do you, and I'm not going to go on and play second fiddle in any cheap English ham.
Larry,
8,000 a week, that's what I got. And I was going to get 10, only... Well, don't think you're doing me a favor, giving me a part in your ratty little play, because I'm doing you one.
I think maybe we're keeping you from your dinner, Mr. Renault.
now listen, Joe, he doesn't mean it.
I mean,
What do you mean?
you're doing a second-rate show. You don't want real artists. Well, you're English ham will give you what you want.
Larry, you don't know what you're
All
saying.
right, Max. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll take it to the...
I wouldn't be in your... I didn't come to your office, did I? Not Larry Renault. You came to see me. And do you know why? Because I'm an important artist. And you're a cheap pushcart producer. Pushcart! Through with all of you. What is it? What do you want? Why don't you and your pushcart friend leave me alone?
Oh, Larry, you drunken fool. Now, bring him up here. I got down on my hands and knees to do it, and you... I can't believe that any man would... Well, that's that.
Just a minute. I've got something to say to you, too. You know what I think? It's you. You that got the play away from Bauman and gave it to Stengel. It's you did me out of that part, you double-dealing rat. And I've been suspicious of you all along. You're in with the managers. You've been taking my money and working for them.
You don't say. Working for the managers, huh? And taking your money. Me, that you're ready for $500 in touches. All right. If you think I've been lying to you all this time, you're going to get the truth now. Renault, you're through.
Get out!
I'll get out, yes, and stay out. But get this first. I never worked so hard to put over anybody as I did you. You think I told you all the things I tried? No. Because I couldn't come to you and tell you what they said. I was too sorry for you.
You were sorry for me?
Vaudeville. Why, every time I walked into the booking office, they leaned back and roared. Called me Maxie the Grave Snatcher. And the radio. Remember I told you I hadn't seen the right fella? I saw him. Only he saw me first.
Trying to throw a scare into me. Well, let me tell you.
Yeah, you never was an actor. But you did have looks. Well, they're gone. You don't have to take my word for it. Look in the mirror. They don't lie. Take a good look. Look at those pouches under your eyes. Take a look at those creases. You got wattles under your chin. You sagged like an old woman. Get a load of yourself. What's the matter? Afraid? You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till you start tramping around the offices looking for a job. No agent will handle you. Wait till you start sitting in ante-rooms hours and hours, giving your name to office boys who never heard of you. You're through, Renault. You're through in pictures and plays and vaudeville and radio and everything. You're a corpse and you don't know it. Go get yourself buried.
Open. Well?
I brought back everything you gave me. Nobody wants the job.
What? Why, that's impossible. That gold and silver, the association value.
All right, you take them out. I want every pawn shop on 6th Avenue.
You little liar. You never took them anyplace.
Say, who you calling a liar? What do I get out of all this? You down and out ham?
Filthy little rat. How dare you talk to me like that?
Okay.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I didn't mean that, son. I didn't mean to call you. Sorry. Listen, son, I've got to have some liquor. I'm sick. You lay it out for me, and I'll pay it back to you.
What kind of sucker do you think
I gotta have it. I got it. I'll pay you back. Pay you back tomorrow.
No, you won't be here tomorrow.
What?
You heard me. Hey, you look swell sleeping in the park in that monkey suit.
Hattie, if you've had any idea what I've been going through.
If you knew what I'm going through right now, I've been planning to see that Hedy Lamour picture for 2 months, and now
Isn't Larry Renault in person better than going to a movie?
No, he's a has-been.
And Carla the dance?
She's a has-been.
All right. I'd have let you off if I could, but who was I going to get at 6:45 but relatives?
All right. I'm a relative, and I'm here.
Who's that?
How do you do, Mr. Renault?
Oh, how do you do?
Mr. Renault, the hotel finds itself in an awkward predicament. We've just had a communication from some very old clients of ours, Mr. and Mrs. Sherman Montgomery. Possibly you know them. They've been making this their home for many years, every winter, and have always occupied this particular suite, 39C. Well, you know how people are. Nothing will do but these rooms. They say it's like home to them. Now, we've just been notified that they're coming in tomorrow. Tomorrow, just like that. Tomorrow. So, under the circumstances, I'm afraid we must ask you for these rooms.
Oh? Well, what other rooms have you got for me?
That's just the trouble. There isn't any place we can put you. There isn't anything that isn't taken. You know, old customers.
That's all right, sir. Funny, I was about to tell your office. I was leaving friends of mine from Palm Beach. Private guy. When do you want me to get out?
No hurry. Shall we say tomorrow morning?
All right.
We'd be very glad to have one of our people come in and pack your things tonight.
All right.
You're probably pretty busy.
Then I'll tend to it.
Well, shall we say noon tomorrow then, Mr. Renault?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So sorry to have inconvenienced you in this way.
I only had another drink. Just one more drink. Hello. This is Mr. Lawrence Renault. Look, whatever calls there are, don't connect anybody. I'm busy. That's right. Don't connect anybody until you hear from me. I'm going to wait until they hear from me. Yeah, they got gas in this room, too. Gas. I never noticed.
A really high-class background, I must say. Electric lights and gas. A situation like this, what is the name of that show? I remember. You turn the little knob like... Right. Lucky it isn't one of those where you have to put a quarter in the meter. That's rather good. Should have been a writer, I think. I could have used that somewhere or other. Guess I'll show him. Can't do this to me.
Mrs. Packard. It's so lovely to see you. Good evening, Mr. Packard.
How do you do, Mrs. Jordan? It's indeed a pleasure.
So nice. Mrs. Packard, may I present my sister, Mrs. Loomis.
How do you do?
Mr. Packard.
Glad to know you.
How do you do?
You know, for a minute there, I had you wrong. I figured maybe you were Mrs. Ferncliff.
Lady Ferncliff, you don't. You were close. I'm pinch hitting for her.
Huh?
Yes, isn't it too bad Lord Ferncliff was taken desperately ill late this afternoon?
Oh, that's too bad. And you're right.
Oh, the doctor said he must go to have some sunshine.
You mean he's not coming?
Oh, impossible. They rushed him right down to Florida on a special train.
Hello, Doc.
Dr. Talbot.
Oh, hello, Wayne. So glad to see you. How's
do you do?
Lucy?
Well, she just felt a little under the weather, and
I understand.
I knew you would. You're looking very lovely, Millicent.
Thanks. Let me see now, Mr. Packard. I don't believe you've met Dr. Talbot and Mrs. Packard.
Oh, we've met.
How do you do?
I know Dr. Talbot.
He sure does. He's her father confessor. How's old Medico? Haven't seen you around the house lately, Doc.
I think she gets along very well without me. Don't you, Mrs. Packard?
I get along better when you're looking after me.
I guess that's right, Doc.
Millicent, Lucy said to remember her to the Ferncliffs. By the way, where are they?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Poor dear Stinky. You know, that's what we call Ferncliff. Was taken desperately ill this afternoon, and they had to whirl him down south to save his life.
Not a dark shame, though. I don't know
Hello, everybody.
hello,
it's all right.
Oh, Millicent, dear, don't forget me. I'm so sorry. He wouldn't stay home. He cried and cried. I just had to bring him. He's so spoiled since I brought him to America. Aren't you, Abelard? He won't be a bit of trouble. He's as good as gold. He'll just sit under my chair as quiet as a mouse. You never know he's there. Just throw him a bit of lobster.
Isn't he sweet? Carlotta, have you met all my...
Isn't Stinky a swine? Running off to Florida and ruining your whole dinner party. You know, I left here and I went straight to my hotel. And there was his telegram. Off on a fishing trip. Can't you come down? I love your America. Never felt so well in all my life. Molly and I expect you. Telegraphus, Palm Beach. Stinky. I guess he was just kidding in that wire he sent you, Mrs. Jordan.
Oliver, darling, you haven't said a word to me. Aren't you glad to see me?
You know I love you, Carlotta.
Then you're not cross with me, dear. You'd have thought I'd done something terrible, Mr. Packard, just because I sold my Jordan stock. I was stony broke, and a man came along and made me the most wonderful offer right out of the blue. Well, I grabbed it. That wasn't so terrible, was it?
What do you think, Packard? Was that so terrible?
Well, business is business. Every fellow's got to look out for himself. That kind of a world it is, you know.
Oh, Dan's always known how many beans made 5, haven't you, Dan? It's
That's right.
so nice to know Dan's always taking care of things.
Oh, it must be wonderful to be a sheltered woman, Mrs. Packard. A man to look after you, so you never have to worry for yourself.
Say, I think that ought to be a cinch for you,
I
Miss.
beg your pardon.
Well, there's one trouble. A man gets you into a shelter, and he thinks you ought to spend the rest of your life thanking him. What good's a shelter to a girl if that's all there is? And most of the time, she's alone in the shelter.
Kidding.
Now, let me see. They're all here except Mr. Renault. Oh, I do hope he hasn't forgotten.
Oh, he'll be here. He'll be here. He's just staging an entrance.
Oh, I'm crazy to see Larry Renault.
Good evening, Mother.
Paula, I thought you were gone. You all know my daughter, Paula.
Well, Paula, how's the future bride? When are you going to get married?
Where's Mr. Renault? Wasn't he going to be here? You said he was.
Yes. He's coming. He's just not here yet.
Oh.
And I don't think we'll wait for Mr. Renault. Gustav, you may serve dinner.
Last come, last served. That's the way we used to do out in Montana.
I think Avalon is so cute. Avalon. Oh, yes, maybe that is better than Avalon.
I've had a lot of peaks, but I don't have any luck with them. They just don't like me. You know, like onions. You like
8:30. Hated them always just going on, Millicent.
What's the matter, Paula? Something wrong?
Oh, no. I'm just going, Dad.
If something's bothering you, dear.
Oh, no. You go on into dinner. I'll rest here a minute, and then I'll go down and join in it.
Well, whatever you say. Good night, Paula.
Good night, Dad. Hello? Is this the Jewel Plaza? I want to talk to Mr. Larry Renault.
Oh, sure. I go to all the shows.
What's that? But I tell you, it's important. You've got to connect me. Oh, never mind my name. Just... What?
Yes?
The police.
I saw it twice.
My name is Paula Jordan. I'm sure Mr. Renault hasn't done anything to... What? What? Oh.
Yes, Danny.
Billy, I just discovered that Dr. Talbot and I have something in common.
What?
We belong to the same golf club.
Oh.
Good that you were here this afternoon, Miss Jordan. We'll have to ask you to stay right where you are until an officer can get down there to talk to you. Hello? Miss Jordan? Hello? Miss Jordan?
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Dinner at 8 with Hedda Hopper, Marjorie Rambeau, and Lucille Ball. Mr. Welles will be back in a moment to continue our broadcast. Meanwhile, having talked more especially to the ladies earlier this evening, I'd like to take just a handful of seconds now to talk to the men. After a hard day's work, there's something specially comforting and restful to a man in sitting down to an evening meal that includes a good plate of soup. Isn't that so? Somehow, soup warms and cheers you all the way down. Now, let's say it's a piping hot plateful of Campbell's vegetable soup. An inviting aroma drifts up from it that sharpens your appetite. And tender, luscious vegetables abound in its rich, rugged beef stock. You dip your spoon again and again, and when you've finished the last delicious spoonful, you somehow feel that all's right with the world, that, well, here's an evening well begun. And so, just a hint for you and for your wife. Wouldn't a plate of Campbell's vegetable soup taste good at, say, supper tomorrow night? And now, if you please, Mr. Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, no more appropriate theme song could usher in our interview. Please permit me to present at this time our three guest stars of the evening. Miss Marjorie Rambeau.
Good evening.
Miss Hedda Hopper.
Good evening.
And Miss Lucille Ball.
Good evening.
I know, Hedda, I'm making an awful mistake in being polite to you because it is perfectly certain that this will lead to something vile in your column, but I'm sincerely glad to see you tonight.
Well, now comes the but. Am I right?
Well, anyway, I was wondering whether you're aware of how much time you spent on the telephone in our broadcast this evening. It seemed to me, Heather, that...
Well, no matter how long you thought I was on the telephone as Millicent Jordan, I assure you it was really a vacation from phoning for me. You try running a column sometime and see how long you can stay away from the telephone.
There's the thought. I suppose, but it's probably not a coincidence that since the invention of the telephone by Don Amici, the modern column as we know it has been born, or inversely.
If I may say a few words as collate events, Mr. Wells.
Please, Miss Rambeau.
Things are so much nicer in those days when there were no columns. I remember...
Oh, do tell us what you remember, Miss Vance, when there were no columns and no railroads and no steamboats and no...
Now, just one moment. Just because I'm willing to remember my memories and not forget them as
Ladies, will you say something, Miss Lucille Ball, to get things more peaceful.
Oh, I'd be glad to. On behalf of Kitty Packard, I think Mrs. Jordan and Miss Vance ought to make up their minds to call it a day, both of them. Just because a girl wants to have a little fun and not sit around all the time like a piece of furniture or something, you'd think butter wouldn't melt in their mouths the way those old
Thank you very much, Lucille. You managed to straighten everything out just beautifully. If I may, however, and seriously and truly, I'd like to thank all three of you ladies very much in your own persons. Head Opera, Marjorie Rambeau, and Lucille Ball.
Thank you very much.
Good night, and please come back again, ladies and gentlemen. Carlotta Vance was Marjorie Rambeau. Millicent Jordan was Hedda Hopper. To whose sponsors of her program, Hedda Hopper's Hollywood, we're indebted for their kind permission in permitting her to be with us tonight. Kitty Packard was Lucille Ball. Oliver Jordan was played by Charles Trowbridge, who first created the part in the Broadway production. Hattie Loomis was played by Clara Blandick, Paula by Mary Taylor, Dr. Talbot was Edgar Berrier, and Max the Agent was none other than the inimitable Mr. Benny Rubin. Mr. Packard and Mr. Renault, were played and were probably all too recognizably your obedient servant. Music as always was composed and conducted by Signor Bernard Herrmann. Next Sunday night, we bring you, ladies and gentlemen, Only Angels Have Wings, a merry chronicle of the goings-on in the Central American tropics, when a serious young lady of the chorus engaged in the frivolous business of cafe entertaining finds herself in the midst of some frivolous young gentlemen engaged in the serious business of flying the mail. Our guest star will be one of Hollywood's gayest and most attractive young women, Miss Joan Blondell. Miss Blondell, you may recall, was prevented by illness from being with us last Sunday when we presented Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, incidentally the comedy based on Clarence Buddington Kellen's story, Opera Hat. And so, until then, till next Sunday night, and Only Angels Have Wings, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present the recent Columbia Pictures Corporation success, Only Angels Have Wings, with Miss Joan Blondell as our guest. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Friends, the story of my marriage. My first marriage, and believe you me, my last. It all began in the funny little city of Beccarata. There isn't much to do there except get married. Principal local occupation, of course, is getting rich, and that's what brought me to Beccarata. It's hidden away, as you probably know, in a remote corner of Saudi Arabia. Mines of black gold, oil derricks dot the landscape as far as you can see, and huddled beneath these modern steel skeletons lies a city as old as the East. Curio dealers hawk their wares in the narrow, winding streets. Beggars doze in shadowed doorways. Robed Arabs mingle with Europeans in soiled whites, and the city drowses with all the indolence of Asia. An ideal place for a murder and a double-crossing oil. Oil to grease the skids of fortune for Harry Lime.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Love Affair.
Beccarata, Saudi Arabia. Harry Lime, that's me. A happy young bachelor strolling along the narrow street that led from the Grand Hotel to the native bazaar.
Oh, noble one, a moment of your time.
I'm sorry, friend.
I am not a beggar, O heaven-born. I am teller of fortune.
Yes, but I'm
the past, the present, the future. I see all, I tell all.
Very interesting,
Oh,
sure.
greatest of great lords, may your back never bend.
Thank you.
May your beard never grow white.
Well, I'll try not to. Thank
A
you.
little backsheesh, and I read your fortune.
Thanks very much, old man. I'm busy making my fortune. I don't need to have it told.
Show me your palm, noble one. Let me but see the line of your destiny.
Okay, friend, but make it snappy.
Ah, the hand of the wanderer, the seeker. It is difficult to tell your fortune, my lord, because you have no fortune.
Oh?
You have many fortune.
Well, that's nice to hear, old man, but let's get down to cases. When am I going to get rich?
You will always be near to wealth and see many women.
Oh, that's good.
Beautiful women.
Well, that's better.
Dark women.
I like blondes, too.
But only one wife.
Also redheads. What's that about a wife?
Noble one, you will only be married once.
And once is too much. To put it mildly, I'm afraid you've got your fortunes mixed up.
You will travel, great one, quickly and across many lands. And you travel with a wife.
Okay, now you've had your fun. I'll say goodbye.
Wait, you have not paid me.
Why should I, friend? I'm Harry Lime. What you don't know about me, it'd fill a book, and nobody's going to write it without paying me royalties. So long, old man.
Still the same sweet, generous Harry Lime.
Schweig, what are you doing in Beccarata?
Just exactly what you think I'm doing. Checking up on you.
The same sweet, lovable Carl Schweig.
Where can we talk, eh?
Almost anywhere. It's the time for salat. No one will bother us. Come on. Go into this cafe here.
It doesn't look very clean.
It'll answer your needs, don't you think? You follow me?
Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone around.
What do you want, Schweig?
What do I want? I want to know whether you've obtained the oil leases. That is what you're being paid for, isn't it, Mr. Lyme?
Not too well paid.
Quit toying with me, Harry.
I'm not toying with you. What do you expect? Everything in this city moves by inches. I've made friends here. I'm real chummy with the elephant. I think I've got him in a receptive mood. Actually, I'm sure he doesn't realize how important oil is going to be here in a few years. If I can't force him to sign the minute, things don't work that way.
I know. We have perfect confidence in you.
And why did you come here?
To make sure that our confidence wasn't misplaced.
Oh, I see.
And you think you might be able to settle the matter of the oil leases?
I have an appointment with the elephant late this afternoon. He's out at his summer palace now. It's about 40 miles from the city. When I get back, I'll get in touch with you. You'll be at the Grand Hotel, I guess.
I'll be gone by this afternoon, Harry, but I do have others working for me. I'll know it if you try to double-cross me.
Your government will get the leases, Schweig. Now, about the money.
I brought you a draft to pay for your services to date. Here.
Yeah. And thank you. Hey, what's this? This hardly covers my hotel bill. My fare getting here. You're trying to...
Your final payment will be waiting for you at the Bank International when you have concluded negotiations.
And how will anyone at the bank know when I...
They'll know, Harry. They'll know.
I was still burning about the size of the check as I left Schweig and headed for the Bank International. I hadn't been surprised to learn that Schweig's government had other agents in Beccarata, but I wondered how it was possible for someone employed by the bank to know when the elephant had acceded to my requests. As I entered the shabby monument of finance, I searched the bland, inscrutable faces behind the cages, but they told me nothing. Well, I'd come to cash the check, not play charades. I slid the infuriating little piece of engraved paper through the opening of the window of the chief teller, a lovely-looking lad, if you care for the pockmarked, beady-eyed, murderous type. He glanced down at the check and then up at me.
You are Harry Lyme?
Yes, I have my credentials.
That won't be necessary. You are already well known in this city.
Oh, that's very flattering.
How did you want this, Mr. Lyme?
I don't care about the denominations, but I wanted American money.
American money?
Yeah, you see, I'm an American. I'm sentimental about American money.
Very well, Mr. Lyme. Here you are, sir. $1, $2, $3, $4, $500.
Thank you.
However, with the current rate of exchange, I might advise you to...
Pardon me, Mr. Lyme.
Yeah?
I apologize for approaching you on the street, but I must speak to you at once.
Who are you?
My name would not mean anything to you, but I can tell you this. I am no friend of Karl Schweig.
Oh, that's good. Any enemy of Karl Schweig's is a friend of mine. What can I do for you?
It is a matter of what I can do for you. To begin with, may I drive you back to your hotel?
I have my own car.
You do not own a car, Mr. Lyme, and the Citroën you have rented you did not use today. You left it in the hotel garage to be serviced. You want it in good running order for your trip to the Alafin Summer Palace later in the day.
Mm-hmm. I'd be delighted to accept a lift back to the hotel. That's your car there?
Yes. Gregory? The car is my own, incidentally. There are some governments that are not as cautious with their purse strings as the employers of your Mr. Schweig. Gregory, we will drive Mr. Lyme to the Grand Hotel. Do not hurry.
Well, old man, you know all about my car, my engagement this afternoon, apparently my business here in Beccarata. What more would you like to know?
You do me an injustice, Mr. Lyme. I do not seek anything. I wish to give you something. Here.
What do you want kidnapped for this kind of money?
Mr. Lyme, we are both here in Beccarata for the same thing, but there are two major differences. You want the oil leases for the country who gave you that check you just cashed at the bank. I want the leases for another power.
Mm-hmm, yes.
To date, you have been successful, and I have not been.
I have no signed agreements,
You
old man.
will have. Authoritative sources tell me that it has become a personal thing between you and the Alafin. You have exercised great charm on him. He will sign the leases made out by you to whatever power you select.
Maybe.
I want you to make out the contracts for my country.
Well, Schweig's already given me several payments.
Payments? How do they compare with the money you now hold in your hand?
Well, they don't compare, but I can't accept this money. I've already assured Schweig.
Look, Harry Lyme, I know you. I know how your mind works. I have worked with men like you for years. Your loyalties belong to the highest bidder. In your hand, you hold the largest price yet offered for your services. When you present the contracts to the Alafin tomorrow, I am sure they will contain the name of the right country.
A minute later, I was walking toward the bar of the hotel. I wasn't clutching the money the Baron had offered me in my tight little fist anymore. No, it was making a comforting bulge in my wallet. The long mahogany gate to forgetfulness was deserted except for George Harris. George is a sort of glorified tourist guide who sometimes brought parties of American travelers to see the quaint charm of ancient Beccarata. Quaint, yes.
I'm not crowding, am I, Lyme?
We're here first. So you couldn't be crowding me.
All right, then you're crowding me, and it's a long bar.
If there's anything silly looking, it's a long bar with one drinker at one end, one at the other. Come on, Harris, break down. Have a drink with me.
Lime, it may interest you to know that when I bring tourists here, I give them a little indoctrination lecture.
Oh, that's very interesting.
And part of it consists of a warning to keep away from a very unsavory American expatriate by the name of Harry Lime.
You think I'm capable of contaminating you and your camera-toting babbits?
I don't quite know what you're capable of, but the tourists who can afford to include a side trip to the Orient in their itinerary obviously have money. There's no sense in waving a branch of honeysuckle in front of a bee.
Well, I guess that's my cue to buzz off, Mr. Harris. Don't worry about my trying to get even with you for all the nasty things you said. I'd much rather have my revenge when you're not prepared for it. I wasn't hungry, but I walked into the dining saloon. George Harris followed me, headed for a table festooned with his party of tourists. Usually his party consisted of bicarbonate of soda addicts, fugitives from board of directors meetings, and generously proportioned dowagers enjoying the money their late husbands had worked themselves to death accumulating. But this time, there was a new note. A lovely, fresh-looking girl. She had the sort of innocence that only a Reynolds could have captured, or a Harry Lime. When she got up from the table, I followed her to the piazza. There wasn't a hovering mother, a chaperone, or a tourist guide in sight. I say, you didn't drop your handkerchief.
What?
If you had, I could have picked it up and returned it to you. We could have started talking. I would have offered to show you the city.
I have a guide, thank you.
Yes, I know, but I could show you places George Harris wouldn't dream of taking a 17-year-old girl to.
I'm 19.
Oh, I've been wondering. Now, I've been wondering about a few other things, too, as a matter of fact.
You must be the Harry Lime Mr. Harris was telling us about.
Surely I'm not the only man in Beckerata capable of speculating a bit about a beautiful American girl.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lime, but the others will be coming out from lunch soon, and I mustn't be seen talking to you here in broad daylight.
But it won't be broad daylight forever. Well, perhaps we'll meet this evening, Miss...
Perhaps.
The girl was a real looker. But with all the looks, she was pushed to the back of my mind as I got to the summer palace, the Elephant, later that afternoon. My rented Citroën was behaving nicely, and I guess I wasn't watching the road too carefully because suddenly the ordinarily deserted strip of pavement became crowded, and I had to pull to a stop. Arabs riding burros crowded about the car. There were some half-castes on foot climbing on the running boards. In front of the car were 3 or 4 Bedouins, pretty fierce-looking customers with old-fashioned muskets slung over their shoulders.
Hey, what's all this about? I'm on my way to see your ruler. If I'm detained, you'll be very angry. I say, isn't there somebody here who speaks English?
I speak English, Mr.
Well, you're the chief teller from the Bank International.
That's one of my occupations. Move over, Mr. Lime. We have many things to talk about before you have your meeting with the Alafin.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Love Affair.
The beady-eyed, pockmarked Arab was sitting next to me on the front seat of my rented Citroën. The near equatorial afternoon was growing cold. The leather of the car's upholstery damp and clammy under my hand. And as the motley crew outside the car crowded close, I made an instinctive gesture toward the bulgy wallet that rested in my inside pocket.
If you're thinking of reaching for a gun, Mr. Lime, I might inform you that these few friends represent only a portion of Mr. Schweig's representatives in Becurata.
So you're Schweig's man in the bank?
Precisely.
Well, you can relax. I wasn't reaching for a gun.
I have no need to relax, Mr. Lime. But you appear a trifle nervous.
Oh, no, not at all.
But perhaps your gesture toward your pocket was only to assure yourself that your wallet was still safe.
What are you getting at?
I saw you get into Mordecai Varin's car outside the bank today. It would not be healthy to go against Mr. Schweig's wishes.
No, I have no intention of doing that. No.
I thought the idea might have occurred.
Oh, no, not for a minute.
If Monsieur Varin's offer was more interesting, don't try it, Mr. Lime. Keep your promise to Schweig. And then get out of town before Varin knows you've completed our arrangements with the Alafin.
I'm not leaving town till I get the balance of the money Schweig owes me. He said he'd be waiting for me at the bank.
And so it will be.
Well, the bank will be closed by the time I leave the Elephant's Palace.
Well, you conclude the negotiations and then meet me at the bar of the hotel.
Okay.
I will have the money waiting for you there.
All right, old man. It's a deal.
And don't try any tricks. If you do, I will know about it before you have finished counting the money.
My meeting with the high potentate of Becurata was an infuriating ordeal of delay. Somehow or other, the granting of oil rights seemed to be inexorably tied up with native dances and ceremonies and rituals, but the best I could manage was to leave the contracts with him and get in exchange a half-promise that he would sign them. I wondered if Schweig's fascinating messenger boy would be content with the arrangements. He was waiting for me there, all right.
I came prepared, but I have been informed that the Alafin did not sign the contracts.
Look, if you know they weren't signed, you also know I made them out the way you wanted them in favor of the Pa Schweigen you represent. My job here is finished. Even if I wanted to stick in Becurata until the old Dola gets around to signing them, I couldn't. Not with Bannon in town. I want the money. I've got it coming to me. Now, do you understand? Now.
I'm not sure Schweig would approve.
You've got the money in your side pocket. I can see the bulge. Now, pull it out and start.
Watch out, Lime. Varin knows.
He must have been dead almost before I reached over and took the money from his side pocket. I could hear him topple from his chair as Bannon and a handful of thugs burst into the room through the doorway. Each one of them had shot him. They fired after me as I streaked out of the back door, and I reached the rear of the hotel and jumped into the Citroën. Stepped on the starter, and as the motor caught, I clashed the gears, and the car leaped toward a narrow, tortuous street. I wasn't sure where it led, but already I could hear other cars starting behind me. Natives and animals sprang out of my way as I careened down the winding street. Cars were further away now, but ahead of me I could see people milling about near a dimly lit cafe. There was a figure in white. Suddenly I could see there was the girl, the American girl from the hotel. I don't know why, but something made me stop.
Lime, help me.
Oh, jump in.
Get me away from here quickly.
Hold on. Out of the way. Watch out. What were you doing in the native quarter?
George Harris wouldn't take me where I wanted to go, and I wanted to see the places you spoke about this afternoon. So I slipped out of the hotel after dinner, and I went to that native cafe back there. A horrible place. 2 natives came up to my table, and I started to sneak out, and they followed me. Oh, I was never so happy to see anyone in my life.
That's all right, honey. I'll take care of you. It'll be all right. But I can't call you 19 years old, American girl.
Well, my name's Marion Lawrence.
Hello, Mary.
I'm an orphan, and a distant relative of mine died a few months ago and left me a little money. So I quit my job and decided to take a world cruise.
And George Harris?
No, I didn't take one of those planned cruises. I just happened to join the conducted tour to Becurata last weekend. I wish I'd never come now.
You better send a wire to Harris, though. He might notify your relatives or someone if you don't show up back at the hotel.
Well, there's no one to notify. I have no relatives or friends over here.
Mm-hmm. Have your passport with you?
No, I haven't.
Well, I know someone near the border who's very talented as an engraver. However, we might obviate a lot of trouble by having him make out your passports with some new names. Say, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith of Cleveland, Ohio. That might do for both of us. How's that sound to you?
Sounds real exciting. Like we were spies or espionage agents or something.
enthralled with the excitement and the romance of our adventure. It would take time for Vera and whoever else might be following me to pick up the trail. But by the time we'd crossed the border, all of that was changed. Marion and I were Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith of Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Oh, yes, it was working perfectly because, as far as I could tell, Marion was the perfect bride, adoring, starry-eyed, and really in love with me. Because she was in love with me, she asked no embarrassing questions. There was an added feature to it. It had become apparent that her little inheritance wasn't so little at all. Her purse contained a roll of large denomination bills big enough to choke a custom official.
Did I embarrass you, dear, insisting on paying for my own clothes?
Oh, no, you didn't embarrass me at all. But I'm constantly being surprised to find that you can buy Parisian models almost anywhere in the world if you have the money.
Do you think it's safe traveling by car? Don't you think maybe we'd better leave it and take a train, Harry?
I told you to get in the habit of calling me Joe.
Well, sorry.
Why shouldn't I be safe? What are you hinting at?
Oh, nothing. It's just that you told me the car was rented, and I thought...
Well, stop thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, Marion, old girl. Nerves, I guess. The nerves lasted all that week as we crossed border after border. Pecoraro was a long way back now, but I still kept imagining that I saw Valin in crowds as we went through custom offices. I thought I caught a glimpse of Schweig as we ate dinner in a funny little restaurant in Istanbul. Even though I'd seen him die, I could have sworn I saw the pockmarked face of the chief teller at the Bank International as we walked into a railroad office in Bucharest. By the time we'd reached Vienna, I think I'd almost begun to enjoy my role as the somewhat bucolic tourist.
Are you happy, Joe?
Dangerously. The way I feel, I might never want to leave here.
I'd hate to think of what all this rich food would do to my figure if we stayed.
I suppose neither of us ought to order anything more to eat or drink.
Well, it sounds as though there's plenty for all of us.
Harris.
George Harris.
You don't mind if I join you?
You talk like a cop, old man.
I'm with the FBI of the United States. By the way, Harry Lime, I think you might be interested in knowing that the elephant got a little tired of all your intrigue the day after you left. He awarded the oil leases to the U.S.
So then Schweig's after me, too. What charges have you got against me?
Charges? We have no charges against you. It still isn't against the law to be a skunk.
Well, if there are no charges against me,
I've just been helping the Becurata authorities track down your sweet little bride.
Why? Mary?
I'm sorry, Harry.
The night you picked her up in Becurata, she was fleeing from the hotel, where she just shot and killed her aging husband. You ready to leave, Marion?
Yes.
Just a minute. Marion, I want to get this straight.
It's no use talking, Harry. What he says is true.
You mean that's why you came away with me? You mean I was the sucker? You've been using
No,
me?
Harry.
Okay, I've been a lot of things in my life. I've even been married now. I've even been a sucker. But that's one that doesn't go in the book. But, George, I don't see how you traced us.
They're the big bills your wife spent on the trip. You see, her doting husband, not you, the one she killed, cashed a large check at the Bank International a few hours before she did away with him. Luckily, the chief teller made a list of the serial numbers. Come on, Marion. Well, goodbye, Lime. By the way, where are you planning to be? We may need you for the trial.
Well, you can always look for me, old man. There's no law against that. Tell you what, I'll give you a little hint. The elephant maybe hasn't signed that oil contract. He may need a little advice after all, so you'll probably find me in Becurata for a while. There's a fortune teller I want to look up. I owe him some money. So long, Marion. Goodbye, old man. May your beard never grow white. May your shadow never grow less.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. Harry Lime.
friends, it was a short marriage, but a very pleasant one. If you should settle down somewhere and start enjoying easy living, rich food, and fine liquor, don't worry about what it'll do to your figure. Just about the fat it tends to develop between the ears.
The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
The shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow, mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The Silent Avenger. The Shadow's exciting adventure begins in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you homeowners that right now, when winter is changing into spring, is the most treacherous time of all the year. But you can protect your family's health and save valuable dollars by burning Blue Coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And if you want to read the adventures of the Shadow in complete novel form, in addition to numerous detective stories, crime problems, and features, simply write us for your copy of the Shadow magazine absolutely free. Remember, all you have to do is mail a penny postcard to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of this station. Send for your free copy of the Shadow magazine tonight.
Order in the court. Joseph Brecker, you have been duly tried by a jury and found guilty of murder in the first degree. You now appear in this court that sentence may be passed upon you. But before I pronounce sentence, have you anything to say?
Yeah, I have. Before you pass sentence on me, I'm going to pass sentence on you. You, Judge Wilson, on Sloan, the prosecuting attorney. On those 12 good and true saps on the jury.
Order in the court!
And on one more, maybe. The guy that really trapped me in the first place. The only guy smart enough to get me. The Shadow.
Order! Order in the court! That will do, Joseph Brecker. You have nothing to say in your own behalf.
This is in my own behalf, and you'd better listen, all of you. I know I'm on my way to the death house, to the chair. But I'm warning you. For every day I sit in the death house, one of you will be killed. Starting with the foreman of the jury. And if the governor doesn't commute my sentence to life, he'll die the day I burn.
Order! Order in the court! Joseph Brecker, by the power vested in me by the people of this state, I hereby order you to be taken to the state penitentiary, there to be delivered over to the warden, by whom on a certain day determined by this court, he shall in the manner prescribed by law put you to death. And may God have mercy on your soul. Order's adjourned. All right, come on, clear the court. Outside.
Well, it's a sheer bluff, I tell you. How can Brecker kill a whole jury? The DA, Judge Wilson, even the governor. I tell you, he's crazy.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't on that jury.
Yeah, you bet.
Counting on his gang to wipe him out.
Brecker's gang are all dead or in jail.
I know, but you can't...
Get that crack
yes,
about the
I
shadow.
Nobody's ever seen the shadow. He could appear right in this courtroom and not be seen. I'd hate to have anybody like that here.
Well, Margot, let's get out of here.
It must be very flattering to inspire such awe and fear, Lamont.
It has its disadvantage, Margot. Unfortunately, the mystery surrounding the shadow inspires fear and terror in the innocent as well as the guilty. The unknown is so often associated with evil. There's no help for it. The shadow must remain a shadow.
Lamont, what do you make of Brecker's threat? Do you think it's just bluff?
I wish I did, Margot.
Meaning?
Meaning, Lamont Cranston is going to don the shadow's cloak and call on Joe Brecker in prison.
Your brother to see you, Brecker.
Okay. Hello, Danny. Hello, Joe.
You got 5 minutes. Better make the most of it. Deputies are here from the state pen to take you bye-bye to the big house. I'll be back.
All right. Come on in, Danny. Sit on a bunk. I want to talk to you. There ain't much time.
Hey, it's like a cage where they keep animals, huh, Joe?
Lay off that, Danny.
Okay, don't get sore.
Sit down here and listen to what I got to say.
Are they gonna kill you, Joe?
Yeah, but they're going to pay for it, every last one of them. You know who they are, don't you? I've told you over and over again.
Yeah, Joe, you told me.
And you know what you're to do. You remember everything I told you. Don't you, Danny?
Yeah, Joe, I remember. I won't forget. When the newspapers say they put you in a death house, I killed one of them.
That's right, Danny. And don't forget, these people I told you about, the judge, the jury, that prosecuting attorney, are the same ones that drafted you into the army, sent you over to France, let you get shell-shocked so it's hard for you to remember things.
Sure. I won't forget. Hey, will it hurt much when they kill you, Joe?
Stop that, will you?
Okay. I just want to know.
You just keep your mind on the jury and Judge Wilson. Maybe even the governor. You'll get them all, eh, Danny?
Yeah, Joe. They won't know what hit them.
That's the stuff, Danny. And now, just one more thing. There's a guy that may get after you. He's smarter than the cops. He's the one that really got me. You got to keep away from him. Don't give him a chance to find you.
How can I do that?
You got to keep away from home. Don't go near the flat of the old lady.
But Ma will worry if I don't come home next, Joe.
No, she won't, Danny. She'll know you got things to do.
All right, Joe. What about the fella I can't see? Is he dead? Like all my buddies in the war? The ones that talk to me in the dark?
No, Danny. This guy's different. He ain't dead, he's alive. You can hear his voice, only you can't see him. But if you ever hear his voice, you'll know he's near you. Somewhere in the shadows.
Yeah? If he talks to me, I'll fix him, Joe.
Sure, but not the way you're going to get the others, Danny. 'Cause you can't see him, see? Now, look. You know those old hand grenades you have at home?
Yeah?
Well, I want you to carry a couple with you. If this guy ever finds you, if he tries to stop you paying him off for killing me, you just pull the pin of a hand grenade and throw it where you think his voice is coming from. That'll get him.
All right, Joe. But how'll I know when it's him?
You'll know all right, Danny. He has a queer kind of laugh. And he calls himself the Shadow.
All right, Brecker. Time's up. Come on, you.
Okay. So long, Danny. Don't you forget anything.
So long, Joe. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't forget nothing you told me.
Come on, you. Out this way. Shake it up.
The poor dope. He'll do it all right. He'll fix him. Every last one of them if I burn. Who's that? I heard somebody, but there's nobody there. Hey, guard!
Are you surprised to find me here, Joe Brecker?
Shadow.
So you weren't expecting me. And yet prisons are filled with shadows. Shadows in the minds of men walking in the shadow of death itself.
What do you want? You put me here, sent me to the chair. Why can't you let me alone?
Because your career of murder is not over. Because I know you mean to carry out the threat you made in court.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't stop me, Shadow.
I can. Because you're going to tell me how the jury, the prosecuting attorney,
and Judge Wilson are going to be killed.
You're crazy. I'm not telling you anything, Shadow. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I got nothing to lose.
You are telling me, Brecker.
Yeah?
You see, I can read your mind. One thought is racing through your mind now. It's mirrored in your eyes, etched on your brain.
You're lying, trying to trick me into telling you.
All right, I'll tell you what you're thinking about. You're thinking of a man. He acts strangely. That's it. He's shell-shocked.
No.
Am I right?
No, stop it.
This man is very close to you. I've got it. He's your brother. His name is... Let's see. Danny. Danny, isn't it?
No, go away. Leave me alone.
Thinking that even now your brother, Danny, is hurrying home to get a high-powered rifle out of a trunk.
Is that true?
A rifle equipped with telescopic sights and a silencer. You're thinking of Danny's medals for marksmanship. His decorations for valor as a sniper. A sniper so cunning he could hide in an open battlefield.
It's a lie.
Pick his enemies off at long range and not be seen. That's all I need to know, Brecker. All I need to know.
No, you're crazy. You're just guessing. All right, suppose he is. You won't find him. You won't stop him, Shadow.
Shut up, Brecker. What's eating you?
No.
Hey, shut up, Brecker. What's the matter with you? Who do you think you're talking to?
It's a Shadow. He's here in the prison.
Yeah, well, don't let that worry you, Brecker. There's plenty of shadows where you're going. Come on. Deputies are waiting, and you're heading for the last mile. Now, look, Mr. Hanson. Every one of you jurors are in danger. You shouldn't be here on the street. This death threat may seem like a lot of hooey to you, but I've been assigned to guard you. And if anything happens, they'll send me back to pounding a beat.
Well, I'm sorry, Inspector, but I've got my business to attend to, and I can't hide in my office.
Hanson, what's the matter, man?
Oh, that man, look at him. He's fallen down.
What's the matter with that man? What's going on here? Keep back, get back. Who are you?
Greg, homicide squad. This man's been shot.
Oh, you're crazy. I didn't hear no shot.
Neither did I. But just the same, he's got a bullet right between the eyes. Looks like Joe Brecker is keeping his word.
Lamont, can't you do something? Can't you find Danny Brecker?
No, Margot. He got away. He hasn't been near his mother's home since his brother Joe went to the death house. I've got to find Danny Brecker. He's somewhere. Hiding somewhere. Waiting to strike again. I've got to find him.
Good morning, Mr. O'Hara. I'd like some oranges and potatoes.
Good heavens, Mrs. Adams. What are you doing out in the street? I thought the police had detectives watching every one of you jurors that was on the Brecker case.
Oh, they've got a detective staying at my house, but I had to have some things for dinner, and I slipped out.
Mother, can I have some candy?
Yes, dear, of course you can. You just...
Oh, Mother. Mother, what's the matter? Why don't you turn to me?
Sam! Quick, phone the police. Get a doctor. Mrs. Adams has been shot.
Oh, I'm afraid she's dead.
Yes, the killer has struck again.
Judge Wilson.
Yes, Harvey?
Judge, don't you think it'd be, well, safer with a killer still at large if you had those window curtains closed?
No, that's not necessary. This apartment's on the 20th floor.
Yeah, I know, Your Honor, but just the same, I'll answer it, sir.
Thank you.
Hello? Yes, Judge Wilson is right here, Your Excellency. Oh, the governor's on the wire, sir.
Well,
Here you are, sir.
hello? Yes, Governor. Yes, of course you couldn't commute Joe Brecker's sentence. If you did a thing like that, even to save the rest of the jury, there'd be no more law and order. But look, Governor, don't you think it'd be wise for you to cancel your engagement to ride in the parade tomorrow? It'd be in an open car and a perfect target for any...
Judge Wilson! Governor! Judge Wilson has just been shot. He's dead.
The Shadow will continue with his adventure in just a moment. In the meantime, here is a message of particular importance to families throughout this area who supply their own heat. We are now in a period of the year when all fuels are put to their severest test. However, homeowners who use blue coal have nothing to worry about, because blue coal, which is especially prepared for home use, is better qualified to meet sudden changes of weather than other fuels. During mild weather, blue coal banks for long periods with little attention. Then, when the temperature takes a sudden drop, blue coal immediately responds with minimum draft, sending a uniform supply of heat throughout the living quarters of the home. Because blue coal burns down to a fine powdery ash, it is not only an economical fuel, but a particularly clean fuel as well. Furthermore, blue coal is an American product, mined in Pennsylvania by the Glen Alden Coal Company. Unlike a good many other fuels sold in this area, blue coal is prepared exclusively for home use. So that you can be sure of getting more uniform, more economical heat, blue coal is actually trademarked with a blue color so that you can identify it at a glance. There has been a big swing this winter to blue coal throughout this territory. Sales of blue coal this winter in the Middle Atlantic and New England states show an increase of 10.4% over sales for the same period a year ago. So take a tip from these blue coal families. For better, more economical heat, switch to blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer, whose name will be found in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Good work, Margot.
Hello, Lamont.
Didn't take you long to get here. Let me help you out of the car.
I was waiting for your call, Lamont. As a matter of fact, I've been waiting for days. Where have you been? What are you doing?
The same thing the entire police force this city's been doing, Margot. Chasing a will-o'-the-wisp.
Are you sure it's Joe Brecker's brother, Danny?
Yes, there doesn't seem to be any doubt of it, but the police can't find him, and I haven't a single clue to go on.
What do you know about
I
him?
looked up his record. He was shell-shocked during the war in France. He was an expert marksman, a sniper. Society trained him to kill men. They told him they were enemies, that he should kill them off. And now, with a shell-shocked mind, he's remembering what society taught him. To kill.
Yes.
And another thing, for the people who've been through that experience, life is cheap.
Yes, but these poor people he shot and killed, the jurors and the judge, they were only doing their duty. They're innocent.
Yes, individually they're innocent, Margot. Individually we're all innocent, and yet all guilty. Because this Danny, Joe Brecker's brother, is a product of our own folly. Teaching men to kill in time of war, and yet expecting them to respect life in time of peace.
Lamont, why did you want me to meet you here?
Oh, I want you to do something for me, Margot. I want you to go into that brownstone house right over there. Joe Brecker's mother lives in the basement.
Yes.
Joe is scheduled to die at 5 o'clock. It's exactly 10 minutes from now.
All right, Lamont. I'll do it. Where will you be?
I'll be with you, Margot, as the shadow. I have a feeling Danny may come to his mother tonight, either just before or just after his brother dies. Hurry, I've less than 10 minutes. Here's the house. I'll ring the bell.
Lamont, what shall I tell her? That I'm a reporter?
Yes, but don't try to make her answer questions.
I hear someone coming.
Yes? What do you want?
Mrs. Brecker, I'd like to speak to you. May I come in?
I don't care. You can come in if you want to. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Nothing will ever matter again.
I know you've been through a terrible ordeal these past days, Mrs. Brecker.
How could you know what I've been through? How could anyone know? My one son a murderer, and the other one, goodness only knows what or where.
Oh, I'm very sorry. If there's anything I can do.
In 3 minutes, they'll be killing my son, Joe. There's nothing anyone can do. It's his brother Danny. Oh, I'm so worried about him. Why doesn't he come? Oh, why doesn't he come home?
Ma.
Oh, Danny.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd come. Joe said I shouldn't, but I had to come. I knew you'd want me home tonight.
Danny, where have you been? What's Joe been making you do?
I just been doing what Joe told me to do for him. Ma, who's that girl there? What's she doing here?
Why, she's just a friend, Danny. Just a friend. Come to sit with me.
She won't tell nobody you've been here, will she?
Oh, no, Danny. She won't tell anyone.
Ma, they're gonna kill Joe in a few minutes. 5 o'clock. And then I gotta go out and do one more thing for Joe. Look, it's almost time.
Oh, no. No, Danny, no. You can't. I won't let you.
Let go of me, Ma.
No.
Let go of me.
Danny.
I gotta do what Joe told me. I gotta keep my word to Joe.
No, Danny, listen to me. I know who's been killing those people, shooting them. Oh, you've got to give yourself up, Danny. They won't hurt you. They didn't know. You didn't know what you were doing. 5 o'clock.
It's time. It's time. 5 o'clock. Joe's dead. Now I gotta go back to the tower and do the last thing Joe wanted me to do for him.
Danny, don't. You've done enough harm.
You keep out of this. Joe told me to do this. I can still hear a voice telling me to do it.
Now you hear a voice telling you not to, Danny.
Voice? I know. You're the shadow.
Yes, Danny. And for your own sake, your mother's sake, Danny,
Joe told me what to do with you. He knew you'd find me. That's why I got this hand grenade.
Oh, Danny, don't.
I got my hand on a firing pin. I'm going to pull it out.
Stop, Danny. I'm warning you.
The voice came from there, in the corner. Joe told me to throw the grenade. Goodbye, Shadow.
What happened?
It's all right. I managed to pick up the grenade and throw it through the window into the court before it exploded.
Oh, thank heaven.
I don't mind saying that's the closest call the Shadow ever had.
Lamont, how long have you been here in your office? What happened? Were you able to trail Danny to his hiding place?
No, by the time I got to the street after that hand grenade episode, he disappeared.
But haven't you any idea where he went? Where that tower he mentioned might be?
No, I've been working on this enlarged map of the Midtown section, trying to find some tall building, some tower Danny Brecker could use to hide, to pick off the governor.
Danny said something about a tower. It must be somewhere along the line of march of today's parade, Lamont.
Margot, that's the Wardman Tower.
But it isn't finished. They stopped work on it. It's nothing but a steel frame.
What could be a better place for a sharpshooter like Danny Brecker? There's no work going on there, just a watchman down on the street level. Margot, it's a long chance, but it may be the answer. Come on, there's a minute to lose.
My car's downstairs, Lamont. I'll drive you over there. But what if he isn't there? What if he's somewhere else, waiting to strike?
In that case, Margot, I'm afraid we'll have a new governor of this state.
Just a couple of minutes now, Joe. Just a couple of minutes, and the governor's car will come along. And then I'll do the last thing you asked me to do, Joe. Wind velocity 0. Range 300 yards. He'll die quick, Joe. Like you died. The governor's coming now, Joe. That's his automobile with all the flags on it. That's him, sitting in the back with all those fellas around him. But I can pick 'em out. I won't miss, Joe.
Danny Brecker, listen to me.
What was that? Who said that? Who laughed like that?
Don't you recognize the Shadow, Danny?
But Joe said... He said the hand grenade would fix you.
You see, Danny, your brother was wrong. Put down that rifle, Danny Brecker.
How did you find me way up here? How did you know I was hiding up here among these steel girders? Just like I used to hide in the trees in the war.
That doesn't matter, Danny Brecker. All that matters is that you must not kill any more people.
But I got to. Just one more, Shadow. Just one more. The governor. Down there in that car. I promised Joe.
No, Danny. You will never keep that promise. Put down that rifle. Put it down, Danny. Lay it down on that steel girder and crawl back to the catwalk.
All right. All right. I'll put it down. I'll put it down. Where are you, Shadow? I still got another grenade. Talk to me, Shadow. Say something so I can tell where you are.
Crawl back to the catwalk, Danny. Crawl back to the catwalk, I say.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You can't make me. Come here and get me if you want me, Shadow.
I don't want to have to do that, Danny.
Don't you come near me, Shadow. Don't you touch me. If you do, I'll drop this hand grenade. I'll throw it down there among all those people. I'll kill dozens of them. There. I pulled the pin. I'll throw it.
Danny, listen to me. Hold that hand grenade, Danny. Hold it tight, Danny Brecker. See, your fingers tighten about it. Your mind obeys mine. Do you hear me, Danny? Danny, hold it. Don't throw that hand grenade.
Hold it. Hold it tight. Don't throw it.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it, Danny.
Don't drop it, Danny. Don't drop it, Danny. Don't drop it.
Yes, Commissioner Weston. A high-powered rifle fell into the street. Fell right in front of the governor's car.
I'm glad no one was hurt.
Mm-hmm. This is the 30th floor. This is where the bomb went off. Blew the guy to pieces.
Good heavens, he must have had a time bomb that went off too quick. Any idea who it was?
Yep. They found an identification card and some newspaper clippings in his pocket, and what was left of him. It was Danny Brecker, Joe Becker's brother.
Oh. Well, I guess that's that. Don't suppose we'll ever know what really happened. Anyway, there's one consolation. Looks as if the shadow fell down on this case just as badly as we did.
Not quite, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, so you got here in time to take credit for this, eh, Shadow?
There is no credit. No glory in the death of Danny Brecker, Commissioner Weston. He was a victim. A human instrument of destruction. Fashioned by mankind. That teaches men to kill their enemies in time of war, yet expects them to forget their murderous art in time of peace. Danny Brecker was an enemy of society. A killer. But only because you and I and countless thousands made him one. No, Commissioner. There is no glory in this for you, or the shadow, or for any man.
Now, Mr. John Buckley, Blue Coal's heating expert, has a few words of valuable information for you.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. This summer, you no longer need to skimp on your hot water to save money on gas bills. Now it's possible for you to have from 3 to 5 times more hot water than ever before without any increase in cost. In fact, I'm sure I can tell you of a way to guarantee a greater supply of hot water at lower cost. As the first step toward an unlimited supply of really hot water, ask your Blue Coal dealer about hot water tank heaters, sometimes described as bucket-a-day stoves. These heaters are very inexpensive and can be installed at a reasonable cost. Today, these heaters can be installed with an automatic draft regulator, which greatly increases the heater's efficiency and further reduces the fuel bill. Heaters equipped with regulators not only help to maintain a supply of uniformly hot water, but they also make the operation of the heater practically automatic. Your Blue Coal dealer will be glad to tell you all about these heaters and quote a price on the size best suited to your requirements. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. And friends, follow Mr. Buckley's advice. And remember this, you can show Blue Coal and the Shadow just how much you really enjoy this program by mailing the request for your free and postpaid copy of the Shadow magazine tonight. I'll repeat the address. Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. Don't forget, mail your letter or postcard tonight. And for better heat at less cost, phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
The Mercury Theater on the air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it, in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world, a gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with the hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theater are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, and as nobody will ever forget. He gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theater and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary, the mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of The Speckled Band, Sign of Thor, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti of the Club Foot and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters, and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace, in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Come in. Oh, Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am. But I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move your dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of it?
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, you occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle the case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous
My
thing.
dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escape. You should congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after of a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I had expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood. Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir. This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, sir?
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. You go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. Within 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson. Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
Well, this is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
On my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say, in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I hardly more than asked myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment, and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Yes, very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes,
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you. Although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing-room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell.
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir?
Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? And how does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders,
sir? You have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. To you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. That is of small consequence to me, which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
Last, Miss Faulkner.
This is Mr. Holmes.
Yes,
You wish to see me?
very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? Occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
Ah, that is your business. We have that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you are here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge. There is punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire! Oh, help!
Oh, what's that? What's that?
What's
going on in your house here?
Fire! Fire! The lamp, sir. Lamp? The lamp in the kitchen, sir. It fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. We're coming.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. It means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Yes. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I hardly suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you, and, oh, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
So, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, Madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
You shut up. Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do you mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number?
82. V71.
Moriarty speaking. Come in, Bessie. Your report? Come in, Manning.
Everything was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
And Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared? Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Larrabee job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassett. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. We haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
You'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cregan. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it. Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, his place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. We could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police deployed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. At 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. Magic.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. And Bassett, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes's house in Baker Street.
You still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swandam Lane. Either way, I have him, Bassett. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassett?
Yes.
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus, After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. When it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Let's go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
In front of Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the second floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Now, where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can. Where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terrible important, sir, seeing as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. That's a good fellow. I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Thus addresses me.
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards' Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
The fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy.
Yes, sir.
Give this to the man.
It was a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
Four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady. Apologize for the delay and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
But this fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his legs broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
yes,
comes?
Certainly. I'll go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy.
Yes, sir?
Who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course. But which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy. Get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. If the boy's gone, there's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out.
Dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
Evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. If you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
Is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this. Not so much on my own account, but on yours.
I share your regret, Professor, but solely because of the rather uncomfortable position it will cause you to occupy.
May I inquire to what position you are pleased to allude, Mr. Holmes?
I refer to the position you will occupy at the end of a rope, Professor Moriarty.
Have you the faintest idea that you'll be permitted to live to see that day?
As to that, I do not particularly care, so that I bring you to see it.
You'll never bring me to see it. You think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
Do you imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down, and which you will find... Here they are.
Look out! Don't do that. Hands down, quickly. Your father away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
It's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this 45 desires to have us get us something of his left hand inside coat pocket. As he's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal, I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. So I'll put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. More like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprised me. Perhaps the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? So sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You'd seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them, hands.
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy,
Yes, sir?
will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say he didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No, I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
It was exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a gray ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab.
What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
And I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give it a turn. That'll do. Turn it off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are in.
Here. What's that?
Bassick?
That's right, Cragen.
Did you hear it?
Yes, sir.
McCabe?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight. We ain't said who, as I've heard.
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh. You mean that, sir?
God's truth.
You're going to count him out.
Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Take it. The governor's here. Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty. Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cregan.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassick?
A small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass.
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside. We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door.
Yes, sir.
Be made quite secure.
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cregan, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. Will be heard in the alley below. First thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. 2 of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cregan.
I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? We wait for you.
I understand, sir.
They give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. Let's hear it. You hear that, Cregan? That's right. And Cregan, at the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wish him a pleasant journey to the other side. Come on, Bassick. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, sir.
All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir.
Here. What's this? How did you get in? What are you doing there in the back?
Hey! What is it, Larry?
A woman here in the back.
Bring her in.
Come on, you. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose.
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of forged letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
3 terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner?
Tie her up, boys. You can't make a noise. Here you are. Tie her up.
Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes? That's him. That's the signal. You won't have time to get her out. Shut her in there in the cupboard.
Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, there ain't no lock to this here cupboard door.
I'll drive something in there.
Here, this knife. This'll do it.
That'll hold up. Now, quick, quick! Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a closed cab, you'd show me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. Brace of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. One of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. Murder to a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Well, have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Oh, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. A genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a primer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Why, I've been offered 4,000 for this little packet.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
They offered 4,000. They'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Yes, certainly.
Ah. I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
You can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Yeah. You give me that money. Come on, quick. Hand it over.
Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in, will you? What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name. I'm
not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife?
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Contemptible scoundrel, what does this mean?
I'll show you what it means. Press it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind you!
Jane! Here, hold it there, boy.
I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing? What are you writing? Writing your will, I suppose?
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police. I'm ready now.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprise me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars going out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! You get away in the dark! Look out! There he goes! Look at his cigar! Drag him by the cigar! Look at his cigar! Look out! He's gone to the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed out! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night, and Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over, and still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons. Is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor. A lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
What about?
She didn't say, sir, only she said it was of utmost importance to her if you'll see her, sir.
Oh, very well, I'll see her and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Ah, Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs. Seaton.
They said you were Mr. Holmes's friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been, and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about him with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come.
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
Sounded like a accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Parsons.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's hurt, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the old man come in, can't you?
Yes, to bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. Cardinal Doctor's office is this, and he can't come in when he's there.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave him out in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use?
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
The accident. You can't help a accident.
Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down?
You'll sit down here.
That isn't the doctor.
The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor.
That isn't the doctor.
Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little, then.
Are you a cabman?
Yes, I'm the cabman.
Well, I'll have you arrested for this.
Arrested?
Arrested!
You can't arrest me.
No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? My hat!
Never mind your hat.
I will mind my hat, and I'll hold you responsible.
There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down.
That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back.
I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to my feet and all.
Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive. What are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you. Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having, eh, Doctor?
Holmes! What on earth?
How about helping me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes! Is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes!
Watson, only get out that window. Look out, the blind!
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. It's already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. She can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman!
I've got her, sir.
Good work, Foreman. I'll take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. To let them know by some signal if she found me in the house. Now they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he's climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, if you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments, I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you ordered a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir, I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But, Holmes,
All right, I'm cabby.
Yes, cabby. Here, right in this way.
This bag. I want taken down,
Right,
the
you are,
street.
Governor. Right.
All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fellow. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you. Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but Holmes...
Here, driver. Let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Right, you will, sir.
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. Do you imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
You quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, is likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got her face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins, Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor, Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes, James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier, Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley, Cragen by Richard Wilson, Brassic by Alfred Shirley, Leary by William Allen, Billy by Arthur Anderson, Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt, and Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted.
A new program, a great program. The Moore Durante Show is coming to CBS. Tune in every Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime, beginning tomorrow night, for laughs with Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, and music with Georgia Gibbs and Roy Bargy's orchestra over most of these same stations. Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. With us again as star is Mr. Orson Welles, in the third of 4 successive appearances for the Suspense audience. And sharing honors with Mr. Welles this evening is a lovely and distinguished Hollywood leading lady, Miss Geraldine Fitzgerald. Our play tonight is from a short story by Agatha Christie. And so with Philomel Cottage, and with the performances of Geraldine Fitzgerald as Alex Martin, and of Orson Welles as her devoted husband, Gerald, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Philomel Cottage.
What's that, Alex?
I was just reading this sign over the gate. What does Philomel mean?
Are you joking?
No, really.
Why, you little cockney. You've been here for 3 weeks and you still don't know. Philomel is another name for the bird that's supposed to sing only for lovers. You've been hearing it every twilight.
Oh, nightingale.
Of course. That sign, Philomel Cottage, is the main reason I wanted this place for us. Glad you bought it.
Gerald, this was a 50-50 investment, and you know it.
50-50, £1,000 from me and 2 from you.
What else could we do? You couldn't touch any more of your capital at the time, and... Well, when you find a country cottage that combines old world charm with new world plumbing, you want to grab it. And we did have to have the place, didn't we?
Yes, we did. I've often wondered if you went a bit lonely.
Lonely? With you?
I mean, well, after living the city all your life, pretty much to ourselves, you know. 2 miles from the nearest neighbor.
From the nearest eavesdropper, you mean?
What an utterly hopeless romantic I met.
Well, you can't get out of it now.
No.
Oh, Gerald, you know what day today is?
Today, it's the 13th.
It's our anniversary, darling. We've known each other exactly a month.
No, exactly 30 days.
Oh, Gerald, really now?
No, really.
What is it, dear? Do you have the pain again?
No. Just a little indigestion, I think.
There.
Do you want me to get you your pill?
No. Well, dear, it's 11:25. Better get on to the village. How to get that camera equipment?
And the human timetable walks through the garden gate.
My dear, there's nothing wrong with system, even on a honeymoon. Sooner I go, sooner I get back.
Oh, come on, Gerald. Forget your old photography. Why don't you stay and do some gardening? It'd be good for you.
Better for old George. He gets paid for it.
He's not due again till Saturday. The place will go to rack and ruin.
Over my dead body. Goodbye, dear.
Don't walk too fast, dear. Remember the last time. Be careful, darling.
Be careful. It had just slipped out. Be careful. Alex Martin swinging there on the garden gate, smiling out her happiness across a part of England that was as remote and placid as any you'd care to find, wondered why she'd said such a ridiculous thing. If this were London, say, that would have... London. And slowly the smile fell away. She knew then that the memory of that last week in London had never really been far from her mind. That and that last talk with Dick on the top deck of the bus crossing Trafalgar Square. She'd never seen him like that before.
Gerald Martin. I tell you, Alex, the man's a perfect stranger to you. You know nothing about him.
I know that I love him.
How can you know in a week? You've only met him.
It doesn't take everyone 7 years to find out you're in love with a girl.
It's meant for me, isn't it? Alex.
It's no use.
Alex, don't you know what it's been for me not being able to tell you? I couldn't, not with the income I had. Then I decided I couldn't wait anymore, and I was going to tell you anyway. And you know what happened?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, yes, you do. That money you inherited. That money from your cousin or uncle or whoever
I don't see what
You
that...
didn't think I could ask you to marry me then, did you? You don't think I could live off your money?
I'm sorry, Dick. Believe me, I am, but it really doesn't matter now, one way or the other.
Doesn't matter, does it? You can bet it matters to that Martin chap. That's what he's after. You mark my words, he's after your money.
Dick, it might interest you to know that Gerald has money of his own, far more than I have.
And more than I have. Maybe that's the difference.
Oh, I've had enough of this. I'm getting off at the next stop.
Alex, please. All right, but let me tell you something. If you think I'm going to let Gerald cut me out and not do anything about it, you're very much mistaken. I'll catch up with him, do you hear? I'll catch up with him if it's the last thing I do.
I'll catch up with him if it's the last thing I do. To Alex, that threat of just 1 month ago was merely a heat-of-the-moment outburst of hurt pride. And yet as she leaned on the gate of Philomel Cottage, it kept echoing in her mind. What swept it away, what brought her back to the rustic, idyllic happiness of her life with Gerald Martin, was the ring of the telephone inside the cottage. Who could be calling? Couldn't be Gerald. Gerald had hardly had time to get beyond the turn in the road. Except if something had happened to him. If he'd had another attack. Maybe one of the villagers was trying to call to say that he... Well, she hurried then, and her hand shook a trifle.
Hello?
Alex, this is Dick.
What? Who did you say? Dick?
Why, Alex, what's the matter with your voice? I wouldn't have known it. It's Dick. Dick Wonderford.
Oh, well, where are you?
At the Traveler's Arms. That is the right name, isn't it? Or aren't you acquainted with your village pub?
Do you mean you're here?
Yes, I'm on a holiday doing a bit of fishing. Any objection to my looking up you two good people this afternoon?
Oh, no. No, you mustn't.
Why, Alex. I beg your pardon. Of course, I won't bother you if you'd rather I didn't.
I'm sorry, Dick. I only meant that we'd be away this afternoon. Won't you come this evening?
Thanks very much, but I'll probably be away by then. Depends upon whether a pal of mine turns up or not. Goodbye, Alex.
Goodbye, Dick, and I hope that...
Best of luck.
For a long moment, Alex stood quite still, the memory of Dick's threat flooding her mind. She walked across the spacious oak-beamed living room, and by the time she reached the side porch, she'd made up her mind. Much as she hated deceit, she would say nothing to Gerald of Dick's call. She stepped out into the garden, and for the second time that morning got a surprise. There, big as life, was her gardener, busily trimming the hedge.
Why, George. I thought we agreed that Saturday was your day here.
I thought as how you'd be surprised, Mrs. Martin. There'll be a fair over the Squires on Saturday, and I says to myself, Mr. and Mrs. Martin, they won't take it amiss if I comes for once on a Wednesday instead of a Saturday.
No, of course not, George.
Then I thought, too, as I might as well see before he goes away so as to learn your wishes with the boarders.
Before I go away.
To London tomorrow.
Me? Going to London tomorrow? Where did you hear that?
Met Mr. Martin down the village yesterday. He told me you was both going away to London tomorrow. And it was uncertain when you'd be back again.
I didn't...
Now, don't tell me you and the master is disagreeing already.
Hmm? Oh, no, naturally not. The trip just slipped my mind. Get on with your work, George.
Listen, never could understand why anybody'd want to go up to London, though. Like Mr. Ames, what used to have this house. He went up there, not that it'll mind you. Yes, and after fixing up this place like he did, with taps all over everywhere, well, you're going to take a loss, I says to him when I sees the place up for sale. Ain't everyone as will have your fed for washing themselves in every room in this house, in a manner of speaking. But George, he says to me, I'll get every penny of £2,000 for this house. And sure enough, he did.
He got 3,000.
2,000. Some he was asking was talked of at the time. Very high figure it was thought to be.
No, George, you see, I gave 2 and, well, it really was 3,000.
Yeah, don't tell me that Mr. Ames had the face to stand up to say 3,000, brazen like, in a loud voice.
He didn't say it to me, he said it to my husband.
I guess I'll do some spading now. The price was 2,000.
As Alex strolled on across the garden, she was conscious of a thin, vague thought struggling to make itself heard. Then, abruptly, it was gone. Her eye had fallen upon a small, dark green object lying in the fur beside one of the flower beds.
Gerald's diary.
Her husband's pocket diary. She picked it up and opened it, scanning the entries with some amusement, once again reminded of Gerald's enslavement to time and system. It was the entry on page 21 that brought the smile to her face.
April 14th. Marry Alex at St. Peter's Church, 2:30.
And it was the entry on page 30 that took that smile away. She stared, puzzled, at the date on the page, Wednesday, May 13th.
Why, that's today.
Only one thing was written there, in red pencil.
6 p.m.
What did it mean? What was to happen at 6 p.m.? As she stood there, that small, vague thought struggled to be heard once more. It was something Dick Winterfeld had said. Not the threat, not that wild, silly promise of vengeance, but something else. And then it came.
Perfect stranger to you. You know nothing about him. Nothing about him.
It was true. What did she know about him? After all,
This is ridiculous. Gerald, my husband. I love him. I trust him. But...
Then she thought once again of that cryptic entry. 6 p.m. It was just 3 o'clock when Gerald, his arms laden with packages, walked up the garden path and came onto the side porch.
Oh, Alex!
The moment he opened the door into the living room, she noticed the rather odd kind of excitement about him.
There you are. Miss me, darling?
Why wouldn't I? You've had time to buy out the whole village.
Only the camera shop. No. If I don't have the best equipped darkroom this side of London, it won't be my fault.
If you're not careful, that darkroom of yours is going to overflow the whole cellar. Oh, incidentally, here's something you've been watering the flowers with. Catch.
My diary. I dropped it in the garden, did I?
I know all your secrets now.
Not guilty.
Oh, I'm not so sure. What about your assignation at 6 p.m. today?
What? Oh, that. Well, you've caught me at last. It's an assignation with a very handsome young woman, quite remarkably like you, in fact.
You're evading the issue.
Not at all. Simply a reminder that I want you to help me develop some negatives this evening.
At 6 o'clock? That's rather a peculiar time, isn't it?
Peculiar?
Yes, I'm usually preparing dinner at that hour.
Well, no harm in delaying it a bit. We might have a sandwich or two and some coffee out on the porch.
Before we work on the negatives, you mean?
Yes, that'll be pleasant, won't it? You know something, Alex?
I've never found anybody yet who could touch your coffee.
Oh.
Really? That covers Australia and Canada,
Oh,
too.
you and your mysterious past.
Why do you say that?
No reason. Oh, Gerald, I do wish I did know more about you.
Alex, you're serious.
I know it's silly, but
Darling. I've told you all about me, my boyhood
Yes,
in Sydney, my life in Canada.
Yes.
I see. You mean love affairs. You women are all alike.
Well, but there must have been. There must have been other women. I mean, if only I...
Do you think it wise, Alex, this Bluebeard's chamber business? Let's put your mind on such a subject anyway. Never mentioned it before.
Oh, I don't know, Gerald. I've been rather upset all day. I imagine I can thank old George for that.
The gardener, you mean?
He had some ridiculous idea we were going away to London. He said you told him
Where
so.
did you see him?
He came to work today instead of Saturday.
You fool!
Why, Gerald.
I didn't get this collar off.
Oh, Gerald, lie down. Look, lie down here. Here's some water. Here, darling.
I'm all right.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, getting you all upset. That's
Well,
because the stupid old gardener...
I made some weak joke to him about go off to London in the morning. He must have taken it seriously, else he didn't hear properly. You straightened him out, I suppose.
Hardly. You know what a gossip he is. I didn't want the whole village to think my husband was leaving me in the dark about his plans. Are you all right now?
You told him we were going then.
Naturally.
Yes, of course. Sorry you were placed in that kind of a situation, darling. I don't suppose you ran into anybody else today.
This far from the world, Gerald?
It isn't very likely, is it?
Gerald.
No, not another word. No, not another word. You aren't yourself now. It's quite plain. I want you to have a little rest. You'll be right as rain by 6 o'clock.
Must you do those photographs tonight? After all, you don't seem so well yourself.
Dear, when one sets a time to do something, one should stick to it. It's the only way to get through one's work. All right, up with you. Upstairs to your bed now.
Very well, dear.
I'll be getting things arranged in the dark room.
But for Alex, rest was more like a nightmare. Upstairs in her room, she told herself that there was no basis whatever for her state of mind. Still, the turmoil, the doubt, the odd, unaccountable sense of dread persisted and grew until... Softly, she opened her door and stepped out up in the upstairs hallway. Quite clearly, she knew what she must do, knew she must find some testimony to her husband's past, something to reassure her, something to kill that agonizing dread mounting within her. And strangely, she remembered that single locked drawer in Gerald's bureau. She tiptoed to the door at the head of the stairs, opened it, and entered her husband's room. The key, yes, the key. If only she could find the key that locked the drawer. But there was none in sight. She moved to the wardrobe, went through his coat pockets, and then there at her feet, there on the floor, she saw it. Swiftly, she stepped to the bureau, inserted the key, and it worked. Alex Martin opened the drawer, looked down upon a small packet of letters tied with a light blue ribbon. And when she saw the uppermost envelope, her face reddened with shame.
Why, they're my letters.
They were her own letters, love letters written to Gerald before they were married. And there was nothing else in the drawer save a roll of ancient faded newspaper clippings. Alex sighed with relief as she glanced at the top clipping. It was from an American paper, and it featured the trial of one Charles Lemaitre,
Charles Lemaitre.
a notorious swindler and bigamist. A skeleton had been found beneath the floor of his house, and most of the women he'd married had never been heard of again. Another of the clippings described Lemaitre's behavior in court, his interest in the cameras of the news photographers, his sensational escape from prison. Another displayed his picture, a long-bearded, scholarly-looking fellow. reminded her of someone. But who? She couldn't tell. She glanced at the caption beneath the picture.
Modern Bluebeard.
Modern Bluebeard. Yes, that's what she read. Her eyes went back to the picture, and in a flash they saw the resemblance. She ran through the other clippings. Dates had been found in the man's pocket diary, dates, it was contended, when he had done away with his victims. He was an amateur photographer. He was from Sydney, from Canada. He was subject to heart attacks. He was...
Gerald!
The room whirled around her. Dick had tried to warn her. Dick had been near her that morning. She turned him away. It was then that she noticed the sound. She turned toward the bright new pipe in the corner running up through the room. From below, near its base, something was striking that pipe, as though someone were... That was it. As though someone were digging. Le Maître was preparing the dark room for the latest one of his victims. 6 o'clock. That was the date, 6 o'clock. Less than an hour from now. Suddenly, all the jigsaw pieces shot into place. The money paid for the house, her money only. The bond she'd entrusted for his keeping. Suddenly she heard no sound. The digging had stopped. She must escape from this house at once before he came up. The clippings, right back in the door. Don't lock it, don't bother, just get away. She rushed to the door, out to the hall, and stopped frozen.
Yes, my dear?
Oh, you startled me. I was just trying to find your nail file.
Were you, dear? Well, that's nothing to look so guilty about now, is it? Better come on down. Getting late, you know.
Gerald, I...
Just have time to make the coffee and sandwiches. Before we do the pictures, that is.
I'll be right down, darling.
Oh, but we really mustn't delay, must we? Coming, Alex?
Very well.
Now, that's better. Here, let me give you a hand.
Never mind,
Why,
Gerald.
Alex, how cold you are.
Cold. Yes, I am, rather.
Well, that'll soon pass away, I'm sure. Hurry along, dear.
Hurry along?
Yes, into the kitchen. Alex, what is the matter?
Nothing. I'll be all right. The kitchen. Yes, I'll fix us something in a second. You just sit here in the living room and... No, the porch. That'll be more comfortable, won't it? And I'll be right with you.
Splendid, Alex. I'll just... No, of course not.
What, Gerald?
How rotten of me not to have suggested it. Since you're feeling a bit under par, you can probably do with some help. I'll come with you.
She knew then that some way, somehow, she must get word to Dick Winterford. The fact that he might be gone by now, the memory of him telling her so, she resolutely put out of her mind. There must be no more panic. She must be in utter control of herself. Alex, carrying the coffee out to the porch, glanced at the clock upon the mantel. 10 minutes till 6. Her very life hung by those next 10 minutes, by her ability to think coolly and swiftly, because standing beside her was a man as determined as he was insane.
A pity you're so abstracted, my dear.
What? Why do you say that?
Well, because you're missing the loveliest sight you're ever likely to see again. Look out beyond the garden. First soft shades of twilight. Twilight. Over Philomel Cottage. Now, I say, Alex, you are below par.
What do you mean?
First time you've ever slipped on the coffee. You must have talked in the entire canister.
I'll be more careful after this. Oh, dear. That reminds
Alex, where are you going?
Nothing to get excited about, Gerald. I forgot to order meat for tomorrow. I'm just going to phone the butcher.
The butcher this time of evening?
He generally stays late on Wednesdays. I'll be right back, darling.
Don't shut the door, Alex.
It keeps the insects out of the living room. You're not afraid I'm going to make love to the butcher, are you? Operator, get me the traveler's arms, please. Hurry. Hello? Traveler's arms? Mr. Winterford, please. Will you... What? You don't know if he's still there? Well, see, won't you? It's most important.
Don't let me disturb you.
Well, darling, you do. I hate anyone listening when I telephone. But I do, Gerald, truly.
You're quite sure you're really calling the butcher?
Why, as a matter of fact, I'm not sure.
What?
What I mean is...
What are you talking about?
I'm afraid I've got the wrong person. A perfect stranger.
Don't understand.
Someone I know nothing about.
You know nothing about, then why don't you hang up? Here, who's at the end of that wire? Hello? Hello? Dead. All right, my girl. Might as well get started. We're late now.
Late?
Precisely 3 minutes past 6.
Why, Gerald, it won't be 6 o'clock for 8 minutes. Look at the clock there on the mantel.
I don't go by that relic. I go by my own
Gerald,
wristwatch.
Listen. Stop pacing and listen to
Well?
me. I don't feel up to it tonight. I'm upset. I'm tired.
Alex, I promise you, you won't be a bit tired after it's over. I'm not going to wait 1 minute longer.
I won't do it.
Come along, Alex.
With you.
Come along.
No.
I'll carry you there. You will, you hear?
Stop.
You will.
I've got something to tell you. Something to confess.
Confess?
Yes, to confess. Something I ought to have told you before. I've had my secret past, too.
Former lover, I suppose.
In a way, but something else. You'd call it... Yes, I expect you'd call it a crime.
Crime? You?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Yes. You better sit down, Gerald. There. I told you I'd never been married before. That wasn't entirely true. There was a marriage. When I was 22, he was an elderly man with a little property. I induced him to insure his life in my favor. At one time, I was a nurse with access to a number of poisons. There's one poison, a white powder. You know something about poisons, perhaps?
No, I know very little about them.
This one is very much like... It's absolutely untraceable. Any doctor would give a certificate of heart failure, and that... No, I can't tell you.
No.
Another time, Gerald.
Another time. Now, I want to hear. How did you get him to take it?
How did I get him to take it?
Yes.
Well, I always made his coffee for him.
Coffee?
Yes. One night I put a pinch of this poison in his cup. I remember that evening how very much like this it was, how peaceful. He gasped a little, tried to move from his chair, but he couldn't. Presently, he died.
How much was the insurance money?
About £2,000. I speculated. I lost it. It was over 2 years before I married again. He was a much younger man, quite well off. There was a will in my favor. He liked me to make his coffee, too, just as my first husband had done. I make very good coffee.
Alex!
It was the same, along about twilight.
Alex!
I remember it perfectly. How nervous and upset I'd been all day, wondering if it would turn out all right.
Coffee?
But it did. It was the same as the other. He just sat there in his chair, and he died. Our village doctor pronounced it heart failure.
Alex!
My husband did have a weak heart, you see, and that helped a great deal.
Alex, listen!
That netted me over £4,000. I didn't speculate.
The coffee! That's why it tasted that way. You devil, you poisoned me! You poisoned me!
Yes, I poisoned you! And already the poison is working. You see? You can't move from your chair.
You're lying. You're lying. I'll kill you!
You can't move. You're helpless.
I'll kill you.
Alex,
Yeah.
what have they done to you, Alex? Constable, go see what's been happening in that room.
You came. You did hear me.
Oh, you silly girl. And you went to the trouble to call me up and talk about someone you knew nothing about. I certainly knew enough to come.
Excuse me, sir.
What did you find, Constable?
A man sitting in a chair. Heart trouble, it looks like, sir.
And yes?
Well, sir, he's dead. Your husband, ma'am?
You might say a perfect stranger. He was just sitting in his chair, and presently he died.
And so closes Philomel Cottage, Agatha Christie's story of love from a stranger, starring Geraldine Fitzgerald and Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us on October 19th, 1 week from Tuesday, when Orson Welles will again be our star. Our next broadcast in the series will be Tuesday, October 19th, at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime, 7 o'clock Pacific Wartime. The producer of Suspense is William Spear, who tonight also directed the broadcast, and who, with Wilbur Hatch and Lucian Marlowick, conductor and composer, and Harold Medford, the radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Don't get me wrong, I love Budapest. From Budapest come goulashes and shardashes. Shardashes being something you dance and goulash being something you eat if you go for all that paprika. Me, I love it. So, when I got that telegram, I took the first train to Hungary. Maybe I'd better tell you about the telegram first. Dear Mr. Line, it said, my bank is going to be robbed and I need your help. It was signed Fekete, evidently a man's name, nobody I knew. I knew all about bank robberies, however, and I was dying to help. Besides, as I say, I love paprika. So I started packing right away.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Before calling at the bank, I stopped at a cute little flower shop I happened to notice across the way. Good morning. Would you give me something for my buttonhole? Why, Lily. Lily, what are you doing here?
We have some very pretty pink
Oh,
gardenias.
come on, Lily. Don't tell me you don't remember me. And how are all the Corellis?
The who?
Don't give me that, Lily.
My name is Lulu.
Well, it used to be Lily, and you used to be a blonde. And the Corellis, as you know perfectly well, because you used to work for them, are the best bank robbers in Central Europe. Well, what about it, honey?
Here are your gardenias, Harry. Now get out of here.
Okay, honey, okay. No need to get in a hassle.
I'm telling you, Harry, get out.
I never was one to argue, so I took my gardenia across the street and wore it into the bank.
Mr. Feckerty will see Mr. Harry Lime.
You can go in now, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Feckerty will see you.
Yes, that's what I gathered.
This way, please. And,
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lime,
Yes.
will you please extinguish your cigarette? Mr. Feckerty does not approve of smoking.
Thanks. I'll bear that in mind.
Mr. Lime.
Come in and shut the door. There's a date.
Do you mind if I sit down, Mr. Feckerty, or is there a rule against that?
Sit down. You're a very impertinent young man, but I don't mind that. I am an impertinent older man. We ought to get along together very nicely.
What's your proposition, Mr. Feckerty?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Just what I said. What's your proposition?
Listen to me, Lime. I don't make propositions. I consider them.
Have it your own way, Feckerty. I'm a big boy now, and I'm not so easily impressed.
What do you mean, impressed?
All this big desk, double secretary, Mr. Feckerty will see you now. Mr. Feckerty doesn't approve of smoking, busy executive hoopla. May go down very well with the bumpkins who give you their money to invest. It doesn't mean a thing to me. You sent for me, didn't you? I crossed 3 national borders to get here and lost a lot of time, so don't ask me what's my proposition. What's yours, Mr. Feckerty?
Very good indeed. You're just the man I hoped you were. Have a cigar.
Wouldn't that be breaking the rules?
I make the rules, Mr. Lime, and I don't like cheap tobacco smoke. Nor do I enjoy being forced to distribute these very costly, custom-made Havanas to every, or what is it you call them, bumpkin, who comes into my office. I think you'll enjoy these.
Thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Good. Now that we're a little more at ease, suppose you tell me something about yourself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I wish you'd stop asking me what I mean by everything I say, Feckerty. I said why, and I meant why. You put private detectives on my trail. You found me. You made me a very substantial down payment on services to be rendered. And now, when I get here, you want me to tell you about myself. That's just plain silly, old man. It's obvious that if you went to all that trouble and expense to get me here, you knew about me already. I'm the one to ask the questions, not you.
Better and better. Mr. Lime, if you were just a little less notorious as a cook, I'd offer you a vice presidency in my bank.
I forgive the insult, Mr. Feckerty.
What do you mean, insult?
You go asking me what I mean again. I meant insult.
Now, don't you get pompous on me, Lime. You are a crook, a world-famous one. You don't want to deny that?
What I don't want is very simple, Mr. Feckerty. I don't want to be a vice president of your bank.
Oh? Oh, I follow you now. Don't worry, Lime.
Right.
I promised you $20,000.
That's right.
Or its equivalent in Hungarian pesos.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you'll get it without having to serve as an officer of this
You
bank.
promised me $20,000, old man. There weren't any gimmicks in the agreement about the joke money you folks pass off on each other locally. I know. I carry my own microscope for reading the fine type.
Very well. $20,000 it is. Don't you want to know what I expect you to do for it?
Mr. Feckerty, you keep making me repeat myself. I told you before that I'm a big boy now. If you're giving me $20,000, I can relax, not worry about asking you silly questions. You're going to get around eventually to telling me what you expect me to do for it.
Did you ever hear of a bank giving a reward?
Yes, but only after a bank robbery.
Exactly. Exactly. Only after a bank has been robbed. I'm reversing the procedure, Line. I'm giving the reward first.
Oh, so that's the little caper, is it? You want me to rob your bank for you?
Oh, not at all. A reward is usually given for apprehending the thieves who have robbed the bank. What I want you to do, Harry, I may call you Harry?
Certainly, old man. Call me Harry if it gives you any fun.
Well, Harry, what I want you to do is to apprehend the robbers before the robbery is committed. Very clever, don't you think so? Have another cigar.
In my business, I may get in the way of an awful lot of screwy deals, but I can tell you that never in a long career have I been offered in complete seriousness a loopier proposition than Mr. Feckerty's. It seems the key to the whole affair was Mr. Feckerty's junior officer in the bank, a certain Mr. Fodor.
Ladislaus Fodor is the full name, Harry. He's one of our vice presidents.
I see.
I tell you this right now, the man is an unprincipled criminal.
Oh?
And come here, and I'll show him to you. Come this way. You can see him through the glass panel.
Yes.
There he is.
Oh, that one.
Second desk to the right. With all those silly hairs pasted over his bald head. That's the man.
He doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Fodor? Dangerous? He has the brain of a backward bird and the charm of a worm. Now that I look back on it, I can't imagine how I ever persuaded myself to be jealous of him.
Jealous? I don't follow you, old man.
If I have a fault, Harry, it is this. I do tend to be jealous. Lulu often chides me about it, and I have promised to curb the instinct, but it is a part of my character.
Lulu? You mean the girl in the flower shop across the way, that Lulu?
She is the only Lulu I know, Mr. Lyon. How does it happen that you are acquainted with her?
You see this carnation?
I see it, yes.
Lulu sold it to me, overcharged me, scandalously, as a matter of fact.
Well, Lulu is a working girl. She must live. How does it happen you know her?
What makes you think I do?
You know her name?
Oh, one of the other customers called her that while I was still in the shop. As it happens, it was this little fellow you just pointed out to me over there, the vice president, Fodor.
Third vice president.
I hate to keep harping on these commercial matters, Faculty, old man, but just how does my $20,000 reward come into the picture?
Let us retire to my inner office, Harry. I never tell you.
Okay,
Come.
old man.
Sit down, please, Harry. Have another cigar.
My pockets are bulging with cigars now, old man. Let's concentrate on the 20,000.
Certainly, certainly. Oh, Miss Carver. Miss Carver.
Yes, Mr. Feckerty?
No matter who calls, don't disturb me. Not on any account. I'm having an important conference.
Yes, Mr. Feckerty.
Oh, jealousy, Harry. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
Yes, certainly is. Now, about this reward.
Jealousy is the green-eyed monster who doth mock the meat it feeds on. That's how the poet Shakespeare expresses it.
The poet Shakespeare said a mouthful, and now...
But still, if it had not been for jealousy, I would never have followed this Fodor into Lulu's shop. And if I hadn't done that, I would never have discovered the digging.
Digging? What digging?
What would you say, Harry, if I were to tell you that running under the street from Lulu's flower shop to this bank, there is a tunnel?
A tunnel?
What would you say if I told you that?
Well, I'd say, well, what do you know? That's what I'd say.
That's what I said when I found out about it. And that's why I say now that I mustn't ever forget to be grateful to jealousy, particularly since I've discovered that there's nothing between Lolo and Fodor. Or nothing serious.
And do you know what I'd say to that?
No.
A couple of rude words.
Yeah, but why?
Why? You find them scrabbling away together like a couple of chubby moles, digging away in the general direction of your bank vault, and you say there's nothing serious between them?
There isn't, I'm sure of that. I have Lulu's word. And besides, what could she possibly see in a fat little nonentity like Fodor? No, the only one who thinks it's serious is Fodor. And that's the whole point. Fodor is a dupe, a mere cat's paw in the conspiracy.
Oh, yes? And who's the mastermind?
I am.
Uh-huh. And what does Fodor think about that?
He languishes in ignorance. He knows nothing. And to think that he aspires, he dares to aspire to my position in the bank.
And how does Lulu fit in?
I must tell you that Lulu has given me some reason to hope that she will someday make me the happiest man in the world.
And how would she do that? By giving up Fodor or sending you a big bouquet of roses? Let's get down to cases, old man. Wedding bells can ring out from Buda to Pest back again, but I won't be there to throw any rice unless I get paid. What is it exactly you want from me? Lessons on how to help Fodor and Lulu rob your bank?
Fodor's going to do the robbing, and besides, it isn't my bank. I'm only a salary officer.
And then Fodor gives you the money to give to Lulu, is that it?
Certainly not. That would be silly.
That's just what I was thinking.
No. Every day, Fodor is supposed to take the paper money from the various cages and place it in the vault.
Yeah?
This is his responsibility.
Yeah?
Tonight, however, he will not do this. He will leave the money outside the vault, hidden in a large filing cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the entire plan has been carefully worked out, I can assure you.
All I can say is this Fodor of yours is a very cooperative type of cat's paw.
Don't call him this Fodor of yours. He isn't. He's no Fodor of mine.
Have it your own way, old man. What comes next? You, I suppose, huh? You come a half hour later with a dark lantern and a gunny sack. You wrap up the money, join Lulu, who's been waiting for you across the street in the flower shop, and the two of you, hand in hand, move off down the road into the sunrise and also into the very choicest Hungarian hoosegow.
What is a hoosegow?
A jail or prison, a place of forcible incarceration, a lockup for bad little bank robbers.
Not at all, not at all. It is Fodor who goes to prison.
Oh, yes? And how do you work that?
That is one of the things I want you to arrange.
Oh, I see. I'm going to have to earn that $20,000. I think we'll start by having it deposited in my name and in somebody else's bank, old man.
Why now? And why another bank?
Well, every bank in Budapest isn't going to be robbed tonight, so I think I'd prefer one of the others. And I'll take it now because I know you wouldn't want me to go to the police with what is, after all, a fairly sordid little story.
Go to the police, but that's blackmail.
Oh, watch your language, old man. Blackmail's a nasty word. You know, all I want is protection for my poor little $20,000. I'll give you service for it, too, but I want to be absolutely positive that you're ready to meet your payroll.
Very well. You'll have your money, but you will help me.
I'm going to need a few more solid facts, old man.
Well, it all began with this insane jealousy of mine for Ford.
Oh, yeah?
I took to following him. He used to go into Lulu's flower shop at night long after it was closed. And one time he left the shutter unfastened and I went in. There were no lights in the shop itself, but I could hear voices from the basement below. I opened the trap door very carefully so as not to be heard. And what do you think I saw?
You saw Lulu, Fodor, and 3 men all hard at work digging a tunnel.
Yeah. How did you know?
I didn't, I guess. After all, you told me there was a tunnel.
But the 3 men, how did you know about them?
Still guessing. It's pretty obvious that Mr. Fodor and Lulu couldn't dig much of a hole without getting some help. Tell me this. It was Lulu who persuaded you to call me in on this deal, wasn't it?
How did you know that?
Still just guessing, old man, just guessing. Now, let me guess on for a minute and stop me when I'm wrong. When you saw what Lulu and Fodor were doing, you went home and brooded for a while, and then a few days afterwards, you confronted her.
It was the next day.
Oh, okay, it was the next day. And Lulu admitted she was planning to rob the bank, but said she was just using Fodor, and you were the only one she really cared about. And if you joined the party, it's you she'd run off with, leaving Mr. Fodor holding the bag. An empty bag. How am I doing?
Oh, you're a clever man.
Sure I am. That's why Lulu had you send for me.
You see, the idea is that Fodor will hide the money outside the vault and leave. Then, according to the arrangement, as he understands it, Lulu will come through the tunnel at night with her helpers and take the money back under the street through the tunnel.
Who did she tell Fodor these helpers were?
She said one of them is her brother and the other 2 are cousins.
And what did she tell you?
That's what she told me. Why?
Well, nothing, old man. Nothing at all. Just give me one more guess,
Oh, go ahead.
After Fodor leaves the money, what you do is crawl back through the tunnel with a sack of currency clenched in your teeth. But no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? You'd run into a couple of brothers crawling in the opposite direction.
I'm not to have anything to do with the tunnel.
Oh.
You see, Fodor leaves the money out just before closing time. That way, he's implicated, and we have a scapegoat. So there's nothing to stop me from letting myself in with my key at night and walking away with the money. Who could suspect me? It's a perfect crime, Harry. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, it's quite a crime if you look at it in one way. But tell me about the brothers. What are they supposed to think about all this?
Oh, they don't know about it. Lulu hasn't told them.
But the news will reach them eventually, and what then?
They must be implicated somehow, along with Fodor. But I must be protected, and Lulu. That's what you're here for, Harry. Have another cigar.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Naturally, the first thing I did after making my farewells to Mr. Feckerty was to go across the street and pay a call on Lulu.
Harry,
Yeah?
listen to me carefully.
I'm listening, honey.
There's a little cafe on the hill above the old city. You know the place? There's a gold rooster on the roof.
Well, what about it?
Go there and wait for me. You never can tell when Fodor or Feckerty will be bursting in here. They keep jumping across the street to check up on each other and buying geraniums. Go to the cafe, and I'll be with you as soon as I can close up
What
here.
about the boys below?
Oh, what do you mean?
The construction crew, the Corellis.
Oh, Feckerty told you about the Corellis?
I would have found out anyway, Lily.
Lulu.
Okay, what happens to them if you shut up the store? Isn't there a way out?
No, but they won't be finished work before I'm back. And besides, what they don't know won't hurt them.
Lily, or rather Lulu, it looks to me as though just about everybody around here is due to be hurt by what they don't know. I found the Gold Rooster and sat down on the terrace of the restaurant to wait for Mr. Feckerty's fiancée. Over a glass of Tokay, I tried to add up the situation as of then. As far as I could see, the whole setup was like a Picasso painting. No matter how you looked at it, it was cockeyed and upside down.
Hello, Harry. Don't order anything for
Hi.
me. I haven't time.
Don't worry, Lily. I'm not here to celebrate. We can have our party after I know who's going to pay the check.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Okay, Lulu. Now, here's all the sense I can make out of this little caper. You came here with a Corelli gang,
No,
right?
they came first. Then they sent for me to work in the flower shop for a front. The tunnel was their idea.
Then you sent for me. That was your
You're
idea.
right.
My Fodor thinks he's going to divvy up with the Corellis and marry you on the proceeds.
Something like
And
that.
Feckerty thinks something like the same something. The president thinks he's going to put it over the vice president. What about the construction crew?
You mean Walter and the
Yes,
others?
the Corellis, the original burglars. What are they going to get out of this? According to Feckerty, it's going to be the old double cross, but if I know you, Feckerty's in for the same gentle treatment.
Harry, why should anybody get anything out of this except...
Okay, Lily, okay. Book a couple of spaces for us on the first milk train out of Budapest, but be sure to get reservations on the bulletproof car.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Time marches on. A lot of trusting Hungarian depositors line up at the bank, leave their hard-earned pengos at the impressive-looking gilt cages for what they fondly believe is safekeeping, and hurry home to have their evening plate of goulash. Closing time comes and goes. Feckerty doesn't leave. He just pretends to, and stays skulking in his office. Meanwhile, Fodor takes the big packages of pengos, which, as you know, is Hungarian for money, dutifully to the door of the vault. He slams the vault loudly, this being for the benefit of the janitor, who is deaf anyway and doesn't hear, and quickly stows the loot in the empty filing cabinet which he has thoughtfully left nearby for just this purpose. He then goes home and passes a very restless night. The moon rises over the city and winks at its own reflection in the Danube. A lot of good Hungarians are in their beds. The others are all in a nightclub called the Arizona, dancing the Shardash. They do not come into this story, so we'll leave them dancing. Down onto the street, the Corellis, those adept bank robbers, continue to dig. They are putting the finishing touches on their tunnel, and we will not listen in on them because their conversation is very vulgar indeed. In his luxurious office, Mr. Feckerty sits biting his nails and dreaming of a long West Indian cruise with Lulu in an adjoining deck chair. As the gang in the tunnel understand it, when the clock strikes 12, they are to open the secret trap door which they have previously prepared inside the bank, a section of tiling near the vault, go to the filing cabinet and take out the money which Fodor has left there, thus eliminating the noise and inconvenience of breaking into the vault, and, first closing the loose tile after themselves, scuttle back with the loot under the street into the flower shop, out into the night, and as far away from Hungary as possible. As I say, that's the way the gang in the tunnel understand it. This is also the arrangement as Mr. Fodor understands it, with a trifling difference, that he expects Lulu to stop by for him with his share of the profits. Like Mr. Feckerty, he is biting his nails and dreaming of tropical cruises. And what of Lulu? What of Lulu, indeed? It is Lulu's little plan to foozle everybody, Corelli, Fodor, and Feckerty. She's led them all on to just this point. It is the point of departure. Lulu's departure. Lulu and all those neatly wrapped packages of pengos. The trouble is, it's all just a little bit too much for one little girl to handle alone, so Harry Lime's been sent for. Harry is supposed to assist at the general foozling of one and all, and then, in due time, of course, he's to be foozled as well. Lulu will send Harry off to mail a postcard, and when he gets back, Lulu will have continued her travels alone, with nothing to keep her company but the loot. That, as I say, is the way Lulu understands it. The clock, high in the steeple of San Stefano, strikes 12. This is the signal. Mr. Corelli, that celebrated expert, with his two able assistants, starts toward the bank. The tunnel was not built for comfort, and the going on hands and feet is a trifle rough. There's a bit of genteel cursing, but hearts are high. At the sound of the clock, Mr. Feckerty removes the bound bundles of money from their place of safety and checks once again the bolts and fastenings which keep the loose tile in its place. In the darkness, Mr. Feckerty smiles. He is satisfied that, contrary to the Corelli's expectations, the bank end of the tunnel is firmly and irrevocably closed. Still smiling, he starts toting the money toward the side door for which he, Mr. Feckerty, is the perfectly legal possessor of a key. On the outside, Lulu, with a high-speed car, is supposed to be waiting for him. Unfortunately, however, a moment earlier, Harry Lime, on the flower shop end of the tunnel, has persuaded Lulu to go down for a moment and tell the boys not to try lifting that trick tile for at least a half hour. Lulu hates herself now for not having analyzed the merits of this suggestion. She has plenty of time now to think this over because foxy old Harry in the flower shop has bolted down the trap door.
The clock has stopped striking, of course, and Mr. Feckerty pops out of his bank looking for all the world like a jolly Christmas shopper with his arms loaded with bundles. There is a high-speed car waiting for Mr. Feckerty, all right, but it is full of strange gentlemen, and they are all dressed in uniforms.
Put up your hands, Feckerty. Put up your hands. You're under arrest.
But there's some mistake.
Oh, not at all, old man. No mistake at all. You see, gentlemen, just as you were told, there he is, and there's the money.
Come along now, Feckerty. We are taking you in.
You, Harry, a police informant.
Not a bit of it, old man. I wouldn't dream of telling on you. No, the cops got the tip-off from an anonymous letter, and you know how you spell anonymous? L-U-L-U.
Lulu. She did it.
Lulu. That wouldn't be Lulu Hartz, would it? Alias Lily the Twister.
Yes, officer, I believe so. There's a reward offered for her capture, isn't there?
I should say there is.
What about the Corelli gang?
They've got the biggest price on their heads in Central Europe.
Oh, that's lovely. It's all beginning to add up. When you throw in the generous reward Mr. Feckerty posted in the name of his bank this afternoon.
But you're not going to collect that, are you?
Why not, old man? After all, you put up the money for me to collect before the bank was robbed, didn't you? You also wanted me to thwart the Corellis, and if you yourself are foolish enough to go breaking the law, you'll just have to tell it to the judge.
I'll tell him plenty. I'll tell him about you.
Go ahead. I haven't broken any laws, remember, and you'll only help me collect my various rewards.
Matter of fact, Lime, just what is your connection with this affair? What have you done?
Officer, all I did was turn a bolt on a trap door. Nothing at all, really, just a twist to the wrist. And now, if you've got some spare handcuffs ready, I think we better open it up again. The folks down below may be getting a little fretful, and I think they'll appreciate a change of scene. If you'll come with me, officer, I'll show you the place.
Really, Mr. Lime, I can't tell you how grateful.
Please, old man, don't mention it. Pleasure, I assure you. Won't you have a cigar?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, friends, I had thought of substituting those fat packages of Pengos for the same weight of old newspapers. But the rate of exchange wasn't so good on the Pengo just then, so I resisted the temptation. After all, as Mother always said, too many crooks spoil the goulash.
Columbia Network takes pride in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in the fourth broadcast of a unique new series dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. This is the first time that a complete theatrical producing company has been brought to radio, and the Columbia Network again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to its own stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, coast to coast. Every week, Orson Welles invites our listeners to suggest their favorite titles, and tonight the Mercury Theater on the air presents 39 Steps by John Buchan, with Orson Welles as Richard Hannay and Marmaduke Jopley. Here is Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot divulge the full name of the author of the 39 Steps. 7 university degrees and a title make him a gentleman and a scholar and also practically unpronounceable. I think you'd like to know, if you didn't, that it is the present Governor General of the Dominion of Canada, and the first Baron of Tweedsmuir, who perpetrated this tall and shamelessly exciting spy story about high doings in Scotland. Lord Tweedsmuir, who in private life is a publisher, is himself very properly a Scotchman, who regards the sensational diversity of his responsibilities with the special calm of his nation. I regard my business, he says, as my profession, writing as my amusement, and politics as my duty.
Can't do more than that. Excuse me, I'm a bit boiled. Just one bottle too many. Just one bottle. You know, dance, Derbyshire House, dancing all that well. When did you leave? I say, when did you leave? Leave? I know. Who let you in? Bowler hat and all that. Poor old fella. Poor old fella, that bowler hat. That's what you are. What's your name? I say, poor old fella. What's your name? Never saw you before in my life. Birdie with a yellow bill hops upon my window sill. Good night. I say good night, poor old fella. Hey, poor old fella. Move along now, no loitering. Cocked his shining head and said, ooh, the door's open. Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Hartfield, Englentwine, 50, by Tyne-Twine. Richard Hannay, 2C. Richard Hannay, 2C. 2C, 2C, 2C. 2C. Richard Hannay. Hannay, wake up. Marmaduke, good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the early worm. Wake up. We're going to Scotland. My mother for the shooting. Good old shooting. Fishing. Good old fishing. Nothing like an early start. Say, Hannay. Hey, Hannay, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Hannay. Must be drunk. Daddy with a yellow bill hopped up on my windowsill, caught your shining head. Hello. You were still there? Hey. You're a stranger, and I ought to tell you this, but you know what I saw up there? 2C. A woman. Just stand there in a bowler hat. I say, old chap, are you a bill collector? No. Don't stutter. Speak up. And I'll tell you what I saw. An old lady in a tippet, just sitting there. All right, through the keyhole. I'm not ashamed. I looked through the keyhole, and there was this old lady sitting in a chair in Richard Hannay's apartment. And you know what? Her wig was crooked. And the phone kept ringing. And she didn't answer it. She just sat there with her eyes open.
I told you, Inspector, Mr. Annie. Mr. Richard Annie. I reckon you're a bit of a sportsman, says he. I want you to lend me a cap and overall for 10 minutes and here's a sovereign for you. I've got to be a milkman, says he. Righto, says I. I ain't the man to spoil a bit of sport, and I takes the quid.
Quid, eh? Well, you know what Mr. Richard Hannay is worth this afternoon? £5,000.
£5,000?
£5,000, dead or alive. Mr. Marmaduke Jopley?
Go away.
Mr. Jopley, it's a gentleman from Scotland Yard.
What time is it? What? What's that, Scotland Yard?
Mr. Jopley, when did you last see Richard Henney?
Hannah? Hannah, that's a funny thing. You know, there's an old lady up there this morning in this flat. I'm just sitting there, and she wouldn't answer the phone.
Did you see Mr. Henney?
Yeah, that's the old lady. She wouldn't answer the door, so I lifted the keyhole. You know, Inspector, she was just sitting there with her eyes open.
She would be, Mr. Jopley. She would be. She was dead.
Dodge Express?
I'm sorry, sir. You missed it. She's just putting out. You won't make it, sir. Hey, dig it. Dig it. Hey. Dig it, sir. Dig it.
Sounds like a dog. Is that a dog you got there? It is a dog. All dogs are domestic animals traveling in passenger accommodations, Great Northern Railroad, do serve travelers and risk and liabilities. Change it there, Beetle. Ticket, lady.
Come on, Charlie. What's for the lease now? Here you are, sir. Cretan.
1 and a half. How old are you, Sonny?
Charlie's 7. Just turned 7, ain't you, Charlie?
And a big boy, Charlie, for your age. Cretan, 1 and a half. Ticket.
Thank you. They do sprout up, don't they? Mind the lollipop now, Charlie.
Ticket.
Sorry, I haven't got one.
Here now, what's this?
Sorry, I didn't have time. I had to run to make it.
Oh, all right, sir. Where to? Where to?
Newton Stewart.
8 and 4pence.
Here you are.
8 and 4pence out of 10 and 6pence penalty for purchase a ticket while in transit. Aren't you all, sir?
Thank you.
Here, snow it, you.
Doing with your job. Doing.
I can't see why passengers have to put up with that sort of thing. And the leash now, mind, or out he goes. Ticket.
Now then, Charlie. Now then. Don't give your lollipop to the doggy.
Doing job.
That trains are overcrowded as it is, without bringing a lot of smelly brutes, I must say. Excuse me, sir, while I open the window.
Very well.
Some people are never satisfied. Never you mind, Charlie. The dog is man's truest friend. Never mind what anybody may say.
All right, lady, all right. I consider myself ticked off.
And always remember, Charlie, that a man who doesn't like a dog is no friend of yours. You can be sure that Richard Annie didn't keep a dog. Not him, the murderer. No man as would do in a poor old lady through the art in his flat would keep a dog. No, Charlie.
Doing job. Doing...
Curious case, that Portland Place murder affair, isn't it, sir?
I haven't read about it.
You know, I'm always interested in a good murder. Here we are, sir. Leeds Guardian Chronicle, special edition. I haven't seen this one myself. Shocking occurrence in Portland Square. The milkman story. Annie disappears. Seen at St. Pancras. Hello. Here's art one. Look at this, sir.
Yes?
There's reason to believe that the suspect, Richard Annie, is headed north of the Tweed. Scotland Yard is searching all Great Northern trains. I say Great Northern? Why, that's us.
Oh, shut your gab. What you trying to do? Frighten the kiddies?
All right, lady, all right. I'm sorry.
It may be he's sitting here for new in this very compartment among us. The blood of the slain not dry on his hands. Doing job.
We'll soon settle that. Here it is. Middle height, hair brown, eyes blue, mustache, about 35, wearing a gray tweed suit. Now, let's look at his picture now. Here it is. Turn to page 17.
He's heading for the hills.
Yeah, what's going on here? Who that emergency brake? I was there. The aeroplane's crashing in the other window.
Are you again?
Who are you talking about? Hurry up, man. Go down the line. We'll give you the slip.
The murderer!
Mr. Richard Hannay.
Get away from that glass, Charlie.
Why, he will be sitting right next to me.
Come on now, Charlie. Get away now. Or I'll give you a nice lollipop to one of these gentlemen here.
Watch all roads, Richard Hannay. Wanted for Portland Place murder. Reported in stolen car. Large green Daimler speeding south.
Got some soda, sir? Is that the best thing you can suggest, Sullivan, for a man who's barely escaped with his life from a motor accident? Brandy and soda, sir? Drove right to the hedge, he did, Sullivan. Went through it like butter, down the bank and into the burn. Lucky he came out alive. Gin and tonic, sir. Just a lucky thing, too. I came along, fished him out. Gentleman's staying for supper, Sullivan. Better take him a change of clothes when he's out of his bath. His things were badly torn up. Not a pleasant thing to turn over 3 times in a Dame Lafayette, Sullivan. Done with his bath. I laid out the blue serge, Sir Harry. Good work, Sullivan. Tell cook there'll be 2 to supper. He has been so informed. There is still one question unsolved, Sir Harry. Yes, Sullivan. As you observed, sir, the gentleman has just been in a motor wreck. Oh, of course. Make it whiskey, Sullivan. Very good, sir. Oh, hello there. Hello. I say, that's quite a neat fit. You look better in that blue serge than I ever did, doesn't he, Sullivan? Yes, Sir Harry. You're staying for supper, old man, I hope. Sullivan tells me it's pleasant. My name is Parker. Parker. We haven't introduced ourselves.
I think you ought to know that you have in your house the man that is wanted for the Portland Place murder.
Well, what's that?
My name is Richard Hannay.
Sullivan? Yes, sir.
Your duty is to send for the police and give me up. Don't think I'll get very far. There'll be an accident, and I'll have a knife in my ribs an hour or so after sunset. Nevertheless, it's your duty as a law-abiding citizen.
You don't look like a murderer to me. Does he, Sullivan? No, Sir Harry.
I'm not. But the fact is that 3 days ago, a man was found dead in my flat.
Oh, I say, old Sullivan. Yes, sir. Mr. Hannay says a man was found dead in his flat. Murdered, Mr. Hannay?
Murdered.
The Portland Place murder, Sir Harry. Yes, Sullivan. A man, Mr. Hannay? The victim of the Portland Place murder, Sir Harry, was a woman.
It was a man.
Oh, now look here, old fellow. The press, Sir Harry, is very clear on this one point. The victim was a woman. An old woman, wasn't it, Sullivan? It was, sir. An old woman.
The body that was found in my flat on Tuesday morning was the body of a man named Nathan Skoda.
Sullivan. Yes, Sir Harry. The whiskey, Sullivan. Very good, sir. And Sullivan. Yes, Sir Harry. Bring 2 glasses.
Well, here it is. Here's the whole story. My name is Richard Hannay. I was a mining engineer in Rhodesia in Bulawayo. I made my pile and I came back to England 3 weeks ago. Well, last Monday night, I got back to my flat about 10 o'clock. I live in a new block behind Portland Place. There's a port in the building. He leaves around 9. As I came up the stairs, I heard my phone ringing. Hello? 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 Hello?
Call it for me.
In heaven's name.
Close the door. Quick. You locked?
Yes?
I'm very sorry. It's a great liberty, I know, breaking in this way, but I need help worse than any man ever needed it. Can I count on you?
It depends.
You see, I have an idea that this time tomorrow I shall be dead.
That's what he told me the minute he got in the door. The little man was scared stiff. I could see that. He carried a parcel under his arm, a brown paper parcel, and there was a trickle of blood on his left hand from a fresh cut across the knuckles. There's going to be a war. Now, wait a minute. That's what he told me, a war. And this war is going to come as a great surprise to Britain. Somebody's going to be murdered. He told me this Thursday. Remember, Thursday night. In London on July 14th. That's 6 days from now. Or 3 days, I mean. A fellow called Karolidis, the Greek premier. He's booked. Nothing on earth can save him. But that's just the beginning. According to what this fellow told me, Karolidis isn't important, not in himself. It's what comes after he's dead. On July 15th, the chief of the French General Staff will be in London. On that day, the British Admiralty is to give him a complete statement of the disposition of the entire British fleet on mobilization. At least I gathered something like that. Something uncommonly important. Now then, on the 15th of July, there will be others in London. I don't know who. He had a name for them. He called them the Black Stone. But somehow this information, those secrets about our fleet destined for France, will be diverted into their hands on that day, July 15th. And it will be used, remember, used a week or 2 later against England by our deadly foe with great guns and swift torpedoes suddenly in the darkness of a summer night. I know you don't believe this. I didn't when he told me. I do now. I noticed that while he was talking, he kept fingering a little black notebook which was full of writing. Some sort of code, it looked like.
You may believe me or not, as you please. There it is.
This is the fellow speaking. The fellow with the brown paper parcel and the cut across his knuckles. This is what he said.
I worked months, years for this information. I got the first hint nearly 2 years ago in an inn on the Achensee in Tyrol. I collected my other clues in a first shop in the Galician quarter of Budapest, in a stranger's club in Vienna.
in a little bookshop on the Recknichstrasse in Leipzig. I completed my evidence 10 days ago in Paris. Until yesterday, I thought I had worked unobserved. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. For me. Those men calling for me to see if I'm here. Don't answer it. Mr. Hannay, let me show you something. Mr. Hannay, will you please turn up the light?
Yes?
Now, Mr. Hannay, come to the window. Look. Down there.
I looked. For a moment, I saw nothing but the deserted street below. Then I noticed a man in a bowler hat standing in a doorway across the street.
When I came home last night, I found a card in my letterbox. Here it is.
Black Stone. What's the Black Stone?
Well, that's a name. That's what they call themselves, these people. When I got that card, I knew that I had to die.
Why don't you call the police?
Oh, no use. These men followed me here. I'm bottled in this building as sure as a pickled herring. And that's why I'm telling you all these things tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going to make a break for it. If I fail, well, I should hate to leave the scene without leaving somebody behind to put up a fight.
Well, I still didn't know what to make of the little chap, and it was getting late. I made him a bed in my smoking room. Good night.
Good night. And in case I'm not here in the morning, I haven't the privilege of your name, sir, but let me tell you, you're a white man. Oh, I say, before you go to bed, I'll thank you to lend me a razor.
I locked the door of my room. Finally, I fell asleep. I awoke before dawn, couldn't go to sleep again. I lit a cigarette and started to read. Then I noticed that the light in the smoking room was still on. I got up. I had a cigarette in my mouth, I remember. I pushed open the smoking room door. I saw something which made me drop my cigarette. Bolt upright in a chair by the window sat an old woman with her eyes open. There was a long knife through her heart which skewered her to the back of the chair. Skoda! 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 There was no reply. Then I noticed three things. First, that this old woman's wig had fallen slightly askew. Second, that the brown paper parcel I'd noticed under Scudder's arm the night before was now lying open and empty on the table. Third, that across the knuckles of the old woman's left hand was a fresh, unhealed cut. From the limpness of the body, I estimated that Skoda had been dead for about 2 hours. I wondered what had happened to the little black book. I searched Skoda's body and found nothing. And I noticed the whole flat had been ransacked in the night. The insides of books, drawers, covered even the sideboard in the dining room. I shuttered and bolted every door and window in the flat. Skoda's story was true. The proof of it was lying under the tablecloth. The men who knew that he knew what he knew had found him and had made certain of his silence. His disguise had not saved him. I'd be the next to go. But suppose I went out now and called the police. What kind of a story could I tell about Skoda? If I told them the truth, they'd simply laugh at me. I'd be charged with murder. The best I could hope for was jail. And that was just where they wanted me. An English prison was as good a way of getting rid of me till after July 15th as a knife in my chest. I got on an atlas and looked at a big map of the British Isles. My notion was to get off some wild district, some open space where my South African experience would be of some use to me, some place where I'd be in safe hiding for 6 days until July 15th. I decided Scotland would be the best. There was a train from St. Pancras at 7:10. I went to the window and looked out between the shutters. It was beginning to get light. I saw a man standing in the doorway, a man in a bowler hat. Then, a man in evening dress came down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. Then he crossed the street and came into the house. In the vestibule... Sorry. Cut. Somebody wrecked my script. Where's my page 25? Then a man in evening dress came down the street. He walked unsteadily. He caught sight of the man in the bowler hat and went over and spoke to him. Then he crossed the street and came into the house. Knocking. Honey, wake up. It's Marmaduke. Good old Marmaduke. Marmaduke the early one. Wake up. We're going to Scotland. Remember? The shooting. Good old shooting. Sorry, fishing. Good old fishing. Nothing like an early start. Good old early one. I say, Henny.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hey, Hanny, your phone's ringing. Wake up and answer it. Hanny. Must be drunk. Betty with a yellow bill, hot upon my windowsill, talks of shiny head.
In the vestibule, I gave the milkman a sovereign to lend me his cap, his overalls, and his milk cans for 10 minutes. I went out into the street, past the doorway, past the man in the bowler hat. 7:10, I was in St. Pancras Station.
Scotch Express?
Sorry, sir, you missed it. He's just put it out, sir. You won't make it, sir. Hey, ticket, ticket. Hey, ticket, sir, ticket, ticket. Stand freeze, next stop. Oak Saints along Raven, Chicken, Break, Clayton, and Candy, get away.
A good mile from the track before I stopped running. The moor was all around me. You couldn't have found a more peaceful landscape in the world. Yet at that moment, for the first time in my life, I felt the terror of the hunted on me. It wasn't the police I was afraid of, but the others who knew that I knew Skoda's secret and dared not let me live. They'd killed Skoda in my flat within a few yards of me. Now it was my turn. I didn't even know what these men looked like. I wish I'd listened more carefully to what Skoda had said about them. I think he said there were 3 of them. But one of them was young and dark, and one was plump, and one was old, and stammered sometimes when he spoke. Suddenly, in the blue evening sky, I saw something. Low down in the south, a monoplane was climbing into the heavens. I was as certain as if I'd been told that the aeroplane was looking for me. It flew low over the hilltops and then back over the valley. I started to run. I ran till the sweat blinded my eyes. I ran most of the night, keeping always south in the direction of the hills. As the mist cleared before the sun, I found myself in the central boss of a high upland country, with glens falling away on every side. Then, on every side. And I saw the monoplane again coming up from the east. It was flying high. It circled about me in narrowing circles, the way a hawk wheels before it pounces. Now it was flying quite low. The observer on board caught sight of me. I could see him looking at me through glasses. Now it was speeding eastward again till it became a speck in the blue morning. My enemies had located me. The next thing would be a cordon around me. There wasn't even enough cover on the whole moor to hide a rat. I tossed a coin, heads right, tails left. Fell head, so I turned north. A little while I came to the brow of a ridge. Away down a slope a couple of miles away, several men were advancing like a row of beaters at a shoot. It may have been my imagination, but I thought I saw 2 figures. 1, 2, perhaps more, moving in a glen beyond the stream. And here's another thing I learned in South Africa, hunting. If you're hemmed in on all sides in a patch of land, there's only one chance to escape. You must stay in the patch and let your enemies search it and not find you. That was good sense, but where on earth could I hide in that tablecloth of a place? I lost my head and started to run. Suddenly, I stopped. In a tiny bight of road, beside a heap of stones, I found a road mender. Hello.
Miss, me hidden bastard. I can't do it. Ain't for me bed.
What seems to be the trouble?
The trouble is that I'm a teetotaler.
Not really.
I am a strong teetotaler. I took the pledge last Martinmas and I hadn't touched a drop of whiskey since.
What did it?
A drink they call brandy. Last night, my daughter Moran was with it. And I was nipping all day yesterday at this brandy. And I do. I'll not be well for a fortnight.
Well, why don't you go to bed?
Ah, that's easy speaking. But I got a postcard yesterday evening saying a new road surveyor will be around the day. He'll come and he'll know finally.
Does the new surveyor know you?
No, him. He's just been a week at the job.
You go back to your bed and sleep in peace. I'll take on your job for today and see the surveyor, and he'll never know the difference.
Lord, you're a the billy. Here's my hammer. Goodbye, Ma, and God bless you.
Now, here, wait a minute. What's your name?
My name's Alexander Turnbull.
You better tell me a bit more about yourself if you want me to do a good job of this.
My friends call me Specky, for I wear glasses. Just speak the surveyor fair and call him sir, and he'll be well pleased. I'll be back at midday.
I borrowed his spectacles and filthy old hat, borrowed to his false stump of a clay pipe, and then when he'd left, I set to work to dress for the part. I got my boots and trouser legs all white from the dust of the road, and I set to work on my face with a handful of dust. I made a watermark on my neck, rubbed a good deal of dirt also in my cheeks. Now, I've noticed that roadmen's eyes always look a little inflamed, so I got some dust into both of mine. The roadman had left his lunch behind him in a green tin and an odd copy of the Dumfries Gazette. I ate several of the thick slabs of cheese and drank a little of the cold tea. I bit and scraped my fingernails till the edges were all cracked and uneven. The men I was matched against would miss no detail. Then I went to work. I remember old Peter Pinard, an old scout in Rhodesia, once telling me about the way to disguise yourself. He said the secret of playing a part was to think yourself into it. Scott. So I recall the years that I'd spent... Scott, go run into the motorcycle.
Are you the roadman here?
I am.
Are you Alexander Turnbull?
I am.
You have charge of the section?
Aye.
Good. A fair bit of road, Turnbull, and not badly engineered. A little soft about a mile off, and the edges what cleaning. See you look after her.
Aye, sir.
Good morning. You'll know me the next time you see me.
I will not.
Goodbye, love.
So my disguise was good enough for the surveyor. The morning went by. Still no sign of my enemies. Just about midday, a big car drove down the hill. Drew up 100 yards down the road. Two men climbed out slowly as if to stretch their legs and sauntered towards me. One was lean and sharp and dark. The other was plump and smiling.
Morning. Fine, easy job of yours.
I'd rather hear you're sitting a day in your hinterlands on the cushions.
You get your papers in good time.
He was looking down at the Dumfries Gazette lying beside Turnbull's lunch tin. I'd noticed earlier that there was a front-page story about the Portland Place murder. You have a fine taste in boots? Were those made by a country shoemaker?
They were not. They were made in London. I got them for the gentleman was here last year for the shooting.
Was meinst du? Der weiß nichts, das Kerl.
They got into their car and were out of sight in a minute. Went right on breaking my stones. It was just as well. 10 minutes later, the car returned. Went by without stopping. I knew they were watching me. The black stone left nothing to chance. Well, I spent the night on a shelf of the hillside in the lee of a boulder where the heather grew long and soft. I woke very cold and early, about an hour after dawn. At first, I couldn't remember where I was. I saw the pale blue sky through a net of heather, then my own boots placed neatly in a blackberry bush. I looked down at the valley. There were men below, police they looked like, not more than a quarter of a mile off, spaced out on the hillside like a fan, beating the heather.
Hey, Joe! Hey! Now, here!
Station break.
You're listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in John Buchan's 39 Steps. We shall resume the story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting 39 Steps by John Buchan. And now the Mercury Theater resumes the story with Orson Welles as Richard Hannay and Marmaduke Jopley.
Hey, George! What he is? Where? Up there! Didn't you see him? Yes, that's him. Hey, look! Look! There he is up there!
We were playing hare and hounds. Soon it began to seem less of a game. The police had evidently called in local herds of gamekeepers. These fellows are hefty men on their native heath. Looking back, I saw that only 3 were following me. The others had fetched a circuit to cut me off. I crossed a burn and came out on a road which seemed to be kept with some care. A few hundred yards to my left, I saw the chimneys of a house smoking. There's a veranda in front of the house, and through the glass, I saw the face of an elderly gentleman, meekly watching me.
Seem in a hurry, my friend.
His face was round and shiny like Mr. Pickwick's, and the top of his head was as bright and bare as a glass bottle. Through the window could be seen some figures half a mile off.
Oh, I see. A fugitive from justice, eh? Well, we'll go into the matter at our leisure. Go into my study. You'll see 2 doors facing you. Take the one to the left and close it behind you. Close it tight.
I did as I was told. I was in a little dark chamber that smelled of chemicals. Wasn't any too happy. Something about the old gentleman's rather terrified me. He'd been too easy and ready. Almost as if he'd been expecting me, and his eyes had been horribly intelligent.
All right, you may come out now.
Have they gone?
They have gone. I convinced them that you had crossed the hill. I do not choose that the police should come between me and one whom I'm delighted to honor.
He smiled gently and nodded to the door behind me. I turned and saw 2 manservants who had me covered with pistols.
This is a lucky morning for you, Mr. Richard Hannay.
Hey, what's going on here? How are you calling Richard Hannay? My name's Ainsley.
So? Oh, but of course you have many names. We won't quarrel about a name, Mr. Hannay.
No, I suppose you're going to give me up after all. And a low, dirty trick, I call it. My God, I wish I'd never seen that cursed money. Here it is, and be damned to you.
You are a clever actor, Mr. Hannay, but not quite clever enough. Oh, no, I shall not give you up. My friends and I will have a little private settlement with you tonight.
Now, for God's sake, stop jawing. Everything's against me. What's the harm in a poor devil with an empty stomach picking up some money finds a lost pocketbook? That's all I've done. For that, I've been chivied for 2 days by these blasted bobbies over these blasted hills. I could see the dawning of a doubt in his mind. I tell you, I'm fair sick of it.
Will you oblige me with the story of your recent doings, Mr. Hannay?
I can't, Governor. I've not had a bit to eat for 2 days. Give me a mouthful of food, then you'll hear God's truth.
You're a good liar, Hannay. I do not propose to let you go. If you are what you say you are, you will soon have a chance of clearing yourself. If you're what I think you are, I don't think you will see the light much longer.
Hearing, sir? Draußen einschließen, bis Sie zurückkommen?
Ja. I want the Daimler in 5 minutes. There will be 3 to dinner. Goodbye, Mr. Hannay. We will meet again tonight.
I marched out of the room with a pistol in the small of my back. It was a risk. Pistol in the small of my back. They locked me up again in the doubles. It was black as pitch. Made out that the walls were lined with boxes and barrels and sacks of some heavy stuff. The old boy had gone off in a car to collect his friends. They'd be back soon. Probably the 2 who'd interviewed me yesterday, the plump one and the dark, thin one. As I figured it out, I had just about 2 hours longer to live. I thought of Skoda in the dress of an old woman, sitting in that chair by the window with his eyes open. I got up and started moving around the room again. I found a handle in the wall, the door of a cupboard of some sort. In the cupboard, there were bottles and cases of queer-smelling stuff and coils of fine copper wire. There was a box of detonators and a lot of cord for fuses. Also, half a dozen little gray bricks. I took up one and smelled it and put my tongue to it. I've been a mining engineer for nothing. I know letonite when I see it. It was a risk. But if I didn't take it, I'd probably be occupying a 6-foot hole in the garden by evening anyhow. I took a quarter of a letonite brick and buried it near the door. And I got a detonator and a couple of feet of fuse. Then I lit a match.
left shoulder, there was a poisonous yellow fog all around me. Somewhere behind me, I felt fresh air. I started to run. Much later, in a clearing on a hillside, I saw a small stone building with a tower. The door was open. It was dark and cool inside. I sat down on one of the benches. The pain in my shoulder was unbearable. Then I heard steps coming down the path. I found a small door in one corner and narrow steps running up the tower. I went up. Most of the top of the tower was just taken up with bills. There was a small ledge outside, just wide enough to lie down in. I heard a man downstairs below me in the tower. I lay there with a burning head and the sun glaring in my face. Right above me was the monoplane. They couldn't have missed me lying there on the open ledge. They knew where I was. Soon they'd come back for me. Oh, I'm sorry. I read it wrong. They knew where I was. Soon they'd come back for me. Then, suddenly, right under me... Bells, and presently up the hillside, little dark knots of men began to appear. They came slowly, dozens of them, all moving towards me, slowly advancing, closing in on me. I was too sick to move. I lay there waiting for them to come and get me. Now they were in the building below me. In a few seconds, they'd be up the stairs. I waited and no one came. I lay there waiting, and then a thought struck me. Scudder had been murdered on Thursday night, 4 days ago. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. Then these men coming up in the hill in little dark knots, in black, slowly advancing, closing in on me, were not my enemies. They weren't after me. They didn't even know I was there. They were peacefully walking to church with their families. It was Sunday. Presently, a large, green, open Daimler drove up. 3 men got out. My plump friend, the professor, and the dark young man. I could see them looking up at my tower. 2 of them went into the church. The thin man stayed in the car. I waited. I waited, but they didn't come. The service had just begun. That gave me about an hour. There was an old iron drain pipe running along the corner of the tower. It didn't seem particularly solid. Besides, I was in full sight of the man in the car. At that moment, it started to rain. The man in the car looked up at the sky and turned in his collar. Then he shrugged his shoulders, got out of the car, and went into the church. I started down the side of the tower. Halfway down, my foot slipped and I fell. The ground was soft. I got up and went over to the car and drove off. Action. I drove on south, downhill into the valley. The road was full of sharp curves and shining under my headlights and very slippery.
Scotch and soda, sir? Yes, that's right, Sullivan. Mr. Hannay, I may talk like an arse most of the time, but I can size up a man. Whiskey, Mr. Hannay. Thanks, Sullivan. Pour it, will you? 2 stiff ones. Very good, sir. Well, Hannay, you're no murderer and you're no fool. And I believe you're speaking the truth. I'm going to back you up. Now, what can I do?
I've got to get in touch with the government sometime before June 15th. That's the day after tomorrow, if you can help me.
All right, I will. The permanent secretary at the Foreign Office is my godfather, and one of the best going. He's down at his cottage in the country, trout fishing. If you start early tomorrow morning... Sullivan. Yes, Sir Harry. Have the station wagon here at 6 in the morning. Yes, sir. And reserve a compartment on the Southern Express. Yes, sir. Oh, and Sullivan. Yes, Sir Harry. Send a telegram to Sir Walter. Yes, sir. If a man called Hannay...
Better not use my real name.
Right you are. If a man called, Sullivan, you will think of a name for Mr. Hannay? Yes, sir. A short name, sir. Yes, Sullivan. And British, of course, sir. Oh, yes, Sullivan. You can count on me, sir. Sir Walter Bullivant, Kenneth near Arton's Well, Cambridgeshire. If a man called Trisden appears tomorrow, treat him kindly. He may tell you something that will wake you up. he will pass the word Blackstone and whistle Annie Laurie. Love, Harry.
Fair little stream, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'll back our Kennett for trout fishing against any river in England. Look at that big fellow there. 4 pounds if he's an ounce.
I don't see him.
Look, there. A yard from the reeds, just above that stickle.
It must be a Blackstone.
Yes. Citizen's name, isn't it?
No, I mean to say yes, sir.
The wise conspirator that knows his own name.
You're Sir Walter.
I am. Now then, Mr. Hannay. My nephew promised you'd tell me something that would wake me up. I'm ready. Oh, Mr. Hannay, before you begin, I think I ought to tell you. I got a letter from Skoda this morning.
Skoda?
Yes.
Skoda's been dead a week.
It was written on the 8th, the day before he came to you. His letters usually took a week to reach me. They were sent undercover to Spain and then to Newcastle.
What did he say?
Great deal. Strange fellow, Skoda. He knew more international secrets than any secret service man in Europe. The trouble about him was he liked to play a lone hand. He'd never tell us all he knew. Besides, he was getting romantic. The Blackstone, like a penny novelette.
Sir Walter, is Carolitis in London?
He is. Been there for days.
In his letter, did Skoda say anything about Carolitis?
Premier Carolitis? Skoda said that the
14th of July, today, Carolitis would be murdered.
Carolitis? Murdered? Nonsense. There's no state in Europe wants him out of the way. The virtuous Carolitis is likely to outlive us all. I'm afraid Skoda went off the trail there.
Sir Walter?
Yes, Heath? What is it?
Telegram, Sir Walter. Just came through from London.
Thanks. Mr. Hannay, you'll excuse me? Heath, car, right away. Call the Foreign Office. Tell them I'm on my way up.
Yes, sir.
I apologize to the shade of Skoda. Carolitis was shot dead this evening, a few minutes after 7. It begins to look like war, Mr. Hannay.
What about our naval plans, Sir Walter? You know what Skoda said about them? He said tomorrow, July 15th.
We're taking no chances, Mr. Hannay. General Defoe, chief of the French General Staff, arrived in London at 5 today. He dines with the Prime Minister, and then he goes to the Foreign Office, where 4 people will see him. Whittaker from the Admiralty, myself, Sir Arthur Drew, and General Winstanley. Lord Stirling may be there, but you never know about him. He gets more erratic every day. The Foreign Office, General Defoe, will get a certain document from Whittaker. After that, he'll be motored to Portsmouth, where a destroyer will take him to Havre. He won't be left unattended for a moment till he's safe in Paris. Same with Whittaker, till the papers are out of his hands. And I don't mind admitting I'm horribly nervous.
If those plans were stolen, could the disposition be changed?
We can't make any serious change in those dispositions, Mr. Hannay, unless we alter the geography of England. And now, gentlemen, that our meeting is over, I must ask you to give me a few minutes longer of your time. Gentlemen, I ask you to meet Mr. Hannay.
How do you do, Mr. Hannay?
General Defoe.
Honored to meet you.
Sir Arthur Drew.
How do you do, sir?
John Whittaker.
How do you do, sir?
General Winstanley.
How do you do?
Gentlemen, I've taken the highly unusual step of asking Mr. Hannay to attend our meeting tonight because Mr. Hannay is in possession of certain vital information which every one of us here...
I am sorry, Walter. I am a sick man. I'm going back to my bed where I belong. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, my lord.
Good night, Mr. Hannay. I'm sorry I can't stay to hear what you've got to say. Oh, and Whittaker, whatever comes up, you take care of it. Don't call me again tonight.
Stop that man.
Really, Mr. Hannay?
I tell you to stop that man. Stop him.
Mr. Hannay, I think you're forgetting
I
yourself.
beg of you to stop. If you won't, I will. Too late. Gentlemen, who do you think went through that door a minute ago?
Lord Sterling.
He did not. It was his living image, but it was not Lord Sterling. Gentlemen, have you ever known Lord Sterling to stammer?
Henny, have you gone out of your head?
I tell you, gentlemen, the man that went out was not Lord Sterling. It was someone who recognized me, someone I've seen in the last 3 days.
Nonsense. Really, Mr. Henny, I think you have gone out of your head.
That remains to be seen. So, Walter, may I call Lord Sterling's house?
I'll do it. Hello? Get me Whittlesey House. Hurry, please. Hello? Yes? Yes, hello? This is Walter Bullivant. Will you ask Lord Sterling to call me the minute he gets home? What? What's that? Are you sure? I see. Thank you. Lord Sterling hasn't been out of his bed all day. He went to sleep at 6 and woke up a few minutes ago.
Well then. What is it?
The Black Stone.
Oh, but it's madness. Do you mean to tell me that man came here and sat beside me for the best part of an hour, and I didn't detect the imposture? My old chief?
You were too interested in other things to have the use of your eyes. You took Lord Sterling for granted. If it had been anybody else, you might have looked more closely.
The thing that puzzles me is, well, what good will his visit here do? That's the spy fellow. Here are the plans right here on this table. He couldn't carry away several pages of figures and strange names in his head.
Yes, he could. A trained spy has a photographic memory. You noticed he said nothing, but went through those papers again and again. Those plans are as lost to us as if he had them in his pocket.
Give me the Home Office. Port Division. Have every port watched, every outgoing steamer checked, and we haven't a rag of a clue.
I wonder. It's got a little black book. It's in code, except for one sentence scrawled over the last page. Skoda knew where those fellows would hide. He knew when and where they were going to leave the country. I wonder if in that sentence...
What is it? Let's hear it.
39 steps. I counted them. High tide, 10:17 p.m.
39 steps?
That is a clue, don't you see? It's the place where they're going to leave from. Tomorrow was the day, and it was someplace where high tide was at 10:17.
There are at least 100 places in England where the tide's high at 10:17 tomorrow.
And they may have gone tonight.
Not they. They have their own secret plans, and they won't be hurried.
39 steps. What does he mean by steps?
Dock steps.
He would have mentioned their number. It must be a place where there's more than one set of stairs.
Home Office. Department of Transportation. Hello. Bullivant speaking. I say, is there any regular steamer leaving for the continent at 10:17 p.m.? Look it up. What? You sure? Thanks. There's no regular steamer sailing for the continent at 10:17 p.m. from anywhere.
There must be a private boat and a little port. That explains why the tide's important.
Hello. Give me the Admiralty. Hello. Walter Bullivant speaking. Hello, Jenkins. What places do you know along the East Coast where there are cliffs and where several sets of steps run down to the beach? Yes, I mean steps, regular staircases. What's that? Place in Norfolk? Rattlesham? On a golf course? No, that's not it. No, marine piers won't do either. Has to be more retired than that. What? Where else? Think, man, think. It's important. What's that? What do you call it? The Rough. Listen to this, eh? A big chalk headland in Kent, close to Bradgate.
Arthur, look up the Admiralty tide table, Bradgate. Kent.
Yes. A lot of villas on top of a cliff, and some of the houses have staircases down to a private beach.
Hurry, Sir Arthur.
Here, listen to this. Bradgate. High tide, July the 15th, 10:17 p.m.
Bradgate, July 15th. Confidential reports. Richard Hannay, Special Agent to Sir Walter Bullivant, Permanent Secretary, Foreign Office. There is a villa with 39 steps leading down to the sea. Trafalgar Lodge, it's called. It belongs to an old gentleman called Appleton, a retired stockbroker, the house agent says. A decent old fellow, pays his bills regularly. It's always good for a $5 for local charity. Well, sir, from the cliff, I could see Trafalgar Lodge very plainly. A red brick villa with a veranda, tennis lawn behind it, in front, the ordinary seaside flower garden full of marguerites and scraggy geraniums. There's a flagstaff with an enormous Union Jack hung limply in the air. Presently, I observed someone leave the house and saunter along the cliff. It was an old man wearing white flannel trousers, a blue serge jacket, and a straw hat. He carried field glasses and a newspaper. He sat down and began to read. Sometimes he'd lay down the paper and turn his glasses in the sea. He looked for a long time at the destroyer. I watched him for half an hour. Then he got up and went to his house. After lunch, I saw a foreign-looking yacht come up from the south and drop anchor pretty well opposite the Rough. Later in the afternoon, a British destroyer came in. I found a place in an empty garden next door to Trafalgar Lodge, and from there I had a full view of the tennis court on which two men were playing tennis. I could hear their voices. One was the old man I'd already seen. The other was a younger fellow. They played with tremendous zest, like two city gents getting a workout. You couldn't conceive a more innocent spectacle.
Ready?
Good service. 15 all.
Thirty-fifth. I say, old man, you'll have to buck up.
Oh, stop crowing, will you?
Ready? 45th. Set point.
Next. Come on.
Game.
That's what's it all. Let's sit down.
Had enough?
Hello. Third figure had arrived, a young man on a bicycle with a big bag of golf clubs slung at his back.
Hello, Ted. Come on down. We're on the course.
Make yourself a drink on the way. Say, Bob, I'm going in to have a tub. Got to do a proper lather.
This'll bring down your weight and your handicap.
Take you on tomorrow and give you a stroke a hole.
You couldn't find anything more English than that, could you, sir? These men might be acting, but if they were, where was their audience? And yet there were three of them, and one was old, and one was plump, and one was lean and dark, and their house fitted in with Scota's notes, and half a mile offshore was lying a foreign yacht. There was only one thing to do. Go forward as if I had no doubts. If I was going to make a fool of myself, I might as well do it handsomely. And I remembered what old Peter Pinnier told me in Rhodesia. The best scout I ever knew. He told me once, talking about disguises, that barring certainties like fingerprints, mere physical traits are of very little importance if a man really knows his business. He laughed at things like dyed hair and false beards and such childish follies. If you're playing a part, he said, you'll never keep it up unless you convince yourself that you really are the man you're pretending to be. That explained the game of tennis. These chaps didn't need to act. They just turned a handle and passed into another life, which came as natural to them as the first. It's getting on 8 o'clock. Went for a walk along the cliffs. Out at sea in the blue dusk, I saw lights appear on the foreign yacht and on the British destroyer way to the south and beyond the point. The bigger lights of steamers making for the Thames. The whole scene was utterly peaceful. 9:30, I strolled toward the Trafalgar Lodge. The Scotland Yard men would be posted around the house by now, but there was no sign of a soul. The house stood as open and public as a charity bazaar.
Yes, sir?
Does Mr. Appleton live here?
Yes, sir.
I should like to see him, please.
I'll see if he's in. Will you wait here in the hall, please, sir?
Once I found myself in a neat hall. There were the golf clubs and tennis rackets and all the things you'll find in 10,000 British homes. There was a grandfather clock ticking, a barometer, and a print of Chiltern winning the Grand National.
What name shall I say, sir?
Hannay.
Will you come this way, please, sir? Mr. Annie.
The old man rose to meet me. He was in evening dress. So was the plump one. The third, the dark one, wore a blue serge suit and the colors of some club or school.
Mr. Hannay, you wish to see me? One moment, you fellows. I'll join you. Better go to the smoking room, Mr. Hannay.
We'll stay here. I think we've met before, and I guess you know my business.
Maybe, sir, maybe. I haven't a very good memory. I'm afraid you must tell me your errand, for I really don't know it.
Well, then, I've come to tell you that the game's up. I have a warrant here for the arrest of you three.
Arrest? Really? Arrest? Good Lord, what for?
For the murder of Franklin Scudder in London on the 8th day of this month.
Why, I never heard the name before.
Good heavens, you must be mad, sir. Where'd you come from?
Scotland Yard.
Oh, don't get flustered, Uncle. It's all a ridiculous mistake. These things happen sometimes. We can easily set it right. Well, I can show that I was out of the country on the 8th, and Bob was down here. You were in London, but well, you can explain what you were doing.
Right, Francie. Of course, that's easy enough.
The 8th, last Thursday. Why, that was the day after Agatha's wedding. Let me see, what was I doing? I came up in the morning from Woking and lunched at the club with Charlie Simmons. Then, oh, yes, I dined at the City Hall, for the punch didn't agree with me. I was seedy the next morning. Hang it all, there's the cigar box I brought back from the dinner.
I think, sir, you'll see you're mistaken. We want to assist the law like all Englishmen. And we do not want Scotland Yard to be making fools of themselves. That's so, Uncle.
Certainly, Bob. Certainly. We'll do anything in our power to assist the authorities, but this is a bit too much. I can't get over it.
Think what Aunt Nellie will say. She always said you'd die of boredom because nothing ever happened to you, and now you've got it thick and strong. Why, that's wonderful.
So, yes, just think of it. What a story to tell at the club. Really, Mr. Hannay, I suppose I should be angry to show my innocence, but it's too funny. I almost forgive you the fright you gave me. You looked so glum, I thought I might have been walking in my sleep and killing people like Jack the Ripper.
Couldn't be acting. It was too confounded genuine. My heart went into my boots. My first impulse was to apologize and clear out. The light from the dinner table candlestick is not too good. I walked the door and switched on the electric light. Then a sudden glare made them blink, and I stood scanning the three faces. Well, I made nothing of it. One was old and bald, one was stout, one was dark and thin. That's all I could tell. Perhaps there were 3 men who had hunted me in Scotland. There was a silver cigarette box on the table beside me, and I saw that it had been won by Percy Appleton, Esquire, of St. Bede's Club in a golf tournament.
Well, are you reassured by your scrutiny? I hope you'll find it consistent with your duty to drop this ridiculous business, Mr. Hannay. I make no complaint, but you see how annoying it must be to respectable people. Are you going to drop it?
No.
Oh, Lord, this is a bit too thick. Do you propose to march us off to the police station?
I have the right to ask to see your warrant, you know, but I don't wish to cast any aspersions upon you, sir. You're only doing your duty. But you will admit it's horribly awkward. Well, what do you propose to do?
I vote we have a game of billiards. It'll give Mr. Hannay time to think things over, show him there's no ill feeling. You play, sir?
Yes, I play.
Billiard room is downstairs, Mr. Hannay. Why don't you two start? We'll finish our cigars and come down later.
I'd rather we went down together, Mr. Appleton.
Well, if you insist.
What a stubborn man you are, Mr. Hannay.
We went to the billiard room. I followed them downstairs in a kind of dream. The billiard room had a large window which looked out on the cliff. The window was open and the moon was flooding the cliffs and sea with a great tide of yellow light.
Choose your cue, sir.
Thanks.
Plain or spot, sir?
Spot.
Short?
Thanks.
How about a few practice shots?
Good work, Mr. Hannay. I'm afraid you're in for a licking, Bob.
Shall we start? Who'll begin? Shall we toss?
What are you playing for?
Shilling a game?
That's all right.
Heads or tails, Mr. Hannay?
Heads.
Heads it is. You begin. Will you mark for us, Percy?
Righto.
7. That was a near one. Rough luck.
5. 8.
That's all. All right, Mr. Hannay.
5, that's 13. 17.
Good work.
That was 17.
Oh, Percy, look at the time. You'd better think about catching your train.
Percy's got to go to town tonight.
I'm afraid you must put off your journey.
Oh, dash it all, Hannay. I thought you'd drop that, but I've simply got to go. You can have my address, and you can have any security you like.
No, you must stay. It was 5 minutes after 10. In 12 minutes, it would be high tide. Through the window, I could see the lights of the Ariadne, the foreign yacht offshore.
Well, I'll go bail for my nephew. That ought to content you, Mr. Hannay.
Was it my fancy, or did I detect some halt in the smoothness of that voice? Then I thought of something. Mr. Appleton, when does your nephew have to be in London?
Tonight.
And you say you'd go bail for him, Mr. Appleton?
Yes. Yes, I told you I would.
Well, then perhaps if I could arrange to call Scotland Yard early in the morning.
No, Mr. Hannay. It simply has to be tonight.
Then I knew who he was.
Front! The boat! The boat!
The young dark man leaped from the window. He was through it over the low fence and down the steps before a hand could touch him. Someone switched on the light. The plump one was lying crumpled in a heap. They'd got handcuffs on the old man.
You're safe! Safe! You can't follow him in time! He's gone on the yacht! He's triumphed! The Blackstone has triumphed.
I hope you'll bear his triumph well, Mr. Appleton. I ought to tell you that your yacht, the last 2 hours, has been in our hands. Has been in our hands. Well, Sir Walter, that's about all there is to it. That's the story as you asked me to set it down. You know the rest of it better than I do. Scudder was right about the war, right, wasn't he? In about a week, I expect right in the middle of it myself. Because of my Matabele experiences, I got a captain's commission straight off. I joined my division on Thursday at Aldershot, and I understand we'll be moving straight up to the front. Still, I'm afraid I had most of my excitement before I put on khaki. Anyway, goodbye, and thanks for everything. It was great sport while it lasted. Yours very sincerely, Richard Hannay, August 8, 1914.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in 39 Steps by John Buchan. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, who tonight played Richard Hannay, Orson Welles.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, cut it off. Cut it. I'll take the rest.
What's the time exactly, Larry?
I can't tell you. makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight again, our scene is America. America at the turn of the century, in the days that saw the rise, the reign, and the decline of the Magnificent Ambersons. The book was a bestseller, but the Magnificent Ambersons is something better than that, better than a bestseller that still sells. It lives on as the truest, cruelest picture of the growth of the Middle West and the liveliest portrait left to us of the people who made it grow. It's better than a good book. It's Booth Tarkington's best. And we'll do our best try it on the radio tonight, and luckily, we have with us a great American actor to help. An actor who, in the living theater and in motion pictures, has created a notable gallery of American portraits ranging from Ring Lardner's Elmer the Great to Sinclair Lewis's Dodsworth. A gallery which includes the simplest of American mortals and even two presidents, the legendary chief executive of Gabriel over the White House and Mr. Abraham Lincoln himself. You've guessed his name. It's Walter Houston. But before Booth Tarkington's Magnificent Ambersons, here's Ernest Chappell with a message of interest from our sponsors.
Thank you, Orson Welles. You know, if through some circumstance or other people could have only one soup, and if the choice of that one soup were put to popular vote, the chances are most people would cast their ballots in favor of Campbell's tomato soup. You see, Campbell's tomato is the soup people buy and enjoy more than any other. Now, why is this so? Well, there are many reasons, of course, why people turn to Campbell's tomato soup time and time again, why it appeals alike to young and old, why people never seem to tire of it. But the main reason can be summed up in one word: flavor. Just about everybody has a keen liking for its rich tomato flavor. The tang and liveliness of that flavor never fails to coax our appetites. We continue to enjoy it as we eat spoonful after spoonful, and we have a pleasant feeling of deep well-being as we finish the last full-flavored drop. Now, wouldn't bright, glowing, fragrant platefuls of this favorite soup add special enjoyment to your dinner tomorrow night? And don't you want to put on your grocery list tomorrow Campbell's tomato soup? And now, the Magnificent Ambersons with Walter Houston and Orson Welles.
Dear Miss Amberson, when I called upon you this afternoon to express my regret for last night's misfortune, I was informed by your butler that you did not desire to see me. You seem to care a great deal for both vials, Miss Anderson. If I promise never to break another one, may I not hope that you will relent and consent to receive in person the apology of your very contrite and devoted admirer, Eugene Morgan. To Miss Amberson, Amberson Mansion, Amberson Boulevard, Amberson Edition.
You heard that word Amberson a lot in those days, in that town. Everybody knew the Ambersons, and it was quite unnecessary for the young man to address his letter so carefully. The magnificence of the Ambersons began in 1873. Their splendor lasted throughout all the years that saw their Midland town spread and darken into a city. Around 1800, Major Amberson had bought 200 acres of land at the end of National Avenue. Through this tract, he had built broad streets and cross streets, paved them with cedar block, and curbed them with stone. He'd set up fountains here and there, and at symmetrical intervals, placed cast iron statues painted white. And all this art showed a profit from the start. The lots had sold well, and there was a rush to build in the new addition. Its main thoroughfare was called Amberson Boulevard, and here now stood the new Amberson Mansion, which was the pride of the town.
Yes, sir, $60,000 for the woodwork alone. And hot and cold water upstairs and down. They got a ballroom there, takes up the whole third story. And a glass dome, green glass it is, way up in the air, and arches and turrets. And one of them new stone porches. They call it a porte cochere. Well, sir, I guess the President of the United States would be tickled to swap the White House for the new Amberson Mansion if the Major give him the chance. Yes, sir. By the almighty dollar, you bet the sweet life the Major wouldn't.
Now, of these Ambersons, at the time this story begins, there were three. The old major and his two children, Fred and Isabel. Of Fred, it was generally understood that one day he would go into politics.
Kind of a good thing to have an Amberson in Congress. Makes it pleasant when a family goes traveling.
Meanwhile, he was to be seen every afternoon on National Avenue, perched high on the seat of the newest and fanciest rig in town, driving a pair of dashing bays with great gesturing and waving of his skin-tight lemon gloves. Of Isabel, it was known that she'd been to a young ladies' school in the East and later to a finishing school in Paris.
But now I'm back. Back for good this time, I guess. And it's nice to be home.
Home being the Amberson mansion on Amberson Boulevard, of which Isabel Amberson was now the hostess. Well, during those days, people had time for things. Time to gossip. Time for a lot of things. They even had time to dance square dances, quadrilles and lances, the raquette and schottisches and polkas and such whims as the Portland fancy. All gone now. Gone like the all-day picnics in the woods and like that prettiest of all vanished customs, the serenade. Of a summer night, young men would bring an orchestra under a pretty girl's window, and flute, harp, fiddle, cello, cornet, and bass viol would presently release their melodies to the dulcet stars. Indeed, it was at one of these serenades that an event occurred which was to have a profound influence on the fate of the Ambersons.
Eugene Morgan. It's too bad. Likeliest boy in town he was, and not really given to drink. Just celebrating.
Stepped right through the bass viol, he did. Made matchwood of it.
Too bad it had to be right under Miss Isabel's window, and right at this time, too.
When Eugene Morgan called the next day to apologize, Isabel refused to see him, and it was then that he wrote her that letter. And 3 weeks later, Major Amberson announced the marriage of his daughter to one of the town's leading young men of business, Wilbur Minafer. No breaker of bass viols or of hearts. No serenader at all.
Wilbur Minafer. Well, she'll be a good wife to Wilbur, and they'll have the worst spoiled lot of children this town will ever see.
Well, how on earth do you make that out?
She couldn't love Wilbur, could she? Well, it'll all go to her children, and she'll ruin them.
The prophetess proved to be mistaken in a single detail only. Wilbur and Isabel did not have children. They had only one child. At the age of 9, it pains me more than any man to admit, George Amberson Minafer, the Major's one grandchild, was a princely terror. With his long brown curls and the silk sash and lace collar in which his mother dressed him, he was dreaded not only in Amberson Addition, but in other quarters through which he galloped daily on his white pony.
Oh, look at the girly curls. Say, Bub, where'd you steal your mother's old sash?
Your sister stole it for me. She stole it off our clothesline and gave it to me.
Yeah? You go get your hair cut. I haven't got a sister.
I know you have it at home. I mean the one that's in jail.
I dare you get down off that pony.
Sure, I'll get down off the pony. Whoa, boy.
Well, I dare you to come inside that gate.
I'm coming.
Yeah? Well, I dare you halfway here. I dare you. Hey! Boy, what's going on here? Stop this and get out of this yard, young man. I said...
You stop that. You take your hands off me. I guess you don't know who I am.
Yes, I do know. I know who you are. You're a disgrace to your mother. Your mother ought to be ashamed of herself to allow...
Shut up about my mother.
She ought to be ashamed. A woman that lets a bad boy like you...
You pull down your vest, you old billy goat, you. Pull down your waist, wear on your chin, and go to...
George.
Yes, Mama?
Is this letter from the Reverend Malik Smith the truth?
He's an old liar.
George, you mustn't say liar. He says you insulted and brutally assaulted his son. Is that true?
Well, how old am I?
You're 12.
And he says in that letter I'm older and stronger than his son. And he's 13.
What about the other thing, Georgie? Did you tell the Reverend Smith to... Did you say...
Listen here, Mama. Grandpa wouldn't even wipe his shoe on that old storyteller, would he?
George, you mustn't.
I mean, none of the Ambersons wouldn't have anything to do with him, would they? He doesn't even know you, does he, Mama?
George, that isn't what we're talking about.
I bet if he wanted to see any of the Amberson family, he'd have to go around to the side door.
No, dear.
Yes,
no,
he would, Mama. So what does it matter if I did say something to him he didn't like? That kind of people, I don't see why you can't say anything you want to him. They're just riffraff, that's what they are, Mama. Just riffraff.
And that's what they were to him. Riffraff. Everybody in town, except the Ambersons. His arrogance, I'm sorry to say, grew with the years. There were people, grown people too, who said they did hope to see the day when that boy would get his comeuppance. That's the word they used, comeuppance. But when George Amberson Minafer came home from college for the holidays at Christmastide in his sophomore year, nothing about him encouraged any hope that he, George Amberson Minafer, had received his comeuppance. Cards were out for a ball in his honor, and this pageant of the tenantry was held in the ballroom of the Amberson mansion the night after his arrival. George, white-gloved with a gardenia in his buttonhole, stood with his mother and his Uncle Fred in the big red and gold drawing room downstairs to receive the guests. He was doing his duty, greeting two pretty girls with whom he had grown up.
How do you do?
How do you do? Have you very well? Of course
Mr.
I do.
Oh,
Very well
he
indeed.
Oh, he did.
All right. Mother.
Yes, George?
Mother, who's that queer-looking duck?
Why, George, dear, whomever do you mean?
Over there. It's coming towards us.
Why?
It's nobody we know, is it, Mother?
George, he'll hear you. Hello, Eugene.
Good evening, Isabel.
How nice of you to come, Eugene.
I'm only here for one thing. To have a dance with you.
Why, of course. Eugene, this is my son. George, Mr. Eugene Morgan.
Hello, George.
How do you do?
Well, if it wasn't so big, Isabel, I wouldn't know it had been so long.
Yes, Eugene, it has been long.
Well, how about that dance?
Certainly, Eugene. A little later. I'd love it.
A little later then, Isabel. I'll come for you. Goodbye, George. Nice to meet you. I wondered what you'd be like. You're almost as good looking as you ought to be with that mother of yours. And that's better than any boy ought to look. Goodbye, Isabel. I'll come back for that dance.
Still a pretty queer-looking duck.
George.
Yes, Mother.
George.
Yes, Mother.
George, this is Miss Lucy Morgan.
Oh, how do you do? I remember you very well indeed.
But you don't, George. Miss Morgan's from out of town, and it's the first time you've ever seen her.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you do?
You might take her up to the dancing, George. I think you've pretty well done your duty here.
Be delighted. Delighted. What'd you say your name was?
Morgan.
It's a funny name.
Everybody else's name always is.
What's the rest of it?
Lucy. Is Lucy a funny name, too?
Oh, Lucy's very much all right.
Thanks about letting my name be Lucy.
As George conducted his partner to the ballroom, their progress was slow, and to George's mind it did not lack stateliness. How could it? Musicians hired especially for him were sitting in a grove of palms in the hall and now tenderly playing for his pleasuring. Dozens and scores of flowers had been brought to life and tended to this hour that they might sweeten the air for him while they died. It is to be doubted if anybody ever felt more illustrious or more negligently grand than George Amberson Minafer felt at this party.
Mr. Minafer?
Yes?
What are you studying at college?
A lot of useless guff.
Well, then why don't you study some useful stuff?
What do you mean, useful?
Something you'll use later in your business or profession?
I don't expect to go into any business or profession.
Well, so how are you going to do? What do you want to be?
A yachtsman. At that same moment, in a small room set apart for the smokers on the second floor of the Amberson mansion, two old friends were engaged in conversation. One was the Honorable Fred Amberson. The other was the gentleman whom George Amberson Minafer had classified some minutes earlier as a queer-looking duck.
Gene Morgan, you haven't changed at all.
What did you expect, Fred?
20 years since you left. Makes some difference in faces, 20 years, but not in behavior, I guess.
If you remember, Fred, my own behavior began to be different about that long ago. Quite suddenly.
Yeah. Been stepping in any bass vials lately, Gene? Isabel know you're here?
Yes, I just saw her. Where's Wilbur? I didn't see him.
Isabel's husband never was one for parties, you know, and he hasn't been so well lately. He's probably gone home already. Gene, life's an odd thing if we look back, isn't it?
Yes, it's probably going to be odder still if we could look forward.
Probably.
However, I still dance like an Indian, don't you?
No, I leave that to my nephew, George. He does the dancing for the family.
Tell me, what do people in this town think about young George, generally?
Well, a lot of people that are glad to express their opinions about him quite strongly, too.
Yes? What's the matter with him, Fred?
Too much Amberson, I suppose, for one thing. And for another, Isabel just fell down and worshipped him from the day he was born. I don't see how she doesn't see the truth about that boy of hers. She thinks he's a little tin god on wheels. I tell you, Gene, she actually sits and worships him. You can hear it in her voice when she speaks to him. You can see it in her eyes when she looks at him. My heavens, I often wonder, what does she see when she looks at him?
Yes, well, she sees something that we don't see.
What?
An angel.
Tell me, Gene, when you met George tonight, Did you see an angel?
No. All I saw was a remarkably good-looking fool boy with the pride of Satan and a set of nice new drawing-room manners. No, Fred. Mothers see the angel in us because the angel is there. And mothers are always right.
Yes, I know what you mean, Gene. You mean that George's mother's always right.
I'm afraid she's always been.
She was wrong once, old fella. At least so it seemed to me.
No, she... Oh, goodbye, Fred. I'm going to dance.
With?
Isabel, does that surprise you?
Well, it startles me a little, your jumping up like that to go and dance with Isabel. 20 years seems to have passed, but have they? My heavens, old times starting all over again.
Old times? Not a bit. There aren't any old times. When times are gone, they're not old, they're dead. There aren't any times. But new times.
How's that for a bit of freshness? My
What
God.
was?
Oh, that queer-looking duck dancing with my mother. See, they're waving his hand at me like that. I don't know him from Adam.
You don't need to. He wasn't waving his hand to you. He meant me. I'm going to dance with him pretty soon.
Say, who is he?
The queer-looking duck.
Yeah. I suppose he's some old widower.
Yes, he's a widower. I should have told you before. He's my father.
Oh, if I'd known he was your father, I wouldn't have made fun of him. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know I don't mind your being such a lofty person at all. I think it's ever so interesting. But Papa's a great man.
Is he? Well, let's hope so, I'm sure.
I'm just beginning to understand.
Understand what?
What it means to be a real Amberson in this town. Papa told me something about it before we came, but I see he didn't say half enough.
Did your father say he knew the family before he left you?
I don't think he meant to boast of it. He spoke of it quite calmly. You'll excuse me. I really must be going now.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait. What are you going to do after 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
A whole lot of things. Every minute's filled up.
All right, the snow is fine for sleighing. I'll come for you in the cutter 10 minutes after 2.
I can't possibly go.
If you don't, I'm going to sit in the cutter in front of your gate all afternoon. If you try to go out with anybody else, he's got to whip me before he gets you. If you think I'm not in earnest, you're at liberty to make quite a big experiment.
I don't think I've often had so large a compliment as that, especially on such short notice. And yet, I don't think I'll go with you.
You'll be ready at 10 minutes after 2.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will.
Yes, I will.
Where's Wilbur?
Wilbur had a headache. Jeannie said he hoped you'd excuse him.
I don't think automobiling is quite your husband's speed anyway, Isabel. Well, let's get started.
You sure you're not scared?
Of course
You
not.
probably have to walk home, but the exercise will be good for us.
Don't you believe him?
Up you go, Isabel.
I don't care what you say. I still think it's thrilling.
Ready? Here we go.
You know what? Gene tells me this chafing dish of his travels 10 miles an hour.
Next year, we expect to do 18.
By then, there'll be a law forbidding the sale of automobiles, the way there is with concealed weapons.
Gee, Lucy, I'm sorry you're cold.
I'm not anymore with the wind behind us. And I do hate to go back. It's so pretty out here in the country.
Yeah, it is nice.
Is this all yours? The Ambersons, I mean, all this land? Beautiful.
Yeah, it used to be. It's getting all too much built up now. The way it used to be, it was like a gentleman's country estate. It's the way we ought to keep it. We let these people take too many liberties. What are you laughing at now?
Oh, nothing. Oh, for heaven's sake.
What?
Well, look over there, down the road. It's Papa. He's having trouble with the machine.
What'd I tell you about those old sewing machines?
They're not old sewing machines. I wish you didn't say things like that. Well, you're not going to pass them and just leave them stranded there.
We'll come back, pick them up to show them as horses that belong on the road, not sewing machines. Get up, Tender.
Oh, George, be careful.
Get up. Why don't you get a horse? Get a horse. Get a horse. George.
Oh, George, be careful. Look where you're driving. There's a ditch on that side. George!
Are you hurt, Lucy? Lucy?
Oh, no, Papa.
You all right?
Go back to Featherhead. Nothing the matter with him at all.
George, are you hurt?
Don't make a fuss, Mother. Nothing's the matter. Only that darn silly horse broke away.
Well, you catch cold, George. Here, let me brush the snow.
Oh, leave me alone, Mother. You ruin your gloves. You're getting the snow all over yourself.
Yeah, now, why not try riding in my machine, George? Come on, climb in, everybody. Come on, Isabel. All aboard, Lucy.
Oh,
George.
look at your feet, George.
Oh, no,
you must
Mother.
clean them off or you'll catch cold.
Oh,
I
Mother.
can't have you catching cold. Now, here, let me brush them for you.
Stop that, Mama.
But you mustn't ride with wet feet.
Well, they're not. For heaven's sake, get in. You're standing in the snow yourself, Mother.
He's all right, Isabel. Come on, up here with me. Ready?
We're ready, but how about this wreck of yours?
Well, we'll see. She breathes. She stirs. She seems to feel a thrill of life along her keel.
As I walk along the void below. Hey, come on there, you two. Sing. It'll keep you warm.
George, I want to thank you.
Along the void.
Oh, for what?
You tried to swing underneath me and break the fall for me when we went over. I knew you were doing that. It was nice of you.
It wasn't any fall to speak of. Couldn't have hurt either one of us.
Friendly of you. Awfully quick, too. I'll not forget.
To walk along the void below in my independent air. To hear the girls play.
Papa, what makes George never behave like he does?
What do you mean, Lucy?
He can be so rude and disagreeable and arrogant. Yet this afternoon, he tried to save my life. Wouldn't even let me thank him. I don't understand him at all, Papa.
He's sensitive, Lucy.
Rather. But why is he? He does anything he likes to without any regard for what people think. Why should he mind so furiously when the least little thing reflects upon him or on anything or anybody connected with him?
Yeah, that's one of the greatest puzzles of human vanity, dear. I don't pretend to know the answer. In all my life, the most arrogant people I've known have been the most sensitive. But he's still a boy. There's plenty of fine stuff in him. Can't help but be. He's Isabel Amberson's son.
You liked her pretty well once, didn't you, Papa?
I do still, Lucy.
Oh, she's lovely.
Yes, I know.
I wonder sometimes. I wonder why she happened to marry Mr. Minifer.
Oh, Wilbur Minifer's all right. He's a quiet sort of a man, but he's a good man and kind. Those are things that count. No, Lucy, I wouldn't worry too much about George. You need only to remember three things to explain all that's good and bad about George.
Three?
He's Isabel's child. He's an Amberson. And he's a boy.
Well, Mr. Bones, of those three things, which are the good ones and which are the bad ones?
All of them.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Walter Houston and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of the Magnificent Ambersons. But before we learn more about the ways and the ultimate destiny of this extraordinary Amberson family, I'd like to say just a word about a custom prevailing in some American families, perhaps in your family. No doubt, many of the soups you serve and enjoy in your home are Campbell's soups. But perhaps there are one or two kinds of soup you still make yourself. The reason may be, habit for one thing, or perhaps it's the understandable pride you take in your good home cooking. If this is true in your case, then believe me, we honor it and you sincerely. But because I'm sure you'll agree that making soup does lengthen your kitchen hours, lengthen them as most women feel needlessly, I'd like to invite you, if you haven't already done so, to try just once these soups as Campbell's make them. Try them and compare them with the product of your own kettle, Soup for Soup. If you'll do that, I earnestly believe you'll appreciate their fine, home-like flavor so much that you let Campbell's make all your soups. You see, we make these soups for many of your friends, so naturally, we'd like to make them for you, too. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Orson Welles and Walter Houston.
Even after the turn of the century in that Midland town, it seemed impossible to doubt that the Ambersons were entrenched in their nobility, behind polished and glittering barriers which were as solid as they were brilliant and would last forever. And to those fervent souls who continued to hope that the youngest of the Ambersons, George Amberson Minafer, would soon get his comeuppance, the following year, I'm afraid, brought little comfort, or the next. But in his last year at college, three things occurred to upset the even tenor of George Amberson Minafer's life.
Wilbur Minafer, beloved husband of Isabel Amberson Minafer and father of George Amberson Minafer, died at his home last night after a brief illness.
Wilbur Minafer. Quiet man. Town will hardly know he's gone.
That was the first thing. His father's death. Second, certain changes in the Midland town where he lived. Perplexing at first, then irritating. Every time you came home for the holidays, you saw new things. New faces at the dances. Riffraff, people whose names you never heard of. And the town itself was less and less familiar. Even in Amberson Addition, there was drastic and tragic change. The first owners of the big houses sold them or rented them to boarding house keepers. Cheaper tenants took their places. Rents were lower and lower, the houses shabbier and shabbier. And not even the Ambersons themselves seemed able to stem the tide. And third, there was a certain subject upon which George and Lucy Morgan found it impossible to agree.
Oh, Penina. Oh.
Why are you stopping, George? Why don't you go on?
Lucy, when are you going to marry me?
Oh, not for years and years.
Why not?
You're too young.
Is that the only reason?
Oh, I don't know, George. Everything...
What about everything?
Well, everything is so unsettled.
You are the queerest girl. Well, what's unsettled?
No, for one thing, you haven't settled on anything to do. At least if you have, you've never spoken of it. What are you going to do, George?
Well, I tell you, I expect to lead an honorable life. Now that my father's dead, that sort of makes me the head of the family after Uncle Fred.
You don't really mean to have any regular business or profession at all?
I certainly do not.
I was afraid so.
I suppose it's your father's influence that makes you think I ought to do something, is that it?
No, I've never once spoken to him about it. Never.
But you know, without talking to him, that's the way he does feel about it.
Well, yes.
Do you think I'd be much of a man if I let another man dictate to me my own way of life?
Well, George, who is dictating? No,
I don't believe in the whole world washing dishes and selling potatoes and trying law cases. I dare say I don't care any more for your father's ideals than he does for mine. So if your father would just mind his own business...
Take me home, George. Please, take me home at once.
If that's the way you want it, all right.
That's the way I want it.
Well, all right, that's the way you want it. That's the way you want it. Get up, Pendennis. Get up. A little brandy, Eugene?
No, thanks.
How about you, George? Thanks.
Oh, it's too bad that Lucy couldn't be here tonight. I do hope it's nothing serious, Eugene.
Just a headache. She asked me to excuse her, Isabel.
Maybe you'll take her out driving tomorrow, George. That'll do her good.
Maybe.
You know, Gene, I heard the other day there's another automobile firm opened up here in town.
Oh, I'm bound to have competition.
That's part of the game, isn't it, Eugene?
Of course. Shows business is good.
Maybe they'll drive you out of business.
Or else the two of them will drive all the rest of us off the street.
Not at all, Isabel. We'll just extend the street.
You see how simple it is, Fred?
It isn't the distance from the center of the town. It's the time it takes to get there. Automobiles will change all that.
You really believe, Eugene, that automobiles are going to change the face of the land?
Yeah, they're already doing it. And it can't be stopped. No, automobiles
are a useless nuisance.
What did you say, George?
Well, I said all automobiles were a nuisance. They'll never amount to anything but a nuisance. They never had no business to be invented.
You forget, George, that Mr. Morgan makes them and also did his share in inventing them. If you weren't so thoughtless, he might think you rather offensive.
Well, that'd be too bad. I don't think I could survive that.
George.
Well, I'm not so sure that George is wrong about automobiles. With all their speed forward, they may be a step backward in civilization. That is, in spiritual civilization. It may be that they will not add to the beauty of the world, nor to the life of men's souls. It may be that George is right, and that the spiritual alteration will be bad for us. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years from now, if we can see the inward change in men by that time, I shouldn't be able to defend the gasoline engine, but would have to agree with George that automobiles had no business to be invented. Well, Fred, I'm afraid it's getting late, and I have an appointment with my foreman, so I'd better go along.
Oh, but Gene...
Eugene.
No, good night. Don't bother to take me to the door. I'll find my way out.
Good night, Eugene.
Yes, good night, Gene. Good night.
George, dear, what did you mean?
Just what I said.
You hurt him, George.
He doesn't sound very hurt to me. He sounded pretty cheerful, if you ask me. Why don't you think he was hurt?
I know him. He must think so.
Well, I don't care much what Mr. Morgan thinks. I suppose he's trying to borrow money from you, Uncle Fred. That automobile factory is his.
No, George. I think Eugene Morgan's perfectly able to finance his own inventions these days.
George, what made you say that?
Well, he strikes me as that sort of a man, that's all. Anyway, I want to know what he's hanging around here for anyway.
George, Mr. Morgan's an old friend.
By Jove, George, you are a puzzler.
In what way, I'd like to know?
Well, it's a new style of courting a pretty girl for a fellow to go deliberately out of his way to try and make an enemy of her father. That's a new way to win a woman, that is.
Is there anything wrong, Isabel? You've been so quiet all afternoon.
Nothing, Eugene. It's this weather. The end of summer.
It's been a very happy summer for me.
A few more weeks, we will be gone.
There'll be other summers, Isabel.
Time changes things, Eugene. And once they're changed, you can't bring them back. Things are like smoke. You know how a wreath of smoke goes up from a chimney? You see it getting thinner and thinner. And then in such a little while, it isn't there at all. Nothing is left but the sky. And the sky keeps on being just the same forever.
Things won't change for you, Isabel. You'll always have me and George.
It's George that's troubling me, Eugene. Why doesn't he like you? He doesn't have any reason. He says so himself.
Well, boys can't help their likes and dislikes, Isabel. I think perhaps he sensed from the first that I cared a great deal about you, even when I was so careful not even to show you how immensely I did care.
Gene, I can't believe that.
Well, someday he'll have to know how we feel about each other, and I think it should be from you that he learned that.
Oh, Eugene.
It's only fair to George. Much better that he should hear it from you than from someone else, through gossip maybe.
Oh, I know. I know you're right, Eugene. And I will tell him. I tried to tell him last night, only... Oh, Eugene, it's so hard. Let me wait until just before he goes back to school.
No, sooner, Isabel. Sooner. For all our sakes, sooner.
But it's only such a few days till he leaves. Surely a few days can't make any difference.
Good gracious, Georgie, what's up?
I've got to talk to you.
Say, what's happened to your face?
Oh, forget about that. I've just been in a fight. I've heard what people are saying.
Saying about what? For heaven's sake, if you're going to talk, be coherent.
The whole town's talking about my mother and that man Morgan. They say my mother is going to marry him. And that proves she was too fond of him before my father died. Everybody in town knows about it but me.
Heavens, is that what you're so excited about? Why do you listen to stuff like that?
I'm glad I did listen. I have a right to know. Did you know it? Did you?
Georgie, you can be sure there's been more gossip in this place about the Amberson family than any other family. You see, the more prominent you are, the more gossip there is about you. And the more people would like to pull you down. But they can't do it as long as you refuse to listen. The minute you notice it, it's got you.
Is that all you've got to say?
It's about all there is to say, Georgie. There's nothing to be done about it.
You propose to sit here and let this riffraff bandy my mother's good name about it? Is that what you propose to do?
Didn't you understand me when I told you that people are saying my mother means to marry this man?
I understood
and you think if such an unspeakable marriage took place, it'd make people believe they've been wrong and saying... You know what they'd say?
I don't believe it would. There'd be more badness in the bad mouths and more silliness in the silly mouths. But it wouldn't hurt Isabel and Eugene if they decided to marry.
Good heavens, you speak of it so calmly.
Why shouldn't they marry if they want to? It's their own affair.
Why shouldn't
I don't see anything precisely monstrous about two people getting married when they're both free and care about each other. What's the matter with marrying?
It would be monstrous. Monstrous even if this horrible scandal hadn't happened. But now, in the face of this... Oh, that you can sit there and even speak of it, your own sister.
For heaven's sake, don't be so theatrical. Come back here.
What is it?
Don't you speak to your mother about this.
I don't intend to, but I'm going to do something about it. You can be sure of that. I'm going to do something about it. You see if I don't.
Oh, it's you, George. How do you do? Your mother expects to go driving with me, I believe. If you'll be so kind as to send word to her that I'm here.
No.
I beg your pardon. I
heard you, Mr. Morgan. Said you had an engagement with my mother. I told you no.
Well, just what is the difficulty?
My mother will have no interest in knowing that you came for her today or any other day.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I doubt if I can make it much plainer, but I'll try. You're not wanted in this house, Mr. Morgan, now or at any other time. Perhaps you'll understand this.
Fred will bring this to you, dear Isabel. He is waiting while I write. He and I have talked things over. And before he gives this to you, he will tell you what has happened. I should have been better prepared for what took place today. I ought to have known it was coming. A week ago, I thought the time had come when I could ask you to marry me, and you were dear enough to tell me. Sometime it might come to that. Well, you and I, left to ourselves, wouldn't pay much attention to things like slander and talk. But now we're faced with not the slander of our own fear of it, because we haven't any, but someone else's fear of it, your son's. And that frightens me. Let me explain a little. I don't think he'll change. At 21 or 22, so many things appear solid, permanent, and terrible, which 40 sees are nothing but disappearing miasma. 40 can't tell 20 about this. That's the pity of it. 20 can only find out by getting to be 40. And so we come to this, dear. Will you live your life your own way or George's way? Dear, it breaks my heart for you. But what you have to oppose now in your son is the history of your own selfless and perfect motherhood. Are you strong enough, Isabel? Can you make the fight? I promise you that if you will take heart for it, you will find so quickly that it has all amounted to nothing. You shall have happiness, and in a little while, only happiness. I'm saying too much for wisdom, I fear. But, oh, my dear, would you be strong? Such a little short strength it would need. Don't strike my life down twice, dear. This time, I've not deserved it. Eugene.
Did you read it, dear?
Yes, Mother, I did.
All of it?
Certainly. Simply the most offensive piece of writing that I've ever held in my hand.
But, George, I thought...
Don't you really think this was a pretty insulting letter for that man to be asking you to hand your son?
Oh, no. No, you can see how fair he means to be.
Fair? Do you suppose it ever occurs to him that I'm doing my simple duty? That I'm doing what my father would do if he were alive? He's got my mother's name bandied up and down the streets of this town until I can't step in those streets without wondering what every soul I meet is thinking of me and my family. And now he wants you to marry him so that every gossip in town will say, there, what did I tell you? I guess that proves it's true.
But George, it isn't true.
Is it fair for him to want you to throw away your good name just to please him? That's all he asks of you. And to quit being my mother? You think I can believe you really care for him? Don't. You're my mother, and you're an Amberson. I believe you're too proud to care for a man who could write such a letter as that. Well, what are you going to do about it, Mother?
I have been out the mailbox, darling, with a letter. I've written Eugene, and he'll have it in the morning. I think it is a little better for me to write you like this instead of waiting till you wake up and then telling you, because I'm foolish and might cry again. And I took a vow once, long ago, that you should never see me cry. Not that I'll feel like crying when we talk things over tomorrow. Don't fear. By that time, I'll be all right and fine, as you say so often. I think what makes me most ready to cry now is the thought of the terrible suffering in your poor face, and the unhappy knowledge that it is I, your mother, who put it there. It shall never come again. I love you better than anything and everything else on earth. And Eugene was right. I know you couldn't change about this. So I've written him just about what I think you would like me to. Though I told him I would always be fond of him and always be his best friend. And I hope his dearest friend. He'll understand about not seeing him. He'll understand that. Though I didn't say it in so many words. You mustn't trouble about that. Eugene will understand. Good night, my darling. My beloved. You mustn't be troubled. I think I shouldn't mind anything very much so long as I have you all to myself, people say, to make up for your long years away from me at college. We'll talk of what's best to do in the morning, shan't we? And for all this pain, you will forgive your loving and devoted mother, Isabel.
3 weeks later, George and his mother went abroad. Isabel never returned. Nearly 2 years later, a small item tucked away in one of the back sheets of a morning paper announced the death in Paris of a Mrs. Isabel Amberson Minafer. That was all there was. And there were only a few people left in the Midland town to whom either name, Minafer or Amberson, meant anything. Some weeks later, George returned only to learn from his Uncle Fred what couldn't be kept secret any longer. The Amberson estate was gone. What with extravagances, taxes, and the new order of things, suddenly there was nothing left.
Well, here we are, nephew George. All that's left of the Ambersons. 2 gentlemen of elegant appearance in a state of bustitude. A few years ago, we wouldn't have thought it, huh? That's how it is. Life and money. They're like loose quicksilver in a nest of cracks. When they're gone, we can't tell where or what the devil we did with them.
What are you going to do, Uncle Fred?
Oh, don't worry about me in this new world. I'll be contented with just surviving. I'll get a consulship somewhere. An ex-congressman can always be pretty sure of getting some such job. I live pleasantly enough with a pitcher of ice under a palm tree and native folk to wait on me. What about you, George? What will you do?
The night George saw his uncle off, he walked homeward slowly through what appeared to be strange streets in a strange city. For the town was growing and changing as it had never grown and changed before. It was heaving up in the middle incredibly, and as it heaved and spread, it befouled itself and darkened its sky. From day to day, from week to week, great new industries were springing up, steel and oil, and this new, all-conquering thing, the automobile. Strange people swarmed about him, obliterating, destroying every trace of the magnificence that once was Amberson, destroying with it the last of the Ambersons, George Amberson Minister. The city rolled over his heart and buried it, as the city had rolled over Ambersons and buried them to the last vestige. The thing had happened. The thing which years ago had been the eagerest hope of many. The hope of many good citizens had finally come to pass. But not one of them was there to see it. George Amberson Minafer got his comeuppance. He got it 3 times filled and running over. Later, as he walked down Amberson Boulevard, now known as 10th Street, and filled with second-rate shops and cheap boarding houses, and climbed the stairs of the old house for the last time, a terrible loneliness assailed him. He opened the door softly into Isabel's room. It was still as it had been. Tomorrow, everything would be gone. And soon after that, the very space which tonight was still her room would be cut into new shapes by new walls and floors and ceilings. Yet, Isabel's room would always live. For it couldn't die out of George's memory. And whatever remains of that old, high-handed arrogance was still within him. He did penance for his deepest sin that night. And it may be to this day, some impressionable, overworked woman in a kitchenette, after turning out the light, will seem to see a young man kneeling in the darkness, clutching at the covers of a shadowy bed. And it may seem to her that she hears a faint cry over and over. Mother. Mother, forgive me. Mother. Mother, forgive me. You must have guessed by now who George Amberson Minafer was. Take my word for it, please, that the George Amberson Minafer who was is no more.
Papa.
Why, Lucy, what brings you downtown this morning?
I tried to get you at one of the factories, but no one could locate you. I wanted to talk to you, Papa. Are you very busy?
I'm never too busy to talk to you, Lucy. Is something wrong?
Yes, Papa, there is something wrong. It's George.
George? You mean...
Yes, Papa. George Minafer.
Well?
He's been hurt, badly hurt. He's in the city hospital. Both his legs broken.
That's too bad.
He was run down by an automobile.
An automobile? George Amberson Minafer. Run down by an automobile.
Papa, do you know what he's been doing the past 2 years?
No. No, and I couldn't honestly say, Lucy, that I'm very interested.
He's been working with explosives at the Acres Chemical Company. A dangerous job. The most dangerous job there is.
Well, I never thought he lacked nerve, Lucy.
You don't understand, Papa. No one else would take the job. He needed work so badly he took it, and Papa, he's made good. He's changed. He's not the old George at all. And now this has happened to him.
Well?
I want you to go to see him.
No, Lucy.
After all, you can't expect me to have any particular affection for that young man.
I'm sure that Isabel...
Isabel's been dead 3 years. 3 years. Yes, if it hadn't been for him, she might...
It's what she would want you to do, Papa. You know that. She'd want you to be kind. She'd want you to come with me to the hospital. He's lonely, Papa. His heart's broken. He needs us. We can help him. You could do so much for him, and I could... Well, Papa, what are you going to do?
Isabel, my dear, up there in that small, bare hospital room this afternoon, you were by my side. Do you remember, Isabel, that last day we were together? You said that things in our lives were like smoke, and time like the sky into which the smoke vanishes. And I told you that for us, things did not change like that, and we would always be together. You were with me when I walked into that room where your son was lying, with Lucy sitting beside him. He felt you, too. He lifted his hand in a queer gesture, half forbidding, half imploring. You come, he said. You must have thought my mother wanted you to come so that I could ask you to forgive me. And as he held my hand in his, if you could have seen Lucy's face at that moment, dear Isabel, she was radiant. But for me, another radiance filled the room. For then I knew that I had been true to you at last, my true love. And that through me, you had brought your boy under shelter again.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Walter Huston and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Mr. Welles will return to our microphone for a brief interview with Mr. Huston. Meanwhile, I'd like to use that moment, if I may, to point out how perfectly Campbell's tomato soup meets the question of what soup to serve, no matter what the occasion. Don't you agree? When you have guests for dinner, for instance, don't you most frequently turn to Campbell's tomato soup? No doubt you often add milk instead of water to make a delicious cream of tomato. Served that way, it has a richness and a luxurious smoothness that fit in delightfully with a gay party mood. It's especially enjoyable, too, when your household is gathered together for a quiet family meal. If yours is a small family and just you two sit down to supper, I'm sure the soup you often choose is Campbell's tomato soup. Yes, it's certainly the soup people enjoy again and again and never seem to tire of. Why don't you and your family enjoy Campbell's tomato soup tomorrow? And now, here is Orson Welles with Walter Huston.
Great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome back to the Campbell Playhouse a very distinguished actor and one of my favorite guests, Mr. Walter Huston.
Thanks, Orson. You know, there's one thing that makes me particularly happy about tonight's broadcast, and that is at the end of the story, you and I, Orson, did finally get together and shake hands. The last time we met, if you remember, you spent 30 years of your life savagely persecuting me. You went so far as to swim after me through the sewers in Paris.
I did indeed, and I caught you, didn't I? Mr. Huston, ladies and gentlemen, is referring to our broadcast of Les Miserables last spring. That same evening, Walter, as we were saying goodbye, I remember you announced your intention of spending a few quiet weeks in the north of Scotland shooting grouse.
Well, I'm afraid those grouse are still alive. The only shooting that I was able to do this summer was done right here in Hollywood, making Kipling's The Life That Failed. You know, Orson, there's another thing I like about tonight's broadcast. It gave me a chance to play with my favorite leading lady.
Will the lady who played Isabel Amberson please step to the microphone?
Yes, she is.
Good evening, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Miss Nan Sunderland. My partiality for this lady is understandable.
It would be anyway. But I think our audience would like to hear your reason, Walter, if they don't happen to know it.
Well, I wooed Miss Sunderland throughout tonight's script, but lost her at the end. In fact, this is not so in life. You know, in life, I wooed Miss Sunderland and won her. Ladies and gentlemen,
Mrs. Walter Houston.
Who is hereby invited to come again to the Campbell Playhouse whenever she can.
Thanks, Orson. I'd certainly like to. It's been grand.
Which invitation, Anne, also extends to your husband. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston. We'll look for both of you soon.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Magnificent Ambersons, the role of Eugene Morgan was played by our guest of the evening, Mr. Walter Houston. Orson Welles was heard as George Amberson Minifer. Nan Sunderland played Isabel Amberson. Eric Burtis played the part of George Minifer as a young man. Ray Collins was Uncle Fred Amberson. The part of Lucy Morgan was played by Marion Burns. Archie Malloch Smith by Everett Sloan. The Reverend Malloch Smith by Richard Wilson. Bea Benaderet was Mrs. Foster. Music for the Campbell Playhouse, as always, was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now we wish to thank the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, sponsors of Good News of 1940, for their courtesy in permitting Walter Houston to appear with us tonight.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, under the guidance of an expert, we're going to take an excursion into the underworld of the Prohibition period. Our story is The Glass Key, by an author who is best known as the creator of The Thin Man, Mr. Dashiell Hammett. The Glass Key is, to my way of thinking, one of Dash Hammett's very best. So sit back and let the Campbell Playhouse demonstrate that Mr. Hammett knows far more about underworld plots, political skullduggery, and crimes of violence than any other respectable author should. And then when our story is over, we'll have a chance to check on Dash Hammett, because we have with us in the studio tonight a man who knows more about this sort of thing than even Dashiell Hammett. Warden Laws, no less, of Sing Sing, of course, and who will speak to us at the end of this broadcast. And now first a word from Ernest Chappell.
There are different dishes that are special favorites with different families. But there's one dish that makes a big hit with most everyone, and that is chicken. People, by and large, like chicken so much that it's become the customary main dish for nearly any special party meal. I believe this enthusiastic taste for chicken accounts for the widespread liking for Campbell's chicken soup. Because as sure as you like chicken, you'll like this soup. There's chicken in the savory aroma from your plate, and chicken in the tempting golden glisten of the slowly simmered broth. Chicken in the eating of this soup, too. Deep down, slow-simmered chicken flavor and tender pieces of chicken meat, along with a fluffy white rice. I want to make a bold statement, one you might have doubted 5 years ago and that perhaps some of you will doubt today. If you will eat a plate of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow, I'm absolutely sure you'll say it's as fine as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted anywhere. Do you doubt that statement? Well, if you do, I'm sure it's because you haven't tasted Campbell's chicken soup recently. And in that case, I ask you to try it, because I'm sure one taste will convince you, and that you'll want to have Campbell's chicken soup often. And now, The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvig.
My name's Ned Beaumont, and I guess I'm out of a job for a while. Well, I did the best I could for Paul Madvig, but there it is. A clean sweep for the reform ticket. Funny how things change. 6 weeks ago, you could have got 4-1 on the Madvig machine, putting over the whole ticket. When you come to think about it, there wasn't a thing Paul Madvig could have done differently. Not with the setup he had. I remember the first evening he talked to me about it in his office up over the party headquarters. Office? Well, it wasn't much of an office, just a desk with a lamp on it, and a couple of chairs, and a picture of the governor looking down at you.
All right. Now, there you are, Ned.
Hello, Paul. Lend me some money.
What do you want?
Couple of $100?
Been shooting dice?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks.
It's a long time since you've done any winning, isn't it, Ned?
Oh, not too long. Month or 6 weeks.
That's a long time to be losing. Why don't you try laying off a while when you hit one of these sour streaks?
That's no good. It only spreads it out.
Well, if you can stand the gaff.
I can stand anything I've got to stand.
Guess you can at that. Listen, Ned. You know more about this stuff than I do. Janet Henry's birthday's Thursday. What do you think I ought to give her?
Is the senator throwing a party?
Yeah.
You invited?
No, but I'm going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Are you going to back the senator in this election, Paul?
Yeah, I think I will.
Why?
Because with his help, we can put over the whole ticket just like nobody was running against us.
Without you behind him, could the senator make the grade this time?
Not a chance.
Does he know that?
He ought to know it better than anybody else. And if he didn't know it...
You wouldn't be going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Have you
promised him anything yet?
Yeah, it's pretty well settled.
Listen to me, Paul. Throw the senator down, sink him.
Well...
Forget he's never been licked at anything in his life.
Sure, and that's one of the best reasons I know for throwing in with him.
No, it isn't, Paul. It's the very worst. Think that over, even if it hurts your head. How far has this dizzy blonde daughter of his got her hooks into you?
I'm going to marry Miss Henry.
Is that part of the bargain?
Nobody knows it yet, except you and me.
That's what you want. Make them put it in writing. Better still, insist on the wedding before Election Day. Then you'll at least be sure of your pound of flesh, Paul, or she'll weigh around 110, won't she?
I don't know why you keep talking about the senator like he was a yake. He's a gentleman.
Absolutely, and his daughter's an aristocrat. Rules apply.
Ah, Ned, don't be...
And we oughtn't to forget that her brother, Taylor Henry's an aristocrat, too, which is probably why you made your daughter stop playing around with him.
Ah, no, Ned, that's different.
And when you're married to Janet Henry, will that entitle her brother to begin playing around with Opal again?
Over my dead body it will. I didn't ask for all this. I just asked you what kind of present I ought to give Miss Henry.
How far have you got with her?
Nowhere. I've been over there half dozen times to talk to Senate. Sometimes I see her and sometimes I don't.
But you didn't get a bid to the birthday party?
No, not yet.
Then the answer's one you won't like.
Such as?
Don't give her anything.
Oh, Ned.
Well, do whatever you like. You asked me.
But why?
You're not supposed to give people things unless you're sure they'd like to get them from you.
I got you. Guess you're right. I'll be hanged if I'll pass up the chance to give her a present.
Well, flowers, then, or something like that might be all right.
Flowers? Yeah, Ned, but I wanted...
Sure, you wanted to give her a roast or a couple of yards of pearls. You'll get your chance at that later. Start little and grow. Paul went to that dinner. It was the next night, a Wednesday. Just lately, I found out what happened up at the senator's house that evening. As a matter of fact, I got it... Oh, well, never mind.
Don't give it a thought, Senator. Me behind you, the election's as good as in the bag.
I've been through a few more elections than you, Madvick. They're never in the bag until the votes are counted.
Boys will figure to pile up a 30,000 majority in the 8th Ward alone.
What will you two talk about when the election's over?
How to win the next one, Miss Henry.
I'm afraid that's true.
Oh, if you'll excuse me, Madvick, I'll leave you alone with Janet for a moment.
Sure, Senator.
I want to have a talk with my son before he goes out. I'll be right back.
You'll have to excuse my brother for not coming down to dinner.
That's all right. Taylor and I had a little misunderstanding some weeks back about my daughter.
You're not interested in music, are you, Mr. Madden?
I'm interested in anything you do, Miss Henry.
I didn't ask that.
Music? Oh, yes, I like music. You play it?
I can see you're a difficult man to amuse, Mr. Madden. The conversation must be about politics or about me. Is that it?
Well, those are the two things I'm interested in.
You think they go together very well?
Yes, when one's a means to the other.
Mr. Madvig.
My friends call me Paul.
Very well. Paul, then.
Listen, Miss Henry. I know this is a little out of my line. I know I'm a politician from the wrong side of town, and you're Senator Henry's daughter. About all I've ever learned that you don't get up to the 6th grade is how to run things. How to get other people to run things for you. Not quite all. I can learn music and the rest of the things on your side of the town. That's what I'm setting out to do. Janet, you're the end of my road. Everything I want. Everything I want to be.
Mr. Madvig.
Sorry. Thought you wanted me to kiss you.
I think you'd better go now. I'll explain to Father.
Sorry.
Let's not talk about it. Your post in the hall.
All right. Good night, Miss Henry.
Good night, Mr. Madvig.
Oh, what's that? Who just went out? Where's Paul?
He's gone.
I wanted to see him. Taylor told me to come down and apologize for, Dennis. Why did Paul go?
Because I asked him to. Father, is it really necessary for me to associate with Mr. Madvig?
You're in public life, my dear. Besides, Paul's not a bad sort.
He's the sort that wants something for everything he does. This evening, he started collecting.
What do you mean, Johnny?
But I say, he started to make love to me. What's that?
It must have been Taylor.
I hope he didn't
Taylor!
hear what I said. You know how he feels about Madvig.
Taylor, come back here! Taylor, come back! Taylor! Taylor! I had an idea Paul would stop by party headquarters that night after the dinner, and I went up to his office and sat at his desk waiting for him. It was after 10 when he came in.
Hello, Ned. What are you doing at my desk?
Reading the paper.
Thought you was downstairs playing dice.
I was. How'd the Henry dinner go?
I've been to worse.
Was Taylor there?
Not at dinner. Why?
Because he's dead. In a gut up on China Street. With a fractured skull.
Is that so?
You understand what I said?
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
He was killed.
All right. Do you want me to get hysterical about it?
Oh, I thought you might want to look into it since it's Senator Henry's son.
It's up to the cops, isn't it?
I was there with him before they moved the body.
Did you notice anything?
Yeah.
What?
His hat wasn't there.
You won't need it now.
Well, I'll be going along. So long, Paul.
You're a fool, Ned.
Yeah. One of us is. Next day, I drove out to Paul Madvig's house down on Mill Stream Boulevard. I figured Paul wouldn't be in. Hey, Mrs. Matt. Oh, hello, Mom.
So here you are at last, Ned. You're a worthless boy to neglect an old woman like this.
Oh, Mom, Madvig, I'm a big boy now, and I got my work to look after. Where's the kid?
Opal?
Yeah.
She's laying down. She's not feeling good.
Oh, what's the matter with her?
Headache. Guess she's been dancing too much.
Father been up to see her?
No, Paul hasn't been home since yesterday. Did they find out about the Henry boy?
The cops ever find out anything? Is it all right if I pop in and say hello to Opal?
Sure. Go right up, Ned. She'll be glad to see you.
Okay.
I'll have a cup of tea for you when you come down.
I went up the stairs and across the landing. The blind was down in Opal's room, and I could see the light from her cigarette as she sat in bed.
Hello, Ned.
Hello, Snip. Yeah, I know, youngster. It's tough.
Oh, really? Most of the headache's gone.
So, Opal, I'm an outsider now, huh?
Oh, what you mean?
I mean Taylor Henry.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't seen him for months since Dad made me stop seeing him.
Okay, kid, I'll be running along.
Oh, wait a minute. Back here. What makes you act like that?
You oughtn't to lie to me.
But Ned,
How long since you saw Taylor?
you want to talk to him? It's been weeks.
All right.
Oh, no, don't make it so hard for me. Aren't we friends?
Sure. But it's hard to remember it when we're alone to each other.
Did you know I'd been with you?
Well, I know it now.
You.
Never mind that.
Ned, I was with him only yesterday afternoon. Oh, see, I was killed.
Yeah?
What do you think put killed? You know, Ned.
No.
Got to find out. I've got to.
Why?
Ned, if I ask you something, you won't get mad, will you?
I'll try not to.
Did Dad know that Taylor and I were still going together?
Listen, kid, what are you trying to prove?
And I thought you weren't going to get mad.
I'm not. Did you really love Taylor Henry's ship, or was it just because your
I
father...
really did love him, Ned. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure I loved him.
I drove back to town and stopped at the police station and called up Paul Madvig at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Back to town and stopped at the pay station and called up Paul Madvig at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Around 3, I went over to the district attorney's office.
District Attorney's office? Mr. Farr's busy. Will you leave your number? Thank you. Hello, District Attorney's office.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Tell Mr. Farr I want to see him.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Farr. Mr. Beaumont's here. Yes, Mr. Farr. You can go right in, Mr. Beaumont.
Thanks.
You know the way.
I ought to.
District Attorney's office. Sorry, Mr. Farr's busy. Will you leave your name?
Oh, hello, Ned. Come right in.
Hello, Farr.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
Farr, I want you to fix me up with some sort of paper, special prosecutor or something.
Oh, sure, I guess I can fix it up, but what crime are you particularly interested in solving?
A murder. The murder of Taylor Henry, remember?
Oh, yes, but I thought, well...
That Paul Madvig and I might be interested in not solving the case, is that it?
Oh, now, Ned, I didn't say that, but... Here, I want to read you this note. I get one of them every day.
Oh, writing notes, are they? Let's see. Typewritten on plain white paper. What does it say?
Well, it doesn't say anything. It just asks a question. Is Paul Madvig the reason you're doing nothing to solve the Henry murder?
Well?
Well, now, Ned, don't think I'm taking that seriously. But you know, we get bails of that kind of stuff every time anything happens. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, that's all right, as long as you keep on feeling that way about it. I don't think I'd say anything to Paul about the notes if I were you. He's got enough on his mind.
Well, sure, whatever you say, Ned.
Listen, Farr, Paul hasn't anything to hide in the Henry murder, and I wouldn't like to think you were going around thinking he had.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake, Ned, get me right. You know darn well there's nobody in the city any stronger for Paul and you than me. You know you can always count on me.
Well, that's fine. Well, I've got to run along. So long, Farr. I never did spend much of my time at party headquarters around election. I don't like listening to the same line of talk over and over again. It was Tuesday before I saw Paul Madvig again.
Hello, Ned. Where you been the last few days?
Oh, in different places. Oh, Paul, you oughtn't to wear silk socks with tweeds.
No? I like the feel of silk.
Well, then lay off the tweeds. Did you go to Taylor Henry's funeral yesterday?
Yes. Senator suggested it.
How is the senator?
He's all right. I spent most of this afternoon up there with him.
His house?
Yeah.
Was the daughter there?
Janet Henry was there.
Yeah, it's Janet now. Getting anywhere with her?
Still think I'm going to marry her.
Does she know yet that your intentions are honorable?
I'll lay off, Ned.
All right, Paul. I came here to tell you something you ought to know.
About the election?
Yes, in a way, it's about the election. Shadow Rory's noising it around that you know more about Taylor Henry's death than you're telling. That won't do you any good with the respectable citizens, civic union, and the women's clubs.
So Shadow Rory's shooting his mouth off, is he? His own backyard's getting too small for him. Ned, I think I'll knock Shadow Rory loose from our little city. I'm tired of having him around, Ned. I think I'll knock him loose right away, starting tonight.
For instance?
For instance, I think I'll have Farr close up the doghouse and Paradise Gardens and every dive that we know Shad or any of his friends are interested in. I think I'll have Farr smack 'em over in one long row, one after the other, this very same night. Maybe that'll keep Mr. Shadow Rory quiet.
Maybe. But this wholesale stuff is too much like using a cyclone shot to blow off a safe door when you can get it off without any fuss by using a cumberlaw.
I don't know a thing about opening safes, Ned, but I do know fighting. My kind, going in with both hands working. Never could learn to box. Only times I ever tried, I got licked. We'll give Mr. Shadow Rory the cyclone shot, beginning tonight.
All right, men, break down the door.
All right, boys, start working. Okay, that's all for here, boys. Paradise Gardens next.
Well, that was quite a night. From midnight to dawn, they raided Shadow Rory's places. The doghouse, Paradise Garden, the carousel, one after another. The next evening, Paul Madvig and I were sitting in a private room at Pip Carson's. The man opened the door and came in without knocking. A man of medium height with smooth white hair. He wore a dark blue overcoat over a dark blue suit and carried a black derby hat in a black gloved hand.
How are you, Shad?
I'm fine, Paul. How's yourself?
You know Beaumont, Mr. Shadow Rory.
Yep. Yeah. Madwig, politics is politics and business is business. I've been paying my way and I'm willing to go on paying my way in this town. But I want what I'm paying for.
Yeah? What do you mean by that?
I mean that half the coppers in town are buying their cakes and ale with dough they're getting from me and some of my friends.
Well?
I want what I'm paying for. I'm paying to be let alone. With election or no election, I want to be let alone. Business is business and politics is politics. Let's keep them apart.
No.
It's going to mean killing.
If you make it mean killing.
It'll have to mean killing. I'm too big to take the boot from you, Madvig.
Maybe you're too big to take it laying down, but you'll take it. You are taking it.
I'm opening the Paradise Garden again tonight. I don't want to be bothered. Bother me and I'll bother you.
Ned, get me headquarters on that phone, will you?
Sure. Operator, police headquarters. Well, I want to speak to Lieutenant Brett. There he is, Paul.
Hello, Brett. Paul Madwig. How are the folks? It's good. Say, Brett, I hear Shad's thinking of opening up again tonight, yeah. Yeah, the Paradise. We'll slam it down as hard as he can. Right. Sure. Right. Now, do you know where you stand? You're through, Shad. You're through.
I understand. So long, Madvig.
Well?
Wrong, Paul.
Holy mackerel. Don't anything suit you? Say, where are you going?
I'm leaving. I'm tired of Hicktown stuff.
Meaning me? This is a swell time to be throwing me down. Say, you're hard to get on with, Ned.
I never said I wasn't.
Yeah, have a drink. No hurry, is there?
No. Thanks.
You mind telling me why you think I handled Shad wrong?
It won't do any good.
Try.
Shadow Rory's going to fight. You've got him in a corner. There's nothing you can do now but play the long shot. You're trying to re-elect the whole city administration. Well, giving them a crime wave just before election isn't going to make them look any too efficient. And then there's this stuff that's being said about Taylor Henry's killing. Next thing you know, it'll be printed.
You think I ought to lay down to shadow Rory?
Well, I think you should have left him out, a line of retreat. You shouldn't have got him with his back to the wall.
I don't know anything about your kind of fighting. He started it. All I know is when you got somebody cornered, you go in and finish him. That system's worked all right for me so far.
Well, Paul, this is one time I think you've let yourself be outsmarted. First, you let the Henrys wheedle you into backing the senator. There was your chance to go in and finish an enemy who was cornered. But that enemy happened to have a blonde daughter in social position and whatnot, so you...
Cut it out, Ned.
Well, I must be running along.
Now, wait, Ned.
Take your hand off me.
Now, look here, Ned.
Let go.
Don't be a fool. You and I...
I said to let go. I meant it.
Crazy nut. I ought to knock the devil out of you. Ah, come on, Ned. Let's finish our beer.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we will resume our presentation of Dashiell Hammett's The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles. Who killed Cock Robin? Who killed Taylor Henry? I think there's nothing quite like a good murder mystery, and Dashiell Hammett is my idea of a perfect companion, whether it's for a Friday evening by the radio or for good reading anytime. But there's a time and place for mystery like anything else. And one place you won't find any mystery is in the kitchens where Campbell soups are made. I visited those kitchens as recently as last week, and I know whereof I speak. There are no secrets there. You can watch for yourself each step in the making of fine soup. Among other things, I watched them make Campbell's chicken soup. And I know why it is that people who have never thought a canned chicken soup could be as good as homemade change their minds completely when they first taste Campbell's. Because Campbell's make chicken soup the way a good cook does at home. Indeed, it seems to me that Campbell's way is in some respects even better. For example, where chicken soup at home is often made from leftovers, Campbell's use all the good meat of the fine selected chickens. And what plump, splendid chickens they are, too. But the thing that amazes me most is the care with which each ingredient is prepared and cooked, and the precision of the measuring and blending. Skill, precision, a lavish hand with the ingredients. These you see in the making of Campbell's chicken soup. But no mystery, no secrets. And if there's any doubt in your mind about how good a canned chicken soup can be, I do earnestly invite you to try Campbell's chicken soup. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvick.
Well, you can't keep a thing like that quiet. By next morning, word had filtered through the grapevine that Paul Madvick and I had quarreled in the back room at Pip Cotton's. At noon, one of Shadow Rory's boys by the name of Whiskey Saunders came to my apartment. He didn't stay very long. Around 3, I wandered over to the Paradise Gardens, and in the private room of the joint they'd smashed up 2 nights before, Shadow Rory was waiting for me.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Beaumont. Drop your hat and coat anywhere.
What'd you want to see me about, Chad?
I heard what happened after I left last night. I owe you something for trying to stop Paul from closing up my joints.
You don't?
I don't?
No. I was with him then. What I told him was for his own good. I thought he was making a bad play.
He'll know it before he's through. Is it so that you and Paul have broken for good and all?
I thought you knew it. I thought that's why you sent for me.
I heard it, but that's not always the same thing. What were you thinking you might do now?
There's a one-way ticket for New York in my pocket and my closer packed.
How long you been here?
15 months.
You and Paul have been close as a couple of fingers. How long?
Yep.
You ought to know a lot of things about him.
I do.
Why did Paul Madwig bump off young Henry?
Make your proposition.
How does it hit you? After election, I'll take you to the finest gambling house the state's ever seen. Let you run it to suit yourself with all the protection you ever heard of.
That's an if offer if you win.
Don't you think we're going to win the election?
You won't bet even money on it.
You're not so hot to go in with me, are you, Beaumont?
No, it wasn't any idea of mine.
Sit down. We can still talk, can't we?
Sure.
Listen, I'll give you 10 grand in cash right now if you'll come in, and 10 more on election night if we beat Paul. And I'll keep that house offer open for you to take or leave.
You want me to rat on poor Madwig, of course.
I want you to go to the papers with a lowdown on everything you know about him being mixed up in the sewer contract. The dirt on how he's running the city. I want you to tell the papers how he killed Taylor and why.
Well, there's nothing in the sewer business now. He let his profits go to keep from raising his stink.
All right. But there is something in the Taylor-Henry business.
Yeah, we might have him there.
It'll be worth it for both of us. I'll have a reporter put the stuff in shape. You just give him the dope and let him write it. You can start off with the Taylor-Henry thing.
Maybe.
You mean we ought to start off first with the $10,000? Well, there's something in that. Here. 10 grand. Count 'em up.
Thanks.
The thanks go both ways. The reporter's out there now. Shall I call him?
I ought to have a little time to straighten it out in my mind.
I'll give it to him any way it comes to you. He'll put it in shape.
Fine. We'll go over to my place now and get to work on it.
It'll be better here.
Well, if it's the money you're worried about, you can hang on until I've turned in the stuff.
I'm not worried about anything. But you're in a tough spot, and if Paul gets the news, you'll come over to me, and I don't want to take any chances on having you knocked off.
You'll have to take them. I'm going.
No. Jeff, whiskey.
Yeah, boss.
Come on in here, you two.
Okay.
I am afraid we'll have to persuade Beaumont to stay with us.
Sure. Want us to get to work?
Well, how about it, Beaumont? You coming across on Madwig?
No.
Too bad. Well, boys, get going.
Come on, Whiskey.
Sure.
All right, boys. You stay now. Go back and finish your game.
Raise your 2 bids, Whiskey.
I'm staying in.
How many cards, Jeff?
3.
2 for me.
4 bids.
I'll fade.
Just a second, gents. Now, Beaumont, I told you to stay away from that door, didn't I?
Hey, careful, Jeff. You'll croak him.
You can't croak Beaumont. He's a tough baby. I've never seen a guy that liked being hit so much, or that I liked hitting so much. Oh, well. I'll call you, Rusty.
There are kings.
My pot, 3 deuces.
Yeah, deal, Rusty. Oh, hi, Shad.
How's Beaumont?
Jeff's been slapping him down for the fun of it.
I don't want him killed, Jeff. Not yet. Beaumont.
Yeah?
He's pretty far gone, boss.
This is Shadow Rory, Beaumont. Can you hear what I say?
Yeah.
Good. Now listen what I tell you, Beaumont. You're going to give me the dope on Paul Madwig.
No.
Maybe you think you won't tell Beaumont, but you will. I'll have you worked on till you do. You understand me?
I won't.
Okay, Jeff. Get to work on him some more.
I'll try the same thing again. There, you. It ain't no good now. He's thrown another Joe.
I don't remember much what happened after that. It was getting dark, and I found I was alone in the room. And I remember something about tearing a mattress apart with my nails and teeth and setting fire to it with my cigar lighter. The next thing I knew, I was at the emergency hospital. Paul was standing at the foot of my bed.
Gosh. Glad to see you alive, Ned.
Oh, Paul. How'd I get here?
A copper found you crawling on all fours in the lawn of the Paradise Garden, leaving a trail of blood behind you.
I think of funny things to do.
Yeah.
Did your nails shed?
No use, Ned. They'll lay it on Jeff and let him take the rap for assault. What good does that do us?
Is Shad still squawking about the Taylor Henry murder?
Chronicle's full of it. Other papers are taking it up.
We're going to stop that.
You're going to stay in bed and get well. That's what you're going to do. Look, Ned, I've got a visitor with me. She'd like to see you. She's waiting in the hall. It's kind of important to me. Mind if she comes in?
Well, I guess not. Who is it?
Janet Henry.
Well, the senator's dinner, huh? Well, send her in.
She said she wants to see you alone. That all right?
Sure.
Take it easy, kid.
Looks like I'll have to. So long, Paul.
All right, Janet. That's feeling better. Come in. Have a nice visit, you two.
Thanks, Paul. I wanted to come. You don't mind, do you?
I'm flattered. Sit down.
No, you're not. You don't like me. Why?
I think maybe I do.
You don't. I know it.
Well, you can't go by my manners. They're always pretty bad.
You don't like me, and I want you to.
Why?
Because you're Paul's best friend.
Paul has lots of friends. He's a politician.
You're his best friend. He thinks so.
What do you think?
I think you are, or you wouldn't be here now. You wouldn't have gone through that for him. I wish you'd like me if you can.
Miss Henry, I'm kind of awkward when I'm around people like you who belong to another world altogether, society and rhodo sections and all, and you mistake that for enmity, which it isn't at all.
You're making fun of me. But I don't even mind that if you'll let me be your friend.
Well, I might. Might be something new. I never had a senator's daughter for a friend. Next day, I had another visitor. About 2 in the afternoon, the nurse came in to see if I was sleeping. I wasn't.
Basket of fruit for you, Mr. Beaumont.
Who from?
Here's the card.
Open it, nurse.
It just says, please, and it's signed Janet Henry.
Oh, help yourself to the junk. Take enough so it looks as if I'd eaten it.
No wonder people beat you up. And there's a Mrs. Madvig here to see you.
I'll tell her to come in and you stay out.
It'll be a pleasure. All right, Mrs. Madvig. Thank you. Hello, Ned.
Come on over here, Mom. I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, what foolishness. Well, you don't look so bad, nor yet so good. How do you feel, Ned?
Oh, it's swell. I'm only hanging around here on account of the nurses.
That wouldn't surprise me much, neither.
Oh, Mom.
Look here, Ned. You've got to tell me the truth. Paul didn't kill that whippersnapper Taylor Henry, did he?
What makes you ask that? Opal, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes. Opal's got herself in a state over it. She's sure her father did it.
What's she got? Evidence or intuition?
She gets a note like this every day.
I'll bet she does. I've seen one of those before. Read it to me anyway.
Are you really too stupid to know your father murdered your sweetheart? That's what it says.
Well, everybody in town's had at least one of these notes.
Ned, it isn't true, is it?
Nope.
I didn't think so. He's always been a good boy, but the Lord only knows what goes on in this politics.
You're a humdinger, Mom.
Would you tell me if he had killed him?
Nope.
Then how do I know he didn't?
Because if he had, I'd still say no. But then if you asked me if I'd tell you the truth if he had, I'd say yes. No, he didn't do it, Mom. It would be nice if somebody in town besides me thought he didn't do it, and it would be especially nice if that other one was his mother. While I was on my back in that hospital, I did some thinking. I didn't like the way things were going for Paul. Decided I'd better get out and do some looking around. The doctor said no. I said yes.
District Attorney's office. Yes, I'll connect you.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont. How are you feeling?
Fine. Tell Farr I'm here.
Mr. Beaumont to see you, Mr. Farr. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Beaumont. Mr. Farr has an important conference.
If you don't mind, I'll see for myself.
Mr. Beaumont, please. You're not supposed to go.
How are you, Farr? Do I have to smash my way in to see you these days?
Oh, Ned, was it you? I thought the girl said Mr. Barman. Come right in.
Oh, no harm done. I got in. Anything new?
Oh, no, nothing. Just the same old grind.
How's the electioneering going?
Well, it could be better, but I guess we'll manage all right.
What's the matter?
Oh, this and that. Things always come up. Well, that's politics, I guess.
Yeah. Anything I can do, or Paul, to help?
No, I think not.
This Henry killing the worst thing you're up against?
Well, there's a lot of feeling that we ought to have cleared up the murder before this, and that Paul ought to have helped. That's one of the things, and maybe one of the biggest that'll count against us at election.
Made any progress since I saw you last?
No, not much.
Listen, Farr. Paul's always glad to help the boys out of holes. Do you think it would help if he'd let himself be arrested and tried for the Henry murder?
Well, it's not for me to tell Paul what to do.
Yeah, there's a thought. And here's another one that goes with it. It's not for you to do much Paul wouldn't tell you to do, Mr. District Attorney.
Ned, how did you happen to come to the house with Paul tonight? You didn't come to see me.
Well, I came because Paul asked me to. I don't go to senators' houses usually. What's that you're playing, Miss Henry?
Like it?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you, Ned, before Father and Paul get through with their business.
Go ahead, talk, but don't stop playing.
How's Opal?
I haven't seen her since last week. Why?
Isn't she in bed with a nervous breakdown?
Oh, that. Didn't Paul tell you?
Yes, he told me his daughter was in bed with a nervous breakdown. He told me that. I suppose that means she's locked up in the house.
That's right. She got the foolish idea that her father had killed your brother.
But why did she think that?
Who doesn't?
That's what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Beaumont. Do people think that?
Didn't you get any of the anonymous letters that have been going around?
Yes, today. I wanted to show
don't
it to
bother. They all seem to be pretty much alike, and I've seen plenty of them.
Is Paul actually in danger?
If he loses the election, loses his hold on the city and state government, they'll electrocute him.
But he's safe if he wins?
Sure.
Will he win?
I think so.
And then he'll not be in danger?
No, he'll not be in danger. Too bad, isn't it? Go on, play. You may not want this to be overheard. You can put up with Paul for the sake of the political backing your father needs, but that has its limits. Last week you decided Paul had killed your brother and was going to escape punishment, so you decided to do something about it, Miss Henry. That's splendid. Paul's daughter and his sweetheart both trying to steer him to the electric chair. He certainly has a lot of luck with women. Keep playing, I tell you, or I'll shout it. You sent those anonymous letters around. Certainly you did.
I'm not good at lying. I know Paul killed Taylor. I wrote the letters.
You hate Paul, don't you? Even if I proved to you that he didn't kill Taylor, you'd still hate him, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think I should.
That's it. You don't hate him because you think he killed your brother. You think he killed your brother because you hate him.
No, now listen to me. I'll tell you what happened that night. Paul came to dinner, the first time we'd had him to dinner. Taylor wasn't at the dinner table, but he was up in his room. Yes, he would meet with Paul because of the trouble he'd had about Opal. After dinner, Paul and I were alone for a little while in this room, and he suddenly put his arms around me and tried to kiss me.
What happened then?
I asked him to leave.
And then?
Father came down. He'd heard Paul going out. I told him what had happened. And then Taylor came down from his room. He must have heard what I said because he ran out the door after Paul. Father tried to stop him. I didn't see either of them until Father came to my room and told me Taylor had been killed.
Well, whatever.
What of it? How could I help knowing then that Taylor had run out after Paul and had caught up with him and had been killed by him? He was furious.
No, that won't do. Paul wouldn't have to kill Taylor, and he wouldn't have done it. Paul doesn't lose his head in a fight. I know that. I've seen Paul fight, and I've fought with him. No, that won't do.
I know. You're Paul's friend. It hurts.
You're right about my being Paul's friend.
Then this is useless. I thought if I could show you the truth. But we needn't be enemies, need we?
The part of you that's tricked Paul and is trying to trick him is my enemy.
And the other part of me? It hasn't anything to do with that? You don't know that part, do you?
Sure I do. That part was playing the piano just now.
off at the club, Ned?
No, thanks, Paul. I think I'll go home.
You don't know how good I feel that you and Janet hit it off this evening.
I can get along with anybody if I have to. How's the election going, Paul? Is everything going along to suit you?
We're not as well off as we were 2 weeks ago. You know that.
That's right. And if Taylor Henry's killing isn't cleared up pronto, you won't have to worry about the campaign. You'll be sunk whoever wins.
Just what do you mean by that, Ned?
Everybody in town thinks you killed him.
Yeah? Don't let that worry you. I've had things said about me before.
Is there anything you haven't been through, Maverick? Ever been given the electric chair?
I don't think I ever will.
You're not very far from it right now, Paul.
Ned.
I'm not taking up your time with my nonsense.
I'm listening to you. Never lost anything listening to you.
Thank you, sir. Why do you suppose Farr's wiggling out from under and the rest of the boys? They figure you're licked. Everybody knows the police haven't tried to find Taylor's murder, and everybody thinks it's because you killed him. Farr figures that's enough to lick you at the polls this time.
We've been talking a lot about what other people figure, Ned. Let's talk about what you figure. Figure I'm licked?
I've told you. If Taylor Henry's murder isn't cleared up pronto, you're sunk. That's the whole thing. That's the only thing worth doing anything about.
That won't do. Think up something else. Must be an out, Ned. Think.
There isn't. That's the only way. You're going to take it whether you like it or not, or I'm going to take it for you.
Ah, no, lay off.
Well, that's one thing I won't do for you, Paul.
I killed him, Ned. It was an accident, Ned. He ran down the street after me when I left. Kane he picked up on his way out. Tried to hit me with a stick. I don't know how it happened, but pulling it away from him, I hit him on the head with it. Not hard, but he fell back and smashed his head on the curb.
What happened to the stick?
I took it away under my overcoat and burned it.
What kind of a stick was it?
A rough brown one. Heavy.
And you had a clear self-defense plea.
I know, but I didn't want that, Ned. I want Janet Henry more than I ever wanted anything in my life. What chance would I have then? Even if it was an accident.
You'd have more chance than you've got now. Janet Henry's always thought you killed her brother. She hates you. She's been trying to play you into the electric chair. She wrote all those anonymous letters to everybody. She's the one that turned your daughter against you. She was telling me this tonight, trying to turn me. She's not...
That's enough. What is it, Ned? Do you want her yourself, or is it... It doesn't make any difference. Get you, heel. This is the kiss-off.
Whatever you say, Paul. Norman, 5823. Hello, I want to speak to Miss... Oh, Janet. This is Ned. You mind if I come back? I've got some news, yes. Say, do you want the lowdown on what happened to your brother? Well, look among Taylor's walking sticks. That's right. See if any of them, his or your father's, are missing. Particularly a rough, heavy brown one. Yeah, that's right.
Come in, Mr. Beaumont. What's happened? Tell me.
What'd you find out about the walking stick?
It's upstairs in Father's closet, the heavy one you described. In fact, none of them are missing. Neither Taylor's nor Father's. But what about it? Ned, don't be so mysterious.
Look here, Janet. Are you sure you want to go through with this thing?
I want to go through with it more than I ever wanted to do anything in my life.
They're practically the same words Paul used, telling me how much he wanted you.
Did you tell him about me?
Yep. Called me a liar and kicked me out of his car. Paul and I are washed up.
I'm glad. I won't pretend I'm not. Did Paul say anything else?
Yes.
Well?
He said that he killed your brother.
Ned, I knew it. Then you'll go to the district attorney.
You certainly want to be in at the kill, don't you?
He was in at my brother's.
Well, I hope you like it when you get it. Now, go ahead. Call your father.
Father? Oh, Father, would you come in, please? Right away.
Janet, just one more thing. You're sure about that Kane?
Of course I'm sure. I saw it just 10 minutes ago.
Good. That's all I need to know.
Well, Lieutenant, what is it? Oh, hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Hello,
You back
sir.
again?
Father, I'm afraid we have some unpleasant news for you. Mr. Beaumont has just told me who killed Taylor. It was Paul Madvig.
Madvig? Mr. Beaumont, what have you got to support that statement? What evidence?
For one thing, his own confession.
Madvig admitted that he killed my son?
Yes.
This is incredible. An associate of mine killed my son? Why, I can't believe it.
Father, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do. Tell Farr to arrest Paul Madvig. Operator, get the district attorney's office.
Senator, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
What do you mean, Beaumont?
I'd hang up that receiver. I wouldn't talk to Farr yet. You're not quite ready.
You think that you can tell me what you did and expect me to do nothing when my son...
Hang up that receiver, Senator. Senator, I have a special authority from the district attorney. I've got it here in this pocket. If there's any arrest in this case, I'd like to do it myself.
Then why didn't you arrest Madvig on the spot?
Because he didn't kill your son.
No.
Well, you just said...
That Paul confessed, yes, but I didn't say I believed him. His story didn't hold together. Sit down, Senator, and you, Janet. I've got plenty to say to both of you.
You'd better be quick about it, Beaumont, before I pick up the phone.
It won't work, Senator, because Paul's going to stop covering you up the minute he gets arrested. Now, what happened, Miss Henry, is something like this. When your brother heard about Paul that night, he ran after him, taking the stick with him and wearing a hat. Well, that's not important. You wanted to be reelected, Senator. You couldn't let your son get in a fight with a man you were counting on to put you over. So you had to stop your son at all costs, didn't you?
This is nonsense. I will not have my...
Sure, it's nonsense, and your bringing the stick that killed him back home is nonsense, and wearing his hat because you'd run out bareheaded after him is nonsense, too. But it's nonsense that'll nail you to the cross, Senator Henry.
Let's have it quickly, Beaumont. What is it you're trying to say?
I can say it in 4 words, Senator. You killed your son. Well, that's how the Reform Party got in. Here it is, right off the tape. A plurality of 227,000. That's reform with a vengeance. After tonight, Paul and I are on the shelf. Even Shadow Rory is out of the picture. 2 days ago, he was killed by one of his own henchmen at Paradise Gardens. Senator Henry's through with politics, too. He's indicted for manslaughter by his own confession, and he's waiting trial. Paul Madvig's lying low for a while. Never gives up, that man. I said goodbye to him yesterday. We shook hands. There wasn't much we could say. Well, I still got my one-way ticket to New York, and tomorrow I'm going to use it. Oh, I'm the sort that likes to travel alone, but, well, I guess the reform wave's got me, too. There's another ticket in my pocket. I bought it last night. This one's for Janet Henry.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass Key by Dashiell Hammett. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone. But first, a word from the makers of Campbell's Soups. A little while ago, I spoke of the lavish emphasis on chicken in Campbell's Chicken Soup. Actually, all the good meat of fine government-certified chickens goes into its making. The broth bubbles slowly and softly in shining kettles until it takes on a golden glisten, and the good flavor of chicken is rich in every drop. Pieces of chicken meat, cooked deliciously tender, go into the soup, too, along with snowy rice. Somewhere, sometime, you've probably tasted a chicken soup that you decided was the very last word. Well, with that chicken soup in mind, if you'll try Campbell's tomorrow, I'll promise you won't be disappointed. I'm sure you'll say Campbell's is as fine as the finest in your memory, and you'll be glad you can have it at any time and often. You'll like it for lunch, for supper, for family meals, whenever the idea of chicken soup sounds good. Why not put Campbell's Chicken Soup on tomorrow's shopping list and have it this very weekend? And now, here is Orson Welles.
In a certain sense, The Glass Key is something more than a detective story. Someday, perhaps, historians will consult it as a social document, as an accurate, if depressing picture of almost any American city of the not-so-distant past. Dash Hammett, one of the period's greatest chroniclers, comes honestly by his knowledge of the dark ways of the underworld. Before he ever published a single story, long before he went to Hollywood to create this cinematic detective. He was himself a private investigator, a dick in the vernacular. I'm sure he wouldn't object to my telling you the story of his biggest case. The biggest case in the sense that he was hired to look for one of the biggest things you could imagine. It was a Ferris wheel. As a friend of Mr. Hammett, I should like to be able to report that he laid hands on the Ferris wheel and returned it to the owner, but he didn't. Nobody to this day knows what happened to the Ferris wheel. Perhaps it escaped to South America disguised as a roller coaster, a merry-go-round. However, Hammett, thwarted in his career of detection, turned eventually to literature, and I, for one, am heartily thankful. There are lots of detectives, but there's only one Dashiell Hammett. And now, I have the great pleasure in introducing to you our distinguished guest of the evening, Warden Laws of Sing Sing.
Mr. Wells, I want to thank you for inviting me to one of the most realistic crime dramas I've witnessed. Shall I say in an unofficial capacity?
Warden Laws, would you say that Mr. Hammett's story reflects the underworld of the Prohibition era only, or one that still persists today?
Well, booze is gone, Mr. Wells, but crime persists. However, I believe the intimate tie-up of crime with politics is decidedly on the wane.
Does that mean that we're catching up with the crime problem?
We've been catching up with crime for over 4,000 years. Tablets dug up in the Near East of the trial and execution of a couple of protection racketeers who had been terrorizing the local merchants. The record shows that these gangsters had actually been paying off the mayor. This particular racket was busted in the year 2000 B.C.
Well, that's not exactly tossing orchids to the crime crusaders the past 4,000 years.
Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Wells. Police action against matured crime is necessary, but there is another front on which the fight must go on. We may fill our prisons to capacity and work the electric chair overtime, but crime will continue until we correct the conditions which produce it.
That's the challenge you made in your recent book, Invisible Stripes. Supposing we accept your challenge, Warden Laws, what can the average citizen do about it?
The average citizen is the only one who can do anything about it, because crime is essentially a problem of youth, and the average citizen is directly responsible for the training of youth. And there are at least 3 million children throughout the country desperately in need of supervised leisure activities.
Well, that brings the fight right into our own homes, doesn't it? And those the basic factors involved in society's effort to eliminate crime.
No, there is one thing more. In the 12 months of depression beginning in the late months of 1937, Sing Sing received the greatest number of genuine first offenders in its history, victims of a tragic lack of opportunity. We must find places in our social and economic fabric for every young man and young woman. That, Mr. Wells, is the answer to the crime problem.
Let's hope that it can be accomplished.
It must be accomplished, Mr. Wells, if democracy is to reach its true fulfillment.
Thank you, Warden Laws.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Glass Key, Orson Welles played the part of Paul Madvick, Paul Stewart played Ned Beaumont. Ray Collins played Shadow Rory, and Myron McCormick the part of Senator Henry. Effie Palmer was Mrs. Madvick, Elsbeth Eric was Opal, and Elizabeth Morgan was the telephone operator. The role of Farr was played by Everett Sloane, that of Jeff by Howard Smith. Laura Baxter played Jeanette Henry, and Edgar Barrier the part of Rusty. Music for the Campbell Playhouse was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, may we have a word, please, about next week's broadcast?
Just a word. Next week, our story is about 3 brothers who left England to save a lady's honor, and who wound up in Morocco as members of the most desperate band of men in the world, the Foreign Legion. Next week, Percival Christopher Wren's romance, Beau Geste, is the story, and with us, Laurence Olivier and Noah Berry. And so, until next week, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening, when Laurence Olivier and Noah Beery will appear with him in Beau Geste. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. heard on tonight's show Manhattan Serenade and Metropolitan Nocturne by Louis Alder, also Alfred Newman Street Scene. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we take you to Shangri-La in the Valley of the Blue Moon. You may not believe this story, but ladies and gentlemen, remember please that ever since the human race was articulate, men have returned with tales of such a place as Shangri-La. Usually they've been laughed at. Always they've been doubted, but it's never yet been proved that their stories were untrue. And so tonight we bring you James Hilton's Lost Horizon, and as our guest of the evening, Miss Sigrid Gurry. But before our story begins, before we move on into the future, as embodied in the earthly paradise of Shangri-La, Ernest Chappell invited us to hark back for just a moment to an occasion or two, and here he is.
An occasion or two, ladies and gentlemen, when dinner and the choice of a main dinner dish were especially important. Perhaps it was a birthday celebration or a wedding anniversary, and you were eating out. Together, you consulted the menu, looked up, and...
Well, dear, this is your occasion. What looks good to you?
Let's have chicken, shall we?
Sounds good to me. Oh, here's our waiter now.
And then when important company was coming to dinner at your house...
But what shall we have for dinner, darling?
I say let's have chicken. That's something everybody likes.
Let's have chicken. Haven't you said those very words yourself many and many a time when you wanted to enjoy or to serve an especially fine dinner? I'll wager you have, because there's no disputing the fact that just about all of us do have an exceptional liking for chicken in one form or another. And I think it must be this general liking for chicken that accounts for the constantly growing popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. Every golden drop of this chicken soup brims with rich chicken flavor. Steeped in the taste of chicken, too, is the fluffy white rice Campbell's measure into this homey, old-fashioned chicken soup. And you'll enjoy pieces of tender chicken meat in every fragrant plateful. Have it soon, won't you? Perhaps tomorrow. I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now, Orson Welles in James Hilton's Lost Horizon with Sigrid Gurry.
I say, Sanders, did you ever know a chap named Conway?
You mean Glory Conway? Oh, yes, of course I do. Remember him very well. Wonderful fellow.
He was. Our civilization doesn't breed people like that nowadays. Remember the uprising at Barskool?
Summer before last. Yes, I remember.
They sent Conway up there, to take over.
That's right. And there was a wild yarn going about, wasn't there? That one of the planes that went out never came back.
Yes, the plane did disappear. There were 4 people in it. Conway and 3 others. I can only tell you the story as he told it to me. I don't ask you to believe it. I wouldn't believe it myself, except for one small fact. There were 4 of them in that plane. There was Conway. There was Melanson, his assistant, just a youngster, but he'd come to be quite fond of him during the 6 months they'd worked together at Barskool. And 2 others he didn't know. Miss Brinklow, a missionary, and an American named Barnard. Conway said he was dog-tired. All he wanted to do was sleep. As a matter of fact, they were hardly off the ground, he said, before he was dozing off. And he doesn't know exactly, but he thinks he must have slept for several hours.
Conway! Conway! Conway, look, there's a break in the clouds. Conway! Conway, where are we?
I don't know, Mellons.
Hey, what is it? Something wrong?
I think we're way off our route, Mr. Barnett.
Off our route? We're being kidnapped.
Kidnapped? I've been thinking for some time, Mr. Conway, that something was wrong.
Well, I'll be darned. Yes, what is he doing it for?
Where's he taking us?
Yes, there aren't any tribes living around here. We're far past the frontier country by now. Oh, we'll be in Tibet by morning. If the gas holds out. Why, nobody but a lunatic would fly into this sort of country. Yeah, nobody but a darn fine airman could.
What's wrong? What's happening?
The motors are icing up. Have to land.
How the fellow can see to land in pitch blackness, I don't know.
Well, at any rate, I'm glad it's over.
Conway! He's going to crack up! Well, here we go. Rotten landing. Rotten. Oh. Cracked up his left wing. Well, we'll have to stay where we are now. That's certain. Come on, Conway. I'm going forward.
Mellinson.
I'm not scared of this fellow on land, wherever he is. I'm going to tackle him right away. Go after him from the outside. Oh, cold out here. There's a soul about. Looks like the end of the world.
Better stop him, Conway, before he does something foolish. Yes. Mellinson.
Mellinson, come back. Mellinson! Mellinson! I see Conway. It's queer. I think the pilot's dead. He's all doubled up over his panel.
All right, come on. Let's get him out of the cockpit into the open.
That's right.
Oh, lay him down here.
Well, what's happened now?
Let's have a look at him. Strike a match, will you, somebody?
Yeah, here. No use in this wind.
His heart's very faint. Say, this isn't our pilot. He's Chinese. Be quiet, Mellinson.
Well, I can't help it. We look such fools standing about striking matches over a corpse. He isn't much of a beauty, is he?
Look, he's coming to.
I just so talking. My safe. Can you understand him, Conway? Shh.
How are you?
Shangri-La. Well, what's the matter, Conway?
He's dead.
Could you understand anything he said?
Very little. That we're in Tibet, which is obvious. And I gather there's a place near here, along the valley. Some sort of monastery, it sounds like. We can get food and shelter there. He kept saying we must go there. He said its name. It was Shangri-La.
I shall never forget Conway's vivid description of that lonely place. It was like a vast emptiness, he said, with mountains on every side. Mountains rising on top of mountains. There was a range of them gleaming on the far horizon like a row of dog teeth. But it was the wind, I think, that impressed him most. Not an ordinary wind, not even a strong wind or a cold wind. A sort of frenzy that lived all round us. That's how he spoke of it. And all through the night, he watched. At dawn, the wind dropped, and in the lessening gloom, the valley took shape. A floor of rock and shingle sloping upwards. And then, suddenly in the distance, he saw climbing down the steep incline of the mountain, coming towards him, a party of men. Tibetans, they looked like. There were a dozen or more, carrying with them a hooded chair. In this sat a figure, an elderly Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven, robed in an embroidered gown of rich blue silk.
My name is Xiang. We have with us food and wine, if you will honor me by accepting our slight hospitality. After that, we can start, and our journey is long and somewhat difficult.
Well, if we could borrow a couple of your men for guides and some stores, I think we can get along all right by ourselves.
I'm afraid that would be quite impossible. I regret that it will be necessary for you to return with me to the lamasery.
The lamasery?
Yes. I shall try to arrange for guides for you there.
I'm sorry we must intrude on your hospitality this way.
We are always delighted to receive guests from the outside.
Well, we won't be there long, I promise you that. And we'll pay for everything we have. We'll pay for our journey and our guides back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
My dear sir, are you so very certain that you are away from it?
From the plateau to the lamasery, it took them 10 hours. It was bitterly cold. At one time, they were forced to rope themselves together. Conway seemed very pleased that here, at least, he was of some use. He'd done a lot of mountain climbing in the Swiss Alps and knew all the tricks. And then, very late in the afternoon, without warning, Conway said, they stepped out onto level ground. Out of that mist and cold into clear, sunny air. Far below them, under the setting sun, was the lamasery, a group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside with the chance delicacy of flower petals impaled upon a crag. That's how he described it. And beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, shimmering against the deep electric blue of the evening sky, was the most beautiful mountain on earth. It was so radiant, so serenely poised, that for a moment he wondered if it was real at all.
There's our valley, and there is our lamasery. It is called Shangri-La. I hope our simple dinner has pleased you, Mr. Barnard.
Well, I've been around a lot, Mr. Chang, but I've never tasted food like this. I've never seen anything like this place. Bathtubs from Akron, Ohio, steam heating. Lord, what haven't you got?
You see, here at Shangri-La, we are less barbarian than you expected. We have a rather complete library for our monastery, certain of our art treasures.
And that girl up there playing. I've never heard 17th century music played so well.
She's charming. Who is she?
Her name is Lutsen. She has much skill with Western keyboard music.
Why, the girl looks hardly more than a child.
How old is she?
I am afraid I cannot tell you.
Not giving away secrets about a lady's age, is that it?
Precisely.
Yes, well, that's all very interesting. But it's time we began to discuss plans for getting away, Mr. Chang.
I am sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Well, surely you can do something. You have maps, I suppose?
Oh, yes, a great many.
Well, all right. I suppose you must have some communication with the outside world. How far is it to the nearest telegraph lines? Well, where do you send to when you want anything civilized?
It is quite true, Mr. Malleson, that from time to time we do require certain things from distant parts. And there is such a consignment expected shortly. Perhaps when the porters arrive.
When do they arrive?
The exact date is, of course, impossible to forecast.
Oh, all right. All right, well, I'll say no more then. Not tonight. But in the morning, I warn you that in the morning, I intend leaving. Good night.
I'm sorry my friend is so upset tonight.
I, too, am sorry. You will none of you, I am sure, regret your sojourn with us in our little valley in the shadow of Caracal.
Caracal. Is that the name of that mountain we saw?
Yes. It is beautiful, is it not? And very tall. Over 28,000 feet.
Caracal.
In the valley tongue, Mr. Conway, Caracal means blue moon.
Blue moon.
stop, Mr. Conway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in, Lotset.
You play very well.
Oh, no, not really. I lead a pretty busy life, and I don't get near a piano very often.
Please go on playing. If you don't, I shall have to go away.
Oh, but why?
It is not usual in the beginning that we talk with the guests.
But it's not forbidden.
No, but I'm not sure that Zhang would approve. There are subjects we do not discuss, Mr. Conway, either with you or amongst ourselves.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your friend, Mr. Mallinson, is not so polite. He tries to make me talk.
Oh, you mustn't mind Mallinson. He means all right, but he's rather an excitable young man.
I don't think he's very happy here.
No, he's not at all happy.
It is sometimes very lonely.
Oh, well, he's young. That makes a difference.
Yes. Yes, it makes a great deal of difference.
Conway said that in that place it was difficult to estimate the passage of time. He said it must have been about a fortnight after they got to Shangri-La that Zhang came to him one day with a message. The message was a summons from the High Lama. Together they went across the empty courtyards, then up a steep spiral staircase, and as they climbed, Conway said he was aware of a strange sensation. A dry, tingling warmth, as if all the windows were tightly closed and some kind of steam heating plant was working at full pressure. Then, finally, they were standing before a door which opened and closed again, and Conway found that he was alone. He said he stood there for a moment, hesitant, breathing an atmosphere that was not only sultry but full of dusk, so that it was several seconds before he could accustom himself to the gloom. Then, slowly, he became aware of a small, pale, and wrinkled person, motionlessly shadowed, like some fading antique portrait in the warm dusk. He felt dizzy under the gaze of those ancient eyes.
So, you are Mr. Conway.
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
Oh, I feel it a signal honor to be received by you.
Thank you, my dear Conway. I shall call you that according to the English fashion. Zhang tells me that you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
I'm certainly interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation. Tell me, my dear Conway, are you familiar with the general outline of Tibetan history?
I found in your excellent library some interesting annals of these regions, but curiously enough, nothing of the history of Shangri-La.
There is a reason for that, as you will see.
And in all the maps of this area, both ancient and modern, there is no mention of Karakal or the Valley of the Blue Moon.
That, too, is for a reason you will soon understand. The ancient history of Shangri-La is the history of a Catholic priest named Father Perrault. Before devoting himself to Far Eastern missions, Perrault had studied at Paris, Bologna, and other universities. He was something of a scholar. But he was not an ascetic. He enjoyed the good things of the world and was careful to teach his converts cooking as well as catechism. In the year 1719, Perrault set out from Pekin with 3 other Capuchin friars. They traveled southwest for many months, by Lang Chao and the Coconor, facing terrible hardships. The 3 others died on the way, and Father Perrault was not far from death, when, by accident, he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to the Valley of the Blue Moon. Perrault began to preach here in the year 1734, when he was 53 years of age. His was a full life, and he had accomplished much when in the year 1789 news descended to the valley that Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room, my dear Conway, where he could see from the windows the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. But he could see with his mind also. His mind had straightened to a snow-white calm. He was ready, willing, and glad to die. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. Then he asked to be left alone a while. And it was during such a solitude, with his body sinking and his mind lifted to beatitude, that he had hoped to give up his soul. But it did not happen so. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement. And then, my dear Conway, he began to recover. He was then 108. When the last of the old monks died, in 1794, Perrault himself was still living. He was then 113 years of age. You will wish to know how he spent his time during those unprecedented years. You see, Father Perrault's attitude may be summed up by saying that as he had not died at a normal age, he began to feel that there was no discoverable reason why he either should or should not do so at any definite time in the future. Having already proved himself abnormal, it was as easy to believe that the abnormality might continue as to expect it to end at any moment.
I think I understand, Father.
Can you indeed? And can you understand anything else after this long and curious story of mine?
It seems impossible. Yet I can't help thinking of it. It's astonishing and extraordinary and quite incredible. And yet not absolutely beyond my powers of belief.
What is, my son?
That you were still alive, Father Perrault.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of James Hilton's Lost Horizon. And in that moment, I'd like to take you back across the high plateau of Tibet, back from this strange corner of the world to the familiar surroundings of your own home, in order to remind you that more soup is eaten in December than in any other month of the year. There are a number of good reasons why December is the top soup-eating month, but of them all, I think these two are most important. First, December ushers in winter. And most mothers realize that good, hot soup in the winter diet not only nourishes and warms us pleasantly, but, served frequently, can help fortify us. Second, December is of all months the month of entertaining, of open house when relatives and friends drop in and gather at the table. And wise hostesses have learned that no dish can more quickly or more successfully transform even a simple meal, give it a festive holiday touch, than a well-chosen soup. Will soup be on your table frequently this month? And will you let Campbell's make this soup for you, as millions will? I know that whatever Campbell's soups you may select, you'll be delighted to find the same full-flavored, nourishing soup that you would strive for in your own kitchen. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri.
Another whiskey, Sanders?
Thanks.
Say when.
This'll do.
Oh, it's getting awfully late.
Never mind. Please go on. About Conway.
Yes, it is quite a story, isn't it? You see, from the time Conway got to that monastery place till the night when he told me about it, nearly a year had passed, and heaven only knows what he'd been through. But the way he told his story and the way he described it all, it was as though he were living it all over again. Every minute, every detail of it. I remember the tone of his voice as he spoke of the High Lama. I remember the silence, exactly as he described it. The silence between him and that ancient figure in that airless, half-lit room. It may have lasted but a second, though it seemed an hour, an eternity, that he sat there staring at the ancient face of the High Lama. It was disembodied. It seemed to glow out of that yellow dusk like a fragment of an old parchment.
In the course of those next years, a few rare strangers found their way to the valley and were welcomed. A Chinese merchant found his way here in 1822. A Greek trader in 1830, and in 1845, a French musician, a pupil of Chopin's. Later, an Englishman, 2 Russians, and a German. And night and day, sentries kept constant watch on the entrance to the defile. And more than one party of explorers, glorying in their first distant glimpse of Karakal, encountered messengers bearing a cordial invitation, one that was rarely declined.
Just as we were greeted and welcomed?
Yes, my dear Conway. Of course, our invitation is subject to one very important and invariable proviso.
And that is? Oh, you intend to keep us here? That, I take it, is the important and invariable proviso.
You have guessed correctly, my son.
In other words, we are to stay at Shangri-La forever?
I should greatly prefer to employ your excellent English idiom and say that we are all here for good.
For good. Yeah. What puzzles me is why, out of all the rest of the world's inhabitants, we 4 should have been chosen.
In recent years, our number has been shrinking. Even in Shangri-La, we are mortals, and a serious problem was beginning to arise.
What, you mean that pilot was sent out deliberately to bring someone back by air?
My son, you are still, I should say, a youngish man by the world's standards. Your life, as people say, lies ahead of you. Yes, in the normal course, you might expect only 20 or 30 years of gradually diminishing activity. Youth and old age, between those 2 clouds, what small and narrow sunlight illumines a man's lifetime. But you, it may be, are destined to be more fortunate, since by the standards of Shangri-La, your sunlit years have scarcely yet begun. You will have time. Time, that rare and lovely gift that your Western countries have lost the more they have pursued it. You make no comment, my dear Conway.
I've been deeply impressed, Father Perrault, by the things you've told me. I still don't entirely comprehend their significance.
Here in Shangri-La, my son, we have a dream and a vision. It is a vision that first appeared to me when I lay dying in this room in the year 1789. I looked back then on my long life, as I have already told you, and it seemed to me that all the loveliest things were transient and perishable, and that war, lust, and brutality might someday crush them until there were no more left in the world. I saw the nations strengthening, not in wisdom, but in vulgar passions and the will to destroy. And I perceived that when they had filled the land and sea with ruin, they would take to the air. I foresaw a time when men, exultant in the technique of homicide, would rage so hotly over the world that every precious thing would be in danger. Every book and picture and harmony, every treasure garnered through 2 millenniums, the small, the delicate, the defenseless, all would be lost like the lost books of Livy, or wrecked as the English wrecked the summer palace in Peking.
I share your opinion of that.
And that, my son, is why I am here, and why you are here, and why we may pray to outlive the doom that gathers around us on every side.
You think that when that time comes, that Shangri-La will escape?
Perhaps we may expect no mercy, but we may faintly hope for neglect. Here we shall stay with our books and our music and our meditation, conserving the frail elegancies of a dying age and seeking such wisdom as men will need when their passions are all spent. We have a heritage to cherish and bequeath. Let us take what pleasure we may until that time comes.
Yes. And then?
Then, my son, when the strong have devoured each other, the Christian ethic may at last be fulfilled, and the meek shall inherit the earth.
I believe there's a storm coming up. Somehow I never expected that here.
Oh, I don't think it'll touch us here in the valley.
Sure hate to be out there in that pass, though. That place is murder.
Well, we've all got to face it sooner or later. All four of us. Those porters will be here any day now. I don't imagine we'll have perfect weather all the way to India.
No, I don't think we will. That's one of the reasons why I think I'll let this first trip pass. There'll be other porters later.
You mean, sir, you're not coming with us?
That's it.
Well, I suppose it's your own affair. Nobody can prevent you from stopping here for all your life. It's not what everybody would choose to do, but ideas differ. What do you say, Conway?
I agree. Ideas differ.
As a matter of fact, there's a very practical reason why I think I'll stay on. I don't know whether you people guessed it or not, but my name's not Barnard.
Not Barnard?
Never was. I'm Chalmers Bryant.
Chalmers
Bryant? My heavens. You don't mean that Wall Street fellow?
The international swindler?
That's me.
I had some friends in Woodstock that lost all they had through you.
I'm sorry.
Well, you certainly played fast and loose with a lot of other people's money.
And why? Because those same people all wanted something for nothing and hadn't the brains to get it for themselves.
That's nonsense.
I'll tell you another thing, too. There's gold in this valley, tons of it. What's more, I've got permission to prospect it. Maybe I can give them tips on how to increase the output. Maybe even someday I'll have...
a common thief, facing a life behind prison bars. No wonder he wants to stay here.
Well, I'm not facing a life behind prison bars, Mr. Mallinson. And I think I'll stay on, too.
What? You, Miss Brinklow?
Yes. I've done a lot of thinking the last few weeks, and my mind's made up. It's quite obvious that I have a call. This place is in urgent need of a mission. I'm strongly opposed to this doctrine of moderation. In my opinion, it's nothing but slackness and laxity. It's plain to me now that I've a lot of work to do here. A lot of work.
Thank you, Lord Sen. It was beautiful.
Mr. Conway, you have seen the High Lama.
Yes.
He told you everything.
What do you mean?
The story of Father Perrault, of the Lamas, of me.
The High Lama did not mention you, Lotsen. But he told me a great deal about the history of Shangri-La and the work he's doing.
And you found it interesting?
More than that. I was thinking just now as you played how much Shangri-La has come to mean to me. How much these hours here in the music room with you have come to mean.
Do the others feel like this, too?
I'm afraid not. But then, we're all of us different. For each of us, I dare say, Shangri-La holds a special meaning.
Except, I think, for Mr. Mallinson. He will never be contented here, Mr. Conway. Never.
No, I suppose not.
He has no idea, then, of what the Lama has told you. You haven't told him.
Naturally not.
And you believe? You believe all that you've been told?
Why, I see no reason why the High Lama should lie to me.
No. No, of course not. Of course not.
Tell me, Jang, have there been many who have tried to escape from Shangri-La?
Escape, Mr. Conway. Is that really the word that should be used? After all, the pass is open to anyone at any time.
Yes.
I can only hope none of your friends would be so rash as to attempt so difficult a journey. There's Mr. Marison. He's young, of course. But others, too. Lutzen, for instance, was young when she first came to us.
Was young?
Her carriers lost their way in the mountains. She was betrothed to a prince of Turkestan and was traveling to Kashgar to meet him. The whole party would doubtless have perished but for the customary meeting with our emissaries.
When did this happen?
1884. She was 18.
18? In 1884?
Yes. If you will forgive me a personal question, Mr. Conway, is it possible that you are falling in love with Lutzen?
What makes you ask that?
Because if it is so, it would be quite suitable. Always, of course, in moderation.
Even love, then, fits into your scheme of things.
The hospitality of Shangri-La is of a most comprehensive kind, Mr. Conway.
Yes, I think I quite realize that by now. Tell me, Mr. Jang, how old were you when you first came to Shangri-La?
I was quite young, only 22. I am now 104.
When did you first begin to grow old, in appearance?
I was over 70. That is often the case, though I think I may still claim to look younger than my years.
Oh, decidedly.
Thank you.
And suppose you were to leave the valley now, what would happen?
Death. If I remained away for more than a very few days. But even if I were fortunate enough not to die, I would immediately acquire the full appearance of my actual age.
The atmosphere, then, is essential?
Mr. Conway, in the whole world, there is only one Valley of the Blue Moon.
You sent for me, Father?
I did. You are unhappy, my son.
Not for myself, Father. I've never known such happiness as I've enjoyed here. It's as if I'd been searching for a long, long time, and at last I'd come to the end of that search.
Then it is for the others you are unhappy.
For one of them. The other two are quite content, it seems.
Yes, Miss Brinklow wishes to convert us. And Mr. Barnard would also like to convert us into a gold mining corporation. But your friend, to whom neither gold nor religion can offer solace, how about him?
Yes, he's going to be the problem.
I'm afraid he's going to be your problem.
Why mine?
Valley storms, they are nothing. Karakul sends us storms at this time of the year. But we are quite secure.
You said, Father, that Mallinson was going to be my problem. Why mine, particularly?
Because, my son, I'm going to die. Yes, you were surprised. But surely, my friend, we are all mortal, even at Shangri-La.
Father.
It is charming of you to appear so concerned. And I will not pretend that there is not a touch of wistfulness, even at my age, in contemplating death. Fortunately, little is left of me that can die physically, and as for the rest, all our religions display a pleasant unanimity of optimism. There remains to me, before I go, one final duty. Concerns you, my son.
You do me a great honor.
I have in mind to do much more than that. I am about to place in your hands, my son, the heritage and destiny of Shangri-La.
Father.
I have waited for you, my son, for quite a long time. I have sat in this room and seen the faces of newcomers. I have looked into their eyes and heard their voices, always in hope that someday I might find you. My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy, while the storm rages without.
The storm? This storm you talk of?
It will be such a one, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. It will rage till every flower of culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in a vast chaos. Such was my vision when Napoleon was still a name unknown, and I see it now more clearly with each hour.
And you think this will come in my time?
I believe that you will live through the storm and after, through the long age of desolation. You may still live, growing older and wiser and more patient. You will conserve the fragrance of our history and add to it the touch of your own mind. Beyond that, my vision weakens, but I see, at a great distance, a new world stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the valley of the blue moon.
The speaking had finished. The voice was silent. Conway stood there, looking at that face before him, full of a remote and drenching beauty. Then the glow faded, and there was nothing left but a mask, dark-shadowed and crumbling like old wood. And Conway told me that it was only after a long time that it came to him as part of a dream that the High Lama was dead.
Conway! Conway! I've got the porters.
The porters?
Yes, they're about 5 miles down the pass. They came yesterday loaded with books and things.
You're thinking of going out to them?
Oh, naturally.
Oh, Mallinson, suppose you do get beyond the pass and find the porters waiting there. How do you know they'll take you with them? It all needs arrangement, negotiations beforehand.
Well, they have been arranged. They have been paid in advance. And they've agreed to take us.
Who's been making all these plans?
Lord Sen.
Who?
Lord Sen. She's with the porters now, down below the pass. She's, waiting.
Waiting?
Yes. She's coming with us. I assume you've no objection.
Lord Sen, that's nonsense. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. You think you know a great deal more about her than I do, I dare say. But it seems you don't. Oh, just think of it, Conway. A kid of her age shut up here with a lot of old men. Naturally she'd get away if she had a chance. She said she'd come. She wanted to come. Oh, hang it all, Conway. Don't stare at me like that.
Mallinson, I've got to tell you the truth. I hope when you've heard it, you'll realize at least why Lotsen can't possibly go back with you.
Well, there isn't anything that would make me believe that. But go ahead.
There's something about this valley, Malins. Something that makes it different from other places. From any other place on Earth. There are men living here. You've seen them. Who were young when your grandparents were already old.
Oh, and you think that
Lotsen is no different from the others. Lotsen is not young.
Not young? I suppose you'll tell me that
she came here in 1884.
1884?
And she was 18 then.
What? That makes her...
She was 18 then.
Conway, you're raving. You're raving!
Her beauty, Mallinson, like all other beauty in the world, lies at the mercy of those who do not know how to value it. It is a fragile thing that can live only where fragile things are loved. Take it away from this valley, and you will see it fade like an echo. You will see her for what she is. An old woman.
Conway, I don't believe you. I never will. I think you're off your head.
I'm sorry if you think that, Mallinson.
They warned me about that in India. I thought they were wrong.
What did they warn you of?
Well, they said that you'd been blown up in the war and that you'd be queer at times ever since.
Mallinson.
Well, that settles it. I'll go now alone. I don't know how I'll manage to climb without you. And those tricks with the rope. It's almost certain death. But I must go. I gave my word.
To Lotsen?
Yes. Oh, won't you come with us, Conway? I hate imploring you for my own sake, but I'm young and we've been friends. And Lotsen, too. She's young. Doesn't she count at all?
Mallinson, there's just one question I'd like to ask.
Yes?
Are you in love with Lotsen?
I dare say I am. Oh, Conway, it's that stupid nonsense about her being old. Conway, you can't believe that. You just can't.
How can you really know she's young?
Because I do know she's young. Because you'll think less of me for it. Because I do know. Oh, I'm afraid you'll never properly understand her, Conway.
And you do. And she's young. And you're sure of that?
Just a girl, Conway. I was terribly sorry for her, and we were both attracted. I don't see there's anything to be ashamed of. She's young. I know.
I understand. Mallinson, I don't know whether I've been mad and am now sane or whether I've been sane for a time and I'm now mad again.
Well, Conway.
Do you think you could manage that tricky bit on the pass with the rope if I were with you?
You see, I think at the last moment, the thing happened to Conway that so often happens to the dreamers of the world. His dream had dissolved, like all too lovely things, at the first touch of reality. I think he realized, too, that his mind dwelt in a world of its own Shangri-La, and that with their going, Mallinson and Lotsen, that world was in peril. He saw the corridors of his imagination twist and strain under the impact. The pavilions were toppling, and all about was ruin.
But good heavens, man, you talk as though... You don't mean you really believe this story, do you?
I wouldn't believe it, except for one very small fact.
And that is?
2 weeks ago, I went back to the hospital at Zhongyang and looked up the young Chinese doctor who'd had charge of Conway's case. He remembered him perfectly. The Englishman who'd lost his memory. Was it true he'd been brought to the mission hospital by a woman, I asked. Oh, yes, certainly by a woman. A Chinese woman. She said something about a companion, a young Englishman who'd died on the way. Did he remember anything about her? Nothing, he answered, except that she'd been ill of fever herself and had died almost immediately. Then I asked him one final question, and I dare say you can guess what it was. About that Chinese woman, I said. Was she young?
Yes, and what did he say?
He looked at me solemnly for a moment, and then he answered, "Oh, no. She was most old of anyone I have ever seen."
But last you heard of Conway was 3 months ago from Bangkok, eh?
Yes. And he was going northwest.
A good many places lie northwest of Bangkok.
Including the Valley of the Blue Moon. Do you think he'll ever find it again?
My friend, it is not an arduous task that I bequeath, for our order knows only silken bonds. To be gentle and patient, to care for the riches of the mind, to preside in wisdom and secrecy while the storm rages without. Such a storm, my son, as the world has not seen before. There will be no safety by arms, no help from authority, no answer in science. But I see, at a great distance, a new world, stirring in the ruins, seeking its lost and legendary treasures. And they will all be here, my son, preserved as by a miracle, hidden behind the mountains in the Valley of the Blue Moon.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Lost Horizon with Sigrid Guri. Mr. Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening in just a moment. Meanwhile, one quick reminder. You'll be serving soup frequently these December days, won't you? I'm sure you will. And in letting Campbell's make your soup for you, as I hope you will, may I suggest you think often of Campbell's chicken soup? You'll find its full, rich chicken flavor will delight your family and your guests. And they'll enjoy, too, the fluffy rice and tempting pieces of tender chicken meat that help to make this chicken soup of Campbell's so homelike in taste and good nourishment. Have it tomorrow, why don't you? If you will, then I know with your very first spoonful you'll understand why I say, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now I see Orson Welles is ready. Mr. Welles.
Here by my side, ladies and gentlemen, is a lady whom you've already admired in many continents of the world. In Asia, in Marco Polo, in Africa, in Algiers, and more recently in South America, in the picture Rio. And tonight she was in Tibet playing La Tsin, but for whose charms the story of Shangri-La might never have reached the outside world. The beautiful Sigrid Guri.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Orson Welles. And thank you especially for inviting me here to Campbell's Playhouse. I hear your productions very often, and tonight being here in the studio with you, acting in one of them, is really an exciting experience for me.
That's very nice of you, Miss Guri. Thank you.
Good night, Orson Welles.
Good night, Miss Guri. And ladies and gentlemen, next week, next Sunday night, our favorite and foremost guest, Miss Helen Hayes, returns once more to the Campbell Playhouse. Our production, Vanessa, Hugh Walpole's magnificent love story of modern England. And Vanessa is not only the heroine of a great love story, she is also one of Helen Hayes' favorite characters. Indeed, it was Miss Hayes' own choice for her next appearance on the Campbell Playhouse. And so until next Sunday night, until Vanessa, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our exclusive Playhouse star, Miss Helen Hayes, in the delightful love story, Vanessa. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's chicken soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, everyone. This is Edwin C. Hill, and I bring you exciting news. Tonight, Orson Welles takes over the direction of the Campbell Playhouse and offers you as his first production America's bestseller, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, with a great star, Margaret Sullivan. Exciting news indeed, for I am here to welcome the white hope of the American stage as the director and star of the Campbell Playhouse, who writes his own radio scripts and directs them and makes them live and breathe with the warmth of his genius. There is no time to adventure into the story of his life, and that's too bad, because it is a tale that combines the best features of Baron Munchausen and Alice in Wonderland. If ever a boy was born for an actor, he was. At 13, he was directing the troopers in the Todd School for Boys at Woodstock, Illinois, where he produced 30 plays. At 16, he was playing leading parts in Dublin at the famous Gate and Peacock and Abbey theaters. His American career is really too recent and too well known to recount here. He's been the leading man with Catherine Cornell, with John Houseman. He founded the Mercury Theater and has operated it with magical success. He had 4 hits last year on Broadway, which beats Noel Cowell's record From Here to Kalamazoo. And he's generally recognized today as being the most gifted stage director and actor of our time. His radio productions have attracted universal attention. His broadcasts of the War of the Worlds last month, which I dare say you remember, made radio history and a national sensation. Why did a fantastic story of an utterly imaginary invasion from Mars produce this totally unexpected result? A result Mr. Welles, of course, greatly regretted. It was because, as in all his radio productions, Orson Welles is a master of realism, over the air, in radio, unique, exciting. He shocked you. He sent the cold shivers racing up your spine. But that is not the thing he does best, or best likes to do. He loves to tell a story, a great human story, welling up from the heart, brimming with deep and sincere emotion, and lively with comedy. And such are the stories, thrilling, delightful, amusing, he will bring to the Campbell Playhouse. And because of all his gifts, his genius at playwriting, his ambition, his dynamic direction, his amazing character acting, he has been selected by Campbell's as the ideal man to conduct the Campbell Playhouse. And so tonight, Orson Welles makes his bow as the outstanding program director of the air. And I have the very great pleasure of presenting him now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. It's a great big chance for me and a great big challenge. I have faith in radio, and the makers of Campbell's Soups have enough confidence in me to give me the direction of the Campbell Playhouse. Let's hope nobody is mistaken.
Mr. Welles, could you tell us something of your aims, perhaps something of the kind of thing you hope to do with the Campbell Playhouse?
Well, everybody likes a good story, and I think radio is just about the best storyteller there is. The Campbell Playhouse is dedicated to the radio production of good stories. Stories from everywhere, from the stage, from moving pictures, and from literature. Next week, for example, we're doing a comedy, Call It a Day, and then Campbell's annual Christmas present to America, Lionel Barrymore in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And after that, there'll be Counselor at Law, a very human portrait of present-day people, Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis with Helen Hayes, William Archer's The Green Goddess, Hector MacArthur's hilarious 20th century. In other words, all kinds of stories, mostly modern, and all of them chosen for their suitability to this medium. That's about all. Except I'm going to try to tell them just as well as I know how.
Well, I know you'll ring the bell.
You know, the makers of Campbell's Soups don't believe in all this talk about the radio audience having the average mentality of an 8-year-old child. They think the radio listeners are the same people that go to the pictures in the theater and read books. They reason that even the most popular radio entertainment should be addressed to the adult citizenry of America. I can only hope that what I do with the Campbell Playhouse will prove how much they mean it and how right they are.
I know it will. And now, just before you ring up the curtain on the first act, will you give us a word or two about the play?
Gladly, Mr. Hill, but if you'll pardon me, it's not a play, it's a story. You see, I think that radio broadcasting is different from motion pictures and the theater, and I'd like to keep it that way. The Campbell Playhouse is situated in a regular studio, not a theater. We have no curtain, real or imaginary, and as you see, no audience. There's only one illusion I'd like to create. The illusion of the story.
But the star, too, is important, Mr. Wells. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I'd like to say how very fortunate I am in having with me tonight the loveliness and the magic gift of Miss Margaret Sullivan. For Miss Sullivan is my first choice for a great part, and a great part it is, too. The most coveted of the season. The Scarlet O'Hara of 1938. The heroine of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling novel, Rebecca. Rebecca is going to be made into a movie by David Selznick. It ought to be one of the 10 best. It's this year's contender for the 5-foot shelf. Your best bet for anything from a weekend to a desert island, and it's a book you should read. The ideal Christmas gift to yourself. Miss du Maurier has flattered me with her confidence in permitting the Campbell Playhouse the great privilege of making for radio the first dramatization of her book. I'm meeting her for the first time tonight before this broadcast is over by special shortwave communication. She'll speak to us from London. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Miss du Maurier, the Campbell Playhouse is obediently yours.
The Campbell Playhouse presents Rebecca, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. The things we have tried to forget and put behind us would stir once more. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay again. I see the house, the gray stone shining in the moonlight of my dream. The terrace slopes to the lawn, and the lawn stretched to the sea, like a sheet of silver under the moon. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And there in the library, the door stands half open, as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning. I wonder what my life would be today if Mrs. Van Hopper hadn't been a snob.
Mandalay, my dear. Why, even you must have heard of Mandalay. That's Max de Witter at the table next to us, the man who owns Mandalay. They say he can't get over his wife's death, an appalling tragedy. The papers were full of it, of course. They say he never talks about it, never mentions her name. She was drowned, you know, in a bay near Mandalay.
Oh, Mrs. Van Hopper, I know he can hear you.
Nonsense, my dear. Go up to my room quickly and find that letter from my nephew. You know, the one written on his honeymoon with the snapshot? Bring it down to me right away.
Oh, Van Hopper, I don't
Go
really...
on, my dear. Do as you're told. Don't argue. Hurry.
When I came down, she had him sitting beside her on the sofa. He looked like no other man I'd ever seen. A man out of a long, distant past.
Oh, there you are, my dear. This is Mr. De Winter. Mr. De Winter's having coffee with us.
How do you do?
You know I recognize you, Mr. De Winter, just as soon as you walked into the restaurant, and I thought, why, there's Mr. De Winter, Billy's friend. I simply must show him those snapshots of Billy and his bride taken on their honeymoon. Look, here are the snaps. Here they are sunbathing at Palm Beach. He met her at that party where I first met you at Claridge's in London. But I dare say you don't remember an old woman like me.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. Excellent snapshots. Bride's very pretty.
I don't think I should care for Palm Beach.
Well, of course, if one had a home like Manderley. I'm told Manderley's like fairyland. There's no other word for it. I wonder you can ever bear to leave it. Mr. De Winter is so modest he won't admit it, but he has one of the loveliest homes in England. They say that the Minstrel's Gallery at Manderley is a gem, and the gardens are simply the most perfect.
The next morning, Mrs. Van Hopper woke up with a sore throat and a temperature. At noon, I went down to the restaurant alone. I expected it to be empty. Nobody lunched generally before 1 o'clock. He was sitting at the table next to ours. I sat down looking straight before me. I unfolded my napkin and knocked over the vase of flowers on my table.
You can't sit at a wet tablecloth. Come on, get up. Waiter, I said you'll have lunch with me.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, you're being polite, but really...
I'm not being polite. I'd like you to have lunch with me.
You're very kind.
You don't believe me? Well, never mind. Come on, sit down. We needn't talk to each other unless we feel like it. Tell me your friend. She seems a good deal older than you. What is she? A relation? Have you known her long?
No, she isn't really a friend. She's an employer. You see, I'm what's called a companion. She pays me £90 a year.
I didn't know one could buy companionship. What do you do it for?
£90 is a lot of money.
How old are you?
19.
And you're not afraid of the future?
No.
Haven't you any family?
No, they're dead.
Well, then we've got a bond in common, you and I. We're both alone in the world. I have no companion. I shall have to congratulate Mrs. Van Hopper. You're cheap at £90 a year.
You forget. You have a home, and I have none.
An empty house, my dear, can be as lonely as a full hotel. The trouble is that it's less impersonal.
I remember the feel of the leather seats in his car as we drove in the afternoons along the Mediterranean. I remember still my ill-fitting flannel suit and how the skirt was lighter than the coat. I remember now, glancing at my watch, I would think to myself, this moment now at 20 minutes past 3, this must never be lost. Never.
You're a very silent companion. What are you thinking?
I wish I were a woman of about 36, dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be in this car with me if you were.
Mr. De Winter, you're going to think me impertinent and rude, I dare say. But I would like to know why you asked me to come out in the car day after day. You're being kind, that's obvious, but why do you choose me for your charity?
Because you're not dressed in black satin with a string of pearls, nor are you 36.
You know, it's not fair. You know everything there is to know about me. That's not much, I admit, because I haven't been alive very long and nothing very much has happened to me, except people dying. But you, I know nothing more about you than I did when we met.
And what'd you know then?
Well, that you lived at Mandalay and that you had lost your wife.
Yes. My memories are bitter. I prefer to ignore them. Something happened to me a year ago that altered my whole life, and I want to forget my existence up to that time. Those days are finished. They're blotted out. I want to begin living all over again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been so kind to me. I didn't mean to remind you of...
Curse your puritanical, tight-lipped little speeches and your talk about kindness and charity. I asked you to come with me because I want you in your company, and if you don't believe me, you can leave the car now and find your own way home. Go on. Open the door and get out. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Please, drive me home.
Well, suppose you're young enough to be my daughter. I don't know how to deal with you. Forget all I said to you just now. That's all finished and done with. Don't let's ever think of it again. My family used to call me Maxim. I'd like you to do the same. You've been formal long enough. What do you want?
Something the matter?
I've come to say goodbye. We're going this morning.
Come in. Shut the door. What are you talking about?
It's true. We're leaving today. I was afraid I wouldn't see you. I felt I must see you again to thank you.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, Mrs. Van Hopper only decided today. Her daughter sails for New York on Saturday, and we're going with her.
She's taking you with her to New York?
Yes, and I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Well, why in heaven's name go? Sit down with me while I eat my breakfast. Have you had yours?
Yes, I really haven't time. I ought to be downstairs now, getting the tickets.
You can sit with me for 5 minutes.
Oh, I shouldn't.
So, Mrs. Van Hopper's had enough of Monte Carlo, and now she wants to go home. So do I. She to New York, I to Mandalay. Which would you prefer? Take your choice.
Please don't make a joke about it. It's unfair.
If you think I'm one of those people who tries to be funny before breakfast, you're wrong. I repeat, the choice is open to you. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
Do you mean you want a secretary or something?
No. I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
I don't understand. I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What the devil do you mean?
I'm not sure. I don't think I know how to explain. I don't belong to your sort of world.
What is my world?
Well, Mandalay. You know what I mean.
You think I'm asking you to marry me for the same reason you thought I took you out in the car. To be kind, don't you?
Yes.
One day you may realize that philanthropy is not one of my strongest qualities. Are you going to marry me? My suggestion doesn't seem to have gone too well. I'm sorry. I rather thought you loved me.
I do love you. I love you dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I should never see you again.
So that's settled, then. Instead of being companion to Mrs. Van Hopper, you become mine. And your duties will be almost exactly the same. I also like new library books and flowers in the drawing room and someone to pour my tea. Oh, I'm being rather a brute to you, aren't I? This isn't your idea of a proposal. We ought to be in a conservatory with you in a white frock with a rose in your hand and a violin playing a waltz in the distance. Poor darling, what a shame. Never mind. I'll take you to Venice for our honeymoon and we'll hold hands in a gondola. But we won't stay too long because I want to show you Mandalay.
Mandalay.
Now then, am I going to break the news to Mrs. Van Hopper, or are you?
Oh, no, you tell her. She'll be so angry.
I'll tell her. I'm not afraid. You wait for me here.
When he had gone, I looked around his room. There was a book on the table near his bed. I picked it up. On the title page was a dedication. Max. From Rebecca. May 17. Written in a curious, slanting hand. The ink had run too thick, so that the name Rebecca stood out black and strong. Rebecca. Rebecca.
We pause now on our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca. In just a moment, we will resume the story. But first, here is my associate of long standing, Ernest Chappell, with an important message.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The time was, and it was not so long ago, when chicken was a rare and special treat. What magic the words chicken for dinner conjured up in our young minds, and how we looked forward to these great events. With proud gusto, Father would dexterously separate wings and legs and then carve tender white slices from the breast, while each of us silently prayed to be granted his special favorite part. And then on the second day there came another treat. The remaining meat in the carcass went into Mother's soup kettle, to be simmered slowly, seasoned gently, and served forth as a supper-time delight. Today, if you have wistful memories of that glorious old home chicken soup, then Campbell's chicken soup is just made for you. Because Campbell's chefs follow faithfully the good home recipe, only changing it to make an even better soup. They use, for example, all the good meat of the chickens, fine, plump chickens they are, too, such as you'd choose proudly for your own table. Such chicken soup with snowy rice and tender chicken pieces is a special treat indeed, but one you may enjoy on any day. Your grocer has Campbell's Chicken Soup, and it's yours for the asking. Remember, Campbell's Chicken Soup.
Now we return to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We came to Mandalay in early May. There it was, the Mandalay I had expected, lovelier than I'd ever dreamed, built in its hollow of smooth grassland and mossy lawns, the terraces sloping to the gardens, and the gardens to the sea. A servant was standing on the steps waiting, an old man with a kind face.
Well, here we are, Frith. Everything well?
Yes, thank you, sir. Glad to see you home, sir, and hope you've been keeping well. And Madam, too.
Yes, we're both well. Thank you, Frith. All the time from the drive wanting our tea. Hello, Jasper, old man. Frith, who are all these people? Oh, the servants. I didn't expect this.
Mrs. Danvers' orders, sir.
Danvers? I might have guessed it. Come on, darling. Mrs. Danvers was Rebecca's housekeeper. She simply adored her. They're all curious to see what you're like. You won't mind, will you?
No.
Soon be over. My dear, this is Mrs. Danvers.
Mrs. Danvers took me to my room. She was a tall, gaunt woman dressed in black, with prominent cheekbones and great hollow eyes that gave her skull's face, parchment white, set on a skeleton's frame. Her eyes never left mine.
Mandalay is a big place, madam. Not so big as some, of course, but big enough. And a show place. Mr. De Winter lets the public in to see it once a month.
You can't see the sea from here, can you?
No, not from this room. You can't even hear it. You'd not know the sea was anywhere near. Not from this room.
I'm sorry about that. I like the sea.
Mr. De Winter gave special orders in his letter that you would have this room, madam.
Oh, then this was not his room originally.
No, madam. He's never used the rooms in this wing before.
Oh, he didn't tell me that. I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years, Mrs. Danvers, longer than anyone else.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Mrs. Danvers, you must have patience with me because this sort of life is new to me. You must just go on running things as they always have been run. I shan't want to make any changes.
I'm here to carry out your orders, madam. I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction. Can I do anything more for you now?
Oh, no, thank you. No, I'm sure I have everything. I shall be very comfortable here. You've made the room so charming.
I only followed out Mr. De Winter's instructions. Of course, the most beautiful rooms are in the west wing, overlooking the sea. The bedroom is twice as large as this, and the windows look down across the lawns into the sea.
I suppose Mr. De Winter keeps the most beautiful rooms to show to the public.
Those rooms are never shown to the public. They used to live in those rooms when Mrs. De Winter was alive. That big room I was telling you about that looks down to the sea, that was Mrs. De Winter's room.
Next morning there was a heavy mist. It poured in through the open window. When I came down to breakfast, Maxim had already gone out.
Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Fritz.
Mr. De Winter told me to tell you, madam, that he'd gone out with Mr. Crawley. Mr. Frank Crawley is Mr. De Winter's friend who manages the estate. Mr. De Winter said to tell you they'd be back for luncheon at 1.
Thank you. Oh, Fritz.
Yes, madam?
It seems rather cold this morning. I wonder if you'd please light the fire in the library for me.
The fire in the library is not usually lit until the afternoon, madam. Mrs. De Winter always used the morning room. She always did her telephoning and correspondence in there after breakfast. There's a good fire in there. If you should wish to have a fire in the library as well.
No, I wouldn't dream of it. I'll go into the morning room. Thank you, Fred.
If you will allow me, madam, I will show you the way.
This was a woman's room, graceful, fragile. The room of someone who had chosen every particle of furniture with great care. That is strange and startling kind of perfection. I opened a drawer at hazard, and there was a letter addressed to Mrs. M. De Winter.
Mrs. De Winter. Mrs. De Winter.
Who is it? What do you want?
Mrs. De Winter.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Mrs. De Winter has been dead for over a year.
It's Mrs. Danvers, madam. Mrs. Danvers. I'm speaking to you on the house telephone. It's about the menu. It's Mrs. Danvers speaking, madam.
After lunch, it was still raining. Frank Crawley and Maxim were in the library working. I got a raincoat out of the flower room and started out across the garden down towards the sea. Soon I was in the woods. The dog ran on ahead. The woods came right down to the water. At the fringe was a long, low building, half cottage, half boathouse. There was a buoy anchored there in the cove, but no boat. And there was Jasper wagging his tail at a solitary figure on the beach. As I drew near, I saw that the figure on the beach was a man with the small slit eyes of an idiot and a red, wet mouth.
Good day. Dirty, Ines.
I'm afraid it's not very nice weather. Jasper, come here.
Digging for shell. No shell here. Been digging all day.
I'm sorry you can't find any.
That's right. No shell here.
Come on, Jasper, good dog. Come on.
He won't go.
Why not?
He ain't your dog.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog. I want to take him back to the house. Come on, Jasper. Come along, good dog.
She ain't been here lately.
What do you mean?
The other one. You're not like the other one.
What do you mean? What other one?
Tall and dark, she was. She gave you the feeling of a snake. By night she'd come down the cove. I seen it. I looked in on her once here in the boathouse. And she turned on me, she did. If I catch you looking at me through the window, she'll have you put in asylum, she said. I won't say nothing, ma'am, I said, and I touched my cap like this here. She's gone now, ain't she?
I don't know what you mean.
She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She won't come back no more.
No, she'll not come back.
You won't put me in asylum, will you? I never said nothing, did I? I never said nothing, ma'am. I never said nothing. I never said nothing.
Where did you get that piece of string?
I got it for Jasper. He ran away. I found it in the cottage on the beach.
Is the door open?
I pushed it open. The string was in the other room where the sails were.
Oh, I see. That cottage is supposed to be locked. The door has no business to be open. Did Ben tell you the door was open?
Ben?
Oh, never mind.
Maxim.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry I went down to the cove, if you didn't want me to go.
What makes you think I didn't want you to go down there?
Maxim, how should I know? I'm not a thought reader. I know you didn't want me to go. That's all. I could see it in your face.
See what in my face?
I've already told you I can see that you didn't want me to go.
You're quite right. I did not want you to go down to the cove. Will that please you? I never go near the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't want to go there either, or talk about it, or even think about it. There. I hope that satisfied you.
Please, Maxim, please.
What's the matter?
I don't want you to look like that. Please, Maxim, let's forget all we said. I'm sorry, darling. Please let everything be all right.
We ought to have stayed in Italy. We ought never to have come back to Mandalay. I was a fool to come back.
The weather that May was wet and cold. From the terrace I could hear the murmur of the sea below me, low and sullen. And every morning a heavy fog would come rolling in from the sea. I could not forget that cottage on the beach and the white, lost look in Maxim's eyes. Somewhere at the back of my mind, a frightened, furtive seed of curiosity grew slowly and stealthily. Frank Crawley was in the library taking tea with me, waiting for Maxim to get home. There were things that I had to know.
You'll be down to the cove, then?
Yes, Frank. Frank, In that cottage down there, are those all Rebecca's things?
Yes.
I wondered. Why is the buoy there in the little harbor place?
The boat used to be moored there.
What boat?
Her boat.
Oh. What happened to it? Oh, was that the boat she was sailing when she was drowned?
Yes. It capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't someone have got out to her?
Nobody saw the accident. Nobody knew she'd gone. She often sailed alone at night.
How long afterwards was it they found her?
Oh, about 2 months.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe. About 40 miles up channel.
How did they know it was she? After 2 months, how could they tell?
Maxim went up to Edgecombe to identify her.
Oh. Frank, I know what you're thinking. You can't understand why I ask all these questions just now. You think I'm being morbid and curious, but it's not that, I promise you. Only when I go to call on all these people, his friends, I know they're looking me up and down and thinking, what on earth does Maxim see in her? Always I know that whenever I meet anyone new, they say how different she is from Rebecca. Frank.
Yes?
There's just one more thing, one question I must ask you. Will you promise to answer it quite truthfully?
I'll do my best.
Tell me, was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. Yes, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life.
Here it is, madam. This is it. One moment while I turn on the light. Come in, madam.
Was this her room, Mrs. Danvers?
Yes, ma'am. This is her room. Now you're here, let me show you everything. I know you want to see it all. You've wanted to for a long time. It's a lovely room, isn't it? The loveliest room you've ever seen. I haven't touched a thing. There are flowers on the dressing table, and that's her bed. It's a beautiful bed, isn't it? Here's her nightdress. This was the nightdress she was wearing for the last time before she died. Would you like to touch it? Feel it. Hold it. I did everything for her, you know. You look after me better than anyone, Danny, she used to say. I wouldn't have anyone but you. See? Here's her wardrobe. What's the matter, madam? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. I didn't expect to see all the things this way.
I believe Mr. De Winter liked her to wear silver mostly. But of course she could wear anything. She looked beautiful in this velvet. Put it against your face. It's soft, isn't it? Scent is still as fresh as though she'd just taken it off. These are her slippers. Put your hands inside the slippers. They're quite small and narrow, aren't they? When they found her, the rocks had battered her to bits so no one could recognize her. You know now why Mr. De Winter doesn't use these rooms anymore. He hasn't used these rooms since the night she was drowned. I come up every day and dust them myself. If you want to come again, you have only to tell me. Sometimes, when Mr. De Winter is away and you feel lonely, you might like to come up to these rooms and sit here. They're such beautiful rooms. You wouldn't think she'd been gone now for so long, would you? You'd think she'd just gone out for a little while and would be back in the evening. Do you think she can see us talking to one another now? Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder if she comes back to Manderley and watches you and Mr. De Winter, you sitting in her chair in the library before the fire, stroking her dog, talking to her husband.
Stop it! Stop it!
It's no use, is it? You can't do it. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she is dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Manderley to her? Why don't you go?
What do you mean?
Why don't you go? None of us want you. He doesn't want you. He never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again with her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. Come here now to the window. Let me show you something. When the window's open, you can hear the sea down there. Look down there. Look.
Let me go.
Don't be afraid. I won't push you. But there's not much for you to live for here at Manderley. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore. Why don't you try? Go on. Go on. Don't be afraid. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on.
And so we end the second part of our presentation of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling book, Rebecca, with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. In a few moments, we shall return you to the Campbell Playhouse.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Edwin C. Hill again bidding you welcome to the Campbell Playhouse on behalf of the makers of those fine Campbell soups. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of Rebecca, the best-selling novel by Daphne du Maurier, and starring, as I've said, Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. And also, we shall hear from Miss du Maurier herself, direct by shortwave from London. But first, I bring you a message. For many years, I've been interested in the human side of the news. As a newspaper reporter for all those years, I've found that there's a very human side to business. And that is what I want to speak about for just a moment or so. All of us are familiar with businesses which provide us with something to eat or drink or wear, or we buy a radio or a suit of clothes or a can of soup. But the actual thing we buy is about the only contact we ever have with the people who make such goods. But the character of those people is of vital importance. If the manufacturer of a product is honorable in the conduct of his business, his product will be as trustworthy as his word. For in business, as in every walk of life, honesty pays real dividends. Honest enterprise is the only kind which has a chance to win and to hold the patronage of intelligent and discriminating buyers, whether it's a matter of a piano or a spool of thread or a trip to Europe or a can of soup. And that, as I see it, is the human side of business, of the products that last over the years, that serve you well and merit your confidence. I know the Campbell kitchens, the Campbell men, the Campbell soup. The fact that these soups are used more and more every year in most homes and are sold in more than 460,000 grocery stores throughout the land is no accident, believe me. It's due to the human side of this business, its aims, its policies, and its character. And now to the Campbell Playhouse, where we resume our story, Rebecca.
Go on, go on. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Why don't you try? Go on. Go on. Don't be afraid. Jump. Go on. Go on.
Mrs. Danvers was close behind me now, her hand on my arm. And before me was the open window and the white mist coming in from the sea.
Go on.
I shut my eyes. The mist lay upon my lips, rank and sour. My head began to swim. Then suddenly the mist had parted. There was a flash in the sky.
Hey there! Ship ashore! The rocket! Ship ashore! Ship ashore! Ship ashore!
Later, I went down to the beach. There was a large ship on the reef, half a mile offshore, with her bows pointed towards the cliffs. There were a number of small boats around her, and the Coast Guard cutter lying alongside.
I hear the rockets. We'll bust two of them one. Both broke the windows.
You look like a Dutchman, I'd say.
German or Dutch? Good thing there's no sea running. That shallow water she's in. Is she fast? I don't know yet.
There's a diver come over from Kerry. He be going down to see if she'd broken her back.
She's on a reef. She's a goner.
Have you seen Mr.
Mr. De Winter?
Good day, ma'am.
Good day,
Have
ma'am.
you seen Mr. De Winter?
Mr. De Winter? Yes, ma'am. He was one of the first down here after the rockets went.
He was down by the cove, had the dog with him.
Do you know where he is now?
He went off to Kerris 20 minutes ago with one of the crew that were injured.
Oh, thank you. Good day.
Good day, Mum.
Good day, ma'am.
I went back to Mandalay the long way through the woods. The fog had cleared. I looked down and saw the stranded ship offshore. The diver must have come up, for I saw a little group of people on the deck of the boat alongside, leaning over, staring into the water.
There's a man waiting to see you, madam. He says it's important. He asked for Mr. De Winter first, and then for you. He's in the library.
Who is it, Frith?
He says his name's Captain Searle, madam, the harbour master from Kerrith.
Oh, yes, I'll go in and talk to him.
Yes, madam.
Mrs. De Winter?
I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet.
I know. I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either. The fact is, I've got some news for Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him.
What sort of news, Captain Searle?
Well, Mrs. De Winter, it isn't very pleasant for me to tell you either. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter around here. It's hard on him and hard on you that we can't let the past lie quiet.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, we sent the diver down to inspect that ship there on the reef. Well, while he was down there, he came across something else. The hull of a little sailing boat lying on her side, not broken up at all. He recognized it at once. That boat belonged to the late Mrs. De Winter.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there as it is? It's not doing anybody any harm, is it?
The cabin door was tightly closed, and the ports were closed, too. The diver broke one of the windows with a stone from the seabed and looked into the cabin. And then he got the fright of his life. There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor. Now you understand why I have to see your husband, Mrs. De Winter.
It's all over now. The thing has happened.
What thing?
The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I.
What are you trying to tell me?
Rebecca has won. I remember her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remember that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she'd win in the end.
Maxim, what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?
Her boat, they found it. The diver found it this afternoon.
I know. Captain Searle was here and he told me. You're thinking about the body the diver found in the cabin.
Yes.
It means she wasn't alone. It means there was someone out sailing with Rebecca at the time, and you have to find out who it was.
There was no one with Rebecca. She was alone. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman I identified wasn't Rebecca. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage down in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin and took the boat and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Oh, darling, we can't lose each other now. We've got to be together always, with no secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please.
There's no time. We may have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I've told you they found the boat. They found Rebecca.
What will you do?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Anyone at all?
No.
No one but you and me.
No one but you and me.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? The time we wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks, all these days.
You were so aloof. You never came to me like this. You were strange with me. Awkward, shy.
How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca? How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, I felt you were saying to yourself, this I did with Rebecca, and this, and this.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It was true, wasn't it?
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought I killed her? Loving her? I tell you, I hated her. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other. We never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She knew how I loved Manderley. She knew how to hurt me most. She stood there that night in the cottage in the cove, smiling at me. I'm going to have a child, she said. It will grow up here at Manderley, bearing your name. That's a joke, isn't it? And when you die, Manderley will be his. You can't prevent it. Have you ever thought how hard it would be for you to make a case against me in a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me? We've acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well, haven't we? They'll be happy, won't they? All those smug friends of yours, all your blasted tenants, thinking it's your child. It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter, they'll say. I'll be the perfect mother, Max, just as I've never been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess. None of them will ever know. She turned and faced me, smiling. Then I killed her. She was smiling still. I fired at her heart. She didn't fall at once. She stood there, looking at me, that slow smile on her face, her eyes wide open.
You have heard all the testimony in this case, gentlemen. You have heard how the body of the deceased was found in the cabin of her boat. You have heard the testimony of the boat builder. You have heard Mr. De Winter's story. You have heard how on the night of the tragedy, Mrs. De Winter went down to the cottage where she was in the habit of spending. Gentlemen, how do you find?
The verdict is suicide. Suicide without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased.
Court is adjourned.
It was almost dark when we started for Manderley. He held my hand in his. He didn't speak for a long time. I must have dozed, for I woke suddenly with a start and heard the first sound of thunder in the air. The air was hot against my face. No rain fell.
What is it, darling?
Maxim, don't drive so fast.
I want to get home. I'm worried. I have a premonition of disaster.
When everything's over, I don't understand.
I want to get home. I want to get back to Manderley.
What time is it?
Almost 9.
It's funny. It's almost as though the sun was still setting over there beyond those hills. Can't be, though. It's too late.
The wrong direction. You're looking east.
Why, yes. It's funny, isn't it? It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it? Not in summer.
That's not the northern lights you're looking at. That's Manderley.
Maxim, what is it?
I don't know.
Maxim, look. A fire. Maxim, it's Manderley. It's burning. Manderley is burning. We have both known fear and loneliness and very great distress. But we have come through our crisis. Of course, we have our moments of depression. But there are other moments, too, when time, unmeasured by the clock, runs on into eternity. And catching Maxim's smile, I know we are together at last. No barrier between us. We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay. I see the gray stone shining in the moonlight. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And in the library, the door stands half open as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning.
So ends our story. The Campbell Playhouse presentation of Daphne du Maurier's novel Rebecca. In a moment, I shall bring you Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles in person, and Daphne du Maurier on the long-distance phone from London. In the meantime, here's a man with a message worth hearing. A man who keeps one eye on the dining table and the other on the pantry. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. May I remind you once again of that grand dish, Campbell's chicken soup? Remember what I told you about it and make it a point to try it soon. Because until you taste your first glorious spoonful, you're really missing something. Imagine a rich golden broth slowly simmered from plump and perfect chickens, simmered with all the patience and skill of the most particular home cook. And imagine an abundance of selective rice, white and fluffy, drifting all through the broth, every grain saturated with its delicious flavor. Then add tender pieces of chicken meat, each a delight to your taste, and you have a picture of Campbell's chicken soup. But only tasting can really tell you how good it is. Why not plan to have Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow? You'll please the family and, incidentally, make a busy day a little easier for yourself.
And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the star of Rebecca is standing beside me at the microphone. I'd like to tell her that one of my favorite characters in modern fiction was tonight forever endowed with the personality of Miss Margaret Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wells. I hope that the novelist approved of me, too. I want you to know how much I've appreciated playing once more with the Campbell Playhouse tonight, especially in this story, which is one of my favorites.
Yes, it is a grand story, and I do believe the most important factor of radio entertainment is a good story.
I quite agree, too. You know, two things I like very much are good stories and good soup. And when I tell you my idea of a great soup is Campbell's chicken soup, that, Mr. Wells, is no story.
I'm glad you feel that way. It's nice of you to say so.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wells, I'd like to ask you a question.
It's very kind of you.
Can you tell me the name of the character?
Will you repeat that question?
What is the name of the character I just played?
Well, that's the major literary mystery of the year. Seriously, she hasn't any name. And our audience, Miss Sullivan, is probably just as curious as you are. And I haven't the answer.
Well, Mr. Maurier must know it. She's phoning us from London in a few minutes, so we'll ask her.
You know, Miss Sullivan, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Until rehearsal started for tonight's performance, I had never, to put it very bluntly, had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Yes?
And, well, now, in 6½ minutes, Miss Sullivan, you'll have gone out of my life. The point is, I am the director of a theater, the
Mercury Theater.
The Mercury Theater.
Yes.
Thanks. What I started to say was that I'd like to know you better. What are you doing next year?
Are you speaking as a director?
Yes, Mrs. Hayward, as a theater director, if you can be tempted.
Have you a script for me?
I'll bring it you tomorrow. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure
sure you'll forgive me for trying to date up one of the nation's most gifted and attractive young actresses. I'm sure you sympathize, and I hope Miss Sullivan understands.
We are ready with London, Mr. Wells.
Oh, thanks. Are you ready, London?
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Moyer.
It's nearly 3 o'clock here in London. It's not often that an author has the chance of hearing the voices of her own characters speaking to her from across the Atlantic Ocean. I've enjoyed it enormously.
Thank you. And Mr. Moyer, may I present Miss Sullivan?
How do you do, Miss Sullivan? I'd like to thank you and Mr. Wells for your splendid interpretation of Mr. and Mrs. De Winter.
Thank you. It's been a great privilege. Mr. Moyer, there are 2 questions I'd like to ask you. Your descriptions of Mandalay are so vivid that America is curious to know if there is anywhere in England a house on a state like Mandalay.
When you next come to London, Miss Sullivan, get into a train at Paddington Station and travel west. When you've been 250 miles, get out of that train and walk southeast for half an hour. You'll come to some iron gates, a lodge, and a narrow, twisting drive. If you ever find your way to the end of that drive, you may discover Mandalay.
One thing more, Mr. Moyer. Can you tell us the name of the heroine of Rebecca? You haven't named her in the book.
Thank you very much, Miss Sullivan, and thank you, Mr. Wells, for your production of Rebecca. It's been very nice speaking to you both.
Well, Miss Sullivan, I'm afraid that doesn't answer your question. Hello, Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Is London off the air, Mr. Chaplin?
Yes, it is, Mr. Wells.
Pardon me, Miss Sullivan, but all we can salvage from the silence overseas is this cryptogram just brought in to Mr. Chappell by carrier pigeon. Would you care to read it?
Inter-office memo from Daphne du Maurier to Margaret Sullivan. The name of the heroine of Rebecca is Mrs. Max de Winter.
Thank you, Miss Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Miss Beatrice Lilly interrupts her rehearsals of Noel Coward's new musical to be my wife and call it a day. This is a discreet account by Miss Doty Smith of some indiscretions committed one bonny day in April by a nice family who might just as well be living next door to you, and you, and you. It is a composite case history in 3 stages and 6 symptoms of that perilous and delightful malady known so well to you, and you, and you, and me as spring fever. Until then, my sponsor and I and
invite you to join us again next Friday evening at this same time when Orson Welles will present his production of Dodie Smith's delightful excursion into the private lives of a typical suburban family. Call It a Day, one of the most successful comedies of its type, which was originally presented on Broadway by the Theater Guild. Our guest on this program will be the always charming and amusing Beatrice Lilly, with Jane Eyre, a young lady who is marching quite swiftly along the road to motion picture fame out in Hollywood, and Jean Dante, who created the part of Anne in the original New York production of Call It a Day. This is Edwin C. Hill speaking for Campbell Soups. I thank you, and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air. Ladies and gentlemen, the element of suspense is so vital to our story tonight that our sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, are omitting their usual commercial message during the intermission between the acts so that our play will go uninterrupted from spooky start to spooky finish. Therefore, let's give Ken Roberts his 45-second opportunity right now to extol the merits of that splendid, Ken?
Of that blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Those two words tell the whole flavor story. You see, every single drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon is the happy result of blending, the full flavor blending of never less than 33 fine brews. That's right. Never less than 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. Friends, these days, when your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, please keep on asking. For every single bottle you do get will live up to the same high standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
We of the Mercury reckon that a story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warm, sometimes you want your spine to tingle. Well, the tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to a classic among radio thrillers. Its author is one of the most gifted of all the writers who've ever worked for this medium, Lucille Fletcher, who wrote the greatest single radio script ever written. Sorry, wrong number. The title of this, her terrifying little tale of Gru, for this evening, is another spine tingler by name The Hitchhiker. I am in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, maybe it'll help me. It'll keep me from going crazy. But I must tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well. Perfectly well. Except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Ford V8, license number 6V7989. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it is not me who's gone mad, but something else. Something utterly beyond my control. But I must speak quickly. At any moment, the link with life may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on Earth. The last night I ever see the stars. Six days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Here, give me a kiss, and then I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Oh, it's raining. Stay here at the door.
Oh.
Hey, what's this, tears?
Oh, it's just the trip, Ronald. I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Strangers? Don't you worry. There isn't anything going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in excellent spirits. Drive ahead. Even the loneliness seemed like a lark. But I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables. He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. He stepped off the walk, and if I hadn't swerved, I'd have hit him. I I almost did. Almost did hit him. Now, I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he got there, but I thought maybe one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beaten me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then, late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I could see him quite distinctly. The bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hailed me this time. I stepped on the gas like a shot. That's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir.
Fill her up, will you?
Check your oil?
No, thanks.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yes, yeah, it hasn't been raining here lately, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh, no? I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm.
Well, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, though. Ain't many pleasure cars out in the turnpike this season of the year.
I guess not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
Why, what's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
A guy'd be a fool to start out to hitchhike on this road. Look at it.
Then you never see anybody?
No. Maybe they get a lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, you know, just before the toll house. But then it's a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. This is pretty lonesome country here, mountains and woods.
Yeah.
Hey, you ain't seen nobody like that, have you?
Oh, no. It's just a technical question.
Oh, I see. Well, that'll be $1.49 with the tax.
The thing gradually passed from my mind as coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio, I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he hailed me. He started to walk forward.
Hello! Hello!
I'd stopped the car, of course, for the detour. For a few minutes, I couldn't seem to find the new road. I realized he must be thinking that I'd stopped for him.
Hello!
No, I'm... Not just now. I'm sorry.
Going to California?
No, not today. The other way. I'm going to New York. Sorry. After I got the car back onto the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. Yet at the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. The fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The lights changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yep. What is it? What you want?
You sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yep, we do. In the daytime. But they close up for the night.
I know, but I was wondering if you could possibly may have a cup of coffee. Black coffee.
Not at this time of night, mister. My wife's a cook and she's in bed.
Well, now, listen, just a minute ago, there was a man standing here, right beside here, and he was a suspicious-looking man.
Henry? Who is it, Henry?
It's nobody, Mother. Just a fella thinks he wants a cup of coffee. Go back into bed.
I don't mean to disturb you, but you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
What was he doing?
Nothing.
You've been hitting a bottle. That's what's the matter with you. You got nothing better than do than wake decent folk out of their hard-earned sleep. Now get going. Go on.
But he looked as though he was going to rob you.
I ain't got nothing in this stand to lose. Now on your way before I call out sheriff folks.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. I was beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop to rest a little, but I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. Few resort places there were closed. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I'd run him down. But I didn't see him again until late the next afternoon. I'd stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma. Let a train pass by when he appeared. Across the tracks. He was leaning against a telephone pole. It was a perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. Then, something went wrong with the car. It stalled right on the tracks. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell. Heard its cry, its whistle crying. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning. Beckoning me to my death. Well, I frustrated him that time. The starter had worked at last. I managed to back up, but after the train had passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself be alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Hello. Like a ride?
What do you think? How far are you going?
Amarillo. I'll take you to Amarillo.
Amarillo, Texas?
Yeah, I'll drive you there.
Gee.
Hop here.
Mind if I take off my shoes? My dog's killing me.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break this is. Swell car and a decent guy driving all the way to Amarillo. All I've been getting so far is trucks.
You hitchhike much?
Sure. Only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
Yeah, I think it would be, but I'll bet, though, If you got a good pickup and a fast car, you can get to places faster than, well, say another person in another car.
I don't get you.
Well, you take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice, steady clip of about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you just standing beside the road, waiting for lifts, beat me to town after town, provided she got picked up every time in a car that was doing 65 or 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It's just crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Oh, imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do if I was a good-looking fellow like yourself? Well, I'd just enjoy myself. Every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. If I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road... Hey!
Did you see him, too?
See who?
That man standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody.
Right there.
There wasn't nothing, just a barbed wire fence. What did you think he was doing, trying to run into that barbed wire fence?
There was a man there, I tell you. A thin, gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
I'm trying to get rid of him. Or at least prove that he's real. But you say you didn't see him back there. You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as that's
well,
concerned...
watch for him. Watch for him the next time. Then keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute now. There! Look there!
How does this door work? I'm getting out of here.
Did you see him that time? Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. And I don't see how I will very long driving with
look,
you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please, don't go.
So if you'll excuse me,
Please, you can't go. Listen, how'd you like to go to California? I'll drive you all the way to California.
Pink elephants all the way? No, thanks.
Listen, please, just 1 minute.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend, just a good dose of sleep. There, I cut it now.
No, you can't go.
Leave your hands off of me, here. Leave your hands
Come back here, please. Come back! She ran from me. As if I was some kind of monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. I was in the heart of the great Texas prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. Trying to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. If I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car. Just a few hours. And sleep. Just along the side of the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket. Just as a blanket. When I saw him coming toward me. Coming toward me. Emerging from the herd of moving steer. I didn't wait for him to come any closer. Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Fought it out then and there, for now he began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped, even for a minute, for gas, for oil, for a drink, a pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. He was standing near the drinking fountain, a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque where I bought 10 gallons of gas. I was afraid now. Afraid to stop. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. And now he didn't even wait for me to stop, unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads. He waited for me at every other mile. I'd see his figure, shadowless, flitting before me,
still in its same attitude, over the cold and lifeless ground, flitting over dried-up rivers, over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals, flitting in the pure and cloudless air. Myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's an auto camp here. It's cold, almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if I could speak to somebody familiar, somebody that I loved, I could pull myself together.
Number, please.
Long distance.
Thank you. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home to Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 9970.
Thank you. Thank you. What is your number?
My number? It's 312.
Albuquerque. New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 9970.
I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It was in the middle of the morning. I knew Mother'd be home. I pictured her, tall, white-haired, in her crisp house dress, going about her tasks. It would be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right. Deposit another $1.50. Will you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello? Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to,
What?
please?
Who's this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this Beechwood 9970?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. A nervous breakdown.
Nervous?
Who is this calling?
Nervous breakdown. My mother's never...
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Since the death of her oldest son, Ronald. Hey, what is this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 9970. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
And so, I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. And so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get a hold of myself. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Outside, it is night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1 million stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa and mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he is waiting for me. Somewhere. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon wish to remind you that though you may not be able to get Pabst Blue Ribbon every time you want it in these days of grain restrictions, it is well worth your while to keep asking, for every bottle you do get will continue to live up to its name. And speaking of grain restrictions, not a single grain of wheat is being used in the brewing of beer and ale. And the grains that are being used by breweries are not the grains wanted for famine relief. Now, let me repeat. When you do get Pabst Blue Ribbon, you can be sure this truly great beer will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. As always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, here is Orson Welles.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to your radio another Mercury favorite. We hope a favorite of yours. You've asked for it many times. We've performed it many times. Jane Eyre. And Jane will be played by a Mercury actress who was heard tonight and has been heard so often on our shows. One of the most gifted people we know in our business, Miss Alice Frost. Jane Eyre, then, with Alice Frost and your obedient servant. That's the same time next week, same station. Please join us. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, for all of us on the Mercury Theater, including Bernard Herrmann, who wrote and conducted the music on this program, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
More than one half of all our nation's workers make their living in the food industry or a related field. One of the largest groups in the food industry are the grocers. Next week in Chicago, the National Association of Retail Grocers, which represents more than 500,000 retailers, is holding its first post-war convention, at which problems of food distribution will be discussed and new ideas and methods will be worked out to better serve its customers. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer salute the grocer, who is doing his very best under trying conditions to keep America well fed. This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts, presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the loveliest of all love stories. It's by John Galsworthy, and it's called The Apple Tree. It was Stella's and my silver wedding anniversary. We'd motored to Torquay, where we'd first met, to celebrate. Well, Stella had suggested that we take a lunch and drive out on the moor.
It would be so lovely there, Frank. It's quite warm in the sun. I can do some sketching while you read.
We drove several miles and stopped on a high hill with a view into the deep valley beyond. Stella wandered off somewhere to sketch, and I stretched out in the sun and watched the sky and longed for I knew not what. There was no reason I should be unhappy or even mildly disturbed. My life had been pleasant, my marriage quite successful, but as I lay there, it seemed to me that there was something missing. Something that had nothing to do with pleasant lives or successful marriages. The familiar words of Hippolytus echoed in my mind. The apple tree. The apple tree, the singing, and the gold. The apple tree. And then quite suddenly, I remembered. I'd been here before. Years before. I'd stood on this self-same hill. I knew the valley into which I looked. That ribbon of road and the old well behind. Life has moments of sheer beauty, of unbidden flying rapture, but they last no longer than the span of a cloud's flight over the sun. I'd stumbled on just such a moment in my own life. I'd stumbled on a buried memory, a wild, sweet time. It was after my first year in college. A friend of mine, Robert Carton, and I were making a walking tour of the country around Torquay. But my knee, which had been injured in a football game the year before, was giving me trouble. I knew I'd have to give up the tour. We were looking for a farmhouse somewhere where we could put up until I got better.
I don't think you ought to walk much farther, Frank. Why don't I go ahead and reconnoiter? Oh, I won't need to. There's someone coming.
It was a girl. The wind blew her crude little skirt against her legs and lifted her battered tam o' shanter. It was clear she was a country girl. Her shoes were split, her hands were rough and brown, and her hair waved untidily across her forehead. But her lashes were long and dark, and her gray eyes were a wonder, dewy as if opened for the first time that day.
Hello?
Could you tell us if there's a farm near here where we could spend the night? My friend's getting pretty lame.
There's our farm, sir.
Oh, could you put us up?
I'm sure my aunt would be glad to. If you like, I'll show you the way.
We'd appreciate it very much.
It's not very far, just down the valley. Right through the apple orchard, and we're there.
Just through a narrow wood, we came on the farm. A long, low, stone-built house with casement windows and a farmyard where pigs and fowls and an old mare were straying about, and in front, an orchard of apple trees just breaking into flower. A woman stood by the door watching as we approached.
This is Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt.
And we met your niece on the road. She said she thought you might put us up.
Well, I can if you don't mind one room. Megan, get the spare room ready and a bowl of cream. The gentleman will be wanting tea, I expect.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Merrick. By the way, we haven't been introduced.
No, sir.
Oh, this is Robert Carton. I'm Frank Ashurst.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
What's your name?
Megan David.
Are you a Devonshire girl?
Oh, no, sir. I'm from Wales.
You're very young, aren't you?
I'm 17, sir.
Well, how many of you live here?
Well, there's my aunt and her two nephews. The boys you saw as you came. Nick and Rick, they're called. Then there's old Jim, a hired man.
Quite a family.
Yes, sir. there's anything else you want, you call.
All right. Thank you.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
Huh? Pretty, she's like a flower. Like a wildflower. You come on unexpectedly in the woods.
A bit poetic for me. But I see your point. I say, Frank, your knee is pretty bad.
Yeah.
What do you say I leave you here for a couple of days?
Well, it does hurt like the devil. What about you?
Well, I have to get back to London, but I can get the train from Torquay. That is, if you don't mind being left alone.
As a matter of fact, I shall like it. Nothing to do but dream and watch spring on a farm. I've always wanted to do that.
Well, good luck to you, then. Look me up when you get to London. And be careful of the wildflowers.
Good to be left alone. I think they were glad to have me. Megan and her aunt worried about my lameness as if I'd been one of the family. From the very first, I'd felt that Megan liked me. She performed little kindnesses for me that weren't part of her duties. As the days went by, I began to expect them. When I woke in the morning, the thought of her made me anxious to be up and downstairs. Even if I didn't talk with her, I liked to be near where I could hear her singing at her work. One day I was down by the big apple tree. And the two little boys, Nick and Rick, were playing there by the pool.
Watch out, Rick. The gypsy bogle will get you.
Gypsy bogle? What do you mean by the gypsy bogle, Rick?
The gypsy bogle sits on the stone there by the apple tree sometimes.
Oh, what does he look like?
Dunno. Never seen him. Megan says he sits there. Megan's afeard of him.
Oh?
But she's not afeard of you. She says a prayer for you.
Well, how do you know that, you little rascal?
When I was asleep, she said, God bless us all and Mr. Rashes. I heard her whispering.
You're a little ruffian to tell what you hear when you're not meant to hear it.
You see, Rick, I told you not to tell him.
Rick, come here, both.
Here they are, Megan.
And I've been looking all over for the rascals. Go into the house at once. Auntie wants you. Now go on with you.
Nick told her about the gypsy bogle.
Go on now. No more nonsense out of you. Children are silly sometimes.
Oh, I don't think so. They're often more sensible than grown-ups. Tell me, Megan, what's this gypsy bogle they're talking about?
He brings bad things. They're bogles in the rocks. They're men who lived long ago. There's one that comes here and sits on that rock.
Oh, I should come down one night and sit on the rock there and have a talk with him.
Oh, please don't. Something will happen to him.
What does it matter if anything happened to me, Megan? Would it disturb you a lot? Well, I dare say I shan't see him because I suppose I shall have to be off pretty soon.
Oh, no.
Would you like me to stay?
Very much.
Well, then I will stay. And tonight, Megan, I'm going to say a prayer for you.
You're laughing at me. You're laughing at us, all of us.
That's not true, Megan. Believe me, that's not true.
Why?
Wait, Megan. Your hair, it's caught in the apple blossoms. Don't move, Megan. Don't move. Oh, you're beautiful with those clusters of pink blossoms in your dark hair. Megan.
Oh.
You're so very, very sweet, Megan.
You too.
Megan, come here tonight to the big apple tree after they've gone to bed. Megan, promise.
I promised.
For a long time after Megan had fled away through the orchard, I stood there under the apple tree. This was the beginning of what? She was so lovely, so unutterably lovely and untouched. I felt somehow as if I'd beheld a miracle, and it had transformed me. I walked on toward the wild meadow. Jim, the hired man, was out there.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Good evening,
Rogers.
Jim.
It is brave weather for the grass.
Jim, they tell me you've seen the gypsy bogle. Have you seen it, too? Is that right?
Well, 'twere in my mind as 'twas there this evening a little afore. Ask Megan. If she was there, she's seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sensitive. She feels everything.
She's very loving-hearted.
Loving-hearted?
Aye.
Yes. That was it. What was I to do about this girl who loved me so? And whom I loved? I walked for a long time. In the orchard, I broke off a spray from a crabapple tree. The buds were like Megan. Shell pink. Rose pink. Wild and fresh. And the opening flowers white and wild and touching. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of John Galsworthy's great love story, The Apple Tree. Now, before we bring you the final act of The Apple Tree, here's Jimmy Warlington, who has the glint of an old grad in his eye as he thinks of the coming football season.
Why, yes, Orson. Tomorrow and next Saturday, the old pigskin season swings into action. Those first really post-war 11s gallop out on the field. And that reminds me, of course, of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. For what is that truly great beer but a team? A blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each in itself an all-American for flavor and quality. Yes, and what is finer than to have the team right with you in a tall, foam-capped glass as you sit by your radio and listen to the referee's whistle start the Saturday gridiron battle? Yes, friends, you'll find me tomorrow right by my radio, listening to a football game, and right beside me where I can enjoy that perfect flavor, not too heavy, not too light, but clean, fresh, sparkling, will be a good supply of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And say, incidentally, friends, if you occasionally can't get all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you wish, please keep on asking your dealer for it. We're doing our best to get you your share of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now part 2 of Orson Welles' Mercury production of the famous love story by John Galsworthy, The Apple Tree.
She kept her promise. Megan met me under the apple tree that night. She came straight toward me and into my arms. And our lips sought each other. And we stood there together for a long time in the moonlight. Megan, why did you come?
Sir, you asked me to.
Megan, darling, don't call me sir.
Should I be calling you?
Frank.
Oh, I couldn't.
But you love me, don't you?
I couldn't help loving you, and I want to be with you. That's all.
That's all.
I shall die if I can't be with you.
You shall be with me forever, Megan. Forever. We'll go to London. I'll show you the world.
I don't care where we go. If I can be with you, that's all.
Tomorrow, dear, I'll go to Torquay and get some money and get you some clothes that won't be noticed when we get to London. If you love me well enough, we'll be married.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I only want to be with you.
Oh, Megan, I'm not nearly good enough for you. Tell me, when did you begin to love me?
When I saw you on the road and you looked at me. But I never thought you'd want me.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Oh, look. Look, the gypsy bogle.
The gypsy bogle? Where? I don't see anything.
They're sitting on the stone under the tree.
Megan, there's nothing there, only the moonlight on the rock.
I saw him, and I'm afraid. Bad
A
sign.
bad
I must
sign.
go in.
Darling Megan, there's nothing there. There's no gypsy bogle. It's only your imagination.
You don't see the bogles, but I see them. No. Good night.
Megan! Megan! I heard the gate click. Knew she'd gone. Instead of her, only this old apple tree. And the scent of the woods. A little part of her. And above me and around, the blossoms. More living, more moonlit than ever. Seem to glow and breathe. The next morning, I left early and went to Torquay. I wanted to get some money, and I had to cash a check, but I found that without credentials, I'd have to wait till they wired the London bank for verification. While I waited for the answer, I shopped for a dress for Megan.
Here's something, sir. It's very smart.
The more I looked at those modish gowns, the less they seemed suited to Megan. It was incredible that Megan, my Megan, could ever be dressed in anything except the rough tweed skirt and battered tam o' shanter I'd always seen her wear. Couldn't make up my mind, and yet she couldn't wear her old clothes in London. They wouldn't suit her either. Couldn't make up my mind. I walked the streets of Torquay, confused and undecided.
Well, Frank Ashurst, haven't seen you since rugby.
Oh, Halliday, Phil Halliday, this is a surprise.
Hey, if you're not lunching anywhere, come with me. I'm here with my sister Stella.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to see Stella, and I haven't any good reason for refusing, Phil. Oh, great Scott, I'd completely forgotten the time. It's after 3 and the bank's closed.
Splendid. That means you'll have to stay over in
No,
Torquay.
I can't do that.
Oh, we should love to have you. I know Phil's getting bored to death with me, and we've had such fun.
Yes, it has been fun, Stella. I've been rustic for so long, I'd almost forgotten how pleasant London talk can be. Very well. I'll stay. I sent a wire to Mrs. Narracombe. I hoped that Megan would understand. Just this one day away from her wouldn't matter. It was the life that I'd always known. Gay, cheerful, normal people. Just a few more hours of their life before I left it altogether didn't seem wrong. Stella was a pretty thing. Curious the calm way she looked at me. As if she understood everything and would never question too deeply. But that night I couldn't sleep. I thought of Megan. I was with her again. Under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossoms. The moonlight on her upturned face. Face of innocence and humble passion. Megan. Poor little trusting Megan. How much did I really love her? How much was madness? And the spring and the wild beauty of her. I thought of Stella. Stella, cool, poised, and friendly. Stella belonged to the world I knew and understood, a world that understood me. Megan didn't understand, and she never could belong. She loved me, but was that enough for either of us? I didn't know what to do. Phil and Stella had asked me to go with them to Totnes for a picnic. I hadn't given them a definite answer, nor had I sent any further wire to Mrs. Narracombe. Today I had to decide. I knew that. I went out for a walk along the cliff wall. There's a high sea running. There weren't many people out. I'd walked a mile or so, I guess, before I saw her. There she was. Megan in her old skirt and jacket and tam o' shanter. She was looking for me. I knew that at once. She'd look up into the faces of the passers-by, wavering, lost-looking, and somehow pitiful. I followed her a long way. Once she stopped and leaned against the sea wall. I wanted her again. I wanted her kisses. Her abandonment, all her quick, warm, pagan emotion. And the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple tree. Yet I couldn't move toward her. I couldn't let her know I was there. For suddenly I realized that to go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods, among the rocks with everything around wild and fitting, that was what I wanted. And that was impossible. But to transplant her to the town, to keep her in some little flat, and when the wild ecstasy wore off, to find her commonplace, unable to fit into my world, and no longer able to go back to her own. That was worse. Far worse. I took another long, last look at that pathetic, wistful figure staring out over the sea. Goodbye, Megan. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. 3 days later, I went back to London, traveling with the Hallidays. On the last day of April in the following year, Stella and I were married. All this I remembered as I sat there on the hill in the warm sun. And as I remembered an ache for a lost youth, a hankering and a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped me. And the sun no longer warm, I got up and walked a ways down the road. There's a man standing by what I saw was a grave, an old man he was. And the grave was by the crossroads. There was a moor stone to the west. And on it, someone had thrown a blackthorn spray and a handful of bluebells.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Nice day for a walk.
Can you tell me whose grave this is?
Well, now, it's quite a story. 'Twas a poor soul that killed herself. 'Twas a long time ago. She was a pretty girl, but too loving-hearted.
Too loving-hearted?
In them days, I was working for Mrs. Norricombe, and she was, too. There was a college gentleman staying with us. She took a fancy to him. He was a nice fella, too. Then, one day, he went away sudden-like and never come back. After that, she was crying a lot, and then one day I found her. She was lying in a pool by the old apple tree, by the stone where the gypsy bogle sat. It was June then, but she'd found a little bit of apple blossom and stuck it in her hair.
I walked away. I'd heard enough. On the top of the hill, I lay down and buried my face in my hands. Megan's face brushed close. Megan, with a sprig of apple blossoms and her dark, wet hair.
If I could be with you, that's all. If I could be with you.
Oh, there you are, Frank. Look at my sketch. It's pretty, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it's very pretty.
Still, there's something wanting, isn't there?
Yes. Yes. There was something wanting. The apple tree. The singing. And the gold.
have just heard the Orson Welles Mercury production of The Apple Tree by John Galsworthy. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a couple of minutes before it's time to say goodnight, I'd like to read you a poem. Like our story tonight, deals with love and lost love. It's by Ernest Dawson. It's a great favorite. It's called Cinera. Last night, yesternight, betwixt her lips and mine, there fell thy shadow, Cinera. Thy breath was shed upon my soul between the kisses and the wine. And I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, I was desolate and bowed my head. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. All night upon mine heart I felt her warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep she lay. Surely the kisses of her bought red mouth were sweet. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion when I awoke and found the dawn was gray. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I have forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind, flung roses riotously with the throng, dancing to put thy pale, lost lilies out of mind. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, all the time, because the dance was long. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. And when the feast is finished and the lamps expire, then falls thy shadow, Cinera. The night is thine. And I am desolate and sick of an old passion, yea, hungry for the lips of my desire. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. And now it's time to say goodnight. Next week's show is Shakespeare's King Lear. Till then, we remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Columbia Workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents the 8th program of a series devoted to experimental radio. Your letters on last week's program, in which we dramatized Jonathan Swift's The Voyage to Brobdingnag from Gulliver's Travels, were very interesting and welcome. Thank you. Tonight, the Workshop is proud to turn over its resources to Orson Welles. Some months ago, Mr. Welles produced Shakespeare's Macbeth for the Federal Theater. It was received with the most enthusiastic response accorded Shakespearean production in years. He is now busily engaged rehearsing for one of the leading roles in Sidney Kingsley's new play, 10 Million Ghosts, and also producing his own version of a French farce called Horse Eats Hat. Between both rehearsals, he has managed to write a book called Everybody's Shakespeare. We have asked Mr. Welles to arrange and produce Shakespeare's Hamlet for the Workshop. He will also play the leading role. But first, a word from Mr. Welles.
In deciding to present an abbreviated version of Hamlet, the Columbia Workshop found itself facing a considerable dilemma. Would it be feasible, we wondered, to give merely the plot in our short space of time, or should we concentrate on certain well-known passages and let the story proceed confusingly? Our final decision was this: to present to you the first 2 acts of the play, retaining, whenever possible, the most notable scenes in their entirety, and giving you, we hope, a clear, dramatic statement of the causes of Hamlet's tragedy.
Hamlet by William Shakespeare.
It is midnight, and before the castle of Elsinore, a sentry stands at his post.
Hey, on for me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
It is now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, but I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not about stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them.
Stand ho! Who's there?
Friends to the crown.
And liegemen to the Dane. Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. And therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we have 2 nights seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself...
Peace! Break thee off! Look, where it comes again.
In the same figure like the king that's dead.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
No, it will not stand. It's here! It's here!
She's gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it show of violence.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started, like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. But look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks o' the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him.
In the great hall of the castle, the court is assembled. Hamlet, a sober figure in black, stands apart from the rest. On a dais sits the king with his newly wedded queen. Suddenly a trumpet blares forth. And the king rises.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, taken to wife. Nor have we herein bawd your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all our thanks. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son.
A little more than kin, less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I'm too much in the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off. Let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that live must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam. It is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, together with all forms, shows, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play,
But I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these morning duties to your father. But you must know your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire. And we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee, stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come, this gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart. Come, away.
This too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon 'gainst self-slaughter. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it. 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr. So loving to my mother that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on. And yet within a little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why, even she, God, beast that wants discourse of reason would have mourned longer. Married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month. Ere yet the salt of those most unrighteous tears that left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Most wicked speed. To post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart. For I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
I'm glad to see you well. Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord. And your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus.
My good lord.
Bernardo, I'm very glad to see you. Good evening, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio, the funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ere I'd seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father?
2 nights together. Had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead vast and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure, like your father, armed at point exactly cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I, with them, the 3rd night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good. The apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
Lord, upon the platform where we watched.
It's very strange.
Indeed, my honored lord, 'tis true.
Indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. I'll do the watch tonight.
We do, me lord.
Answer you.
Me lord.
From top to toe.
Me lord, from head to foot.
I will watch tonight. Perchance to walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. So fare you well at once. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes. The air bites shrewdly. It's very cold.
The nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
Oh, no, it has struck.
Indeed? I heard it not. Then draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What did this mean, my lord?
Oh, the king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down the kettle drum and trumpet doth bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is the custom?
Aye, marry 'tis. But to my mind, though I'm native here and to the manor born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us. Be thou a spirit of help, a goblin damned. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements. Why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly inurned hath oped his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
It waves you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it. No, by
no
no means.
It will not speak. Then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee. It weighs me forth again. I'll follow it.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hand.
We rule you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say away. Go on. I'll follow thee. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak. I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fire, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. List, oh, list. If thou didst ever thy dear father love...
Oh, God!
Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
Now, Hamlet, here, sleeping within mine orchard, my custom always of the afternoon, upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole, with juice of cursed heaven and in a vial, and in the porches of mine ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that with a sudden vigor it doth pocket the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine. Thus was I sleeping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen, at once dispatched.
Horrible, horrible, most horrible.
If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and begins to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet, remember me.
Remember me, I, thou poor ghost. Thy memory holds a seat in this distracted globe.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? What it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot dream of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So, by your companies, to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus, that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentleman, he much hath talked of you. And sure I am two men there are not living, to whom he more adheres.
We here give up ourselves in the full bent, to lay our service freely at your feet to be commanded.
Thanks, Guildenstern, and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Aye. Amen.
My liege and madam.
Now, what says Polonius, our Lord Chamberlain? He tells me, dear Gertrude, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it no other than the main. His father's death, and our o'er hasty marriage.
My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is to be nothing else but, mad. But let that go.
More matter, with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. And now remains that we may find out the cause of this effect, or rather say, the cause of this defect.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed. And look, where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God of mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent well. You are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir. To be honest as this world goes is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
What do you read, my lord?
Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter that you read, my lord.
Slander, sir, for the satirical rogue says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hands.
Though this be madness, yet there is method in it. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Aye, into my grave.
Indeed, that is out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. My honorable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all, except my life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
You go to seek the Lord Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir.
My honored lord.
Oh, my.
My most dear lord.
Good friends. How dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah, Rosencrantz, what makes you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord. No other occasion.
Beggar that I am, I'm even poor in thanks. But I thank you. Are you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come. Come. I may speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Well, anything but to the purpose. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. Oh, by the right of our fellowship, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather I have of late. But wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory, this most excellent canopy, the air. Look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. Oh, what a piece of work is man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
Oh, my lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Why did you laugh, then, when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We courted them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you services.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me.
There are the players.
Ah, your hands, then. Come, you're welcome. But my uncle, father, and aunt, mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Well be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, Rosencrantz. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts. I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players' market.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Rochester was an actor...
Oh, the actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz,
the best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, historical, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited.
You are welcome, master. I'm glad to see thee well. Come, we'll have a speech straight. Give us a taste of your quality. Come. A passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. The play I remember pleased not the million. 'Twas caviar to the general. One speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido. If you live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast. Not so. It begins with Pyrrhus, the rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms. So proceed you.
The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble, when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal.
Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who? Oh, who had seen the mobled queen?
The mobled queen.
That's good. Mobled queen is good.
Run barefoot up and down, a clout upon that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe a blanket in the alarm of fear caught up. But if the gods themselves did see her, then when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Look, whether he has not turned his color and has tears in his eyes. Pray you, no more.
That is well. I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed?
Come, sir.
Follow him, friend. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Now I'm alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage waned, tears in his eyes, distraction in suspect, a broken voice and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. And for nothing. For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech. Yet I, a dull and muddy metalled rascal, speak like John o' Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks me pay to course, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie in the throat, as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Zounds, I should take it, for it cannot be that I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter. For ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with its slaves. Bloody body villain, remorseless, treacherous, kindless villain. Oh, vengeance! Why, what an ass am I? This is most brave that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a board unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drab scullion. Fie upon it, fie. About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before my uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tent him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, and he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
You have just heard a condensed version of William Shakespeare's Hamlet. The cast included this evening the King, played by Alexander Scourby, the Queen by Rosamund Pinchot, Polonius by Edgerton Paul, Horatio by Sidney Smith, the Ghost by George Gall, Bernardo by Hiram Sherman. This program was arranged and directed by Orson Welles. Irving Blease directed the radio effects.
The Columbia Workshop would appreciate your comments on this production.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese. Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Workshop offers its 15th program in a series devoted to experimental radio. Some 2 months ago, we offered you on the Workshop a radio version of the first 2 acts of Hamlet by William Shakespeare. The response from our listening audience was instantaneous and highly flattering. So much so that tonight we go on to finish the play. If you enjoy the drama, if you believe after tonight's performance that Shakespeare should become a regular feature on radio, write to us and say so. We are eager to have this gauge of radio public opinion. Tonight's version of Hamlet, like that of some weeks ago, is the work of Orson Welles, who also plays the role of Hamlet. And now we take pleasure in introducing to you in person Mr. Orson Welles.
In our previous broadcast, we concerned ourselves with establishing the causes that led to Hamlet's tragedy. In especial, the revelation by the ghost of his father's murder by Hamlet's own uncle, who is now the King of Denmark. This
And the knowledge that his mother had remarried immediately has left Hamlet a creature mad for revenge. Assuming, as he calls it, an antic disposition, Hamlet plots to trap the king into an open confession of guilt. The arrival of strolling players at the court has provided the necessary means. Hamlet arranges that a performance be given, duplicating the circumstance of his father's death. The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. It is the night of the play. The hall of the castle has been arranged for the performance. And in a moment the court will assemble. The blare of trumpets will announce the arrival of the king and queen, with Polonius, the king's counselor, and his daughter Ophelia. In a moment, this play of Hamlet's contriving will begin. But now, for an instant, we find him giving some last-minute advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Now do not saw the air too much with your hand, thus. But use all gently.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Oh, be not too tame, neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, that neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, nor man, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. Go, you make ready.
Yes, my lord.
Horatio.
Yes, sweet lord. At your service.
There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. Observe mine uncle.
Well, my lord.
Oh, he's coming to the play. Get your place. Your Majesty.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, i' faith, of the chameleon's dish. I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons, so...
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now. Polonius, are the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience. Sit you there, Ophelia.
Fair Ophelia.
You are merry, my lord.
What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks. And my father died within these 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long. Ah, we shall know by these fellows.
For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently.
Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round Neptune's salt wash, and Tellus' orbit ground, since love our hearts and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er, ere love be done.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too, my operant powers their functions leave to do, and thou shalt live.
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. And second husband let me be accursed. None weds a second, but who kills the first.
Wormwood. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If once a widow, ever I be wife.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here awhile. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile a tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Oh, she'll keep her word.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Very how? Tropically. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna.
Thoughts black Hands apt, drugs fit, and time.
This one is Lucianus, nephew to the king, see? He poisons him in the garden for the state. His name's Gonzago. The story is extension, written in choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
Give all the play!
What? Write it with false fire!
Give me some light!
Why, stricken deer, go weep, the heart ungalled play. But some must watch, while some must sleep. So runs the world away.
'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood, and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother.
The realization that his crime has been reenacted before the entire court, under the guise of an evening's entertainment, has completely unnerved the king. He sees there can be no peace for him while Hamlet remains in Denmark. So in a desperate move, he arranges that Hamlet shall be sent to England and secretly put to death. In his chamber, the king, torn by conscience, attempts to pray. Hamlet, passing on his way to the queen's apartment, observes the kneeling figure.
Now might I do it, Pat? Now he is praying.
Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon't, a brother's murder. Oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Help, angels, make us say, bow stubborn knees, all may be well.
And now I'll do it. So he goes to heaven. So am I revenged. Oh, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly full of bread, with all his crimes, broad flown, as flush as May. Am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Absorbed. And know thou a more horrid bent. When he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that hath no relish of salvation in't, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned as black as hell whereto it goes.
My mother stays.
Who's there? Polonius.
Hamlet is coming straight. Now look, you lay home to him. Tell him his place has been too broad to bear with.
Withdraw.
Mother!
I hear him coming.
I'll hide behind this arras. I'll convey myself. You hear the process.
Now, Mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Why, how now, Hamlet? Have you forgotten me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. Would it were not so. You are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What will thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Help!
Help!
How now? A rat?
Dead for a ducat! Dead!
Oh! I am slain.
Oh, me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. It's the king!
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed!
A bloody deed! Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
Kill a king?
Aye, lady. 'Twas my word.
Polonius. Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool. Farewell. I took thee for thy better.
Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down and let me wring your heart. Or so I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brassed it so that it be proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done? That thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there.
Ay me, what act? That roars so loud and thunders in the index.
Look here. Upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See, what a grace was seated on this brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. This was your husband. Look you now, what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed and batten on this moor? Ha! Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the Haiti and the blood is tame, it's humble. It waits upon the judgment, and what judgment would step from this to this?
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turnst mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their king.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your preceding lord, a king of shreds and patches. Save me, and hover on me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure? Do you not come, your tardy son, to chide?
Alas, how is't with you that you do bend your eye on vacancy?
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father! In his cabinet he lived! Look where he goes, even now! Out of the portal!
This is the very coinage of your brain.
Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul. But not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. So again, good night. I must be cruel, only to be kind.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England. You know that.
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
Good night, Mother.
Thus, Hamlet leaves his mother, hoping his words have had the desired effect. But the queen, after her son's converse with an unseen spirit, is now more convinced than ever that Hamlet is mad. She reports her conclusions to the king, who speedily commands that Hamlet shall leave at once for England. And so Hamlet is banished from Denmark. But the peace for which the king has prayed is not to come. The murder of Polonius proves the mainspring of greater and more tragic events. Bereft of a father, Ophelia goes insane. The Danish people are stirred almost to rebellion, And finally, with the return of Laertes, the son of Polonius, they are provided with a necessary leader. Now the rabble has risen, and, led by Laertes, storms the castle in which the king and queen have secluded themselves. Suddenly the doors break open, and Laertes appears at the head of the mob.
Where is the king? Sir, stand you all without question. I pray you, give me leave. Keep the door. Oh, thou vile king, give me my father. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed?
Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with.
If I am guiltless of your father's death, it shall as level to your judgment, Pierce, as day does to your rye.
Oh, no. What noise is that?
There is the beauteous majesty of Denmark.
How do you, pretty lady?
Well, God hold you. Ha! They say the owl was a baker's daughter.
Oh, heat dry up my brain. 'Tis 7 times salt burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. Dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens, is it possible a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life?
Why, there's rosemary. That's for remembrance. There's rue for you, and here's some for me. Ha, we may call it herb grace for Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. God have mercy on his soul, and on all good Christian souls, I pray God. God be with you.
Oh. Oh.
And so Ophelia, before her brother's eyes, drifts from the castle to die. A suicide by drowning. Meantime, Hamlet, unaware of what has happened in his absence, has managed to escape the king's plot to have him murdered, and has secretly returned to Denmark. We find him once more with Horatio in a churchyard. Nearby, a gravedigger sings at his work.
It was very sweet to contract the time for our mighty foe. Oh, methought there was nothing me.
Has this fellow no feeling of his business, Horatio? With his sings at grave making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
I will speak to this fellow.
And shippeth me.
Whose grave this, sir?
Mine, sir. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
And you lie out on, sir, therefore 'tis not yours. For my part, I do not lie in't, and yet it is mine.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman, then?
For none neither.
Who's to be buried in it?
One that was a woman, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is, Horatio. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days of the year, I came to it that day our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day young Hamlet was born. He that's mad and sent into England.
Aye, marry. Why was he sent into England?
Because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there. Or if he do not, 'tis no great matter there. There the men are as mad as he.
How long will a man lie the earth ere he rot?
Faith, sir, if he be not rotten before he die, he'll last you some 8 or 9 year. Here's a skull now. This skull have lain to the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A whoresome mad fellow's it was. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
E'en that.
Let me see. Alas. Poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. A fellow of infinite jest. Of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. And now, how abhorred in my imagination it is. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols, songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked to this fashion in the earth?
E'en so.
And spelt so? To what base uses may we return, Horatio? Oh, but soft aside. Here comes the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who's this they follow? Crouch we a while and mark.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth.
What ceremony else? Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead, to sing a requiem, and such rest to her as to peace parted souls.
Nay, hurry, dear. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
What? Fair Ophelia?
Sweet to the sweet. Farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave.
Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in my arms.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? This is I, Hamlet, the Dane!
Devil take thy soul!
I loved Ophelia! 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For love of God, forbear him.
Laertes. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever. But 'tis no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
Now Laertes, determined to be revenged, finds an ally in the king. Thus the latter arranges that Hamlet and Laertes shall duel. Ostensibly for sport, the contest is treacherously conceived. Laertes' rapier bears an envenomed point, and if this fails, the king has prepared a poisoned drink to ensure the death of Hamlet.
My lord, His Majesty sends to know if your pleasure hold to play with Laertes. I am constant to my purposes. The king and queen are all coming down.
You will lose this wager.
I do not think so. But thou wouldst not think how ills all here about my heart. It is no matter.
If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall the repair hither and say you are not fit.
Oh, not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be not now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all.
Come, Hamlet. Come and take this hand from me. Give them the foils. You know the wager.
Very well, my lord.
Set me the stoups of wine upon that table. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath. Come. Begin.
Come on, sir.
Come, my lord. What? No! A hit! A very palpable hit! Stay. Give me drink. Hamlet, here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while.
Come. Another hit. A tail. A touch, I do confess.
The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Just do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
'Tis the poison cup. It is too late.
Come for the third, Laertes, you would dally. I pray you pass with your best violence.
How about you now? A touch for Laertes.
Hey, come again.
Look, they have changed rapiers. Look to the queen there. Ho!
How does the queen?
She swoons to see them bleed.
No, the drink. The drink! I am poisoned.
Oh, villainy! Let the doors be locked. Treachery, seek it out.
It is here, Hamlet.
Hamlet, thou art slain, and the treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed. Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame.
The point in venom, too. Envenom thy work. Oh, yet defend me, friend. Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane. Drink off this potion. Follow my mother. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act, had I but time, oh, I could tell you. But let it be. I die, Horatio. Thou livest. Report me and my cause, a right to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Is yet some liquor left?
As thou art a man, give me the cup. Let go. By heaven,
Horatio. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, had sent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain, would tell my story. The rest is silence. Now cracks a noble heart.
Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
So ends the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Again may we say that if you enjoyed this presentation, if you are convinced that the tragedies and comedies of Shakespeare have a place on the air and should become a permanent radio feature, write to us. Help give us this gauge of public opinion. Tonight's cast included Miss Frank Hale, Miss Laura Straub, Miss Virginia Wells, Mr. Whitford Kane, Sidham, Shirley Oliver, Santos Ortega, George Duthie, Edgerton Paul, and Hiram Sherman. The narrator was Edward Jerome. Next week, the workshop will present a special demonstration in conjunction with the meeting of the New York Electrical Society. Dr. E. Free will have charge of the demonstration. Tonight's presentation of Hamlet was arranged and produced by Orson Welles. In the absence of Mr. Reese, Brewster Morgan assisted. The Columbia Workshop's presentations are conceived and directed.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Columbia Network takes pleasure in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the second of a unique new summer series of 9 dramatic productions. The first time in its history that radio has brought to the country an entire theatrical institution. Columbia is proud to welcome Orson Welles to its roster of stars and to give him the opportunity of bringing to the air those same qualities of vitality and imagination that have made him the most talked of theatrical director in America today.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles speaking. If there's anything bloodthirstier than a werewolf, it's a pirate. The Mercury Theater is playing safe. Now, if vampires and their ilk leave you as uncannily cold as old Dracula himself, who was staked down firmly, and it is to be hoped permanently, in his own family plot last week, then there are figures to prove that you are susceptible to buried treasure. We calculate that no decent, law-abiding citizen is immune to pirates. There are cowboys and Indians, there are gangsters and G-men, but these delights are inconstant, like the short skirt. I don't care how young you are. Nothing charms, nothing ingratiates, nothing wins like a one-legged, double-barreled buccaneer with earrings, a handkerchief on his head, and a knife in his teeth. What could be more appropriate on the starboard rail of your four-masted brigantine? If you haven't a four-masted brigantine, you have Treasure Island. It's in your library because it's a great English classic, and this evening, because it's a great story, it's on your radio. That's what I mean by playing safe. Once there was a small boy who asked his stepfather, who had written a number of books, please, to write something interesting. The stepfather, seeing his point, immediately contributed a serial to something repugnant called Young Folks, a periodical circulated among that section of the English nation known as Tiny Tots, who were very prevalent in the 80s. The name of the serial was The Sea Cook by Captain George North, and if the Tiny Tots didn't think it was interesting, they should have been boiled in oil. The story was begun, the stepfather says, on a chill September morning by the cheek of a brisk fire and the rain drumming on the window. The small boy himself helped a lot, even though Captain North got the credit, and so did a third and equally incurable small boy, the author's father. They drew a map first, the chart of an island showing very queer and wonderful attractions, Spyglass Shoulder, for instance, and Skeleton Island, and the North Cache with the bar silver. And then, on that chill September morning by that brisk fire of theirs, the three plotters buried their plunder, doubloons and louis d'or, gold and silver and rich jewels and pieces of 8. That's why the story was finally called Treasure Island. It's foolish to guess who's tuned in on this broadcast, but if in some way, well, we who were retelling this story hoped devoutly that he, who the Samoans laid to rest in the hills of their own faraway Treasure Island and who is still known out there only as the great teller of tales, would not wish tonight as he did, so unaccountably at first, to suppress the real name of Captain George North. The small boy, of course, should have been decorated. It's a better world because he asked for something interesting. But then he was lucky. There are millions and millions of small boys. But only one of us had Robert Louis Stevenson for a stepfather.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, with Orson Welles as Long John Silver and as Jim Hawkins, who tells the story. Treasure Island.
Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of the gentlemen having asked me to write down the whole particulars about Treasure Island from the beginning to the end, keeping nothing back but the bearings of the island, and that only because there is treasure not yet lifted, I take up my pen in the year of grace 1783 and go back to that time 19 years ago when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn and the brown old seaman with a saber cut first took up his lodging under our roof. I was 14, but I remember him as if it were yesterday.
15 men on a dead man's chest.
Mother called to me from upstairs.
Jim? Yes, Mother? Jim, there's a man coming up the road. Go out and see what he wants.
He came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him on a hand barrow. A tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulders of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred with black broken nails, and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white, singing that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards.
Open up in there. Now then, boy.
Yes, sir?
What do you call this place?
The Admiral Benbow Inn, sir.
Admiral Benbow, eh? Nice, lonely-looking, pleasant-situated grog shop. Folks don't come here much, do they, boy? Not much company?
No, sir, more's pity.
No? Well, then it's the berth for me. I'm a plain man, rum and bacon, eggs, all I want, and that head up there for to watch ships off. Never mind to stay here a bit. Here, you matey. You with the wheelbarrow. Bring up alongside. Help up my chest. You two boys, heavy.
Yes, sir.
Call me Captain, boy. Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just one thing more.
Yes, Captain?
You ain't seen him, have you?
No, sir. Who do you mean?
Along the road, maybe. You might have seen him somewheres you can't tell. Let me know if you do, boy. A seafaring man.
Yes, sir.
With one leg.
Yes, sir.
Captain!
Yes, Captain.
Bring me a noggin of rum, boy.
And so he came to live under our roof. We never knew his name. We called him the Captain. He was a very silent man by custom all day. He hung around the cove or upon the cliffs with a brass telescope staring out to sea. All evening he sat in a corner of the parlor next to the fire and drank rum and water, very strong. And every day when he came back from his stroll, he would ask the same question.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
Any seafaring men go by today along the road?
No, Captain.
And Jim?
Yes, sir.
You're a good boy, Jim. You wouldn't lie to me ever, would you, Jim?
No, sir.
You haven't seen him, have you, Jim? Jim, there's a silver fourpenny for you on the first of every month if you'll keep your weather eye open for a seafaring man with one leg. Let me know the moment you see him, won't you, Jim? A seafaring man with one leg.
How that personage haunted my dreams. On stormy nights when the wind shook the four corners of the house and the surf roared along the cove and up the cliffs, I could see him in 1,000 forms. Now the leg would be cut off at the knee, now at the hip. Now he was a monstrous kind of a creature who had never had but one leg, and that in the middle of his body.
You'll keep your weather eye open, won't you, Jim? For a seafaring man with one leg. A seafaring man with one leg.
Months went by. The captain bade fair to ruin us. We kept on staying week after week, month after month.
And never a penny of money, Jim. Not a penny has he paid us since the day he came here. And me, a poor widow woman.
Mother, why don't you ask him for some?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Jim. I'm afraid to ask him. I'm afraid of the man. Now, if your father was...
In all that time, none of us ever saw him open the great sea chest that was in his room. There were nights when he took a deal more rum and water than his head could carry. Often I heard the house shaking and all the neighbors joining in for dear life.
Drink and the devil has done. Quiet, amidships! Quiet!
But he would force them all to listen to his stories. Dreadful stories they were, about hanging and walking the plank and storms at sea and the dry Tortugas and wild deeds in places on the Spanish Main. By his own account, he must have lived his life among some of the wickedest men that God ever allowed upon the sea. The captain had been living with us almost a year when there occurred the first of the mysterious events that rid us at last of his presence. It was one January morning, very early, a pinching, frosty morning. The captain had risen earlier than usual and set down the beach with his telescope under his arm. My mother was upstairs and I was lying at the breakfast table against the captain's return when the parlor door opened and a stranger stepped in.
Sonny, come here, Sonny. Is this table for my mate Bill?
I don't know you, mate Bill. I'm laying this for a man who stays in the house. We call him the captain.
Well, my mate Bill would be called the captain like as not. Now, we'll put it for argument like that your captain's got a cut on one cheek. And we'll put it, if you like, that cheek's the right one, eh? Well, God save me, there he is now. There's my mate Bill. That's him with a spyglass under his arm. Bless his old heart, to be sure. You and me'll just get back behind the door, Sonny, and we'll give Bill a little surprise, we will. Bless his heart, I says again. Bill. Come, Bill. You knows me. You knows an old shipmate, Bill Sugarleaf. Black dog. Black dog as ever was. Bill. We seen a sight of times, us two.
So you run me down. Here I am. We'll speak up. What is it?
That's you, Bill. You're in the right of it, Billy. I'll have a glass of rum from this dear child here, what I've took such a liking to. And we'll sit down, if you please, and talk square like old shipmates. Sit down, Bill. And you, Sonny, get out.
Yes, sir.
And none of your keels on me, do you hear?
For a while, I could hear nothing but a low gabbing. Suddenly, the voices began to grow higher.
No. And an end on it. If it comes to swinging, swing all. Say aye!
I saw Black Dog streaming blood run off down the road. Presently, the captain returned, alone.
Jim, give me some rum.
Captain, are you hurt?
I must get away from here. Get away, that's what. I must get away from here.
What's happened, Jim? What's happened?
It's the captain, Mother.
The captain? Oh, dearie me, what a disgrace. I've been afraid of something like this ever since he came into the house with that old chest of his.
I got the rum and tried to put it down his throat, but his teeth were tightly shut and his jaws were as strong as iron. An hour later, our friend Dr. Livesey came.
Doctor, what shall we do?
Where is he wounded, Doctor?
Wounded? A fiddlestick's end. No more wounded than you or I. The man's had a stroke.
Where's Black Dog?
Black Dog? There is no black dog except what you have on your own back. You've been drinking rum, man, and you've had a stroke. Now, listen to me. One glass of rum a day won't kill you. But if you take one, you'll take another and another, and then you'll die. Die and go to your own place like the man in the Bible, and the world will be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Do you understand that? The name of rum for you is death.
About noon the next day, I stopped at the captain's door with some medicines.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Come in, Jim. Come in.
He was lying very much as we'd left him.
Jim, you're the only one here that's worth anything. You know I always been good to you. Never a month but I've given you a silver fourpenny for yourself. Now you see, mate, I'm pretty low and deserted by all. Jim, you'll bring me a noggin of rum, won't you, matey?
But the doctor...
Doctors is all swabs! Don't have a drain of rum, Jim. I'll have the horrors. I've seen some of them already. I've seen old Flint in the corner there behind you, as plain as print. I've seen him. Jim, I'll give you a golden guinea for a noggin.
When I brought it to him, he seized it greedily and drank it out.
That's some better, sure enough. Now, matey, did that doctor say how long I was to lie here in this old berth?
Why, a week at least.
Thunder, a week! I can't do that. They'll have the black spot on me by then. The lovers is going about getting the wind of me this blessed moment. Lovers is couldn't keep what they got and want to nail what's another's. It's in my old sea chest, Jim. The thing they're after. They'll tip me the black spot, I know it. I was first mate, I was. Old Flint's first mate. And I'm the only one as knows the place he buried it. He gave it me at Savannah when he lay a-dying.
What's the black spot, Captain?
A summons from old Flint's crew. A summons. And them as gets it, Jim, is lucky when they're dead.
So, a week went by. And then, about 3 o'clock of a bitter, foggy, frosty afternoon, I saw someone drawing slowly near along the road. He was plainly blind, for he tapped before him with a stick, and he wore a great green shade over his eyes and nose, and he was hunched as if with age or weakness, and wore a huge old tattered sea cloak with a hood.
Ye Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England, and God bless King George. Where or in what part of his country he may now be?
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me delights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me into the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
No, boy. Take me into the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when I'm in view, say to him, he's a friend for you, Bill Bones. If you don't, I'll twist your arm right out of your body. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Stash your passer, damn you. Now, forward march.
Here's a friend for you, Bill Bones.
Now, Bill, sit where you are. Business is business. Hold out your left hand, Bill. Boy, take his left hand by the wrist and bring it near to my right. Here's a little bit of paper for you, Bill Bones. Now that's done, I'll be going. Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
What time is it, Jim?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 6 hours. We'll daddle 'em yet, Pew and Black Dog and Long John Silver. The whole crew of 'em will.
Captain. Captain. Captain!
Captain!
The captain was dead. And there we were, my mother and I, a woman and a boy of 14, alone at night in the house with the dead captain's body on a parlor floor.
He knows his money, he does. A whole year, never a penny from him. And me, a poor widow.
But, Mother, if Black Dog comes back or the blind man...
Black Dog fiddlesticks. There's something in that old chest of his upstairs that's rightfully mine. And we'll have that chest open if we die for it.
Mother.
Close the blinds, Jim. We don't want anybody watching us from the outside. We have to get the key off him.
Look, Mother. Look.
On the floor, close to the dead man's hand, there was a little round of paper, blackened on one side.
The black spot.
I took it up and found...
You have till 10 tonight. 4 hours.
Now, Jim, find that key.
I felt in his pockets one after another.
Perhaps it's round his neck. Tear open his shirt.
There, sure enough, hanging on a bit of tarry string, we found the key. Then my mother got a candle in the bar, and holding each other's hands, we went upstairs to his room.
Give me the key, Jim. Now then. Oh, nothing in here. Not a thing of value, not a penny.
Mother, look.
There, before us, lay the last things in the chest, a bundle tied up in oilcloth looking like papers, and a canvas bag that gave forth at a touch the jingle of gold.
You see, Jim, I knew we'd find it. But I'll show these rogues that I'm an honest woman. I'll have me do and not a farthing over. Here, Jim, hold this bag.
The coins were of all countries and sizes, doubloons and louis d'or, and guineas and pieces of 8.
Mother.
What is it, Jim?
Mother, listen. Come, Mother. Mother, take the hold and let's be gone.
No, I'll have me do, Jim, and no more.
But, Mother, you heard him. That was the blind man.
I know what I'm doing. I know the right.
But, Mother, you don't know.
Oh, dear. I'll take what I have.
And I'll take these papers. Quick, Mother, quick. Take my hand.
Next moment, we had opened the door and were in full retreat toward the village.
Look, Jim. Over the hill. There they come.
Run, Mother, run.
Oh, Jim. Jim, I'm going to faint. Oh, Jim. Take the money and go on.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother.
She had fainted. I managed somehow to drag her down the bank into the shadow of the ditch. A moment later, the house was surrounded.
Bones! Bones! Bill Bones! Will you answer me? Down with the door, then! Aye. In, you lovers! Loot the house and find it! Bill's dead! Like you! Bill's dead! Search him, you shirking lovers, and the rest of you lost and get the check!
It was a good thing my mother had fainted, or she would have had to watch with me while our poor house was pulled apart and smashed. Whatever it was they were after, they did not find it.
Well, is it there? The money's there!
Jim, what is it, Jim? What are they after?
The map, Mother. Flint's map.
Thank you. That's the signal. Tell him that. Hold on, you sneaks. It's in the house. You know it is. Shiver my soul if I had my eye. The signal, Pew. The signal. You dogs. You had your hand on hundreds, on thousands. Are you giving up now? You'd be as rich as kings if you can find it, and you know it's there, and you stand there skulking. There wasn't one of you there, face Bill, and I did it. A blind man, and I'm to lose my chance for you. I'm to be a poor crawling beggar spongy for rum when I might be rolling in a couch. If you had the pluck of a weevil in a sea biscuit among the lot of you. That's the last signal. Get him! Duck! Black dog! Johnny! Dirk! You won't leave old Pew, mates. Not old Pew. Johnny! Black dog! Don't leave old Pew. Not old Pew, not old dog. Pew, mates. Help me, mates. Help me.
When they picked him up where he lay on the road on his side, Pew was stone dead. The horsemen, as it turned out, were revenue officers who had some news of a strange lugger in Kit's Hole and had set forth that night in our direction. They took my mother to a neighbor's house.
So, Hawkins, they got the money, you say? Well, what in fortune were they after? More money, I suppose?
No, Sergeant. Not money, I think. In fact, sir, I believe I have the thing in my breast pocket. And to tell you the truth, I should like to put it in safety.
To be sure, boy, quite right. I'll take it.
I thought perhaps Dr. Livesey...
Yes, Dr. Livesey. Perfectly right, perfectly right. A gentleman and a magistrate. Dogger!
Yes, sir.
You have a good horse. Take this slide up behind you.
Yes, sir.
We rode hard all the way till we came to Dr. Livesey's door.
Dr. Livesey, the doctor's stopping tonight at the Squire's.
Squire? So there we go, boys.
We'd arrived at the Squire's. He rose to meet us very stately and condescending.
Come in, gentlemen.
Good evening, Squire. Good evening, Dr. Livesey.
Good evening to you, Fenton. What good wind brings you here?
Then the officer stood up straight and stiff and told his story.
Sergeant, you're a very noble fellow. This lad Hawkins is a tramp, I perceive. Hawkins, ring that bell. Sergeant must have some ale.
And so, Jim, you have the thing that they were after, have you?
Here it is, sir.
You've heard of this Captain Flint, I suppose, Squire?
Heard of him? Heard of him, you say? He was the bloodthirstiest buccaneer that sailed. Blackbeard was a child to Flint. The Spaniards were so prodigiously afraid of him that I tell you, sir, I was sometimes proud he was an Englishman.
Important to me is, had he money?
Money! One of those villains after but money.
That we shall soon know. What I want to know is this. Suppose I have here in my pocket some clue to where Flint buried his treasure. Will that treasure amount to much?
Amount, sir? It will amount to this. If we have the clue you talk about, I fit out a ship in Bristol Dock and take you and Hawkins here along, and I'll have that treasure if I search a year.
Very well. Now, if Jim is agreeable, we'll open the packet. A map of an island with latitude and longitude and writing. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north of northeast. Skeleton Island, southeast by east, 10 feet. The bar silver is in the north cap.
Lindsay, you'll give up this wretched practice at once. Tomorrow, I start for Bristol. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, we'll have the best ship, sir, and the choicest crew in England. Hawkins shall come as cabin boy. You, Livesey, as ship's doctor. I am admiral.
I'll go with you, Squire. So will Jim, and be a credit to the undertaking. There is only one man I'm afraid of.
Who's that? Name the dog, sir.
You, sir, for you cannot hold your tongue.
In a few moments, we shall be bound for Treasure Island with Dr. Livesey, Squire Trelawney, and Jim Hawkins. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, the Columbia Network is bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island. As Jim Hawkins was telling us, we are eager to leave the Benbow Inn behind and set out for the docks in Bristol.
It was longer than the squire imagined ere we were ready for the sea. Weeks passed on. Then, one fine day, there came a letter from the squire, from Bristol.
Dear Livesey, the ship is port and fitted. It lies at anchor ready for sea. It was the crew that delayed me, till the most remarkable stroke of fortune brought me the very man that I required. I was standing on the dock, when by the merest accident I fell in talk with him. He had hobbled down there that morning with a parrot on his shoulder to get a smell of salt, he said. Out of pure pity, I engaged him on the spot to be ship's cook. Long John Silver, he is called, and has lost a leg. Well, sir, I thought I'd only found a cook, but it was a crew I'd discovered. Between Silver and myself, we got together in a few days a company of the toughest old salts imaginable. I declare we could fight a frigate. Seaman ho! Hang the treasure! It's the glory of the sea that has turned my head.
On the 16th of April, the schooner Hispaniola set sail from Bristol Harbor. It was more than 19 years ago, but I can remember it as if it were yesterday.
Me in my new blue cabin boys' clothes.
19 years ago.
Leaning over the rail, waving goodbye to my mother, and doing my best not to cry. For at the last moment, it sort of hurt to leave her, and it was the first time I had been away from home. Then, a little before noon, Captain Smollett gave an order. The boatswain sounded his pipe, and the crew began to man the capstan bar. Soon, the anchor was short up. Soon it was hanging dripping at the bars. Soon the sail began to draw, and the land and shipping to flit by on either side. The Hispaniola had begun her voyage to the Isle of Treasure. On the second day out, I made the acquaintance of our one-legged ship's cook, Long John Silver.
Hey there, boy. Come in. Come on into Long John's galley.
To tell you the truth, at the very first mention of Long John Silver in the squire's letter, I had taken a fear in my mind that this might be the very one-legged sailor that I had watched for all those months at the Benbow Inn. But one look at him was enough. I had seen Captain Bones and Black Dog and Blind Pew, and I knew what a buccaneer looked like. Very different from this clean and pleasant-looking sea cook. His left leg was cut off close to the hip, and under the left shoulder he carried a crutch, which he managed wonderfully, hopping about on it like a bird.
Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight!
Are you Mr. Silver, sir?
Yes, me lad, such is my name to be sure. And you're Hawkins, eh? Nobody more welcome than yourself, me lad, in old John's galley. Sit down, hear the news. Your first trip to sea, Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Well, well.
Well, there's a lot of things you're going to learn before this here voyage is over. What do you think, Hawkins? And if there's anything you want to know, Hawkins, you just come to old John Silver and ask him, see? He'll tell you.
His galley was as clean as a new pin. The dishes hanging up burnished, and his parrot in a cage in one corner.
Yes, Captain Flint. I call my parrot Captain Flint. Yeah, the parrot, that's the famous buccaneer. Yes, Captain Flint, predicting success to our voyage. Wasn't you, Captain? Yeah, she's a powerful old bird, is Captain Flint. 200 years old if she's a day, and if anybody's seen more wickedness, it must be the devil himself. She sailed with England, the great Captain England, the pirate, on the old Walrus. It's Flint's old ship. As I've seen her muck with the red blood and fit to sink with gold. She's been at Madagascar and at Malabar and Suriname and Providence and Portobello. To look at her, you'd think she was a baby, Hawkins, but you smell powder, haven't you, Captain?
Stand by to go about.
And blood, eh, Captain?
Order amidship. Animal hands.
And pieces of eight, eh, Captain?
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
At the end of the third week, we left Madeira behind us. The ship proved to be a good ship. The crew seemed to be capable seamen. There was only one man aboard who was not satisfied, and that was the ship's master, Captain Smollett.
I'll speak plain. I don't like it. I don't like this cruise. I don't like the men. I don't like me officers. That's short and sweet.
But nobody paid much attention to him. Every man on board seemed well content. Double grog was served on the least excuse. There was duff on odd days, and always a barrel of apples standing broached in the waist, for anyone to help himself that had a fancy.
Never knew good come of it yet. Spoil folks' lands, make devils. That's my belief. We're not home again yet.
But good did come of that apple barrel. It was about the last day of our outward voyage. Sometime that night, or at latest before noon of the morrow, we should sight the Treasure Island. Just after sundown, when all my work was over, I thought I should like an apple. I ran on deck. The watch was all forward, looking out for the island. I got into the apple barrel. Suddenly, I heard voices on deck.
Look here, Barbecue. How long are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bumboat? Why thunder I want to go into that cabin, I do. I want their pickles and wine and that.
How long? By the powers, the last moment I can manage, and that's how long. How many tall ships, think you, have I seen laid aboard? And how many brisk lads drying in the sun at Execution Dock? And all for this same hurry, and hurry, and hurry. He's a first-rate seaman, Captain Smollett. Sails the blessed ship for us.
We're all seamen aboard here, I should
All
think.
forecastle lands, you mean? I know the sort you are. You're never happy till you're drunk.
Easy all along, John.
I don't know where this treasure is, do I? No more to use as you, and here's this squire and doctor with a map and such. Well, then I mean this squire and doctor shall find the treasure for us and help us to get it aboard, by the powers. After that...
After that, what do we do with them, John Silver, after that?
Well, what would you think we does with them? Put 'em ashore like maroons, or cut 'em down like that much pork? Duty is duty, mates. Wait. Wait is what I says. When the time comes, why, let her rip.
Land ho!
What's that? What's that?
Land ho!
Away to the southwest of us, we saw it. Treasure Island. 10 minutes later, we were gathered in the cabin. The squire, Dr. Livesey, the captain, and myself.
Now, Hawkins, you have something to say. Speak up.
I did as I was bid. I told them the whole story of Silver's conversation. When that was done, all three, one after another, and each with a bow, drank my good health. Then the squire rose.
Captain Smollett, you were right and I was wrong. I own myself an ass. I await your orders, sir.
Silver is a remarkable man.
Here's the way I see it. We must go on because we can't turn back. And what I propose is that we don't wait for them to surprise us, but that we come to blows at our own time and when they least expect it. There must be some faithful hands left. Well, we must find out who they are.
Jim Shear can help us more than anyone. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad.
Hawkins, I put prodigious faith in you.
In the meantime, talk as we please, there were only 7 out of 26 on whom we knew we could rely. And of these 7, I was a boy, so that the grown men on our side were 6 to their 19. Next morning, there was not a breath of air moving, nor a sound, but that of the surf booming half a mile away along the beaches. A peculiar stagnant smell hung over the anchorage. The heat was sweltering, and the men grumbled fiercely over their work. Mutiny, it was plain, hung over us like a thundercloud. Around noon, Captain Smollett came up on deck.
Hey, lads! We're not daying, we're all trying not a sort. Quick to the shore and let nobody, so you can take the gig. And as many as please may go ashore for the afternoon. Hey!
Hey, wait a bit, Ben. What's the hurry?
John Silver suspected a trick. He hopped around the deck on his one leg.
What's the hurry? Wait a bit, will you, men?
Soon the party was organized. 6 fellows were to stay on board, and 13, including Silver, began to embark. Suddenly, I had a mad notion to go ashore, too. In a jiffy, I had slipped over the side and curled up in the foresheets of the nearest boat. No one took notice of me. The crews raced for the beach. No sooner had we touched shore than I leaped out and plunged into the nearest thicket. Behind me, I could hear John Silver's voice.
Hey, Jim! Jim, my boy! Hey, Jim! 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 Jim!
John Silver was quick at his work. 2 faithful members of the crew were murdered on the island that afternoon. Only an hour after we landed, the second killing I saw with my own eyes. From where I lay hidden among the trees.
Will you tell me you let yourself be led away with that kind of a mess of swabs?
As sure as God sees me, I'd sooner lose me hand than turn to get me duty.
Mate, it's because I think's gold dust of you. Gold dust.
John Silver, you're mate of mine no more. If I die like a dog, I'll die in me duty. You've killed Alan, have you? Kill me too if you can. But I defy you.
He started to walk away.
Try this, then.
Long John whipped the crutch out of his armpit and sent it hurtling through the air. It struck him in the back and killed him. Then Silver brought out a whistle. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran as I never ran before.
Daddy
I looked up the side of a hill. Far above me, I saw something leap behind the trunk of a tree. It seemed dark and shaggy. I turned and began to run. Suddenly, the thing appeared in front of me, and running forward, threw itself on its knees before me, and held out its clasped hands in supplication. Who are you?
I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. I haven't spoke with Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
No, mate, maroon. 3 years. Lived on goats since then, and berries and oysters. Mate, my heart is sore for Christian diet. You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now? No? Well, many's a night I've dreamed of cheese, toasted mostly, and woke up again, and here I was. What'd you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Jim. Well, now, Jim, you wouldn't think I was rich to look at me, would you now?
Why, no, not in particular.
Oh, well, but I am, Jim. I'm rich, powerful rich. Oh, Jim, you'll bless your stars, you will. You was the first that found me.
Suddenly his eye fell on the Hispaniola lying far below us. Between it and the land was the jolly boat, with 5 men moving toward shore. But I could not tell if they were our men or the mutineers.
Jim, tell me true. That ain't Flint's ship?
It's not Flint's ship, and Flint is dead. There are some of Flint's hands aboard, worse luck for the rest of us.
Not a man with one leg?
Silver?
Woo! If you were sent by Long John... Oh! I'm as good as pork, I know it. I was in Flint's ship with John Silver when old Flint buried the treasure. He and 6 along, 6 strong seamen. They was ashore nigh on a week. And then one day, here come Flint by himself in a little boat, and the 6 all dead. dead and buried along with the treasure. How he done it, not a man of us could make out.
I told him the purpose of our voyage and the predicament in which we now found ourselves.
Oh, that Long John, he's a bad un. And you're all in a clove hitch, ain't you? Well, you just put your trust in Ben Gunn. Ben Gunn's the man to help you. You tell that to your squire, Jim. Ben Gunn's the man, that's what you'll say. And Ben Gunn says you has ideas of his own. Ah! Look at that.
Far below us, we saw a Union Jack fluttering in the air above the woods.
There's your friend, sure enough.
More likely it's a mutineer.
No, mate, Silvered Fly, the Jolly Roger. That's your friend, sure enough, ashore in the old stockade made years and years ago by Flint. Whoa! What's that?
That's the ship's cannon. They're shooting at the stockade. Come on.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait. Ben Gunn is fly. Rum wouldn't bring me down there. But remember, Jim, Ben Gunn's the man to help you. And when Ben Gunn is wanted, you knows where to find him. Just where you found him today.
I started to run towards the flag.
Hey, Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir?
Yeah, you won't forget that piece of cheese, will you, mate?
It was less than a mile to the stockade. It was heavy running through the woods. The shooting was getting louder. Suddenly before me, I saw a clearing. The smoke of muskets fired nearby. Hey there!
Who goes there?
Hey! Don't shoot, it's me!
Who's me?
Me! Jim Hawkins!
It's Jim!
A moment later, I was over the stockade among my friends. And soon afterwards, the firing ceased. The mutineers were saving their powder. The stockade was a good place, with a paling 6 feet high all around it. We could have held it against the regiment. And here Captain Smollett decided to stay and await our enemy's next move. I told Dr. Livesey and the squire about Ben Gunn.
Hey! Flag a truce! Flag a truce!
Who's that?
It's Silver.
Keep indoors, men. 10 to 1, this is a trick.
Who goes? Stand or we fire.
Flag a truce!
Doctors, watch on the lookout. Dr. Livesey, take the north side, if you please.
Yes.
Jim, the east. Gray, west. The watch below, all hands to load muskets. Lively men, and careful.
What do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir, come to my terms! Captain Silver? Why, you black-hearted scoundrel!
Silence, sir. Silence. If you wish to talk to me, you can come, and that's all. If there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That's enough, Captain. A word from you's enough. I know a gentleman, and you may lay to that.
You'd better sit down.
You ain't a-gonna let me inside, Captain? It's a main cold morning, to be sure, sir, to sit outside upon the sand. Oh, there's Jim, the top of the morning to you, Jim. Why, there you're all together like a happy family in a manner speaking.
If you've anything to say, my man, better say it.
Right you were, Captain Smollett. Duty is duty, to be sure. Well, here it is. We want that treasure. We'll have it. That's our point. You just soon save your lives, I reckon, and that's yours. You have a chart, haven't you?
That's as may be.
Oh, well, you have. I know that. What I mean is, we want your chart. You give us the chart to get the treasure by, and I'll give you my affidavit upon my word of honor to clap you somewhere safe ashore.
Is that all you have to say?
Every last word, by thunder. Refuse that, and you've seen the last of me but musket balls.
Very good. Now you'll hear me. If you'll come up one by one, unarmed, I'll engage to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. If you won't, as my name's Alexander Smollett, I've flown Miss Sovereign's colors, and I'll see you all to Davy Jones. You can't find the treasure. You can't sail the ship. And you can't fight us. I stand here and tell you so. And they're the last good words you'll get from me. Now, tramp, me lad.
Laugh. Laugh, by thunder, laugh. For an hour's out, you'll laugh on the other side. And then the die will be the lucky ones.
10 minutes later, nothing remained of the attacking party but the 5 who had fallen. 4 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the palisade. The mutineers did not come back that night. They had got their rations, as the captain put it. The next day was stifling hot. After dinner, Dr. Livesey sent for me.
Jim, was it cheese you said Ben Gunn had a fancy for?
Yes, sir, cheese.
Well, Jim, just see the good that comes of being dainty in your food. You've seen my snuff box, haven't you? And you never saw me take snuff. The reason being that in my snuff box I carry a piece of Parmesan cheese. A cheese made in Italy, very nutritious. Well, that's for Ben Gunn. Oh, goodbye, my lad.
Then he took up his hat and pistols, girt on his cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and set off briskly through the trees. That afternoon, the blockhouse being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with midday sun, and so much blood about me, and so many poor dead bodies lying around, a new idea came into my head. This was to swim out under cover of the night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. The mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. It was evening when I reached the east coast of the island. I could see the Hispaniola lying at anchor offshore. And there was the Jolly Roger, the black flag of piracy, flying from her peak. As the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared, absolute darkness settled down on Treasure Island. The next night, I was back on land. I was proud of myself, and with good reason. I had grounded the Hispaniola, beached her up tidily in the North Inlet with no harm done, safe from the mutineers. I had no trouble finding the stockade. Coming in from the shore, keeping close in shadow where the darkness was thickest, I crept into the blockhouse. I could see nothing. The doctor and the squire must have worried about me. I should lie down in my own place, I thought, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. I felt for a place to lie down.
Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight!
Now go!
Pieces of eight!
Now go! Bring a torch, Dick.
Well, shiver my timbers. Jim Hawkins. Dropped in like, eh? Quite a pleasant surprise for poor old John. I've always liked you, I have, Jim, for a lad of spirit. I picked her my own self when I was young and handsome. Always wanted you to join my camp and take your share and die a gentleman, and now, my cock, you've got to. You can't go back to your own lot.
Where are they?
Now, where do you think, my son?
Have you killed them?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you. And the first is this. Here you are in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the apple barrel the night we sighted land. And I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who is now at the bottom of the sea, and told every word you said before the hour was out. And as for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more, not one of you. I no more fear you than I fear a fly.
I'll put one to that, and here goes, you sneaking son of a scrub. So will I. Come on, sir!
Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was captains here, perhaps.
Only that I killed the boy.
Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Him that wants it shall get it. You won't fight, then by thunder you'll obey. You may lay to it. I like that boy now. Never seen a better boy than that. He's more a man than any pair of ratty in this here house. What I say is this, let me see him that'll lay a hand on him, that's what I say. And you may lay to it. Seem to have a lot to say. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to.
Yeah?
What?
We got something for you, Jordan.
Step up, I won't bite you. Hand it over, lubber. The black spot. I thought so. What's on it? Deposed. Deposed, that's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure. Like print, I swear. But it ain't one bit prettier wrote than this.
What's that?
And what does it look like, lads? A chart, that's what it is. A chart! A chart of this island, old Flint's chart. Now, what do you say to that?
Yes, that's Flint, sure enough. That's it. JF, and a Clovix to it. showy done ever.
Silver's the man.
Silver.
John Silver's our captain, lad.
Barbecue forever.
Barbecue for captain.
John Silver, the captain.
That was the end of the night's business. Only much later, I woke up suddenly and felt someone beside me.
Jim. Jim, my boy.
Yes, Long John?
I saved your life here tonight, Jim. Now, you and me stick close, Jim, back to back like, in case of trouble. And talking of trouble, Jim, why did those friends of yours leave that chart behind when they cleared out of here? They did, though. I came in here this morning and found the place empty and the chart lying there on the table where I couldn't miss it. And there's something under that. Something under that. Good or bad.
The next morning, we set out after the treasure.
Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north and northeast. Skeleton Island, east, southeast, and by east, 10 east.
Hey, over there! Come quick!
At the foot of a pine, half covered with green creeper, a human skeleton lay on the ground.
A skeleton, by God!
It lay perfectly straight, the feet pointing in one direction, the hands raised above its head like a diver's, pointing directly in the opposite.
It ain't natural. It ain't natural, but you know, lads, I've a notion in my old numbskull. Now, here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island sticking out like a tooth. Just take a bearing, will you, along the line of them bones?
East, southeast, and by east.
I thought so. There's the pointer. Right up there's our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. This is one of Flint's jokes, and no mistake. Him and these 6 was alone here. Alone, he killed 'em. Every man. And this one he hauled up here and laid down by the compass, yes. 6 they were, and 6 we are. And Bones is what they are now.
I saw him dead, old Flint. There he laid with penny pieces on his eyes.
Dead, aye, sure enough he's dead. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's. Dear heart, but he died bad, did Flint.
Oh, that he did.
May not it were. And the windy was open, and I hear that old song of his coming out clear as hell. And the death all on man already.
Listen. Do you hear what I hear?
That's Flint, begad. Old Flint.
Oh, Lord.
It was his last words. Old Flint's last words about board.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on us.
Shipmates! Shipmates! They're 750,000 ton, not a quarter of a mile from here. When did a gentleman of fortune show his star to that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug? And him dead, too?
Hey there, John. Don't you cross a spirit.
Spirit? Well, maybe. You know whose voice that was? It was like somebody else's. It was like a... By the powers! Ben Gunn!
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. So it were. Ben Gunn it were.
Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn. Dead or alive, nobody minds it.
Spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the northeast, Skeleton Island, southeast and by east, 10 feet.
Hey, mate, here's the tall tree.
The first of the tall trees was reached, and by bearing proved the wrong one. So did the second. So the third.
Here it is! Aye! Long John! Mary! Here it is!
Before us was a great excavation. In this was the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around, all branded with the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. The treasure had been found and rifled. The 700,000 pounds were gone. We turned and saw above us on the edge of the pit Ben Gunn, Dr. Livesey, Gray, and the squire, all with muskets. The doctor's plan had worked. The pirates had fallen into his trap.
John Silver, you're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir. But you saved this boy's life, and I'll not prosecute you. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones.
Thank you kindly, sir.
I dare you to thank me. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back!
It took us 3 days to move the treasure from Ben Gunn's cave on board ship. On the 8th day of December, the Hispaniola reached Bristol. 5 men only of those who had sailed returned with her.
Well, that was 19 years ago. All of us had an ample share of the treasure and used it, wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. As for Ben Gunn, he got £1,000, which he spent or lost in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Silver vanished on the voyage one night off the coast of Mexico, and we heard no more of him. The bar Silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them. And certainly they shall lie there for all of me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back again to that accursed island. The worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coast or start upright in bed, with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears.
Pieces of 8, 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 pieces of 8.
You have been listening to Treasure Island, starring Orson Welles as Long John Silver in his own radio version of Stevenson's great adventure story. This is the second in a series of 9 special broadcasts presented by the Mercury Theater. And here is Orson Welles himself, writer, director, and star of these programs, to tell you about next week's production. Orson Welles.
First of all, I'd like you to meet Jim Hawkins, Jr. Our leading man is 14 years old. Last season, he made a really startling contribution to the stage history of Shakespeare's plays. This was during the course of some experiments with the Mercury Theater sprinkler system. As a consequence of what must certainly have been extensive research in that field, he caused it to rain, actually to rain, and copiously to rain, where in more than 300 years it has never rained in Julius Caesar before. It rained on Brutus. It rained all over Brutus. In the Forum, I was Brutus, and I ought to know. Now, as dramatic criticism, I found this telling and even final. There's a surprise item in the funeral scene. I can assure you that the unexpected appearance on the stage of so many gallons of real water created in us all an impression that was almost overwhelming. Our popular leading man says that he did it all with a match. I don't dare think what he'll do. He's old enough to run for president. But meanwhile, no matter what happens to the plumbing, he can always work for the Mercury. As you've probably discovered, he's something more than a very gifted performer. And as I told you, he's something less than 15. His name shall not be withheld. I refer to that fine old actor Arthur Anderson. Mr. Anderson is not new to the microphone nor the Mercury. He was prominent in Shoemaker's Holiday and in Julius Caesar as Brutus's boy Jeeves, the sleepy-eyed, silver-throated Lucius in Brass Buttons. He was at least unforgettable. As to our celebrated Mark Antony, George Coulouris, who was always somehow cleverly escaped Rainmaker Anderson, he played Captain Smollett tonight. Eustace Wyatt, late housebreaker of Heartbreak House, was the squire. Ray Collins is responsible for Ben Gunn, among other things. And that was Alfred Shirley as Blind Pew. Then you heard Stephen Fox and Agnes guess what she played, Moorhead, and a Mercury roundup, William Allen and Richard Wilson inclusive. Jim Hawkins Sr. will bear no comment. Next week, we offer you the ominous and authentic click of the world's most famous knitting needles. Madame Lafarge's needles and Madame herself, Dr. Manette, Sidney Carton, and the entire French Revolution, same time, same station. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. Charles Dickens, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. There is at this moment a disturbance in the sub-control room, and if it isn't a tumbril, it's Arthur Anderson. It's a good thing the program's over. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Please write me the stories you'd like to hear, and goodbye till next week.
Remember, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time next Monday night for the Mercury Theater on the Air with The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. On tonight's production, Bernard Herrmann composed the original music and conducted, and Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Of Campbell Soup presents The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ernest Chappell. Tonight, the Campbell Playhouse has the signal honor of presenting for its first performance on the air one of the classics of the modern American theater. The winner of the Pulitzer Prize for the best play of 1938, Our Town by Thornton Wilder. There was much talk when it was first produced in the theater because it was performed without scenery or props. The lovable, garrulous stage manager filling in gaps and explaining things as he went along. Tonight, Orson Welles plays that part. And young John Craven is with us as George, the role he created in the original stage production. Now, before we introduce you to Our Town, a word from our sponsors. To nearly everyone, it seems to me, the words chicken for dinner have a thrilling sound. They bring thoughts of delightful eating, the kind we associate with holidays and special occasions. Think as far back as you can among your own family's favorite foods or those of any family you've ever visited. Can you remember any dish more widely prized than chicken? But I think this widespread liking for chicken accounts to a large degree for the tremendous popularity of Campbell's chicken soup. And I can promise you that as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. It's chicken through and through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of your plate. Its broth glistens with chicken richness. Its fluffy rice is filled with chicken flavor. And there are tempting, tender pieces of chicken meat. During the last 5 years, people everywhere have discovered how downright good and homey Campbell's chicken soup is. If you haven't tried it, why don't you? Because I'm sure you'll pronounce it every bit as fine as the best chicken soup you've ever had. How about this weekend? And now, Orson Welles in Our Town.
This play is called Our Town. It was written by Thornton Wilder. In it, you will hear Miss Patricia Newton, Miss Agnes Moorehead, Miss Effie Palmer, Mr. John Craven, Mr. Ray Collins, Mr. Everett Sloan, Mr. Parker Fenley, and many others. The name of the town is Grover's Corners, New Hampshire. It's across the Massachusetts line. Longitude 42 degrees, 40 minutes. Latitude 70 degrees, 37 minutes. First act shows a day in our town. Day is May 7th, 1901. Time is just before dawn. The sky is beginning to show some streaks of light over in the east there, behind our mountain. Morning star always gets wonderful bright the minute before it has to go. Only lights on in town are in a cottage over by the tracks where a Polish mother's just had twins. And in the Joe Crowell house where Joe Jr. is getting up so as to deliver the paper. And in the depot where Shorty Hawkins is getting ready to flag the 545 for Boston. There it is. Yeah, it comes now. And so another day begun. There's Doc Gibbs coming down Main Street, come back from that baby case. Here's his wife coming downstairs to get breakfast. Doc Gibbs died in 1930. New hospital's named after him. Mrs. Gibbs died first, a long time ago, in fact. She went out to visit her daughter, Rebecca, who married an insurance man in Canton, Ohio, and died there, pneumonia. But her body was brought back here. She's up in the cemetery there now, in with a whole mess of Gibbses and Herseys. She was Julia Hersey before she married Doc Gibbs in the Congregational Church over there. In our town, we like to know the facts about everybody. And that's Doc Gibbs now. Here comes Joe Carl Jr. delivering the papers.
Morning, Doc Gibbs. Morning, Joe. Yes, Bessie.
And here comes Howie Newsom delivering the milk.
Yeah, Bessie. What's the matter with you? Come on. Morning, Doc. Morning, Howie. Hey, somebody sick? They're twins over at Miss Gorlowski's. Twins, eh? This town's getting bigger every year. Morning, Miss Gibbs.
Morning, Howie.
Bacon smells good.
Everything all right, dear?
Yes, I declare. Easy as kittens.
They can be ready in a minute. Sit down, drink your coffee. Children! Children! Time to get up, George. Rebecca?
Yes, Mama.
You can catch a couple hours sleep this morning, can't you?
Well, Miss Wentworth's coming at 11. I guess I know what's about, too. Her stomach ain't what it ought to be.
All told, you won't get more than 3 hours sleep. Thank Gibbs, I don't know what's going to become of you. Do wish I could get you to go away someplace and take a rest. Think it'd do you good. George! Rebecca, you'll be late for school.
Bobby! Emily, you'll be late for school.
And that's Mrs. Webb now, next door to the Gibbses, getting her family up for the day.
Bobby, you wash yourself good, or I'll come up and do it myself.
I'll put away your books, Emily. You know the rules, well as I do. No books at table. As for me, I'd rather have my children healthy than bright.
I'm both, Mom. You know I am. I'm the brightest girl in school for my age. I have a wonderful memory.
Well, eat your breakfast.
The Webbses have 2 children, little Wally and Emily. Emily's 14. And there's 2 over the way at the Gibbses, Rebecca and George. George is 15.
Mama, George is throwing soap at me.
I'll come up and slap the both of you. That's what I'll do.
We've got a factory in our town, too. Hear it? Makes blankets. Cartwrights own it, and it's brought him a fortune.
Speak to your father about it when he's rested. Seems to me 25 cents a week's enough for a boy your age, George Gibbs. I declare I don't know how you spend it all.
Oh, Ma, I got a lot of things to buy.
Strawberry phosphates, that's what you spend it on.
Well, I don't see how Rebecca comes to have so much money. She has more than $1.
Well, I've been saving it up gradual.
Well, dear, I think it's a good thing every now and then to spend some.
Mama, do you know what I love most in the world? Do you? Money.
Eat your breakfast.
There's the first bell.
Walk fast, but you don't have to run. George, pull up your pants to knee and don't slouch, George.
Wally, tell Miss Foster I send her my best congratulations. Mama. Do you remember that? Am I pretty?
You look real nice, Rebecca, and I'll pick up your feet.
Goodbye, Mama.
Goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, George. Bye. Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Myrtle. How's your cold?
Well, it's better, but I told Charles I didn't know as I'd go to choir practice tonight.
Wouldn't be any use. Well, just the same, you come to choir practice, Myrtle, and try it. Well, if I don't feel no worse than I do now, I probably will. Well, I'm resting myself. I thought I'd string some of these beans. Let me help you. Beans have been good this year. I decided to put up 40 quarts if it kills me. The children say they hate 'em, but I noticed they were able to get 'em down all winter.
Thanks, Mrs. Gibbs. Thanks, Mrs. Webb. Folks, most every morning, Mrs. Gibbs goes over to Mrs. Webb's, or Mrs. Webb visits Mrs. Gibbs. So we'll just leave 'em there, visiting, and skip a few hours in the day at Grover's Corners. Well, now it's middle of the afternoon. All 2,642 have had their dinners, and all the dishes have been washed. There's an early afternoon calm in our town, a buzzing and a humming from the school buildings, only a few buggies on Main Street, the horses dozing at the hitching posts. You all remember what it's like. Doc Gibbs is in his office tapping people and making them say, ah, and Mr. Webb's cutting his lawn over there. 1 man in 10 thinks it's a privilege to push his own lawnmower. No, sir, it's later than I thought. There, the children come home from school already, and here comes Emily Webb and George Gibbs.
Hello. You made a fine speech in class.
Well, I was really ready to make a speech about the Monroe Doctrine, but at the last minute, Miss Corkin made me talk about the Louisiana Purchase instead. I worked an awful long time on both of them.
Gee, it's funny, Emily. From my window over there, I can just see your head nights when you're over in your room doing your homework.
Why, can you?
You certainly do stick to it. I don't see how you can sit still that long. I guess you like school.
Well, I feel it's something you have to go through.
Yeah.
I don't mind it, really. It passes the time.
You're just naturally bright, Emily, I guess.
Well, I figure it's just the way a person's born.
Yeah. But you see, I want to be a farmer. And my Uncle Luke says whenever I'm ready, I can come over and work on this farm, and if I'm any good, well, I can just gradually have it.
You mean the house and everything?
Yeah.
Well, thanks. I better be getting out the baseball field. Thanks for the talk, Emily. Good afternoon, Mrs. Webb.
Good afternoon, George.
So long, Emily.
So long, George. Emily, come and help me string these beans for the winter. George Gibbs let himself have a real conversation, didn't he? Why, he's growing up. How old would George be?
I don't know.
See, he must be almost 16.
Mama, I made a speech in class today, and I was very good.
You must recite it to your father at supper. What was it about?
The Louisiana Purchase, just like silk off a spool. I'm going to make speeches all my life. Mama, will you answer me a question serious?
Seriously, not serious, dear.
Seriously. Will you?
Well, of course I will.
Mama, am I good looking?
Why, yes, of course you are. All my children have got good features. I'd be ashamed if they hadn't.
Mama, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, am I pretty?
I've already told you yes. Now, that's enough of that. You have a nice, young, pretty face. I never heard of such foolishness.
Oh, Mama, you never tell us the truth about anything.
I am telling you the truth.
Mama, were you pretty?
Why, yes, I was, if I do say it. I was the prettiest girl in town next to Mamie Cartwright.
But, Mama, you've got to say something about me. Am I pretty enough to get people interested in me?
Emily, you make me tired. Now stop it. You're pretty enough for all normal purposes. Come along now and bring that bowl with you.
Oh, Mama, you're no help at all.
We'll have to interrupt again here. Thank you, Mrs. Webb. Thank you, Emily. A lot of time's gone by. It's evening now. You can hear choir practice going on in the Congregational Church. Hear it? All the children are at home doing their schoolwork by now. Yeah, the day's run down like a tired clock.
Emily.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't work at all. The moonlight's so terrible.
Emily, did you get the third problem?
Which?
The third.
Oh, why, yes, George. That's the easiest of them all.
I don't see it. Can you give me a hint?
I'll tell you one thing. The answer's in yards.
Yards? How do you mean?
In square yards.
Oh, in square yards.
Yes, George. Don't you see?
Yeah.
In square yards of wallpaper.
Oh, square yards of wallpaper. Thanks a lot, Emily.
You're welcome. My, isn't the moonlight terrible? Choir practice going on. I think if you hold your breath, you can hear the train all the way to Kantuka. Hear it?
What do you know?
Well, I guess I better go back and try to work.
Good night, Emily. And thanks.
Good night, George.
Good night, Foster. Good night, you sweetheart.
Here comes Mrs. Webb, Mrs. Gibbs. Some of their lady friends home from choir practice.
I'll tell Mr. Webb. I know he'll want to put it in the paper. My, it's late. Good night, Irma. Real nice choir practice, wasn't it? Oh, Webb, look at that moon, will you? Hater weather, for sure. My, I hate to go to bed on a night like this. I'd better hurry. Those children will be sitting up long hours. Good night, Luella. Good night, Pickles. Good night, Susan. Good night, Julia. Good night.
And now, folks, there's some more things we got to explore about this town. This time we're going about it in another way. Going to look back on it from the future. You know, the Cartwright interests had just begun building a new bank in Grover's Corners and had to go to Vermont for the marble, sorry to say. They've asked a friend of mine what they should put in the cornerstone for people to dig up 1,000 years from now. Of course, they put in a copy of the New York Times, a copy of Mr. Webb's Sentinel. He's the editor at Sentinel. We're kind of interested in this because some scientific fellows have found a way of painting all that reading matter with a kind of glue, a silicate glue, make it keep 1,000, 2,000 years. So we're putting in a Bible and the Constitution of the United States, a copy of William Shakespeare's plays, and what do you think? You know, Babylon once had 2 million people in it. All we know about them is the names of the kings and some copies of wheat contracts and sales of slaves. Yet every night, all those families sat down to supper, and Father came home from his work and the smoke went up the chimney. Same as here. And even in Greece and Rome, all we know about the real life of the people is what we can piece together out of the joking poems and